Divorce. From this day on, all ties between Luo Qinghan and Jiang Yun are severed. This shall serve as proof. Jiang Yun clenched his jaw, his entire body taut as a bowstring, and read out the 2 lines on the paper word by word. The handwriting was elegant and neat, and the xian paper still carried a faint, lingering fragrance. That familiar scent left no doubt. This was Luo Qinghan's own script. He had waited for Luo Qinghan for 3 long years, and never had Jiang Yun imagined that this would be the outcome. Even if the Jiang clan had declined, even if the 2 of them had been separated before they could consummate their marriage, he and Luo Qinghan had still bowed before the ancestral hall as husband and wife. Back then, that wedding had shaken the entire Yu City. Overnight, Jiang Yun had become the object of envy for every man in Yu City. After all, Luo Qinghan was the #1 beauty of Yu City. Jiang Yun had always believed that there was true love between them, that she was the pure white moonlight in his heart. In those days, their affection had been deep. They could be called a perfect match, a pair of jade and gloss tiles. Thus, on the wedding day, when an elder of Ice Purity Palace declared that Luo Qinghan's primordial yin could not be broken, and that she had to be taken away to cultivate for 3 years before returning, Jiang Yun agreed, without the slightest hesitation. Because he trusted Luo Qinghan unconditionally. In the end, after he yearned and waited for 3 years, what he received was a single sheet of divorce papers. On what grounds? He was a man. How could he be the one cast aside by a woman? Whether this decision came from the Luo clan as a whole or from Luo Qinghan herself, Jiang Yun had no way of knowing, for he had not yet even seen his wife. 3 years ago, the Jiang clan had stood at the head of the 4 great families of Yu City, their status pivotal. If they so much as stamped a foot, Yu City would tremble thrice. Yet, in the very first year after Luo Qinghan left, rumors spread that the Jiang clan's divine ability realm ancestor had fallen in some secret realm, slain in a life-and-death battle over a dispute. From that moment on, the Jiang clan's standing in Yu City plummeted. Jiang Yun had watched all of this with his own eyes, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He was indeed a transmigrator, yet in these 20 years, since crossing over, that long-awaited chime in his mind had never once sounded. The members of the Jiang clan loved one another dearly, and with the old ancestor holding the fort, Jiang Yun had thought he needed only to live carefreely as a wealthy second-generation heir. But now the Luo clan, or perhaps Luo Qinghan herself, had gone back on their word. Just moments ago, the Luo clan had sent over a cultivator at full completion of the soul inscription realm to deliver this letter of repudiation to the Jiang household. It had to be known that the current strongest of the Jiang clan, the clan head Jiang Lin, was only at late soul inscription realm. Faced with the overbearing Luo clan, the Jiangs had no power to resist. The moment he received the divorce letter, Jiang Yun shut himself in his room. The large red double happiness characters on the wall and the crimson wedding bedding had not been changed for 3 years. Day after day he had waited, and now it all seemed a cruel irony. Not long ago he had still been eagerly anticipating his wife's return, believing that the 2 of them shared a love that was true. I should have known. Ever since grandfather fell in that secret realm, your heart has already changed. Otherwise, why did your frequent letters suddenly cease? All of this was premeditated. Jiang Yun muttered to himself with his eyes closed. At that moment, Jiang Lin's voice sounded from outside the door. His father, Jiang Lin, with sword-like brows and a bristling beard, looked every bit the embodiment of masculine vigor. Yuna, are you all right? I'm fine. None of us expected something like this to happen, but you must stay strong. Father, I want to be alone for a while. Very well. Remember, the entire Jiang clan still stands behind you. Having said this, Jiang Lin let out a soft sigh and walked away. How could Jiang Yun possibly be all right? From this day forth, he and his wife Luo Qinghan would part ways, becoming strangers, and she would very likely throw herself into another man's arms. Worse still, he knew clearly that the entire Jiang clan was about to become the laughingstock of Yu City. After all, in the past, the Jiang clan had been the foremost of the 4 great families. Even the city lord had visited their doors with eager courtesy, and they had held half the power of Yu City in their hands. Yet now their in-laws, the Luo clan, were publicly annulling the marriage. And not just any annulment, it was an unprecedented case of a woman repudiating her husband. Struck by such a sudden upheaval, Jiang Yun began to reflect on the true key to what had driven him and Luo Qinghan to this point. Indeed, if one stripped away his status as the Jiang clan's direct heir, in what respect could he possibly compare to Luo Qinghan? After all, Luo Qinghan was celebrated in Yu City as the #1 beauty and the foremost talent, a heaven-blessed prodigy. Back then, the Luo clan's patriarch had been a soul inscription great perfection expert, second only to Jiang Yun's grandfather. And what of Jiang Yun? Apart from being a direct heir, he had once been known as a considerate, gentle, warm man. He had chased after Luo Qinghan like a devoted dog for quite some time before finally winning her over, and he had even felt proud of that for a while. In truth, his aptitude was merely average. 3 years ago, he had been at early Spirit Sea Realm, and now he had only reached late Spirit Sea Realm, and that was merely thanks to the aid of spirit pills. Thus, once the halo of his identity as the Jiang clan's direct heir faded, he had no advantage at all compared to the other scions of the 4 great families in Yu City. Let alone the fact that the Jiang clan's status now teetered on the brink. Rumor had it that in the next election of the 4 great families, the Jiang clan would be struck from the list. Once that happened, the Jiang clan would fall to the ranks of second or third-rate minor powers. In these days, Jiang Yun had been torn between worrying over the clan and desperately hoping for Luo Qinghan's return. And in the end, when life shuts a door in your face, it thoughtfully bricks up the windows as well. Bitterness filled Jiang Yun's face and heart alike. Not only was he about to lose his beloved, but because of him the Jiang clan would become a public joke, and he was powerless to change it. For 3 days and 2 nights in a row, Jiang Yun had neither eaten, drunk, nor slept, shutting himself inside his room. This was already the 3rd day. At the break of dawn, the Luo clan in the south of the city would arrive at the Jiang estate with a host of experts in tow, and he, Jiang Yun, would be the main spectacle of this grand repudiation, its central figure the one losing everything. As the sun sank in the west and night descended, bloodshot veins spread through Jiang Yun's eyes. The unmatched gentle elegance he once possessed, like warm jade, had completely vanished. Ding. Check-in conditions fulfilled. Roll 1 sign-in per day. Do you accept? Jiang Yun thought he was hallucinating. Please choose yes or no immediately. Failure to respond will be regarded as forfeiture. Had the chime finally arrived? Excitement surfaced on Jiang Yun's face, and he answered without the slightest delay. Yes, I accept, thank you truly. First day of check-in reward, Do character secret of the 9 secrets. In the next instant, Jiang Yun's entire body was enveloped in a shaft of golden light and lifted uncontrollably into the air. A profound and intricate scripture inscribed with runes bearing the ultimate mysteries of heaven and earth appeared before him. Thousands of tiny runic characters lined up in perfect order, each one radiating a strange 7-colored rainbow light. Jiang Yun's breathing quickened, his heart pounding madly. The 9 secrets were said to have been created by beings from ancient legends, their origins traceable to eras infinitely remote. And among the 9 secrets, the Do character secret was a holy law of battle reputed to be capable of evolving any cultivation art or treasured technique under heaven to be used against one's enemies. On the very first day of check-in, the system had rewarded him with such a supreme art. Jiang Yun fixed his gaze on the secret art of the character Do, striving to gain control over it. After a brief hesitation, he raised his hand and reached toward the rune opposite him. The instant he came into contact with the Do character's secret, thousands of runes vied with one another to imprint themselves all over his body. A deafening roar exploded within Jiang Yun's mind. He felt as though he were cast into the long river of time and space, wrapped and dragged upstream by an overwhelming supreme force, while one colossal, terrifying figure after another swam freely within that cosmic current. At the boundless end of time and space, a figure like a blazing sun hung high above the long river, presiding over the grand Tao and transcending reincarnation itself. Across that immeasurable distance, that figure extended a finger and pointed toward the crown of Jiang Yun's head. Jiang Yun's mind detonated once more. Rapid murmurs and whispered incantations cascaded over him, drowning him completely. He felt his consciousness explode and reassemble again and again, only gradually stabilizing after an unknown number of cycles. At the same time, Jiang Yun's cultivation actually began to break through realms in rapid succession: late spirit sea realm, peak spirit sea realm, then perfection. It did not stop at all. He stepped into the cave heaven realm, 1 cave heaven, 2 cave heavens, all the way to 5 cave heavens. Jiang Yun opened his eyes, confusion written all over his face. He had actually completely absorbed and comprehended the Do character secret, and his cultivation had soared from the spirit sea realm straight into the cave heaven realm, even granting him 5 great cave heavens. The Do character secret was a type of treasured art, by rights merely absorbing it should not have enhanced his cultivation. Perhaps my cultivation was too low, while the minimum requirement to wield the Do character secret is the cave heaven realm. That supreme existence must have lent me his aid, and I was passively elevated. Joy surfaced on Jiang Yun's face, his heartbeat quickening. His entire being felt as though it had undergone an ultimate sublimation. Although his cultivation had been mediocre before, his natural physical foundation had never been poor. Now, having merged with the Do character secret, and with his cultivation skyrocketing, his whole bearing transformed. He radiated vigor as if reborn. Jiang Yun slowly descended to the ground, then extended both arms to summon his cave heavens. In an instant, one powerful cave heaven after another separated from his body. When all 5 emerged, they revolved before him. Only then did he realize that none of this was a dream. Within his perception, each cave heaven felt as intimate as flesh and blood, something he could command with absolute ease. So everything was real. Jiang Yun had now become a genius possessing 5 cave heavens. In Yu City, it was rare even to hear of a genius with more than 4 cave heavens. The body was a vessel, and for most people that vessel was only so large. Ordinary cultivators, when advancing from the spirit sea realm to the cave heaven realm, could condense only a single cave heaven even if they exhausted all their potential. After all, their potential in essence, energy, and spirit was far from enough to sustain more cave heavens. Some with better talent could condense 2 cave heavens, easily doubling their combat strength, and were already considered striking figures. To condense 3 cave heavens in the cave heaven realm marked one as a true prodigy. Back then, when the city lord's only son formed 3 cave heavens, the city lord held a grand feast for the entire city that lasted half a month. The City Lord's son belonged to the previous generation's geniuses. After leaving, he was said to have been in theft as a marquis in Qian Kingdom and had not returned to Yu City for many years. A smile appeared on Jiang Yun's face. Now that he had condensed 5 great cave heavens, was he not even more dazzling? After tonight, the Luo family and Luo Qinghan would come at daybreak to annul the marriage. Heaven never seals off all paths. Luo Qinghan, this divorce letter. I will not accept it as your husband. A series of footsteps sounded at the door. Jiang Yun's younger brother Jiang Qin. He was only 17 and looked more youthful and tender than Jiang Yun. Before any knocking came, Jiang Yun had already opened the door and looked at his younger brother Jiang Qin. In truth, Jiang Qin was more handsome than he was, and at times was even mistaken for a beauty. In fact, Jiang Yun's parents had originally hoped for 1 son and 1 daughter. When Jiang Qin was born, disappointed, they could not even be bothered to change the name they had prepared in advance. Jiang Qin looked at his elder brother Jiang Yun and froze for an instant. Jiang Yun was in excellent condition, radiant and spirited, completely unlike someone crushed by a heavy blow. Yet how was the mess strewn all over the floor to be explained after 3 days without leaving the room? And 2 days earlier, when his elder brother had received the divorce letter, the loneliness and dead grayness on his face had been impossible to fake. Still, a good spirit was better than anything else. Coming back to himself, he said, "Brother, all the elders of the clan have already gathered and are preparing for your matter. Father asked me privately to tell you not to feel pressured. Tomorrow, everything will be up to you to say. There, you're backing." Hearing this, Jiang Yun was a bit surprised. Those old fogies were usually so rigid, wishing they could check the Jiang Jr.'s cultivation 3 times a day, saying they must not tarnish the illustrious name of the ancestor Jiang Shenwang. What exasperated him most was that they loved tattling to his father, the clan leader, complaining that he did not cultivate diligently. Yet now they were actually willing to support him with all their strength. Jiang Yun arched a brow and finally said, "I can believe it when father and mother say so, but those old men they are willing. They said that as the legitimate son of the Jiang family, you must not suffer such humiliation. All the more so because the Jiang clan are descendants of the God King." Jiang Qin's words brought a pensive look to Jiang Yun's face, and he fell into a brief silence. In the end, he smiled faintly, warmth rising in his heart. At this critical moment, it seemed the Jiang clansmen as a whole were still reliable. "I understand. Tell them there is no need to worry. I have my own plans for tomorrow. You can go back now." After Jiang Qin turned to leave, Jiang Yun called out to him again, "At times there is no need to conceal your strength. Between us brothers, it makes no difference who holds the reins of the Jiang family." Jiang Qin's body stiffened. He slowly turned back, his gaze complicated as he looked at his elder brother Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's eyes were clear and tranquil, free of any trace of scheming. Jiang Qin seemed to lay down a heavy burden as he nodded. "Brother, I understand." After Jiang Qin left, Jiang Yun closed the door, a strange look flitting across his face. This younger brother had actually been hiding his true strength. If not for Jiang Yun's own explosive improvement, he might never have noticed. Ordinarily, Jiang Qin displayed only Spirit Sea realm strength, seeming as mediocre as himself, yet in reality, he was a genius as well. However, Jiang Qin had always respected him. The purpose behind this must have been to conceal his brilliance so that he would not subject his legitimate elder brother to criticism from the clan. Today is the first day of signing in. Does that mean that once the night passes, the second reward will arrive at once? Jiang Yun closed his eyes, carefully contemplating the profound mysteries of the doozy secret while waiting for the dawn to arrive. As the first ray of dawn appeared in the sky, the notification chimed in. Conditions for sign-in met. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Sign-in successful. Reward dual-pupil talent. Double-Pupil, a natural contender for the Holy Realm. Good. It is said that the ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Shenwang, awakened the Divine King body and endured countless hardships to eventually become a Divine King. However, the ancestor was merely a Divine King, while the dual pupil is different. Jiang Yun was extremely excited, trembling all over, blood boiling, even more so than when he obtained the doozy secret. A dual pupil bearer, if they do not perish, can ascend to the Holy Realm with their dual pupils, which means he is destined to rival Jiang Shenwang or even surpass him. Because after the ultimate transformation of the Divine King realm, one enters the ordinary Holy Realm, where one can casually extinguish the stars of the continent with a single strike. According to ancient legend, the current fragmented world is a result of the conflicts of the Holy Realm, but this claim has never been verified. Jiang Yun once read the family genealogy. Jiang Shenwang, revered by generations of family members, defeated all the world's prodigies with his undefeated Divine King body and ascended to the throne of the prodigies in Zhengzhou, eventually rising to become a Divine King. The dual pupil can annihilate the Divine King body. This point is indisputable. Merged, Jiang Yun decisively made his choice. In an instant, a transformation began in his eyes as the divine essence of the void continuously infused into them. The cries of pain continued to echo as Jiang Yun felt his eyes, even his head, ready to explode. At that moment, the doozy secret emitted golden light, instantly enveloping his entire body. Although the divine essence of the void continued to pour into his eyes, Jiang Yun had already calmed down. Hiss! Jiang Yun had not looked in a mirror, but he could clearly feel that his dual pupil was rapidly taking shape, even evolving into a form of the world within. The dual pupil contains the power of calamity light. A daring to reopen the world might not be a joke. Jiang Yun wanted to understand the true power of the dual pupil. As soon as his mind stirred, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Pierce through illusions, see the essence. Reopen life and death, a strike of unparalleled strength. In the early stage, unleash destructive light. In the later stage, open a time-space passage. Foresee enemy attacks, weaknesses. Annihilate calamity light, gradually increasing power. Hiss. Is this cheating to the point of invincibility, also known as a cheat? Jiang Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. His dual pupil had successfully formed and could now be used. He approached the mirror, eager to catch his first glimpse of the dual pupil. The black pupils radiated an eerie light. With a single thought, Jiang Yun could even capture the blurred lines of space. In ancient times, there were rankings of the strongest innate talents that appeared in the vast world, and no matter when, the dual pupil always ranked within the top 10, even the top 5. While observing, Jiang Yun suddenly remembered something. Had his cultivation level changed? It seems the last time was a fluke. This time, the dual pupil talent granted by the system did not come with the bonus of 10 or 8 years of cultivation. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yun felt no disappointment at the changes brought by the dual pupil were all-encompassing. With the dual pupil, his cultivation talent and potential had reached an unimaginable level. Jiang Yun sat down to meditate, thinking he would ascend to the soul mark realm beyond the cave heaven realm. However, that was not the case. As soon as he began to cultivate, spiritual energy surrounded him, completely beginning to evolve a new cave heaven. To his surprise, the 6th cave heaven was starting to condense above his head, showing no intention of advancing to the soul mark realm. Not only that, but he entered a special state. For instance, the surrounding space became incredibly tranquil, and his mental deduction ability was greatly enhanced. The ancestral skill of the Jiang family, the Star River Divine Transformation Technique, also rapidly evolved in his mind. The once obscure essence was now as clear as day, and he had successfully grasped it. It was the dual pupil using its mysterious power to help him enter the state. Jiang Yun was acutely aware of the rarity of this state of enlightenment and frantically operated the Star River Divine Transformation Technique to enhance his cultivation. A vast amount of pure spiritual power entered his body, with half being absorbed as cultivation by the 6th cave heaven, while the other half was drawn into the internal space by the dual pupil. In response, Jiang Yun felt somewhat speechless. Didn't this impede his cultivation speed? However, he soon realized that all of this was a gift from the dual pupil and felt at ease. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. This includes the City Lord's mansion, the other 2 major families, and even the entire Yu City, where cultivators and commoners are focused on the conflict between the Luo family and the Jiang family. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Yu City, Lord Su Yuan stood atop, gazing towards the direction of the Jiang family in the north. Behind him stood a tall young man, his only son Su Qing. Father, the legitimate son of the Jiang family, has received the divorce notice. How will this matter develop? The Luo family has gained resources sent back by Luo Qinghan from the ice-clear palace. Their strength skyrocketed. Half a month ago, the Luo family had 2 consecutive reports of breakthroughs into the Soul Mark realm, and Luo Lai has advanced to the Divine Passage realm. With the Jiang family's ancestor dead in battle and the Luo family having been the second for a century, now possessing 2 Divine Passage realm cultivators, how can they contain their ambition? Su Qing chuckled. A Jiang is still as wily as ever. Su Yuan's analysis was spot on. So the Jiang family is facing a disaster today. The Jiang family's decline is either on the menu or at the dining table. There are only these 2 possibilities. Su Qing nodded, his eyes burning with ambition. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind. They decided to become the hunters. Outside the gate of the Jiang family, a crowd had already gathered, eager to witness the clash between the 2 major families. At the same time, they were also hoping to see Luo Qinghan, who had gone to the Ice Clear Palace for training for 3 years. The reputation of the first female prodigy had not diminished in the slightest over these 3 years. In fact, it made everyone look forward even more. It seems that Fairy Luo hasn't arrived. The head of the Luo family has taken people inside, and she hasn't appeared. Hard to say. I heard she became a core disciple in less than 3 years at the Ice Clear Palace and was favored by a certain elder, being groomed as a successor. In my opinion, Jiang Yun has resigned himself. Their identities are worlds apart now, and he can't hold her down. Do you think the Luo family is only aiming to divorce? That underestimates the Luo families. Means even if Jiang Yun is reasonable, the outcome is unlikely to be good. As the crowd discussed, the main character finally appeared, but unfortunately Luo Qinghan was not among them. Luo family head Luo Lai strode through the Jiang family gate with a retinue of the Luo clan's experts, their arrival charged with menace. His only son Luo Kong, younger brother to Luo Qinghan, rode among them. His face was pale as jade, yet a trace of brooding shadowed his brows. The group crossed the Jiang compound threshold with sullen faces. Luo Lai and the Luo family's masters all wore purple robes, differing only in hue and the embroidered patterns that adorned them. Jiang Lin had long prepared for the confrontation, yet he maintained a perfunctory smile, leading the elder strong cultivators of the Jiang family forward to receive them. Brother Luo, long time no see. Faced with Jiang Lin's civility, Luo Lai snorted from his aura. He immediately perceived that Jiang Lin's cultivation had not advanced an inch. Master Jiang, it has been some time, yet you seem to have made no progress in cultivation. Has the Jiang family produced anyone who has reached the Shintong realm? Jiang Lin's smile vanished. Luo Lai, heedless of in-law courtesy, came straight to question the Jiang family's strength, an outright provocation. He reined in his expression and said, "None." Very well. This letter of divorce was given by Qing Han to Jiang Yun, a one copy for each. Have him come press his blood seal. Pressing the blood seal would sever their ties henceforth. Luo Lai showed Jiang Lin no courtesy. In his view, the Luo family's power had become overwhelmingly dominant and pleasantries were unnecessary. With the resources Luo Qing Han had brought back, they were now able to look down upon the other three great clans. Cutting down the Jiang family, that fallen old dragon, would best establish their authority and cow the realm. Brother Luo, we are both elders. The two youths have not yet decided, is it proper for us to interfere? Though fury burned in Jiang Lin's heart, he restrained himself, striving to avoid conflict. He would not open hostilities unless absolutely necessary. This is the Luo family's will, and more so Qing Han's wish. Spare the words, bring Jiang Yun out at once. When our families were joined the city lord's mansion, the Jiangs and the Muse stood by to congratulate, and now you unilaterally deliver a divorce. Are you not afraid of being shamed? As Luo Lai pressed again and again, Jiang Lin's tone grew less deferential and his words turned blunt. That's easy, I will invite them again. Third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, go and invite the city lord, the head of the Jiangs, and the head of the Muse to come witness. Say it is an invitation from me, Luo Lai and Qing Han, father and daughter. As you command. After the Luo elders departed, Luo Lai looked to Jiang Lin. You can shelter that brat for a time, but not forever. Make him come out at once. Luo Lai, are you looking for me? A calm voice answered. Jiang Yun, clad in a dark green robe, slowly strolled out from the inner hall. Luo Lai was taken aback, as something about Jiang Yun was different. He now appeared ethereal as an exile immortal, though his gaze remained composed. The turn of his eyes carried the sovereign aloofness of a celestial king, looking down upon the world. Especially Jiang Yun's eyes, they so astonished Luo Lai that given his cultivation, he dared not meet them directly. You are Jiang Yun. In Luo Lai's memory, Jiang Yun had been a man who lived off his family and father, forever flustered and obsequious when meeting him. But now, how had he changed so drastically? Could it be that Jiang Yun's grandfather had returned? Impossible. Privately, Luo Lai had used his connections with several elders of Bingqing Palace to trap and slay Jiang Yun's grandfather, and some had even witnessed the deed with their own eyes. As Luo Lai pondered, the young man beside him stepped forward, Luo Qing Han's younger brother Luo Kong. Jiang Yun, let me be frank, your Jiang family is in decline. My sister has drawn the Grand Elder of Bingqing Palace's favor and will soon become the Grand Elder's personal disciple. Not only that, a certain young lord has proclaimed that if she annuls the engagement, he will take her as a maid. Fortunately, my sister has not lain with you. She remains pure as ice and jade, otherwise that young lord's favor would be undeserved. Luo Kong, is that your sister's intention or yours? So it seemed Qing Han had been valued by the sect and had found a new patron. How delightfully shameless. Jiang Yun felt wry once Luo Kong had followed him like a shadow, calling him brother-in-law with eager familiarity, and now he wore this brazen face. That letter was written by my sister in front of that young lord with the Grand Elder of Bingqing Palace as witness. Luo Kong crossed his arms, growing ever more smug, as he laid out the whole story behind the divorce letter. Luo Kong, hold your tongue. Luo Lai frowned. His son had spoken the truth, but airing such matters publicly made the Luo family's honor appear stained. Elsewhere, Jiang Yun was stunned. Was Luo Qing Han so eager to curry favor with that so-called young lord? Did this amount to beginning a thing she would not intend to finish? Until now, Luo Qing Han had been one of the Jiang family. Jiang Yun drew a long breath. He felt his heart slowly sealed in cement. She was no longer worthy of his feelings. His gaze turned icy as he faced the Luo clan. I can let her go, but only if Luo Qing Han herself comes to receive the divorce notice. I will make public the reasons for the divorce. Enraged, Luo Kong leapt up, thinking of the favors promised by the young lord. Pointing at Jiang Yun, he spat, "Don't you dream it. My sister never wants to see you again. Your sister has been chosen by that young lord. You jumping up like this is surely for profit, is it not? Your Luo family sells the same daughter twice. Truly shameless." Jiang Yun's clear voice rang from the Jiang mansion to the gate. The onlookers' expressions shifted, some privately mocking the Luo family. Once the foremost master of Yuqing had been of the Jiang family, the Luo had once sought to marry into them. Now the Jiang had fallen, and the Luo family fully supported Luo Qing Han's divorce. Those at the gate even began to cheer, causing Luo Lai and his party to grow pale with anger. You worthless wretch, wanting to be with my sister, do you even know your own measure? If you want to see my sister, get past me first. Luo Kong stepped forward and an immense aura suddenly radiated from him. The Dongtian realm manifested, a 3 Dongtian coalesced and revolved around him. Seeing this, Luo Lai did not stop him. Though Jiang Yun's bearing had changed, his Linghai realm strength still lagged behind, letting Luo Kong press him and shatter his confidence a little suited Luo Lai's purpose. Jiang Yun, if you can defeat my son, I will have Qinghan come to see you in person. Many onlookers drew sharp breaths when had Luo Kong advanced into the Dongtian realm, and as a prodigy of 3 Dongtian at that. Not long ago, the city lord's only son with only 4 Dongtian had been recruited by the Qian kingdom's royal house and risen to fame. Truly the brother of Luo Qinghan, such talent is terrifying. If I remember correctly, Jiang Yun and Jiang Qin are only at the Linghai realm, right? No wonder the Luo family are so arrogant. Luo Lai became Yiqing's foremost master, and Qinghan and her kin are outstanding. The Jiang's resentment is futile. Luo Kong heard the murmurs around him and looked at Jiang Yun with pride, only to find Jiang Yun's gaze untroubled and that transcendent exile immortal air entirely unchanged. Jiang Yun opened his mouth to retort, but a figure behind him suddenly moved past and stood facing Luo Kong. It was Jiang Qin who stepped forward. Their elder brother was only at the Linghai realm and would surely lose to Luo Kong. He could no longer conceal his skill. Luo Kong, I will teach you a lesson for my brother. You are only Linghai. Luo Lai had not finished when he fell silent. The once invisible illegitimate son of the Jiang family, who had had no presence in Yuqing, now carried the aura of the Dongtian realm, though he had not outwardly manifested his Dongtian. Jiang Qin's move startled both Jiang and Luo clans. Even Jiang Lin had no idea when his younger son had advanced. Only Jiang Yun could see through Jiang Qin's true realm. His double pupils perceived all falsehood. Luo Kong paid it no mind. He assumed Jiang Qin's number of Dongtian was too few to display. Very well. If you wish to throw away your life for your brother, I will oblige. With battle imminent, Jiang Yun resolved to intervene himself. Against Luo Kong's 3 Dongtian cultivation, Jiang Yun could strike him down with a single hand. I'll handle this. No, brother, I'll protect you. Jiang Qin drew his sword and stepped before Jiang Yun. Across from them, Luo Kong donned black gauntlets, dark halos flared around his fists as he surged forward, Tenjiang slamming both fists toward Jiang Qin. That's the Luo family's savage bare fist, brutal, overwhelming, capable of shattering mountains and cleaving stone. Jiang Yun instantly recognized the technique. Empowered by his double pupils, he perceived dozens of fatal vulnerabilities in Luo Kong's form, each one sufficient to end him outright. Yet Jiang Qin remained motionless. As onlookers held their breath and even Jiang Yun braced himself to intervene, he finally drew his blade. One word: speed. His blade flashed like a sliver of light, piercing midnight, slipping past the twin fists, gliding with lethal precision into Luo Kong's chest. A sharp rend echoed, the fabric tore, and even the inner breastplate split with a deep, jagged fissure. Luo Kong himself was hurled backward faster than he'd charged forward. Luo Lai caught his retreating son, then cast a grim, penetrating glance at the wound upon Luo Kong's chest. The underarmor had ruptured, a blood welled forth, a long, deep gash, but bone remained unbroken. Jiang Qin had deliberately held back. Luo Kong erupted into agonized shrieks. After landing the blow, Jiang Qin even glanced back at Jiang Yun, as if aware he'd stolen the spotlight, his expression tinged with faint embarrassment. Jiang Yun clapped his younger brother's shoulder, a subtle smile playing on his lips. You gave him no time to react, your ruthless little brother. Jiang Lin blinked, then quickly replied, voice-edged with wounded pride. I did hold back, if not he'd already be. Jiang Yun fell silent. The Jiang clan members. Onlookers. Jiang Lin. What is the meaning of this? Are you permitting your son to commit assault? Do you seek to ignite full-scale war between the Luo and Jiang clans? Fury blazed in Luo Lai's eyes as he stabilized his son's injuries, then forced a healing pill into Luo Kong's mouth before glaring venomously at Jiang Lin. The Luo clan members unsheathed their weapons en masse. Overwhelming pressure radiated from their soul-engraved realm cultivators, pressing down relentlessly upon the Jiang clan. Luo Lai, today's affair concerns not only our 2 clans, but every witness present. Luo Kong provoked us first. We spared his life, for now. Take this divorce letter back. As my son Jiang Yun said, unless Luo Qinghan herself appears, the Jiang clan will not accept it. Having spoken, Jiang Lin raised his palm. A radiant sigil shimmered into existence, a jade token inscribed with the character Jiang. Instantly, thunderous rumble shook the 4 corners of Jiang Manor. The clan's ancestral defense array ignited, coalescing swiftly overhead. Though the Jiang clan has declined, it remains inviolable. Jiang Yun first gazed at his father, whose brows arched like drawn swords, then swept his eyes across the vigilant Jiang cultivators. Warmth stirred within his heart. To be a Jiang clansman was worth it. Luo Lai frowned. This was Jiang territory. The City Jiang clan traced its lineage far back. Even with 5 soul-engraved realm experts at his side, subduing them would exact a grievous toll. Yet Luo Qinghan's marriage alliance with the young master could not be abandoned, not when even the Grand Elder of the Bingqing Palace had personally vouched for it. Would Qinghan truly need to appear in person before the Jiang clan would relent? Outside the Jiang Manor gates, onlookers watched the ancestral array surge to life, celestial light swirling above, palpable killing intent surging through the air. All understood war now hung by a thread. Jiang Yun silently chanted the combat character secret while channeling power into his double pupils. His sixth dantian remained incomplete, but with celestial techniques and innate talent augmenting him, even soul-engraved realm opponents inspired no fear. Alas, he lacked time to deepen his foundations. Had he waited just a few more days to claim further sign-in rewards or forge additional dantians or even break through to the soul-engraved realm, he would face this moment with far greater certainty. Plainly put, Jiang Yun wished to accumulate strength quietly. Lacking battlefield experience, he could only rely on sheer depth of cultivation. Haha. Brother Jiang, Master Luo, why escalate matters so bitterly? Yu City belongs to us all. Should swords clash, peace would vanish, and how then would I answer to his imperial majesty? A resonant voice boomed across the square. Su Yuan, Yu City's magistrate clad in the imperial robes of the Qian kingdom, strode into view, accompanied by his sole heir Su Qing. Su Qing stood broad-shouldered and powerfully built, armored in black battleplate, exuding an aura of hardened martial. Greetings, Your Excellency. Crowds at the gate bowed deeply. As an official of the Qian kingdom, Su Yuan commanded half of Yu City's authority, the undisputed public sovereign of the city. Even the other four great families dared not stand tall before him, unless their ancestral patriarchs surpassed him in cultivation. Su Yuan had initially intended to remain aloof, but three factors compelled his arrival. First, repeated entreaties from Luo elders. A second, his recognition that the Jiang clan possessed a promising successor. Jiang Qin's sword strike had earned extraordinary praise from both him and his son. A third, his own strategic interest in preserving the weakened Jiang clan as a counterbalance to the Luo clan, thus maintaining equilibrium among all powers. Your Excellency. Brother Su. Zhang clan's patriarch and Mu clan's patriarch also arrived with trusted retainers, but their influence paled in comparison, and they had no intention of entangling themselves in the conflict. Su Yuan released the crushing aura of a soul-engraved realm grandmaster, oppressing nearly everyone present. Even Luo Lai's countenance shifted subtly. To his astonishment, his hidden divine ability, realm cultivation, offered no advantage against the magistrate. Master Luo, what say you? Why not invite Qinghan herself? After all, she is a Jiang clanswoman now. Otherwise, should war erupt and blood stain the streets, I, Su Yuan, shall bear the blame before Yu City's people. A smile curved his lips, but his gaze held quiet, unyielding weight. Yu City was the Luo clan's ancestral home. Though they now leaned upon greater powers, the city remained in name and law part of the Qian kingdom. Should Luo Lai dare ignite open war, spilling rivers of blood, what purpose would the magistrate serve? Precisely that was Luo Lai's intent. He frowned. Luo Qinghan was in Yu City, but she refused to see Jiang Yun. Thus he and his son had come solely to deliver the divorce decree, and thereby humiliate the Jiang clan, cementing Luo dominance. Yet if Qinghan truly appeared, word might reach that person, and should the young master grow displeased. Just as Luo Lai hesitated, a soft, distant voice drifted into his ear, from the direction of the Luo residence. Father, agree to his terms. In 3 days' time, Jiang Yun and I shall sever all ties before the eyes of Yu City. Within the Luo mansion, a woman stood atop a high terrace gazing toward the Jiang residence, her silhouette flawless, her face veiled in translucent gauze. Her delicate eyebrows were gently furrowed, her forehead gleamed like polished jade. Even veiled, her beauty was unmistakably peerless. Jiang Yun, why cling to me so desperately? Do you not understand? We belong to separate worlds. In 3 days I shall fulfill the conditions to lift the seal, and then I shall subdue you and your entire clan once and for all. Luo Lai left with 5 powerful members from his family who had reached the soul-engraving realm along with the injured Luo Kong. Before departing, the hatred in Luo Kong's eyes seemed as if he could devour a person. The city lord, along with the heads of the Jiang and Mu families, naturally did not remain. To put it bluntly, with the death of Elder Jiang in battle, the Jiang family had completely declined, which was an undeniable fact. Jiang Qin's performance drew considerable attention as he inflicted serious injuries on Luo Kong of the 3 cave heavens with a single sword strike, leading many to speculate about his true strength. However, the real focus of everyone's attention was Su Qing, the only son of the city lord who had been missing for over a decade. City Lord Su Yuan had mentioned in passing that Su Qing, after being recruited by a significant figure in the imperial city, had honed his skills in the army and earned numerous military accolades. That black armor is at least a high-grade spiritual artifact. The pressure and aura are unmistakable. Young Master Su Qing was the best in Yu City back then, and now that he has returned, only he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Luo Qinghan. Shouldn't you hear? The Luo family has allied with a young lord. Even the supreme elder of the Ice Clear Palace couldn't help but act as a matchmaker for her. In 3 days, will Luo Qinghan really make an appearance? Discussions buzzed throughout Yu City as everyone awaited the developments. Inside the Jiang family, Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with joy as he patted his illegitimate son Jiang Qin heavily on the back, laughing as he said, "You little rascal, you've been hiding quite well. Even I, your father, didn't notice." "Father, I didn't mean to." Jiang Qin made a grimacing face. He had done so intentionally simply because he didn't want to overshadow his elder brother Jiang Yun, otherwise how could Jiang Yun's legitimate status be secured? Given that you helped your brother in battle, I'll let this slide. Just remember you can't deceive me without your brother finding out, alright? Big brother already knew. Jiang Lin was taken aback. He looked at Jiang Yun, who appeared innocent, and questioned Jiang Qin in confusion. Knew what? Jiang Qin was speechless. Who had said that there was no need to hide one's innate talents, that they would only be happy for him? Oh, wasn't that a clear hint? Or perhaps Big Brother had purely stumbled upon the truth and was fooling himself. However, given today's situation, if Big Brother faced an enemy he couldn't handle, he would still choose to reveal himself. After all, the purpose of hiding one's strength was also to consider his brother's well-being. I won't bother with you anymore, Jiang Qin said as he returned to his room. Jiang Lin composed himself and fixed his gaze on his eldest son Jiang Yun. Yuner, are you really going to dismiss Luo Qinghan in 3 days? Such a woman is unworthy to enter the Jiang family. Jiang Yun's expression was calm. If she wasn't good enough for him in 3 days, he needed time to develop. In fact, even if a conflict erupted today, he was unafraid. His dual pupils were extraordinary, allowing him to fight effortlessly. He just needed further experimentation. Good Yuner, you've grown. Your current decisiveness brings me great joy. No matter how you choose, the Jiang clan will stand behind you. Support the young master. If we must fight, then let's fight. We won't back down. The elder members of the Jiang family, their beards turning white, waved their arms in support of Jiang Yun. Are all members of the Jiang family warmongers? Jiang Yun's next opportunity to sign in would not come until dawn the next day. He needed to seize the time to cultivate and strive to consolidate his 6th cave. With the dual pupils activated in less than 3 breaths, Jiang Yun entered that profound state of enlightenment. The Jiang family's stellar divine transformation technique, under the enhancement of his dual pupils, revealed its most arcane meanings effortlessly in his mind. Yesterday, Jiang Yun had actually delayed a significant portion of the stellar divine transformation technique. Today there were still some of the most profound parts left uncomprehended, and now was the perfect time to completely master it. Above his head, with the aid of his dual pupils, a small spiritual energy vortex took shape, and a surge of spiritual power poured down to help form his 6th cave. At this rate, Jiang Yun speculated that in no more than 2 days he would achieve the 6 great caves. The dual pupils also had another effect, allowing him to focus on 2 things at once. While comprehending the stellar divine transformation, he could also delve into the mysteries of the dual pupils. He noticed that within his dual pupils the formless divine patterns seemed to resonate in some rhythmic manner, and Jiang Yun carefully experienced this. Listening to the divine pattern's rhythmic movements within the dual pupils, he felt his spirit undergoing tempering. The pure spiritual energy above his head transformed into boundless nourishment, nurturing his limbs and bones. This was the true function of the dual pupils. With them he possessed not only an unparalleled divine artifact, but also the ability to comprehend divine patterns and embark on a path leading directly to the sacred realm. Jiang Yun was intoxicated in this state. With each heartbeat he resonated with the rhythmic movements of the divine patterns within the dual pupils. His life surged upwards into a profound elevation. This was the true purpose of the dual pupils. He continued to cultivate until the stars dotted the night sky before finally awakening. The 6th cave had fully formed. With the enhancement of the dual pupils, it felt as though he had only used a single day and night. Looking at the 6 great caves slowly rotating before him, a hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. With the dual pupils, what was the limit of his caves? How many could he condense? With this question in mind, he arrived at the family's cultivation technique pavilion. Guarding the Jiang family's techniques was an old man from the Jiang clan, sitting cross-legged on a mat exuding brilliant light, clearly having reached some extraordinary realm. If it weren't for Jiang Yun observing with his dual pupils, he would have never discovered that this old man had actually inscribed divine patterns onto his soul. In the past, Jiang Yun had visited multiple times only to find this old man's gaze clouded and decrepit, resembling a withering tree. But before the dual pupils, everything was laid bare. Uncle Jiang Yun has come to consult the techniques. The old man opened his eyes, the brilliance fading and the light surrounding him retracted as if he devoured it into his stomach. The aura was long and profound. Within it contained the aura of the cave heavens, yet it was majestic and boundless, faintly resembling the sound of great rivers crashing against the banks. You've broken through. To what level have you cultivated the Jiang family's stellar divine transformation technique? The old man stepped forward and grasped Jiang Yun's arm, his grip like a pair of pincers capable of crushing refined iron instantly. I just condensed the stellar divine transformation and indeed broke through to the cave heaven realm. Jiang Yun was surprised that the old man had instantly discerned his realm, even surpassing the insight of his father Jiang Lin and the clan elders. This old man was indeed extraordinary. Good. To condense the stellar divine transformation at 20 years old, your future is limitless. In such a short time, such earth-shattering changes have occurred. How strange, how marvelous. Oh, you should head inside quickly. The old man released Jiang Yun and waved his hand, signaling him to enter the technique pavilion. Jiang Yun picked up a treatise on cultivator realms which stated that due to individual differences in potential cultivators form varying numbers of spirit caverns. Yet the greater the number formed, the more arduous their future breakthrough to the soul engraving realm would become. For every loss there is gain. Those who achieve such rarity upon attaining the soul engraving realm are able to inscribe far more profound and potent Tao traces. By extension, the more spirit caverns one forms, the greater, and often several or even dozens of times greater, the power and quantity of divine abilities manifested upon ascending from the soul engraving realm to the divine ability realm. He continued reading and discovered that the human body's absolute limit was 9 spirit caverns. Beyond that, no records existed. Yet another passage recounted how an unnamed overlord body cultivator striving for ultimate transcendence and the pinnacle of the spirit cavern path shattered his own foundation and rebuilt anew, thereby forging a 10th spirit cavern. Though his potential was extraordinary, his mortal frame ultimately could not bear the overwhelming strain. He fell midway along the path of inscribing divine soul Tao traces, his life ending at the threshold of 10 spirit caverns. Even so, his legendary feats remained unmatched. In his prime, he slew every peerless genius of his generation, and divine ability realm experts crumbled beneath his palm, hundreds, even thousands slain in a single strike. Huff. Unbelievable. 10 spirit caverns, such terrifying might. Is he even human? He rivals only the infant forms of primordial celestial sovereigns. My twin sacred eyes vanished eons ago. My constitution surely surpasses that nameless overlord body. Should I attempt it? The risk is immense, but the reward equally staggering. As Jiang Yun stepped out of the scripture pavilion, he respectfully bowed to the elderly gatekeeper, who nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Only after Jiang Yun had vanished into the distance did the gatekeeper open his eyes. Treading the path of ultimate spirit cavern transcendence yields tremendous breakthrough gains, but also grave peril. Our Jiang clan's divine king bloodline has long thinned. This road is perilously narrow. Enough. I must find an opportunity to gently awaken him. West City Luo residence, spanning over 10,000 square meters, its pavilions and towers shimmered faintly amid mist and shadow. In the Luo clan's central assembly hall, Luo Lai sat at the head seat, followed by Luo Qinghan, with Luo Kong seated beside her. Behind them stood the elder patriarchs of the Luo clan. Qinghan, you truly intend to confront Jiang Yun? That wretch is hardly worth your attention. Indeed, madam, you've received the Supreme Elder's recommendation from the Bingqing Palace and met that august figure himself. Why concern yourself with the Jiang clan's dignity? Sister, I demand you kill Jiang Qin. Help me. Luo Qinghan wore a flowing emerald gauze gown, her figure tall and elegant, her raven tresses cascading to her waist. A delicate veil obscured her face, while her serene luminous eyes and bare forehead and neck glowed with ethereal purity, arousing endless reverie. She was beauty incarnate, her brow adorned with a crescent moon. She cast a sharp glance at her younger brother Luo Kong. I've told you before, we need not heed the Jiang clan. This Yu city will soon belong to us alone. Yet, since they harmed you, this matter cannot end quietly. 3 days hence, once the inherited power within me, the Bingqing Jade Essence, has fully stabilized, I shall personally visit their residence, subdue them utterly, and reclaim justice, shattering Jiang Yun's illusions once and for all. Her voice, cold and crystalline, carried the imperious aura of a celestial sovereigness. In just 3 years, Luo Qinghan had transformed entirely. Luo Lai and his son exchanged a knowing look, both brimming with delight. Luo Kong rubbed his palms together eagerly. Sister, do you have surplus resources? I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Luo Qinghan flicked her sleeve. A storage spirit ring soared into the center of the hall. This contains the parting gift bestowed upon me last time by that august figure. With the Bingqing Palace's ancestral transmission infused into my being, I have no immediate need for it. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai, his son, and the assembled Luo elders erupted into expressions of ecstatic jubilation. Luo Lai in particular felt his conviction deepen. He walked the correct path, the law of the jungle reigned supreme, and the Jiang clan was now nothing more than prey upon his plate. Jiang Yun returned to his abode under a stardust night sky. Without uttering a word, he resumed cultivation. Blessed with the twin sacred eyes, his progress was twice as swift, half the effort. The twin sacred eyes were said to mark one as a natural-born saint realm contender, not mere myth, but now a truth Jiang Yun experienced firsthand. The night passed in silence. At dawn's first golden light, a chime resounded, and Jiang Yun opened his eyes. Condition fulfilled. Register attendance. Yes. Chime, attendance reward true dragon profound art. Instantly a golden true dragon bone hovered before Jiang Yun. The legendary true dragon profound art, peerless in offense, second only to the mythical Jia character secret. So, this is what it looks like. Jiang Yun's heart pounded fiercely. Though ranked below the 9 secrets, this was nonetheless an incomparable sovereignty or treasure. The Do character secret stood unrivaled in the world, capable of emulating any martial art or cultivation technique, its origin shrouded in impenetrable mystery, its strength scaling ever higher against ever greater foes. The twin sacred eyes enhanced innate talent, combat prowess, and even spiritual battle acuity, rumored to eventually nurture a unique supreme profound art. Yet Jiang Yun had yet to unlock this ability. The true dragon profound art, however, was a genuine sovereignty or profound art with it transcending one's cultivation realm in battle became trivial. Jiang Yun could even contend with pure-blooded primordial true spirit offspring. To speak of contending was still an understatement. Among all ancient spirit beasts, the true dragon reigned supreme, its pure-blood lineage believed extinct, and the true dragon profound art a closely guarded secret of the true dragon race itself. At Jiang Yun's mental command, countless minuscule golden dragonlings surged forth from the true dragon bone racing toward his body and instantly fused with his soul. In a flash, Jiang Yun found himself within a boundless infinite void, where countless true dragons of varied forms enacted their own Tao principles. Activating his twin sacred eyes, Jiang Yun entered a state of profound enlightenment. Every subtle movement, every lethal combat technique of the dragons flowed seamlessly into his soul. From morning until afternoon, he absorbed the endless array of combat techniques, profound insights, and Tao principles emanating from the dragon's eternal struggle within that vast space. Finally, the golden Tao traces upon the true dragon bone faded entirely, absorbed to the last. And upon Jiang Yun's forehead, a golden dragonling seal blazed forth with blinding radiance. Roar. A thunderous, heaven-shaking dragon roar reverberated across Yu City's skies, unleashing an awe-inspiring dragon might. A colossal golden dragon phantom, 10,000 zhang in length, soared skyward, circling Yu City's heavens a full 100 times before gradually dissipating. Celestial blossoms rained from the heavens, auspicious chi billowed, a rainbow-hued cloud stretched across the firmament, and the phantoms of numerous ancient spirit beasts appeared in solemn communion, celebrating the rebirth of the true dragon profound art. Such a phenomenal omen shook not only Yu City, but even the beast-infested forest 1,000 li away and the barbarian tribes dwelling in the wild, untamed steppes. All manner of demonic beasts prostrated themselves motionless, even demon kings knelt in submission. Flying demonic beasts plummeted from the skies, crashing to earth and lying broken helpless in their despair. Jiang Yun winced inwardly. He had never anticipated the true dragon profound art's manifestation would trigger such cataclysmic resonance. Yet, if given the choice again, he would not hesitate. Within the city lord's mansion, Su Yuan and his son Su Qing stared upward, stunned into prolonged silence by the celestial dragon omen. A true dragon, where did it appear? It seems, from the northeast, near the Jiang residence. Rose first. Su Qing swallowed hard, his voice strained. The arrogant, commanding gaze he usually wore had vanished completely. The appearance of a true dragon phenomenon in Yu City quickly spread, but Jiang Yun was not worried. The true dragon treasure technique had long since vanished for countless years. Ancient texts recorded that a single era spanned hundreds of thousands of years, and in recent eras, even the pure-blooded dragon clan had not been documented, let alone the emergence of the true dragon treasure technique. Even if someone paraded through the streets claiming to possess it, no one would believe them. He further contemplated the profundities of the true dragon treasure technique, realizing it was a form of inheritance that could evolve different extraordinary skills based on individual comprehension. However, several fundamental skills, such as the true dragon claw and dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, were naturally innate. Just as Jiang Yun was quietly grasping the true dragon treasure technique, an unexpected guest arrived at the Jiang residence. Su Qing, the only son of the city lord who had been invited to wander the imperial city for over a decade, came to visit and specifically requested a private conversation with Jiang Lin and his son. Jiang Lin did not understand Su Qing's request, but it was not entirely unreasonable, so he agreed. Jiang Yun and Jiang Qin quickly arrived in the hall where both parties took their seats. Master Jiang, I just witnessed a true dragon rising into the sky from your esteemed residence. I wonder what caused it. Jiang Lin was taken aback. What was this? It was as if the Jiang residence harbored a hidden realm with a great treasure manifesting. He had to distance himself from this accusation, otherwise it would become troublesome. Although the true dragon phenomenon indeed originated from the Jiang residence, he had even discovered that it was due to the appearance of his 2 precious sons in the sky. His attitude remained one of indifference. As a father, he only needed to fulfill his duty of protection. Of course, the most important thing at the moment was to deflect blame. Su Xianzi, I also saw the true dragon phenomenon, but it was not from my Jiang residence, rather it was from a nearby district, and many people have rushed over. You can investigate it yourself. Jiang Yun and Jiang Lin kept silent, and under Jiang Lin's leadership the Jiang family never raised suspicions about each other. Su Qing frowned, although he had doubts it was difficult to ascertain the truth. The phenomenon had disappeared, and there was no evidence to prove otherwise. Actually, I came not only to investigate the true dragon phenomenon, but also to discuss a potential collaboration with Master Jiang. Oh, please speak, Xianzi. Jiang Lin was startled. To the city lord's mansion, and the 4 great families had always maintained a facade of peace, while secretly vying for control over Yu City, a fact known to nearly everyone. Su Yuan and his son could not harbor good intentions. With the current strength of the Jiang family, it is nearly impossible to contend against the Luo family. If your Jiang family complies in the future and relinquishes 90% of your territory, my city lord's mansion can help you weather this crisis. Su Qing kept Su Yuan's words in mind, using courtesy before coercion. Now that the Jiang family was in turmoil, it was the best time to prop them up as puppets of the city lord's mansion. They truly harbored ill intentions. Jiang Yun was the first to stand, gesturing as if to send them off, laughing at the notion that the Jiang family could ever be a puppet of the city lord's mansion. There is no need for collaboration. Our Jiang family has our own plans and does not require the city lord's mansion to worry. With the true dragon treasure technique in hand, along with the heavy eye and the doozy secret, Jiang Yun spoke with conviction. In the past, Jiang Yun, despite being the legitimate son, often played the role of a carefree second-generation heir. Yet now within the small U city, the city lord's mansion and the Luo family had both revealed their ambitions to swallow the Jiang family. Did they truly believe the Jiang family had no fighting spirit? Jiang Lin and Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yun in astonishment. Su Qing, over 30, was the leader of the younger generation, yet Jiang Yun was surprisingly assertive. It was said that when he left U City, he had already reached the cave heaven realm. Over a decade had passed, and with his talent for 4 cave heavens, he was at least at the late stage of the soul engraving realm, or even at the divine ability realm. Haha, I was just joking. Master Jiang, I will continue my investigation into the true dragon phenomenon. Farewell. No need to see you off. Jiang Yun stood firm in the hall, waving to dismiss the visitor. Su Qing and his father were not good people. They were taking advantage of the situation. Protecting the Jiang family while demanding 90% of their territory certainly painted a grotesque picture. In that moment, Jiang Yun silently made a decision. Rather than being preyed upon at the dining table, it was better to place all hostile competitors on the menu. As for the Jiang family, they were the ones seated at the table ordering. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yun prepared to return to his cultivation. I will return to cultivate. As night fell, Jiang Yun had already comprehended several extraordinary skills from the true dragon treasure technique that were sufficient to deal with most enemies. He decided to continue his cultivation, aiming for the 7th cave heaven. After a night of cultivation, the 7th cave heaven had yet to take shape. At dawn, a sound came again. Conditions met. Would you like to sign in? Yes, thank you very much. Sign in, reward 10 years of cultivation experience. Hearing this, Jiang Yun's spirit jolted. Before him floated a ball of colorful light only the size of a fist. He used his heavy eye to observe and discovered that it contained the essence of his daily cultivation. Jiang Yun's first feeling was one of immense gratitude. Just how far would he progress after 10 years of dedicated practice in the state of the heavy eye? He reached out his hand to grasp the colorful light. In an instant, the light enveloped his arm and quickly merged into him. A vast power surged from within. 8th cave heaven, 9th cave heaven, 10th cave heaven, all united. Finally, Jiang Yun transformed back into a single cave heaven. What? His cultivation regressed. But the next moment, an indescribable strength compelled him to suddenly stand up, and the clothes on his upper body burst apart. Not only that, but every muscle and blood vessel in his body spasmed, growing thicker. This was bad. Although the 10 years of hard work were comprehensive, the power of the unified 10th cave heaven was too overwhelming, and his physical body struggled to contain it. Ultimately, whether it was the heavy eye, the doozy secret, or the true dragon treasure technique, none of them were invincible. They were either talents or battle techniques. Heavy eye power be restrained. Jiang Yun's eyes turned blood red, and his exceedingly elevated cave heaven slowly rotated before him, emanating an incredibly powerful aura. This aura was sensed by everyone in the Jiang family, and they all unconsciously turned their gazes towards Jiang Yun. Even Jiang Lin felt a pang of unease, as his eldest son seemed to have changed significantly recently. It appeared he had become more handsome and resolute, somewhat resembling his younger self. It should be fine. Although Yuner has average talent, he rarely causes me trouble. Jiang Lin's heart was conflicted. He had once made a mistake that caused Jiang Yun and Jiang Qin's mother to leave home when they were young. Thus his tolerance and care for the two brothers far exceeded that of a typical father. Across from Jiang Yun's room, Jiang Lin was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something. Brother, have you hidden your strength? The elder of the cultivation hall, who had originally had murky eyes and was dozing off now, also looked towards Jiang Yun's direction. This kid, this power, he has indeed embarked on that path of ultimate elevation. Except for yourself, no one can help you. Yet this was not the most critical part. Above Jiang Yun, the clouds in the nearby sky began to gather, forming layers of dark clouds with lightning flickering intermittently. The 9th cave heaven was already a legend, and the 10th cave heaven was a taboo. Achieving unity in the 10th cave heaven meant breaking the taboo, returning to unity, and being unrestrained. The divine would descend to eliminate this existence that should not have been possible. Thunder crackled as lightning intertwined with dark clouds. This was not merely a tribulation. The power of the unified cave heaven was too formidable, forcing Jiang Yun to seal most of his strength with the heavy eye. The heavy eye was mysterious and incomprehensible, completely belonging to Jiang Yun. The method of sealing was akin to devouring, which could also be termed as storage within the internal world space of the heavy eye. I was too greedy. At this moment Jiang Yun realized that he could not harness the power of the unified 10th cave heaven. During the 10th cave heaven he felt as if nothing was amiss, but after the unification he could no longer bear it. This indicated that even the heavy eye could at most become a legendary 10th cave heaven. With a thought Jiang Yun summoned forth the unified cave heaven which had most of its power sealed. At that moment the unification resembled a grayish circular object shrinking him down referred to as the gray ring. Jiang Yun reached out to grasp it and waved towards the window. Boom! A nearby small mountain over 10 feet high instantly exploded into dust leaving no trace, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Is it really that strong? Knock knock knock. A sharp rapping echoed at the door. Jiang Lin stood there, his brow furrowed with quiet concern. Yuner, are you unharmed? He could no longer contain himself. First came the celestial dragon omen, and now before Jiang Yun's threshold a towering artificial mountain over 10 zhang high had shattered into dust. Even a spirit link realm cultivator would struggle to achieve such devastation, certainly beyond Jiang Lin's own late soul engraving realm prowess. Moreover, black clouds had gathered above Jiang Yun's rooftop moments earlier, crackling with interwoven thunder and wildfire, a sight so terrifying it drew cold sweat from onlookers. Fortunately, the phenomenon had since begun to fade. Jiang Yun retracted the unified cavity heaven. He sighed inwardly. This time he truly seemed to have He opened the door. I'm unharmed. Jiang Lin studied his eldest son closely, sensing an unmistakable transformation, day by day subtle yet profound, yet unable to pinpoint its source. Oh, good then. Jiang Lin scratched the back of his head puzzled and turned to leave, then suddenly pivoted, pointed skyward and blurted out. By the way, was that black fire cloud in the heavens you're doing? Jiang Yun froze. A black fire cloud. He rushed outside at once, and there it was directly above his chamber. Thick black clouds still roiled their embedded thunderfire, rapidly dissipating. It doesn't seem to be. No, it wasn't. Jiang Lin departed vexed. With his cultivation level and worldly experience, he could deduce nothing definitive. Besides, how could one interrogate one's own grown son as if he were a suspect? After Jiang Lin left, Jiang Yun immediately turned his attention to the Ashen Ring. Tomorrow marked the Luo clan's second arrival, and Luo Qinghan, who had trained for 3 years at the Bingqing Palace, was highly likely to accompany them. No one knew the true depth of Luo Qinghan's cultivation, yet she almost certainly possessed secret trump cards bestowed by the Bingqing Palace's supreme elder. This unsettled Jiang Yun deeply, especially given his long-cherished 10-cavity heavens now collapsed into a single inert ashen ring. Yet there was good news. Jiang Yun had just tested his abilities. The true dragon sacred art, the twin pupils' power, and the fighting character's secret all functioned without hindrance. Luo Qinghan, I do not believe you wear two faces. I have never betrayed you, as should you betray me you shall repay my sincerity with your own. Having spoken, Jiang Yun closed his eyes once more to meditate. The twin pupils' energy flowed outward from his inner realm, a gentle ceaseless stream nourishing his sinews, bones, and marrow. Truly the twin pupils defied all logic. Given more time, Jiang Yun's physical body, refined and strengthened by this rare power, might even withstand and harness the forbidden unified cavity heaven. Elsewhere, Jiang Lin convened the scattered branches of the Jiang clan to deliberate how best to confront tomorrow's inevitable life-or-death crisis. The 5 soul engraving realm experts brought by Luo Lai and his son, and Luo Lai himself, whose strength remained inscrutable, already posed an existential threat to the entire Jiang clan. Clan chief, let us unleash our ancestral heirloom and fight them to the death. The Jiang clan must never be disgraced. No, that is unthinkable. The Divine King's blood essence is reserved solely for descendants bearing the Jiang bloodline. Should any heir awaken the bloodline, that single drop, the quintessence of a perfected Divine King body, could ignite a transcendental leap. How dare we waste it? If we lose our lives, what use is it then? Voices erupted in clamorous debate, but no one flinched or fled, not even in the face of annihilation. Once the Jiang clan thrived under the blessing of the Divine King body bloodline, generation after generation sustained by its grace. Yet no descendant had ever reached the Divine King realm again. That failure lay at the heart of the clan's decline. Silence. In times of catastrophe, disunity and panic serve no purpose. A stern voice cut through the din. An elder appeared beside Jiang Lin. All eyes turned, recognizing the old guardian of the scripture pavilion. His presence stirred unease among many. This man had long appeared frail and near death, yet now he stood tall, eyes blazing with fierce, unyielding light. Jiang Lin recovered first. Profound respects to elder uncle grandfather. Respects to elder uncle grand. Tomorrow I shall handle the Luo clan's spirit link realm cultivators. You deal with the soul engraving realm yourselves. If you fall, it is none of my concern. Stunned silence followed. After all, elder uncle grandfather's lifespan was nearly exhausted. Spirit link realm cultivators seldom exceeded 1,000 years of life. A soul engraving realm lifespans ranged only in the centuries. Could elder uncle grandfather still fight? The scripture pavilion elder straightened his spine, and a torrent of late soul engraving realm aura surged forth. Simultaneously, 3 distinct soul-engraving Tao traces blazed across his being. Do you doubt me? 3 soul-engraving Tao traces, you walked the path of extremes. Indeed. And precisely because of that, my body bears hidden injuries that bar me from ascending to the Spirit Link realm, yet no Spirit Link realm cultivator can subdue me. As he spoke, his gaze burned with sovereign, unassailable confidence. Every soul who dared tread the path of extremes was a peerless prodigy, selected from thousands willing to stake their entire cultivation, even their lives, upon the razor's edge of ultimate refinement. Such courage commanded reverence. At last the truth dawned: only elder uncle-grandfather could save the entire Jiang clan. 3 soul-engraving Tao traces signified not merely tripled peak soul-engraving strength, but a force magnified manyfold. In other words, even a typical early spirit soul realm cultivator would be utterly crushed before him. Across Jiang Manor, clansmen hurried, activating formation arrays, setting traps, preparing contingency plans, yet every man wore his full arsenal upon his person. Should this battle truly erupt, the fate of the Jiang clan would be irrevocably altered. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his brother Jiang Qin remained uninformed of the impending war, though that did not mean they were unaware. Jiang Qin too had prepared, ready to relinquish control of his flesh, surrendering his body entirely to it, if only to prevent the Jiang clan's extinction. Night deepened. Jiang Yun continued, refining his body with the twin pupils' energy, striving to command even a fraction more of the unified cavity heaven's power. Dawn broke anew. Ding. Sign in. Yes, truly, thank you. Sign in successful. Reward innate saintly body Tao embryo. Jiang Yun stared wide-eyed, involuntarily repeating the phrase twice: primordial sacred body Tao embryo. In that moment, only one thought filled his mind: this system truly loved him. A Jiang Lin and Jiang Qin could wait. How could Jiang Yun not recognize such a heaven-defying constitution? It was legendary across the world, a peerless physique destined for the path of sovereigns and emperors. Its value even surpassed that of the twin divine eyes, for while the twin divine eyes granted unparalleled might up to the apex of the saint realm, breaking through into the sovereign realm still carried grave peril. The primordial sacred body Tao embryo bore no such risk. The primordial Tao body effortlessly shattered all cultivation barriers. Its path was free of inner demons, smooth and unimpeded. The ancient saint body conferred invincible physical prowess, its perfected form capable of withstanding even an emperor's divine wrath. Legends claimed that a perfected ancient saint body and an emperor ruled separate domains, and if an emperor ascended too late, having absorbed insufficient world essence, he would still be beaten, even after achieving divinity. Before Jiang Yun floated 2 droplets of blood, one azure, one golden. There was no need to guess: the azure belonged to the primordial Tao body, the golden to the ancient saint body. The legendary primordial sacred body Tao embryo was formed from just these 2 drops of blood. Beside the azure droplet, invisible Tao principles wove together, delicately cradling it as though safeguarding a treasured relic. Around the golden droplet, Tao principles dissolved entirely, even the void itself collapsed into absolute nothingness. Its aura was tyrannical, sovereign, steeped in supreme imperial qi. Jiang Yun extended both hands, his left grasped the golden blood, his right the azure. Time itself seemed to freeze. He soared across the river of time and space, gazing down upon sovereigns and emperors alike with transcendent disdain. Within that river, each sovereign and emperor stood towering, unwashed away by the torrent, but none could leap free. Jiang Yun, however, viewed them from above, the river itself traversing freely unbound. In that instant, Jiang Yun glimpsed his own future. The fabric of time tore open, and he met his own gaze. Who dares claim invincibility? Who dares proclaim supremacy? The primordial sacred body Tao embryo. Across the boundless multiverse, even one half of this dual constitution, the ancient saint body alone, or the primordial Tao body alone, would suffice to elevate him above all races. How much more so when united? The 2 most potent blood essences of supreme constitutions instantly fused into Jiang Yun's flesh, granting him the strongest physique existing in this age. He raised his head, the twin divine eyes now amplified by the primordial Tao body perceived with crystalline clarity every attribute of Tao principles: creation, destruction, judgment, and beyond. He lowered his gaze. The ancient saint body stirred within him, evoking the illusion that a perfected ancient saint body could cleave heaven and earth with a single palm. Yet this was merely the initial stage, the fusion of the 2 primordial blood sources, the genesis of the primordial sacred body Tao embryo. Jiang Yun's first realization was that his unified profound heaven could now be restored, no longer requiring suppression by the twin divine eye's power. Indeed, though the primordial sacred body Tao embryo had yet to fully manifest, the moment Jiang Yun lifted the seal on his unified profound heaven, his entire being underwent transcendental sublimation. Chaotic primordial energy billowed around him. Celestial hymns resonated, the harmonious chanting of ancient immortal kings. True dragons and vermilion phoenixes, along with countless other primordial auspicious beasts, circled him in graceful dance or thunderous roars. Behind Jiang Yun, a colossal phantom of an immortal king suddenly manifested. His flesh gleamed gold, his armor shimmered azure. He surveyed eternity with sovereign contempt, commanding myriad Dao paths. Such a tenth-sans-hang celestial omen was staggering. It swiftly drew the attention of numerous experts, yet its scale was so immense that the entire city of Yu rested beneath it, rendering its origin utterly untraceable. Jiang Yun tapped his own forehead, then rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yes, the blinding azure and golden radiance emanated unmistakably from his eldest son Jiang Yun's chamber. Surely not another one today. What is going on? He could scarcely articulate his astonishment. Many others in the Jiang family noticed too, but their understanding remained anchored at Jiang Yun's previously known realm, Spirit Sea. Moreover, in this era, the three divine realms represented the pinnacle of cultivation, let alone the peerless sovereign realm, or the emperor realm beyond even that. What is this? Has an emperor appeared in Yu City? City Lord Su Yuan began trembling uncontrollably. His son Su Qing fared no better. Su Qing even harbored a fleeting suspicion that this omen might have originated from the Jiang residence. Could it be Jiang Yun's younger brother? Who else in the Jiang family could possibly generate such a prodigious sign? What talent has this youth awakened? At the Luo family manor in the city's northeast, Luo Qinghan's luminous moon-like eyes, radiant and enchanting, were now clouded with bewilderment. She recalled casually browsing an ancient ranking scroll at the Ice Peer Palace, listing several peerless saint bodies and Dao bodies from the most primordial era's bodies that dominated their generations, crushed young sovereigns, and ascended to the emperor throne. Could this be one of them? Who had awakened such an omen? Without hesitation, she turned and recorded the phenomenon using a luminescent pearl. Though she herself did not recognize it, the Ice Peer Palace's elder immortals surely would, and so would the young master who had taken interest in her. Speaking of that young master, Luo Qinghan had hesitated these past days. Upon entering the Ice Peer Palace, her 9 mystic maiden body had been detected, a constitution both coveted and perilous. She remained uncertain whether his intentions were genuine. Until confirmed, she would not consent, yet her time was running short. As Luo Qinghan pondered, Luo Lai and his son arrived with a retinue of Luo family elites. Qinghan, the hour has come. We depart now, to settle your marriage and to deal with the Jiang family. Luo Qinghan turned her head slightly, replying with quiet impatience. You've summoned the city lord's office and the other 2 great families, haven't you? Once Jiang Yun is divorced, handle the Jiang family as you see fit. The city lord and Lords Zhang and Mu have already agreed. Luo Lai smiled deferentially. His daughter's attitude troubled him not at all. For the Luo family's future ascendancy, Luo Qinghan was the linchpin. The moment the Luo clan stepped beyond their gates, every citizen of Yu City fixed their gaze upon them. 3 days earlier, the Luo and Jiang families had been poised for war, yet inexplicably Luo Lai halted his advance and city lord Su Yuan himself intervened to broker peace. This time, however, the Luo family deployed its full strength, marching forth with grim resolve and murderous intent. Yu City would not know peace again. These past few days, Yu City had witnessed one spectacle after another, whether elite land marital upheavals or celestial omens, true dragon manifestations, sovereign-level portents. Rumors began circulating that the premier powers beyond Yu City, including the ruling aristocracy of the Qian kingdom, had certainly taken notice. Perhaps envoys from those factions were already en route. The Jiang residence stood wide open, arrays hummed fiercely around its perimeter, striking terror into opportunistic meddlers. An onlooker sighed softly. After all, the Jiangs are an ancient time-honored lineage. The Jiang family must not be trifled with. Not necessarily, another countered. Lord Mu is upright enough, but the city lord's office and Lord Zhang. They abandon principle for profit. If given the chance to trample the Jiangs, would they hold back? I do not believe it. As the crowd engaged in discussion, the members of the Luo family had already arrived outside the Jiang residence. The assembly of masters from the Luo family was even more magnificent than last time, boasting over 20 members, each with a minimum cultivation level of early soul marking. This lineup was truly astonishing. However, the focal point of everyone's attention was none other than Luo Qinghan, whose tall and graceful figure with perfect curves earned her the titles of the most beautiful woman in Yuqing and the #1 prodigy. She gracefully stepped down from the Xianyu snow sculpture, her fragrant aura wafting through the air, captivating the crowd from 100 zhang away, their eyes filled with infatuation. Fairy Luo, you are so beautiful. After 3 years, I finally see her again. Even with a veil, she is still enchanting. Jiang Yun is such a scoundrel for not cherishing her. Jiang Yun. Qinghan, you have returned. A magnetic male voice sounded, belonging to Su Qing, the only son of the city lord. Today, he donned dark iron armor, his tall and sturdy figure radiating vitality, clearly showing interest in Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan turned her head, casting a glance at Su Qing before shifting her gaze away, not even nodding in acknowledgement. Su Qing felt a bit awkward. He admired Luo Qinghan, but knew deep down that such a prodigy was beyond his reach. His connections in the imperial city were insufficient, not even worthy to carry her shoes. Especially since he had heard that after Luo Qinghan caught the attention of that young noble, she had lost all interest in pursuing anyone else. Haha, thank you City Lord Su, Lord Mu, and Lord Zhang for your support today. You are witnesses. I will avenge my son Luo Kong for the injuries caused by the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, the heads of the Jiang and Mu families exchanged glances, secretly cursing the ugly facade, as they knew he was merely trying to swallow the Jiang family whole while placing a hat on it. City Lord Su Yuan, however, wore a signature smile. He casually glanced at the Luo family's lineup of over 20 soul-marking realm experts and instantly understood that Luo Qinghan must have been delivering resources to her family over the years. Not at all. The Luo family is now the #1 family in Yuqing. Congratulations. Indeed, brother Luo is Luo Lai, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. Praising the Luo family as the #1 family in front of the city lord and the people of Yuqing, as well as members of the Jiang and Mu families, truly satisfied him. "Jiang Lin, bring out your 2 useless sons to die." The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Lin charged out of the door like a whirlwind, furiously saying, "Shut your mouth. Your son was defeated by my son Jiang Qin with a single sword strike. I spared him once. Do you want to lose all face?" "Well said. Today, besides delivering a divorce letter to your useless son Jiang Yun, I will also avenge my son." Luo Lai proclaimed, his entire being radiating energy, the aura of a divine ability realm expert instantly bursting forth. Beside him stood 2 elders from the Luo family, also releasing the aura of divine ability realm. Everyone gasped in shock. The Jiang family, once the #1 family, had only 1 divine ability realm expert in the old patriarch. The Luo family had hidden 2 deeply. 3 divine ability experts were enough to sweep away all forces in Yuqing. The heads of the Mu and Jiang families wore expressions of bitter helplessness, realizing that today's Jiang family would soon be their own fate. Seeing the intimidation effect achieved, Luo Lai was very pleased. He looked toward the right side. "Lord Mu, Lord Jiang, do you view my Luo family as allies or enemies?" "Allies." "So am I. Then you better not hold back later." Luo Lai's eyes sparkled with cold light. In Yuqing, the divine ability realm was akin to heaven, capable of suppressing all. Now that the Luo family possessed 3 in his eyes, even if the Jiang family exhausted their resources, they could not escape the fate of being annihilated by the Luo family. City Lord Su Yuan also retreated cautiously, yet Su Qing did not back down at this moment. Su Qing wore a faint smile. Of the 3,000 dark iron heavy cavalry he stationed outside the city were already poised for action. He awaited an opportunity, one that depended on the timing of the Jiang family's downfall. Great changes were afoot in Yuqing. Only those with strength deserved a share of the spoils. The onlookers watched the scene with grave expressions. The Jiang family is doomed. Oh, what a pity. If it weren't for the Jiang family's protection, how could the eastern part of Yuqing become such a peaceful place? 1 divine ability realm expert is enough to wipe out the Jiang family, let alone 3. This is a one-sided crushing. I wonder if Luo Qinghan will spare him for the sake of having tied the knot with Jiang Yun. Spare him for what? To take revenge later. Besides, with Jiang Shao's qualifications, even if you give him 100 years, he can't reach the soul-marking realm. Jiang Lin's face turned pale, retreating 1 step, then 2, then 3, nearly collapsing onto the ground. He thought there would be only 1 divine ability realm expert in the Luo family, yet there were 3. How could they continue to fight? Even if the Jiang family's formation was activated, it would not hold. Ironically, 3 days ago, he believed the Luo family feared their strength. A little did he know that the Luo family was merely probing their capabilities last time. Behind Jiang Lin, the elder from the cultivation pavilion appeared first, followed by masters from various branches of the Jiang family. Their cultivation levels varied, but only 2 or 3 were in the late soul-marking realm. The elder from the cultivation pavilion wore a solemn expression from the moment he appeared. With 3 divine ability realm experts, he feared he would not stand a chance. "Prepare for a desperate battle. Even if we die, we must not disgrace the Jiang family's name." "Old uncle. What about the Jiang family members? There are so many children." Jiang Lin's expression darkened as the patriarch, his late soul-marking realm cultivation, truly felt inadequate. "Lord Jiang, Lord Mu, do you really want to aid the wicked? My Jiang family has never offended you." As he saw the Jiang and Mu families preparing to join in against the Jiang family, Jiang Lin felt increased pressure and attempted to reason with them. "Jiang Lin, do not blame me. Brother Luo has given orders I dare not disobey." "So do I." Jiang Lin ceased speaking, as sometimes when stances change, life and death become adversaries. "Jiang Yun, I have come. Will you accept the divorce letter?" Luo Qinghan used her spiritual power, her voice echoing throughout the Jiang residence, clear even 10 kilometers away. Jiang Yun had not yet appeared in her eyes. He was merely avoiding her. But if avoidance were effective, why bother with talent and strength? She felt that, even without that young noble's attention, they could no longer be together. Everything changed the day she entered the ice-clear palace. The statue of the founder in the palace actually trembled, and then the founder's legacy automatically infused her with the ice-clear source power. Since then, Luo Qinghan seemed to have gained a cheat, advancing rapidly. After 3 days in the ice-clear palace, she became a core member, and half a month later, she was recognized by the palace's highest authority as a personal disciple. 3 months later, she was conferred as the heir to the palace lord. A year later, she defeated the senior sister and became the #1 prodigy of the younger generation. Her fame soared and her reputation spread, attracting numerous prodigies vying for her affection. Each prodigy had an extraordinary background, some even possessing innate powerful physiques and high cultivation levels. This gradually made Luo Qinghan's heart grow weary, questioning why she would marry Jiang Yun. What did Jiang Yun have aside from a handsome face that could compete with many prodigies? Even the patriarch of the Jiang family could not be compared to those prodigies. Elders of the gap was far too wide. Not to mention others. Her master, the supreme of the Ice Clear Palace, was a peak expert of the capable realm, already half a step into the divine fire realm. Once the divine fire was ignited, the Ice Clear Palace's status would rise once again. Thus Jiang Yun became increasingly worthless, becoming a stain on her reputation. She hated herself for being young, and Luo Lai's short-sightedness led him to hastily betroth her to Jiang Yun. Surely she could suppress him with just one finger, right? On the scene, the Jiang family members turned pale, trembling with anger, starkly contrasting with the Luo family's delight. Su Qing gazed at Luo Qinghan's enchanting figure deep in thought. Luo Qinghan, are you calling out to me throughout the city to let everyone know you have grown tired of your old husband? Luo Qinghan's voice like an ethereal melody echoed around the Jiang residence, so clear that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Yun slowly walked out, followed by Jiang Qin, dressed in a dark green long robe with a calm expression and an ethereal noble aura, yet his gaze held a lofty disdain reminiscent of a celestial king. How is it, you no longer recognize your own husband? A playful glint flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes, his invisible aura already towering over Luo Qinghan. A prodigy. The unrivaled peer of Yu City. Even the world's most celebrated geniuses would pale before him. The moment the innate sacred body Dao embryo descended upon him, Jiang Yun knew he had stepped onto a path of supreme, unassailable sovereignty. Truly, Luo Qinghan was breathtaking. Her delicate brows arched like ink-drawn crescents, her gaze shimmered with the serene grace of autumn lotuses rising from still water. Her silhouette, flawlessly sculpted, held the eye with hypnotic, ineffable allure. Jiang Yun acknowledged his own strength, but among all women he had ever beheld, none surpassed Luo Qinghan in beauty. Alas, beauty cloaked a heart devoid of virtue. She scorned the Jiang clan, and him most of all, intent on casting him aside. Luo Qinghan furrowed her brow, bewildered. Though this was the same man she had known, why did this Jiang Yun now stir within her an instinctive, irresistible urge to kneel? Even as the entire Luo clan mobilized its elite cultivators and coerced the Zhang and Mu clans into joint preparations for the assault upon the Jiang clan, Jiang Yun remained utterly unruffled, neither arrogant nor anxious. Could it be that he truly believed he could prevail against such overwhelming odds? Frankly, Luo Qinghan felt no desire to annihilate the Jiang clan, indeed a faint aversion stirred within her. Yet she was first and foremost a daughter of the Luo clan. Even if her status eclipsed every other member of the clan, what justification could she offer to oppose her family's expansion of power? Sign the divorce decree. I swear no one shall harm you. Luo Qinghan bit her lower lip, faintly uttering the words with uncertain conviction. Under Jiang Yun's oppressive aura, she felt as though he gazed down upon her from celestial heights, while she was but an insignificant ant beneath his feet. That sensation deepened, relentlessly tightening like a vice around her chest, so much so that even her ice-pure origin chi faltered and stalled within her meridians, leaving her profoundly perplexed. Oh, you may wish to spare me, but they appear unwilling to consent. Perhaps you ought to consult your own clansmen. A faint knowing smile curved Jiang Yun's lips as he gestured subtly toward the Luo elders behind her. Only Luo Qinghan felt the crushing pressure. A Luo Lai standing nearby sensed nothing at all, save perhaps that this worthless wretch possessed an unusually handsome countenance. Before she could speak, Luo Lai interjected sharply, Qinghan, roots must be severed completely. Spare him not, or strip him of his cultivation entirely. After a brief silent pause, Luo Qinghan murmured, then strip his cultivation. Do not kill him. Jiang Yun gazed upon her, the woman to whom he had once given his whole heart, and in that instant certainty crystallized Luo Qinghan had never been worthy of his devotion. Not then. Not ever. It mattered not. Now bearing the peerless innate sacred body Dao embryo and countless other profound legacies, Jiang Yun's will was unobstructed, his spirit utterly unburdened. Luo Qinghan's stance held no sway over him. Jiang Yun, behold, I grant you a final chance, self-annihilate your cultivation. After all, you are but a worthless thief spirit realm cultivator. With that, Luo Qinghan unleashed her full aura as though striving to break free from some unseen shackle. She could not fathom why her spiritual energy flowed so sluggishly, or why an inexplicable heaviness pressed upon her very soul. Though Jiang Yun emitted no overt aura, his silent ambient pressure had already swelled to a staggering degree. In the next breath, Jiang Yun swept his gaze across the Luo clan, the Jiang clan, the city lord's mansion, and the throng of watching cultivators and sects, then declared, a loud voice resonant and unwavering, hear this well today, I Jiang Yun formally divorce my wife. Dare you? Cold light blazed from Luo Qinghan's eyes. She was the Ice Pure Palace's preeminent genius, heir apparent to its throne, and personal disciple of the Supreme Elder. To her, Jiang Yun's words inverted their natural hierarchy, flaunting weakness as strength, humiliation as authority. How dared a mere failure cast her aside? Should word spread, her prestige within the Ice Pure Palace would crumble irrevocably. The onlookers erupted into stunned murmurs. Jiang Yun's audacity defied all expectation. Many now questioned in hushed disbelief, could this truly be the worthless young master of the Thief spirit realm? Pretension was commonplace, but to brazenly defy death itself demanded extraordinary courage. Though the Jiang clan faced imminent annihilation, their spirits had risen, their resolve rekindled. Brother, well said. A woman like this doesn't deserve to step across our threshold. Jiang Yun nodded solemnly, imagining the immense weight of pressure his elder brother must have borne to utter those words. Once Jiang Yun had obeyed Luo Qinghan without question, not merely acquiescing, but worshipping her with slavish bone-deep devotion. Luo Lai's face had long since darkened to a livid shade of indigo. In his vision, the Jiang clan should have groveled at his feet, prostrating themselves so he might savor at last the glory of Yu City's long-anticipated premier dynasty. Yet Jiang Yun's defiant rhetoric betrayed not a trace of fear, only pure unadulterated provocation. To endure further would be to become a turtle's edge of patience. Clever-tongued whelp, I'll grind you to dust with a single fingertip. Abandoning all pretense of dignity, Luo Lai thrust out his palm and struck through the air toward Jiang Yun. Instantly, a colossal hand of condensed spiritual energy hurtled toward Jiang Yun. He braced to react, when suddenly an ancient figure from the Jiang clan surged forward, unleashing a fist heavy as 10,000 tons that shattered the spectral palm midair. Luo Lai narrowed his eyes. So, though emaciated, the camel still outweighed the horse. The Jiang clan retained a divine ability realm expert after all. Jiang Yun did not deign to glance at Luo Lai. Instead, he addressed Luo Qinghan directly. Will you not act? I am waiting for you. Or shall I strike first? Astonishment flared in Luo Qinghan's gaze. Was Jiang Yun courting suicide? Once battle commenced, a Thief spirit realm cultivator wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Jiang Yun, you may rest assured I've instructed them only to sever your cultivation. You may do so yourself, or I shall compel it. But first retract your declaration. Then I choose death over compliance, Jiang Yun replied with a casual dismissive smile. To frame the destruction of his cultivation as benevolence, as if bestowing a boon, revealed how deeply Luo Qinghan had mistaken cruelty for magnanimity. Qinghan, allow me. This insolent dog has grown weary of life. From the Luo ranks 3 or 4 figures charged forward. Jiang Yun instantly discerned their cultivation realm heaven-opening realm, though precisely how many heavens each had opened remained unclear. With a sharp clang, Jiang Qin drew his long sword. He would not permit his elder brother to suffer harm. In his heart, his brother's cultivation remained low. Others were locked in duels of their own and could not protect Jiang Yun. The old master of the scripture pavilion faced off against Luo Lai and several Luo elders. A Jiang Lin, gripping the Jiang clan's grand formation talisman, directed the clan's defensive array. Let them come, Jiang Yun declared, unwilling to squander this opportunity. If the Luo clan sent men to die, he would gladly escort them to the netherworld. But brother, can you truly manage this? Watch closely. Jiang Yun offered no further explanation, merely stepped forward, raising a hand in quiet invitation toward Luo Qinghan. Elsewhere, Luo Lai and the Scripture Pavilion's elder, 2 divine ability realm titans, clashed in escalating waves of pressure. Battle loomed imminent. Since your tongue remains so stubborn, a lesson is warranted. Await my mercy and beg for reprieve. Luo Qinghan gave a slight regal nod. At her signal, the Luo cultivators summoned their heavens and encircled Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stood motionless at the center, hands clasped behind his back. Boy, your life ends now. Before the speaker could finish, Jiang Yun moved, yet no motion was seen. The man flew backward violently, his body rupturing into crimson mist. He who kills shall himself be killed, no courtesy required. The remaining 3 froze in shock, doubt flickering in their eyes, even rubbing their own eyes, convinced they had hallucinated. Summon your heavens, crush him together. Luo Kong roared from within the ranks. His hatred for the Jiang brothers burned white-hot. He had nearly died by a sword thrust 3 days prior. Beyond vengeance, he viewed every Jiang resource, territory, and ancestral legacy in Yu City as already his own. The remaining Luo cultivators summoned their heavens, gripping swords and broadswords, and slashed downward, without hesitation, toward Jiang Yun at the center. In a flash, Jiang Yun struck outward with bare fists in all directions. Black iron blades and swords shattered instantly, and the Luo cultivators exploded outward, slain outright. This is heaven-opening realm. Jiang Yun frowned, baffled. Before him, these cultivators possessed less strength than infants, nay, less than ants. Meanwhile, Luo Lai's clash had begun in earnest. The Scripture Pavilion's elder fought 3 opponents, simultaneously faltering under their combined assault, yet holding firm. Elsewhere, Luo forces assaulted the Jiang clan's grand formation. Should it fall, the tide would turn catastrophically. Brother, you're truly this strong. Jiang Qin peered over his shoulder, utterly astounded. Jiang Yun's swift, decisive slaughter of the Luo cultivators struck him as rivaling even his own prowess. Adequate. As battle raged, several soul-sealing realm elders of the Luo clan rushed forward. One bore a single Dao trace etched upon his soul, granting him formidable power. Remain within the Jiang clan's formation, do not emerge. Jiang Yun commanded Jiang Qin, then fully activated his combat state. A soul-sealing realm elder snarled, slamming a massive palm down upon Jiang Yun. Unflinching Jiang Yun ignited the sacred power of his innate sacred body and engaged with the battle combat sacred art. In an instant the Luo elder detonated, reduced to a crimson mist. All who witnessed the scene were stunned, some even froze mid-motion. Luo Lai, accompanied by 2 elders of the divine ability realm, had engaged the elderly guardian of the scripture pavilion in a life-or-death battle, and thus remained oblivious. But the Mu and Zhang clans and the city lord's residents saw it all. Especially Luo Qinghan, her body trembled faintly. Could he truly be Jiang Yun? Was Jiang Yun not a worthless sea of spirit realm cultivator? Jiang Yun bared his teeth in a grin, lips curling upward as he charged headlong toward the Luo clan's formation. Wherever he passed, regardless of cultivation-level opponents, shattered beneath a single fist, sometimes several at once. His entire body blazed with golden radiance as the sacred body's power surged forth. His innate Dao body remained dormant, not needed. Close combat was simply too exhilarating. He had no desire to resort to arcane arts, not even the Jiang family's ancestral Stellar River divine derivation art. Protect young Master Luo Kong. Stop him. Before the Luo clan could recover from their shock, Jiang Yun had already obliterated 7 or 8 of their elite warriors. At last, a latest-stage soul-engraved realm cultivator stepped forward with arrogant confidence. Jiang Yun gathered the full might of his sacred body and unleashed a single punch, defying all laws. The opponent's spirit artifact and protective barrier crumbled like parchment pierced clean through. The Luo clan's soul-engraved expert disintegrated into fragments. A demon, he is a demon. Doubt seized many Luo clansmen. They scrambled away from Luo Kong's side. If even a latest-stage soul-engraved expert had been annihilated, who dared tempt death? Just then a razor-sharp sword aura lanced toward Jiang Yun's nape, laced with bone-piercing ice energy. Without needing to think, he knew it was Luo Qinghan. Indeed, she could not bear to watch her younger brother torn apart. But could she truly stop him? Unity Cavern Heaven manifest. Jiang Yun roared. His ultimate cavern heaven emerged at last, not the monochrome black and white hue common among others, but shimmering with a hazy prismatic radiance 10 times larger than any rival's. It hung suspended across the void, intercepting Luo Qinghan's blade. As for the frigid ice energy, it dissipated entirely before even touching the cavern heaven's boundary. How utterly bizarre. Luo Qinghan's gaze sharpened, then Luo Kong shrieked, hurled violently into the air, and exploded mid-flight. Jiang Yun did not pause. He pressed on, eliminating the Luo clan without mercy. Jiang Yun's rampage and the slaying of Luo Kong finally drew Luo Lai's attention. His eyes bulged with fury. His only son had been killed. Jiang Yun, return my son's life. He abandoned the elderly scripture pavilion master mid-battle, abandoning even the certainty of victory. A divine ability realm expert bore Dao traces inscribed within his body, traces that birthed divine abilities. Luo Lai's ability manifested as a white tiger with piercing slit pupils, a beast that had earlier torn flesh from the scripture pavilion master, leaving wounds deep enough to expose bone. The white tiger ability lunged down upon Jiang Yun. Even the Jiang clan and the scripture pavilion master held their breath. This was the divine ability realm. Its combat prowess dwarfed the cavern heaven realm by over 100-fold. Jiang Yun showed no fear. His hands shifted into talon-like formations, the true dragon claw. Instantly a hazy dragon claw materialized before the white tiger seized its head and crushed it into oblivion in a single motion. Ugh. A spurt of refined blood erupted from Luo Lai's mouth. His white tiger ability housed nearly 1/10th of his soul force. Now it was gone forever, beyond recovery. Jiang Yun leapt high into the air, launching a golden fist toward Luo Lai, a blow forged from sacred body strength, the dual eyes power, and the war combat sacred art, channeling at least 70% of his total might. In that mortal instant, Luo Lai sensed his surrounding space constrict, sealed utterly by the golden fist. Dazed, he glimpsed once more a towering golden figure, vast as heaven and earth, gazing down upon him, rendering resistance unthinkable, reducing him to an ant beneath cosmic scrutiny. A crimson mist bloomed, then the stench of blood filled the air. Luo Lai, a divine ability realm expert, was obliterated by a single punch. The Luo clan broke and fled. Behind Jiang Yun, Luo Qinghan failed utterly to breach the Unity Cavern Heaven's defenses. Even drawing upon the Ice Purity Palace's deepest reserves yielded no effect. In truth, Jiang Yun's Unity Cavern Heaven was formed by the ultimate sublimation of 10 perfected cavern heavens, its power unfathomable. The Jiang clan erupted in jubilation, rallying for counterattack. Especially Jiang Lin, his tiger-like eyes glistened with tears. He never imagined his eldest son Jiang Yun would prove so formidable. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. Was this even human? A cavern heaven realm cultivator, albeit one with a singular anomalous cavern heaven, had just shattered a divine ability realm expert with a single blow. Even the besieged elder of the scripture pavilion caught sight of Jiang Yun's feat. He burst into thunderous laughter, his aura surging outward, his techniques sweeping wide and fierce, now overwhelming the 2 Luo clan divine ability experts. Jiang Yun surveyed the battlefield, no longer fixated on minor Luo clan fighters, and plunged directly into the Scripture Pavilion Elders' fray. With those two eliminated, the Luo clan's defeat became inevitable. Each fist he struck, infused with sacred body power, descended like 10,000 immortal mountains, crushing the two divine ability experts' breaths beneath unbearable pressure. Soon both divine ability experts fell beneath Jiang Yun's blows. Despair gripped the Luo clan. Some fought to the death, others collapsed to their knees in surrender. Seeing Luo Qinghan still assaulting his Unity Cavern Heaven, Jiang Yun swept his hand wide, releasing a hazy prismatic radiance and overwhelming pressure from the Cavern Heaven itself, instantly immobilizing her. Though Luo Qinghan possessed the pristine grace of a celestial maiden, she was now utterly shattered, numb, unresisting. Her gaze drifted blankly across the battlefield. Luo clansmen lay strewn like fallen leaves. Her clan annihilated. Jiang Yun's combat prowess was terrifying. He had slain 90% of the Luo clan's forces alone, a one-sided massacre. Jiang Yun, you are a demon. You concealed your strength so deeply. You courted death, how else could this day have come? Jiang Yun tossed aside the Luo clansman. He brushed his hands clean and strode before Luo Qinghan, gazing down upon her. He weighed whether to strike her down with a single palm, cruelty, without hesitation. Luo Qinghan saw the killing intent in his eyes. Her body trembled violently, even the delicate veil across her face slipped away, revealing a face of flawless, exquisite beauty. Luo Qinghan was breathtaking, more beautiful than any woman Jiang Yun had ever seen. Yet her heart was venomous as a serpent's. Had he lacked the innate sacred body Dao embryo, or the true dragon profound art? Had he possessed none of his present power, then today, it would be the Jiang clan kneeling in blood and ruin. Thus he would not spare Luo Qinghan. Yuner, she has the Ice Purity Palace behind her. No. Even if I let her go, she would return for vengeance. Better to end it now, once and for all. Jiang Yun raised his palm to strike, yet at that very moment a jade talisman at Luo Qinghan's chest detonated, erupting into a golden-yellow barrier that enshrouded her and rapidly expanded. A low hum resonated, the Unity Cavern Heaven shuddered violently. Jiang Yun's descending palm struck the golden-yellow aura and halted. 9 golden dragonlets writhed desperately across the yellow barrier. Even under the impact of a sacred body-enhanced palm it quivered, but dimmed only slightly. Simultaneously a voice of absolute coldness echoed forth. Beside Luo Qinghan, a faint, indistinct male figure coalesced, its visage blurred, crowned by a halo of divine light. The instant it appeared, it wrenched Jiang Yun's Unity Cavern Heaven from Luo Qinghan's waist with bare hands. The act unfolded in a flash, so swift even Jiang Yun had not anticipated it. The man's features remained obscured, yet his presence alone suppressed all directions with overwhelming authority. Even the Scripture Pavilion Elder struggled to breathe. It's a grand sovereign realm soul-sealed technique. Someone sealed a fragment of their own power within that talisman to preserve Luo Qinghan's life at this critical juncture. The Scripture Pavilion Elder approached Jiang Yun and whispered the explanation softly. To aid her is to oppose me, regardless of who, or I shall slay Luo Qinghan today. Jiang Yun's body blazed with golden light as he launched himself forward once more, determined to shatter the soul-sealed technique. After the Elder's explanation, Jiang Yun understood the opponent's power was merely a sealed fragment, impermanent, unsustainable. He commanded the Unity Cavern Heaven to descend once more upon the figure, only for Imperial Qi to rise and bar its descent. How strange, you are but a Cavern Heaven realm cultivator. The man was a grand sovereign realm expert, 2 great realms above the Cavern Heaven realm, thus profoundly astonished. So you've awakened some sacred physique. Excellent. Do not oppose me, I may yet guide you. Jiang Yun remained silent. Clenching his fists, he hammered blow after blow, sacred body strength and dual eyes power fused against the golden-yellow imperial barrier. The 9 golden dragonlets cried out in anguish, faltering under the onslaught while the man's spectral form grew increasing. Ungrateful fool. Qinghan, we depart. The man's phantom sleeve flicked, hurricane force winds erupted instantly. Every Jiang clansman and countless bystanders were hurled hundreds of zhang through the air. Such was the terror of a grand sovereign realm expert. Jiang Yun's body erupted in golden light. The innate Dao body shielded him from the hurricane's Dao principles, and his dual eyes pierced through the gale's flaws. The man's expression shifted. He fixed Jiang Yun with a long penetrating glance, then dissolved into Luo Qinghan's body. She transformed instantly, soaring skyward with newfound speed, vanishing into the distance. Jiang Yun refused to yield. Snatching up a spear from the ground, he infused it with sacred body might and the dual eyes perception, and hurled it after her. The spear cleaved the heavens, striking Luo Qinghan almost instantly. She staggered, nearly tumbling from the sky, but regained her balance and fled onward. You were fortunate this time. But no matter. The Ice Purity Palace, yes. I shall visit it soon. Jiang Yun turned back to see the Jiang family already clearing the battlefield. A Jiang Lin, Jiang Qin, and the elderly master of the Scripture Pavilion approached him. Meanwhile, the Jiang and Mu families, along with city lord Su Yuan and his son, their faces pale with terror, stood frozen in place. Most onlookers from Yu City gazed upon Jiang Yun with profound respect. Jiang Yun's performance in this battle had utterly shattered their understanding of martial cultivation. At the Cave Heaven realm, merely a single cave, he had shattered a divine art realm expert with one palm dared to contend with a celestial sovereign realm powerhouse. Though it was only a fraction of that sovereign's true strength, it was more than enough to attest to Jiang Yun's extraordinary might. Ancient texts record that only the most exceptional young sovereigns possess the rare ability to fight across cultivation realms. Ordinarily, even a P-perfected Cave Heaven realm cultivator would find it nearly impossible to overcome 2 full realms in combat. This was precisely where Jiang Yun transcended all expectations, where he astonished them all. Some cultivators possess hollow cultivation artificially elevated by pills and spirit essences, such as the 3 divine art realm elders of the Luo family, yet the Jiang family's soul-forging realm experts possessed genuine, unadulterated foundations. The people of Yu City could not fathom why Jiang Yun's solitary cave radiated such overwhelming power. Our Jiang family has won. Jiang Lin swallowed hard, overwhelmed. His eldest son had just revealed himself as a top-tier divine art realm warrior hidden in plain sight. No one knew the immense pressure he had borne these past 3 days, yet he felt deep relief in having upheld the Jiang family's sacred tradition to fight to the death rather than abandon or forsake a single clansman. He could already envision who would truly hold authority in Yu City henceforth, yet would Jiang Yun remain here in Yu City? Brother, you deceived me so cruelly. I nearly unlocked my latent potential and rushed to your side to fight to the death. Jiang Qin stepped forward, his expression still tinged with grievance, but far more so with exhilaration. His elder brother's strength surpassed even his wildest imagination. This victory belonged entirely to the Jiang family and was secured solely by their eldest brother, who had shattered the Luo family's elite warriors. Jiang Yun, you are truly exceptional. You bear the divine bloodline of our Jiang family's unvanquished sovereign body. I have but one wish: that you grow safely to maturity, lift our Jiang family from its decline, and one day restore us to our ancestral lands. Ancestral lands? Not only Jiang Yun was curious, Jiang Lin and Jiang Qin also turned toward the elderly master of the scripture pavilion, equally unfamiliar with the term. Father, you've never heard of them either. Jiang Lin shook his head. Let us wait until Xiaoyun ascends beyond the divine art realm, only then shall we speak of it. It is a tale buried deep in time, a distant legend whispered in fragmented passages of weathered ancient scriptures. With that, the old master cast a long solemn glance at Jiang Yun before vanishing into thin air. Yuner, our venerable uncle, has always been enigmatic, solitary by nature, yet his heart remains true. Do not take it to heart. It's of no consequence. From now on it falls to you. Having spoken, Jiang Yun swept his gaze over the Jiang and Mu families and the city lord's retinue, before leaping gracefully into the Jiang residence, leaving Jiang Lin and Jiang Qin staring wordlessly at each other. Jiang clan master, I did not mean it. Neither did I. The heads of the Jiang and Mu families prostrated themselves before Jiang Lin, wailing pleas for mercy. Jiang Yun's overwhelming strength had shattered any lingering ambition they harbored to vie for supremacy. No faction in all of Yu City dared oppose the Jiang family henceforth. We may spare you. After all, none of my Jiang clansmen were harmed. However, our clan's defensive formation was attacked and damaged. You will supply spirit stones, black iron essence, rare minerals, and jade spirit crystals for its restoration. Upon hearing this, the Mu clan master instantly understood. The inevitable stripping of wealth had begun. Yet as long as the clan endured, all else was secondary. Henceforth, my Mu family surrenders its 3 outer city mines to the Jiang family. All shops and estates within the city walls, whichever the Jiang family desires, shall be handed over with deed in hand. Same here. Same here. Your Jiang family owns only 2 mines. Don't mislead the Jiang clan master. Keep your distance. Seeing the Jiang clan master mimic him, the Mu clan master immediately turned hostile. This was his moment to prove loyalty, and he would brook no rival claim to equal standing in the Jiang family's eyes. The Jiang clan master, stung by the Mu master's barb, bristled in turn and struck back, would of a few crumbling houses. Old Jiang may lack many talents, but I fathered 7 or 8 daughters, all youthful and beautiful, 3 of whom have already reached the Cave Heaven realm. Should the Jiang clan master consent, I offer them to serve your 2 esteemed sons. Now it was the Mu clan master's turn to gape. His offering consisted only of resources and wealth, whereas the Jiang master's maneuver was ruthless, an outright bid to forge marital ties with the rising Jiang dynasty. Clan master Jiang, my family also has daughters. Though none match Luo Qinghan's brilliance, they are nonetheless fair of face. I shall bring her to pay respects at the Jiang residence tomorrow. Seeing their rivalry spiral into absurdity, Jiang Lin's expression darkened. Enough. Enough. Silence. Submit a detailed inventory to the Jiang residence. I shall assess it accordingly. With that, Jiang Lin began directing the cleanup, denying them further opportunity to grovel. Elsewhere, city lord Su Yuan and his son stood isolated in the center of the field, uncertain how to proceed. They too wished to offer allegiance, yet as imperial officials they embodied the royal court's dignity. Yet if they withdrew without action, Jiang Yun's prodigious talent would surely echo across 1,000,000 miles within a decade, carving out dominion and renown. Would they then forfeit this irreplaceable chance? Follow me. Su Qing slowly edged forward and bowed before Jiang Lin. Congratulations, Clan Master Jiang, on your resounding triumph. This battle reaffirms the Jiang family's status as Yu City's foremost house. In token of our reverence, I Su Yuan hereby open all municipal enterprises, gambling halls, minting operations, salt trade, to Jiang family oversight. Should you choose to intervene, I shall raise no objection. Moreover, should the Jiang family desire official appointments, I shall immediately petition the imperial sovereign to appoint Clan Master Jiang and his kin to high office. Before Su Yuan could finish, Jiang Lin raised a hand, silencing him. Your proposals require discussion with Yuner before any decision. If there is nothing further, you may withdraw. Of course, Clan Master Jiang, please attend to your affairs. We take our leave. Bowing deeply, Su Yuan and Su Qing retreated from the Jiang residence gates. Within the Jiang residence, Jiang Yun sat in quiet contemplation, cultivating in silence. This battle had granted him a clear gauge of his own strength. Against soul-forging and divine art realm opponents, he held decisive advantage, yet the celestial sovereign realm remained uncertain. The man who shielded Luo Qinghan's retreat had conjured a barrier of 9 coiling dragonlets, an astonishingly resilient defense likely born of a supreme secret art. Jiang Yun estimated he would need at least a dozen more strikes to breach it. Even so, he keenly sensed the saintly body's peerless prowess in close combat, every Jiang family blade or spirit weapon regardless of grade shattered upon impact. Each blow surged through him with raw, uncontainable force, as though he could cleave the very fabric of space. My body's ceaseless surging vital energy pierces heavenward, a mere foundational stage of the saintly body, yet its power is already unimaginable. At minor or major completion, its majesty defies description. A fully realized saintly body slaying an emperor, this is no empty boast. Closing his eyes, Jiang Yun perceived his physical might within his dantian. A saintly body realm had formed, the primordial saintly blood, now a boundless golden lake teeming with inexhaustible saintly spiritual energy. Moreover, the lake expanded steadily with his continued cultivation, suggesting that at major completion his body would contain oceans of spiritual energy. As for the innate Tao body, it manifested above his dantian as a vast sapphire-hued firmament. From the moment Jiang Yun began cultivating the stellar river divine derivation art, its profound principles unfolded with startling speed. Within 2 or 3 breaths, he had comprehended the entire scripture. So swiftly. The innate Tao body, the supreme divine constitution, revealed the essence of all Tao principles at a glance. Henceforth, Jiang Yun would never again need to labor over enlightenment. Truly overwhelming. Truly unparalleled. Jiang Yun believed that from now on mere existence would suffice to ascend to the pinnacle. A soft knock sounded at the door. Jiang Yun's spiritual sense identified the visitor instantly, the elderly master of the scripture pavilion, the venerable uncle of the Jiang family. What business could he possibly have with him? Chapter 15: Arrival of the Great Sect's Venerable Uncle. Jiang Yun opened the door and ushered the elder inside. Once seated, the venerable uncle spoke first. I never imagined you would be the one to save the Jiang family. I had already resolved to sacrifice myself in battle. Jiang Yun, you carry Jiang blood. I'll spare formalities, but know this: you saved our clan, and every Jiang clansman owes you gratitude. Only now did the elder's heart settle completely, because every Jiang clansman had survived. Moreover, this battle had irrevocably cemented the Jiang family's preeminent status in Yu City. I merely did what was required. Jiang Yun's gaze remained calm. Protecting the Jiang family and advancing its interests was etched into his very bones, and no justification was needed. Even a transmigrator possesses emotion. For 20 years he had served as the Jiang family's legitimate heir, never once betrayed by his kin. Even without today's unified cave heaven innate saintly body Tao embryo or twin divine eyes, he would still have chosen to fight for the Jiang family. I have come specifically to continue our earlier conversation. Now that your potential and power stand unrivaled among the Jiang family, you are indisputably our foremost cultivator. Venerable uncle, please speak. Before I do, let me ask you one question. Would you accept the Jiang family's unvanquished sovereign body? As he spoke, the elder produced a sacred violet surface engraved with ancient Tao traces, its patina bearing the unmistakable weight of millennia. What is this? The primordial blood of our Jiang family sovereign, capable of maximally awakening the sovereign body bloodline in descendants, even forging the unvanquished sovereign body itself. Alas, for thousands of years no Jiang youth has proven worthy of merging with it. A shadow crossed the elder's face, grief over the clan's dwindling talent. After centuries of waiting, you have finally appeared. You alone possess the qualification to merge with this sovereign blood. Gazing at Jiang Yun, the elder's eyes shimmered with hope, the hope of the Jiang family's resurgence. I implore you to absorb this blood and lead us back to Zhangzhou, to defeat those forces that exiled us. Of course, the choice rests entirely with you. I am aged, my vitality wanes, my years numbered. Jiang Yun fell silent. To refuse outright would wound the elder's heart, and yet he already possessed superior Tao and saintly bodies, rendering the sovereign body redundant. But to accept it would be wasteful. And Zhongzhou, the heart of this world, lay impossibly distant, perhaps still home to living sovereigns. His path ahead remained uncharted. Venerable uncle, I will not merge with it. The elder lowered his head crestfallen. Jiang Yun, it seemed, lacked the resolve to reclaim Zhongzhou. His hopes had been naively misplaced. Venerable uncle, in truth, I have already awakened another constitution, behold. Jiang Yun drew forth a drop of golden, saintly blood from his fingertip. Instantly oppressive pressure filled the room, as though a sovereign roared defiance against the river of time and space. The sacred vial in the elder's hand trembled faintly, as if cowering. The hierarchy between them was instantly irrefutably clear. A flush rose to the elder's cheeks as his hands trembled, not with age but with awe. Heaven has not abandoned the Jiang family. Excellent. Marvelous. With your bloodline's blessing, our Jiang descendants shall flourish for 10,000 years and more. The elder recognized its worth. The saintly blood's dominance over the sovereign blood proved its transcendence. I hold no right to dictate your future, so long as you never forget the Jiang family. My life's wish is fulfilled. Henceforth this sovereign blood shall rest in your care. My duty ends here, the future belongs to your generation. The elder rose unsteadily, genuinely elated. Jiang Yun's foundation surpassed all expectation, that alone was enough. Future Jiang generations would forge their own destiny. Just as the elder reached the threshold and prepared to depart, Jiang Yun's voice rang out, Venerable uncle, rest assured, Zhongzhou shall be reclaimed by my generation. Blood for blood. Grudge for grudge. The elder paused, half turning, then gave a heavy solemn nod before departing. After he left, Jiang Yun sat in quiet reflection. From childhood the Jiang family had sheltered him well, thus he had once harbored little ambition. Yet when the Luo family invaded, threatening the Jiang family with annihilation, he finally grasped that true strength was not merely for longevity or for show, but the bedrock of protection. Strength was the shield for loved ones, the weapon preserving one's own and their dignity. Consider Luo Qinghan, who fled after her clan's destruction. Would she surrender quietly? Would she summon her hidden patrons for vengeance? Born and raised in the Jiang family as its legitimate heir, he bore responsibility for 1,000 years, or 10,000, of the Jiang family's shame and hatred. With clarity dawning, Jiang Yun ceased all hesitation. His ever-growing power had already set him upon the path to invincibility. I wonder whether the system will grant a new cultivation technique. The stellar river divine derivation art is commendable, but with my unified cave heaven's voracious spirit energy absorption, it grows increasingly insufficient. Still, such matters could not be rushed. The system dispensed rewards daily, its bounty unpredictable. Tens of thousands of kilometers beyond U-City, 3 colossal warships, each over 1,000 zhang in length, raced through the clouds like celestial swords, their speed breathtaking despite their immense size. Each vessel gleamed with treasure light, adorned with intricate carvings and densely inscribed formation arrays, truly extraordinary. On one ship's prow sat a middle-aged man in serene meditation, while a group of young men and women conversed behind him. Xinyan, embarking on her first expedition with senior sect members, turned to her senior brother Lu Hai. Senior brother, why gather 3 great sects in such a desolate land, where spiritual energy is thin and few dare tread? Lu Hai, elegant and composed, replied patiently, our elder recently revealed that the dragon-seeking pearl reacted violently, perhaps signaling a true dragon treasure, a newborn true dragon, or the awakening of a transcendent constitution. Our Changha sect has resolved to investigate. Oh, and what of the other 2 sects? Why do they trail so closely? Lu Hai's gaze dimmed as he turned aside, concealing his bitterness. He knew the Changha sect ranked last among the 3 great sects of the ban-shipping domain. Though the dragon-seeking pearl belonged solely to Changha, the Lei and Jian sects, long notorious for arrogance and tyranny, treated Changha as little more than a treasure-hunting rodent. Sect cooperation, Lu Hai offered a hollow excuse. In truth, both sects had deployed spies to monitor the dragon-seeking pearl day and night, a unique spiritual treasure attuned to the emergence of treasures, secret realms, and transcendent constitutions across the ban-shipping domain. The moment Jiang Yun's true dragon profound art manifested, the dragon-seeking pearl blazed with searing gold light, projecting an image of U-City's sky. Though it lasted only 3 breaths, it sent shockwaves through all 3 sects. Xinyan nodded softly, asking no further questions. Traveling outside the sect, she possessed sufficient perceptiveness to read the subtle shifts in senior brother Lu Hai's mood. Swift as wind, the warships gathered momentum once more, and in a final burst of spatial displacement arrived at their destination. Above the city of U, 3 massive warships hovered in the sky, striking awe into both the cultivators and civilians of U. Everyone stepped outside to gaze at the spectacle, for they had never seen such rare warships. Many had never even visited the Qian kingdom. The Longha sect, the Sword sect, and the Lei sect will be recruiting disciples in the coming days. Anyone under the age of 30 with cultivation reaching the Dongtian realm is welcome to try their luck. The location is set in the city center. 16. The battle for recruits. The moment the words fell, the entire U city erupted. Have you heard of the Longha sect, the Sword sect, or the Lei sect? Don't they need the approval of the Qian Kingdom's monarch to recruit disciples here? Approval. You know the Ice Clear Palace, right? It's considered a second-rate sect. Even the Qian Kingdom must heed its whims. The three sects are the titans of the mountain-moving region. Just one of their members could annihilate the Qian Kingdom. Ridiculous. You know the Divine Fire Realm. All three sects are brimming with talent, and even experts from the Tianyu's second realm are among them. You should read more and strive to be a normal person. Inside the city lord's residence, Su Yuan and his son hurriedly adjusted their attire, preparing to welcome the prominent figures from the three sects. They had received no prior notification, but the reality was harsh. The three sects were behemoths compared to the Qian Kingdom, especially since they were merely small officials. Soon when Su Yuan and his son arrived at the central square of Yu City, members of the three sects descended from the sky one after another. Those in the Divine Power Realm could roam the void freely, and among the visitors from the three sects their leader had one foot in the Divine Fire Realm. Su Yuan humbly greeted, "I am Su Yuan, and I bow before the esteemed sect leaders. May I have the honor of knowing your names?" Su Yuan's display of humility pleased the sect leaders greatly. Sword Sect Li Xiao. Lei Sect Fang Ao. Longha Sect Wang Xian. We the three sects have passed through here and found a connection with your small city. After some discussion, we have decided to recruit some disciples here. Since you manage this city, make the arrangements promptly. This is a reward for you. Li Xiao from the Sword Sect stepped forward, tall and with deep calm eyes, his sword-like eyebrows adding to his imposing presence. Li Xiao tossed a bag of spirit stones and Su Yuan hurriedly caught it. After a quick glance, he immediately burst, "Yes, I will comply with the esteemed sect leader's orders." Su Yuan and his son were so terrified they didn't dare to breathe. Even just a hint of the aura from the leader of the three sects filled them with anxiety. They were definitely powerful beings in the Divine Power Realm, like Xue Haoyue. Thus before night fell, the city lord's residence dispatched a large group of people banging drums and sounding gongs to inform everyone that the prominent figures from the three sects were coming to recruit disciples, urging everyone to participate enthusiastically. Furthermore, the city lord's residence specifically stated that the city lord's only son Su Qing had already signed up. In the city center, after the arena was set up, Li Xiao, Fang Ao, and Wang Xian sat together waiting for someone to come. "Brother Fang, Brother Wang, are you sure that such a remote place will give birth to a genius? The dragon-seeking pearl won't make a mistake, right? Li brother, you have witnessed the reaction of the dragon-seeking pearl with your own eyes. If that true dragon were to manifest signs of a treasure, it wouldn't calm down so quickly. There's only one explanation: this place has awakened a disciple with an extraordinary physique. If you don't believe it, you can leave now." Wang Xian, feeling dissatisfied, spoke without restraint. Why should the Longha sect's dragon-seeking pearl be shared with the Sword Sect and the Lei Sect? It's simply overstep. But he also knew that complaining was futile. The Sword Sect and Lei Sect were both madmen, each possessing formidable combat strength. The Longha sect was not a match, and they would only be able to vent their frustrations. Now that the disciple competition among the three sects was imminent, the Longha sect dreamed of recruiting exceptionally gifted disciples to secure resources and benefits for their sect. In truth, this was also an unspoken rule among the three major sects, dividing secret realms' resources and status based on the sect competition. The high-ranking members of the three sects possessed transcendent powers. Their every move could shatter mountains and rivers, easily causing large-scale wars that could damage their foundations. Over the years, the Longha sect had merely been riding on the coattails of the three major sects, but their resources, spiritual veins, and secret realms had dwindled. The reason was that the Longha sect had lost to the other two major sects for the 99th consecutive time, receiving disciples with inferior spiritual roots and fewer resources. Quickly, youths under 30 in Yu City, driven by hopeful aspirations, gathered at the city center. They gazed at the three individuals on the arena who were in a meditative state filled with reverence. In their eyes, the disciples of the three sects were all celestial prodigies, each exuding immense spiritual energy, their demeanor extraordinary, glowing all over. These were powerful beings above the divine soul realm and great sect cultivators whom the people of Yu City might never see in their lifetime. After about an hour, around 40 to 50 youths had lined up, including some who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Wang Xian saw the crowd gathering and directly stated, "Brothers, I will place the dragon-seeking pearl here. Once it reacts, you will understand immediately." However, within the Jiang family, they naturally heard Li Xiao's grand announcement from the sky about recruiting disciples. The Jiang family members were curious about how Yu City could attract major sects. After sending someone to confirm at the city center, they finally felt at ease. After all, such a large sect had no need to lower its standards to deal with a small family or individual from Yu City. Jiang Yun felt indifferent, but Jiang Qin and several younger members of the Jiang family were already eager to take action. In addition to Jiang Yun and Jiang Qin, there were 4 or 5 other young members from various branches of the Jiang family aged around 28 or 29 who met the standards. However, their cultivation levels were generally only at 1 or 2 Dongtian realms, so even if they won, it would just be a gamble. Jiang Yun silently pondered this matter. The sudden arrival of the major sects could not be unrelated to the commotion. such as the manifestation of the true dragon's treasure causing a 10,000-foot golden dragon to spiral around Yu City, absorbing the innate holy body's Tao fetus, while a supreme phantom sat in the clouds exerting pressure over 100 kilometers. Because of these concerns, Jiang Yun decided to maintain a low profile and not join the commotion. The people in the city had a good mindset. If they were targeted, it wouldn't be easy to escape. With his current strength, defeating a divine power realm cultivator built up by the Luo family with pills and spirit herbs was no problem, but encountering a major sect's high-level cultivator would not be amusing. The leaders of the three sects surpassed the divine power realm, and with his current strength, he couldn't contend against them. Brother, are we going over? Don't you want to see it for yourself? Jiang Qin invited her elder brother, knowing that Jiang Yun was incredibly strong enough to be the #1 expert in Yu City and the top prodigy. Such a great opportunity to join a major sect should not be easily passed up. He had read about the geography and power distribution of the mountain-moving region. It was located in the northern part of the central continent, vast and expansive, while the three sects were powerful sects with a heritage spanning over hundreds of thousands of years. Although they could not compare to the legendary central continent, they were still among the top giants, with the only exceptions being some ancient immortal clans that had sequestered themselves, or the eternal divine mountain, which were equally renowned. Let's wait and see. Jiang Yun's words were vague. If the three sects had no issues, he would indeed be tempted. At the city center, three palaces hovered above the city lord's residence, while the three warships had been concealed as such mysterious techniques left the people of Yu City dumbfounded. Can a 1,000-foot warship be hidden in a sleeve? Can palaces be carried around and float in the air? The people of Yu City discussed fervently, all yearning to be chosen by the three sects and recruited. At this moment, inside the Longhe sect's Wang Xian palace, the city lord's only son Su Qing vividly described the extraordinary phenomenon he had seen recently and shared his suspicions. Having mixed in the Qian kingdom's royal city, he knew a thing or two about how to please major figures. That was to inform on others and show loyalty, which was the quickest way to gain their favor. My lord, it is like this. I am a native of Yu City, and I suspect that the phenomenon was caused by Jiang Yun. He defeated the Luo family and annexed their territory and resources. His actions are tyrannical. If there are any secrets in Yu City, Jiang Yun is the most suspicious one. Surprisingly, Su Qing's embellishment succeeded in convincing Wang Xian and his companions. They secretly kept an eye on the Jiang family, but the matter had to be kept confidential. If Jiang Yun came to register himself, that would be ideal. At that time, the other two sects would not doubt their motives. If Jiang Yun did not come, they would first monitor the Jiang family. All right, you will stay with my Longhe sect for the next few days and keep this conversation to yourself. Then two disciples from the Longhe sect quickly left the palace, heading towards the direction of the Jiang family. Jiang Qin and her companions arrived at the city center, learning about the examination methods for the recruitment of disciples by the three sects. First, touch the dragon-seeking pearl on the high platform. Only those with sufficient talent can make it light up. Second, withstand 3 moves from the disciples guarding the sword sect, Lei sect, and Longhe sect. It was strange, yet who would dare raise objections to the recruitment methods of major sects? Some ascended the platform, but even if they triggered a reaction from the dragon-seeking pearl after passing the private clothing pavilion, they were easily eliminated. Throughout the afternoon, people continued to come to the city center, with only 3 or 4 triggering any response from the dragon-seeking pearl. These few fortunate ones were taken away by the three sects, their families rejoicing and receiving envious gazes. After all, once these individuals achieved success and returned to their families from the major sects, their status would change dramatically due to their newfound power. Even the royal family of the Qian kingdom would have to treat them respectfully. One by one, they were eliminated, and finally it was Jiang Qin's turn to ascend the platform. He took a deep breath, stepped onto the arena, and placed his hand on the dragon-seeking pearl. Boom! The dragon-seeking pearl trembled and a dazzling light erupted, catching the attention of Li Xiaofang and Wang Xian, who rushed to Jiang Qin's side like cats sensing the scent of fish. Within Jiang Qin, an ancient sword surged into the sky, causing all surrounding swords to emit cries as if they were about to break free. Unfortunately, the phenomenon lasted only a brief moment before disappearing. Jiang Qin returned to his senses in confusion, only to find himself surrounded by the gazes of the 3 major sect leaders, as if they wanted to devour him. You all join my Longhe sect, and you will receive 100,000 spirit stones along with the status of a core disciple. Join my sword sect, and I will teach you a land-grade sword technique plus 500,000 spirit stones. In my Lei sect, you may choose any heaven-grade technique and select a grand elder as your master along with 1 million spirit stones. Li Xiao angrily rebuked Fang Ao. What's so great about spirit stones? He is a sword body. If he doesn't join my sword sect, what is he doing in your Lei sect? Everyone relies on their own abilities. Li Xiao, do you dare to compare with me? Fang Ao showed no signs of retreat. The Lei sect had always been domineering in their recruitment. Wang Xian from the Longhe sect took a slight step back, indicating his stance. 17 Su Qing's informant. Sword sect Li Xiao was furious at Jiang Qin triggering the sword body, made joining the sword sect a matter of course. His entire body erupted with sword energy, hair standing on end ready to strike at any moment, while Fang Ao opposite him crackled with lightning, even the lightning reflecting in his eyes. Jiang Qin's sword body was the most outstanding talent he had seen in a century. The sword sect had been fortunate in recent years, continuously recruiting several disciples with innate sword intent, and even those with accompanying spiritual swords. If this continued, the sword sect would undoubtedly dominate. Fang Ao initially wanted to pull Wang Xian of the Longhe sect to join him in competing for Jiang Qin, but when he saw Wang Xian's resigned expression, he immediately dismissed that thought. In fact, Wang Xian had long sent people to keep a close watch on the Jiang family entrance. His goal was to bring Jiang Yun into the Longhe sect. Currently, the Longhe sect was the weakest. This matter had to be conducted discreetly. If they successfully recruited Jiang Yun, even if they didn't win this sect competition, they would assuredly win the next. At this moment, Li Xiao and Fang Ao rose into the air, confronting each other from afar, neither willing to give way. Li Xiao spoke first. Since you refuse to give my sword sect face, then we must battle. Come on, Fang Ao, let me see if your 8 Desolate Thunder technique has improved. Fang Ao's body was enveloped in purple lightning, transforming him into a humanoid bolt of lightning. If you want to fight, then so be it. Li Xiao, in terms of seniority, you entered the divine power realm 50 years. After me, you are still too tender. Even a turtle in the water has age. Can it fight? Don't rely on your seniority. I've endured you for too long. First style of the day, Zhoutian, sword, a sword that cuts mountains and rivers. The void trembled, spiritual power splashed everywhere, and the pressure surged forth as the two experts near the divine fire realm battled, causing the entire Yu city to tremble with fear. It must be noted that even the retired old monarch of the Qian kingdom was only in the midstage of the divine power realm with a lifespan not exceeding 3,000 years. However, both Li Xiao and Fang Ao not only surpassed the first expert of the Qian kingdom in realm, but also in status, identity, and strength, making it hard for any person in the Qian kingdom to rival them. In the face of such two powerful experts sparring, the people of Yu City could only remain anxious, fearing they might not dodge in time and turn to ashes. In contrast, the disciples of the three sects casually commented on the battle between the two as if it were a common occurrence. They knew that Li Xiao and Fang Ao would control their strength. But today it seemed that both had unleashed their true fire. Quick look. That's a rift in the void. Li Xiao has grown immensely powerful. Li Xiao's sword sliced through the sky, creating a faint black mark in the void that devoured everything. Fang Ao roared, utterly unafraid, as a massive purple lightning hand struck towards the sword energy. Boom. Fang Ao had already mastered the 8 Desolate Thunder technique to an advanced level, possessing a lightning clone. This level of attack could not harm him. The disciples of the Sword and Lei sects watched with great enthusiasm while Wang Xian glanced at Jiang Qin and after a moment's hesitation quietly left the arena. He returned to the floating palace of the Longhe sect, grabbed Su Qing and sword towards the Jiang family's direction. In the span of 3 breaths, the two arrived above the Jiang family. At this time in the Jiang family's courtyard, Jiang Yun was thoroughly engrossed in watching the battle between the two powerful cultivators. Between the high-level cultivators, divine techniques were at their fingertips, and they could easily manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, merging them into their attacks. Shattering mountains and stirring seas was not a difficult feat for them. Ultimately, Jiang Yun concluded that they were indeed significantly stronger than himself. Coming from great sects and comprehending top-tier Dao methods with immense inherent potential, they inherently possessed the ability to fight across realms, especially since their realm was 3 or 4 levels higher than his. Jiang Yun silently reflected on the battle process of the two. With his innate Dao body, he clearly observed the profound principles they stirred while attacking. Yuner, come quickly, a grand elder from a major sect wishes to see you. As Jiang Yun's dual pupils revealed their power, he was mesmerized until he heard Jiang Lin's voice from behind. He reflexively turned, and as his dual pupils had not yet concealed their power, he startled Jiang Lin so much that he collapsed to the ground. The pressure of the dual pupils posed no resistance to Jiang Lin, even though he was 4 or 5 realms higher than. Wang Xian followed Jiang Lin closely and felt an overwhelming force approaching. Unconsciously, he met Jiang Yun's dual pupil gaze. Even the mighty Wang Xian was entranced as his divine sense perceived that the only thing remaining in the universe were those colossal dual pupils. Before them, stars collapsed and the void shattered. Yet with his formidable soul power, he quickly broke free, though he still felt a chill running down his back. Could it be the legendary double-pupil ability that had vanished for countless years? A naturally born sacred realm contender with a double pupil, reopening the world, wielding the light of destruction and the power of judgment, cultivating as easily as eating and drinking, reaching the sacred realm. In an instant, Wang Xian was completely petrified. He certainly knew the rumors of the double pupil. After all, the Changhe sect had been an ancient sect with a lineage stretching back 1,000,000 years. It is said that the founding ancestor of the Changhe sect was also a contender of the sacred realm, though the exact rank is untraceable and Wang Xian did not know. Suppressing the shock and excitement within, Wang Xian cautiously approached the unfamiliar youth, swallowing hard as he spoke. Little brother, would you be willing to join my Changhe sect? As long as you agree, I will comply with any conditions. I will report to the sect immediately and have you designated as a core disciple no personally taught by the sect leader. With your talent, defeating the other disciples will be a trivial matter compared to your double pupil. They are nothing but garbage. Jiang Yun quickly retracted his double pupil, feeling a bit regretful for having carelessly exposed his talent. There are many villains in the world, so one must be cautious. This is beyond doubt. However, this person does seem to show some sincerity, actually coming to his home. Before Jiang Yun could speak, Jiang Lin beside him felt a bit perplexed. How could a respectable elder of a major sect appear so humble? Is my son really that exceptional? Perhaps it was because he underestimated his son's talent, but Elder Wang was indeed discerning, instantly recognizing Jiang Yun's unparalleled talent, and at this thought he was nearly jumping with excitement. This is a well-renowned elder of the Changhe secta. Even the emperor of the Qian kingdom would have to bow in submission upon meeting him, yet here he is requesting his son to join the sect, and even promising him a position as a personal disciple of the sect leader upon entry. He continuously signaled Jiang Yun with his eyes, fearing that his son might not know better and reject the offer. In Jiang Lin's view, even if Jiang Yun defeated the Yu family's Divine Realm member, he should not act disrespectfully towards the Changhe sect, one of the giants of the mountain-shifting domain. Otherwise it would be seen as ignorance. The three sects have exerted pressure on the mountain-shifting domain for tens of millions of years, and everyone has an ingrained reverence and fear for them. What are the specific benefits? Don't throw around empty words. Jiang Yun was not someone to be swayed by the empty flattery of being a personal disciple of the sect leader. Even though his father was beside him looking anxious, he remained remarkably calm. Now was the time to negotiate terms. Without sufficient benefits, he would not join a sect that was not generous and was not good to him. Jiang Lin turned pale. How could this little ancestor have such an attitude? When he had led Wang Xian in earlier, he had nearly bowed to the ground, fearing to upset Elder Wang. At that time, Jiang Lin thought that perhaps the Jiang family would face utter destruction. However, when he glanced at Wang Xian, he was surprised to find that Wang Xian was not only not angry, but rather showed a gentler demeanor, even bearing a hint of flattery. In fact, upon hearing that there was hope, Wang Xian's mouth nearly broke into a grin. After all, this was a double-pupil genius who would undoubtedly become a contender of the sacred realm in the future. Within 1,000 years, as long as Jiang Yun's double-pupil power fully matured, not only would it be possible to dominate the mountain-shifting domain, but also to strike against those pretentious powers in the central region. Thus he almost unhesitatingly said, "Spirit stones will be supplied to the fullest, and you may browse the martial arts library at will and no tasks required, just participate in the sect's grand competition. Oh, and my Changhe sect has the most beautiful female cultivators. You may choose freely, including those unmarried elders. The three most beautiful female cultivators of the mountain-shifting domain, my Changhe sect has 2 of them." Hearing Wang Xian offering to let him choose from the female cultivators, Jiang Yun could barely contain himself. A high realm and strong power also have their less serious moments. Fortunately, he had already thought out his conditions. He said helplessly, "I want to add a condition. My double pupil must not be publicly disclosed without my consent, and furthermore, send a powerful guardian of the late stage or above to guard my Jiang family. Also, if my father and the others wish to develop outward and take over the Qian kingdom, you must also lend a hand." Wang Xian was taken aback. This was not merely one condition, but several, yet he did not point it out as compared to gaining Jiang Yun. These were trivial matters. If Jiang Yun truly wished to join the Changhe sect, he would be willing to guard the Jiang family, and as for taking over the Qian kingdom, it would just be a matter of speaking. The mountain-shifting domain is vast and boundless, with countless small countries like the Qian kingdom, where those at the divine realm are the strongest. No problem, I agree to all. This is the token of my Changhe sect. Please accept it. Elder Wang, you cannot. A shout rang out as Su Qing, the son of the city lord, rushed over in a panic, feeling utterly flustered. His purpose in reporting to Wang Xian was to have him seize Jiang Yun's secrets, such as precious spirit tools or techniques. He thought that as long as Wang Xian made a move, he would definitely be able to bring Jiang Yun down from the clouds. But how had the situation developed into Wang Xian, an elder of the Changhe sect, acting like a sycophant towards Jiang Yun, even eagerly seeking his favor? In this critical moment, Su Qing wanted to make another effort. Otherwise, if his act of disclosing information was exposed, he would have no way out. What do you mean cannot? Stop being noisy. Wang Xian, seeing Su Qing interrupting him, angrily waved his sleeve, sending him flying 10 kilometers away, his life and death unknown. What he was discussing was a matter of great importance regarding the future dominance of the Changhe sect. If it weren't for the fact that he had to consider Su Qing's contribution in reporting, he would have wanted to crush the insignificant Su Qing into dust with a finger. Jiang Yun's expression darkened as he looked at his father Jiang Lin, who nodded in agreement, instantly understanding his meaning. Since the city lord's mansion was so targeted against the Jiang family, why should they show mercy? From today onward, Su Yuan and his son no longer needed to be the masters of Yu City. At this moment, Jiang Lin had already understood their family's confidence was quite strong, and Jiang Yun was an absolute treasure for the Changhe sect. He seemed to remember something, smilingly moving closer to his precious son, whispering, "Yuner, be sure to pick the most beautiful daughter-in-law for me. This is also important, don't forget it. By the way, she must surpass Luo Qinghan in every aspect, and make sure to give me a precious grandson soon." Jiang Yun felt a bit of a headache. He was still negotiating terms with the elder of the Changha sect, and now his father was asking him how to respond. Am I that kind of person? My pursuit is to focus on the great Tao and become an unmatched powerhouse. Of course, having an unparalleled beauty by my side seems quite nice. At least it would be a feast for the eyes every day. When the time is right, I will create a child. With my innate sacred body, I wonder what kind of child will be born. Little brother, please accept this token. Wang Xian lightly coughed, disrupting Jiang Yun's daydreaming. Jiang Yun's face flushed as he casually grabbed the token. Don't you have a storage ring yet? Wang Xian was taken aback when he saw Jiang Yun stuffing the token into his clothes, feeling somewhat surprised, and thus asked. However, he quickly regretted it. After all, this was Yu City. This is a barren land. If it weren't for the overwhelming response of the dragon-seeking orb this time, he wouldn't have discovered Jiang Yun even though he was only 100,000 kilometers away. This is an extra ring of mine. It contains tens of thousands of spirit stones for you to use, and there are also some ordinary spirit tools that'll give you as well. After Wang Xian finished speaking, he flicked a glowing blue ring towards Jiang Yun. He generously gifted Jiang Yun many resources to prove his sincerity, otherwise if his words and actions did not match it would trigger Jiang Yun's disgust. Generally proud and temperamental geniuses tend to be both arrogant and eccentric, but for someone as outstanding as Jiang Yun, Wang Xian felt that, even in the central region, he would be worthy of the top forces pampering and catering to him. Tens of thousands of spirit stones and a significant number of spirit tools. Jiang Lin beside him was shaken, internally saliva nearly dripping. The entire Jiang family had a yearly turnover of only a few hundred spirit stones. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were equivalent to the Jiang family's accumulation over 100 years. Moreover, the ring also contained spirit tools, each of which was incredibly precious. It is said that the royal family of the Qian kingdom keeps forging masters to reduce the circulation of spirit tools, making each spirit tool extremely valuable. Eventually, Jiang Lin just glanced at it a couple of times and moved his gaze away. To him, Jiang Yun was at a critical stage of advancement and desperately needed resources. Wang Xian noted Jiang Lin's excitement and thought to himself that his young son had awakened the sword body talent, triggering a fierce competition for recruits between Li Xiao and Fang Ao. However, he could understand. For people from small places, resources like spiritual veins and pills were exceedingly scarce. Jiang Yun, seeing Wang Xian's wealth, of course, would not miss this opportunity. Resources are precious, but the Jiang family is his foundation. Thus he unhesitatingly grabbed the ring and handed it to Jiang Lin. The latter held it dumbfounded, unsure of Jiang Yun's intentions. At that moment, Jiang Yun smiled for the first time at Wang Xian, saying, "Elder Wang, how about another one?" Wang Xian frowned. He hadn't brought many resources this time, but still flicked another ring to Jiang Yun. Compared to the chance of recruiting Jiang Yun into the Changha sect, these resources were truly trivial. By now, Wang Xian had given away about 70 to 80% of the spirit stones in his possession. "Jiang Yun, I will head back now. If you are willing, you can come find me anytime." Wang Xian was very excited at this moment. This was a typical case of divine beings battling, and he was reaping the benefits. Compared to the competitiveness of the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect, the Changha Sect simply couldn't match up. Fortunately, Su Qing leaked information and aimed to target the Jiang family, which led to Wang Xian inadvertently discovering Jiang Yun, who possessed the Double-Pupil. Upon returning to the sect this time, he felt he could boast for a lifetime. If Jiang Yun's Double-Pupil fully matured, he would be a great contributor to the Changha sect, and his status would undoubtedly rise significantly. As long as people talked about Jiang Yun, they would not forget the contribution he made, recruiting Jiang Yun. As time passed, as Jiang Yun became more famous and powerful, his status would rise accordingly. Furthermore, he could not linger long at the Jiang family, otherwise once Li Xiao and Fang Ao became suspicious and investigated his whereabouts, it would be hard to fool them. Jiang Yun nodded, saying nothing. As he was leaving, Wang Xian turned back to remind him, "Your brother Jiang Qin has awakened the sword body. The fight between Li Xiao and Fang Ao is because of him. Although I do not favor the sword sect, I believe the sword sect is more suitable for his cultivation. Thank you for the reminder." After Wang Xian nodded, he transformed into a stream of light and returned to the central platform of the city. Little did Li Xiao and Fang Ao know that in just this moment the greatest benefit of this journey had already been secured by the Changha sect. Boom! The power of thunder and sword energy clashed, chaotically splitting open a massive gap in the mountains northwest of Yu City, leaving the rocks and trees charred, utterly destroyed. Exhilarated Li Xiao and Fang Ao were panting, still in confrontation, high in the sky, neither willing to yield. Wang Xian knew that it was his time to make an appearance, largely because of his acquisition of Jiang Yun as a disciple, which put him in a great mood. "Brother Li Xiao, brother Fang, it's not worth it to hurt feelings over a disciple. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate to let him choose for himself." "All right, Fang Ao, what do you think?" "That's fine. Both were aware that continuing to fight would not lead to a life-and-death battle, thus the best approach was indeed as Wang Xian suggested. Jiang Qin looked at the elders of the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect approaching him momentarily, finding it difficult to decide. In fact, he had yet to fully understand his sword body. However, going to the Sword Sect seemed the more appropriate choice. Seniors, I choose the Sword Sect. Fang Ao turned his head, disappointment filling his eyes, a disciple with exceptional talent who might become a prominent figure in the future and bring numerous benefits to the sect. Yet Jiang Qin had made his choice. Haha, brother Fang, if there's another outstanding genius, it will be your turn next. Li Xiao was extremely pleased at Jiang Qin's ability to trigger such a fierce reaction from the dragon-seeking orb was enough to indicate his great talent. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was the one who caused the celestial phenomenon that day, and this trip was definitely worthwhile. He could boast and advocate for himself in front of the sect leader and other elders. What use are these trash? Several disciples who passed the assessment wore displeased expressions, but they lowered their heads, not daring to provoke the elder. Fang Ao was enraged, his chest heaving, but he still ordered his disciples to register the 2 or 3 disciples who passed on the spot and distribute the tokens. Then he glanced at Wang Xian beside him, seeing his indifferent expression, and felt a bit curious, cautiously probing. Elder Wang, you seem unconcerned, but have you already set your sights on someone? Wang Xian was startled internally, but did not reveal any odd expression, pretending to accept his fate, smiling wryly as he replied, Elder Fang, you speak too highly. The good seedlings are all being fought over by both of you. I wouldn't dare to intervene. Wang Xian did not hesitate at this moment. He certainly had to act a bit more like it. Haha, Elder Wang, you're too humble. If you have your eye on a disciple, Elder Wang, you should make a move. Li Xiao and Fang Ao exchanged glances, both quite satisfied with Wang Xian's attitude. Admitting defeat was the right choice. After all, the Changhe sect had been the perennial third. Everyone was delighted. Fang Ao found comfort in Wang Xian, while Li Xiao felt he had recruited the best disciple, and Wang Xian meanwhile was nearly unable to conceal his excitement. The recruitment of disciples continued into the night as the 3 sects casually cast a few illumination spells, brightening the scene as if it were daylight. As night fell, Jiang Yun sat in meditation. At this moment he most hoped to obtain a martial art. He quietly practiced the Gui cave sky, resembling an endless abyss, continuously devouring massive amounts of spiritual energy without filling up. If Jiang Yun did not possess the ancient holy body, he would have long been unable to control the Gui cave sky, but now he felt no strain at all. One of the most powerful aspects of the holy body is its ability to encompass all. The holy Buddhist dantian forms its own space, with the dantian of a small completed holy body resembling a gigantic lake, and the dantian of a large completed holy body resembling an endless ocean. Thus, regardless of how the Gui cave sky absorbed spiritual power, becoming increasingly terrifying in power, Jiang Yun remained as steady as a mountain. After the night passed, dawn broke. Conditions met. Would you like to sign in? Yes, thank you very much. Sign in successful. Reward the destined imperial weapon, the Excalibur. The Excalibur. The legendary strongest attacking artifact. Before Jiang Yun could react, a green little sword appeared before him, its blade marked with mottled signs of age, even leaving dark bloodstains. Just from a glance at the bloodstains on the blade, Jiang Yun felt as if a great terror enveloped him, and the endless demonic howls pulled him into an unknown world. This world was filled with darkness, permeated by demonic energy. In a daze, he saw an unimaginable demonic figure with blood-red eyes as large as stars staring at him. At that moment, a completely green celestial sword appeared before him, the Excalibur, with the same engravings carved on its blade, striking down towards the demonic shadow. The demon god attempted to grasp the Excalibur, but it too was severed. Despite the demon god's unwilling roar, the Excalibur unleashed countless sword energies, completely obliterating it. So powerful, this is an invincible sword. Jiang Yun regained his senses, the sword hilt already in his hand, a feeling of bloodline connection surging through. This time the system's reward did not disappoint him. Though he had not obtained a peerless cultivation art, acquiring an Emperor-tier artifact was more than worthwhile. Jiang Yun recalled clearly, in this world the Emperor realm marked the apex of mortal cultivation, rendering Emperor-tier artifacts the most supreme divine weapons. Yet the moment his fingers closed around the hilt, he sensed he could not yet unleash its true power. One reason was his insufficient cultivation base, the other that Emperor-tier artifacts required nurturing. Only once deeply bonded with his soul and spirit could he fully harness its might. Jiang Yun resolved to treat the Sword of Annihilation as his hidden trump card, reserved solely for moments of dire consequence. He sealed the Sword of Annihilation within his saintly body's dantian, nourishing it with the immense spiritual energy of his saintly body. Swiftly, golden meridians began to bloom across its blade like living veins. Jiang Yun felt the sword emit soft resonant chimes, as if rejoicing, delighted by the purity and potency of his saintly body's spiritual energy. Perhaps only he at the Hollow Heaven realm possessed the capacity to nurture such a supreme Emperor-tier artifact. Ordinary cultivators would be shattered, either their dantians ruptured or crushed by even a sliver of its oppressive aura or a single tremor, unless the artifact were fully sealed. Yet the saintly body stood apart. Its dantian formed a self-sustaining, evolving spatial domain, more than capable of bearing the sacred burden of nurturing. Moreover, suspended above the lake-like dantian shone a cerulean celestial veil, the mark of his innate Tao body. Its presence alone served as a subtle sovereign restraint upon the sword of annihilation. Those born with the innate Tao body naturally resonated with all cosmic principles, even embodied them. The sword of annihilation itself was forged from transcendent immortal metal, inscribed with countless world-shaking assassination arrays granting it unparalleled devastation. Thus should Jiang Yun focus his mind, he could even master fragments of the sword's power ahead of time, or awaken a single technique, a half-form of its celestial arts. Just then clamor erupted beyond the main gate. Voices surged like a tide drawing near. Jiang Yun started upright, startled. Had senior cultivators from a major sect arrived to cause trouble? After all, no cultivator from Yu City would dare provoke the Jiang clan. As he stepped out, he saw several sword sect disciples descend from the heavens atop flying swords, landing directly in the Jiang courtyard. Their blades carried several Jiang clan youths, including Jiang Qin. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin and numerous Jiang elders already stood bowed in respectful anticipation. Junior brother Jiang, we've arrived. Thank you, senior brother, for escorting us. If you have time, please stay for a cup of tea. The sword sect's leading disciple Zhao Qing had personally witnessed Li Xiao and Feng Ao, both divine flame realm experts, vying fiercely for Jiang Qin. Now was the perfect moment to forge a meaningful bond. Though the Jiang clan itself was insignificant, this junior brother held extraordinary promise. Very well, then I shall accept your hospitality. O esteemed disciples of the upper sect, please come in. Do enter, Yun, join us in welcoming these honored guests. Young people speak the same language. Jiang Lin caught sight of Jiang Yun and beckoned him over. Jiang Yun nodded silently. His intent was to observe Jiang Qin's new senior brothers closely, ensuring his younger brother would not stand alone and vulnerable in unfamiliar territory. Brother, I've joined the sword sect. I may depart for their mountains in just a few days. Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly elated by his ascension. Jiang Lin and Jiang Yun exchanged a glance. Neither showed surprise. After all, the sword sect disciples had just descended from the sky with Jiang Qin aboard. Outwardly calm, Jiang Lin's heart raced. His eldest son had just been personally recruited by Elder Wang Xian, and now his second son had entered the sword sect. Overjoyed, Jiang Lin thought of how each sword sect disciple was a celestial prodigy, and to win their favor, ensure their protection of Jiang Qin, he bowed deeply before the 4 disciples, 2 male, 2 female. We humbly beg your guidance and mentorship for Jiang Qin, our deepest gratitude. The sword sect's lead disciple Mui was an inner sect disciple who had followed Li Xiao on this errand. Within the sword sect, geniuses abounded, so these 4 were unremarkable. Seeing Jiang Lin's profound humility, they hastily rose from their seats, refusing to accept such reverence. After all, Jiang Qin had awakened the sword body, a rare constitution that, if nurtured properly, could propel him to soaring heights. Uncle Jiang, please rise. We dare not receive such a bow. Jiang Qin is our junior brother. You are our elder. Mui spoke gently, and beside him a sword sect female disciple added with a warm smile. Yes, Uncle Jiang, Jiang Qin has awakened a certain sword body. Once back at the sect, his future shines brilliantly. Perhaps one day we shall rely upon junior brother Jiang. Jiang Lin froze. His eldest had just been hailed a peerless genius, and now his second was too. And both sons were precisely the kind coveted by all 3 great sects. The sword body, is it truly so formidable? Jiang Lin had never heard of it. His family's ancient lore spoke only of the divine king body bloodline, not the sword body. Beside him, Jiang Yun offered a faint knowing smile. Elder Wang Xian had already informed him via spirit voice transmission, so unlike Jiang Lin, whose composure was merely surface deep, Jiang Yun remained serene both outwardly and inwardly. The sword body excels in sword cultivation arts. Compared to ordinary cultivators, it grasps sword intent effortlessly. At the soul engraving and divine ability realms, it forms sword Dao marks with ease, and may even awaken innate sword Dao abilities. Junior brother Jiang is undoubtedly a sword Dao prodigy, merely a luminous pearl veiled in dust. Mui explained patiently, his expression gentle and assured. Hearing this, Jiang Lin's smile widened further. He realized his second son had been overlooked and stifled. Excellent. At that moment, Mui noticed Jiang Yun standing behind Jiang Lin. Their features bore striking resemblance. A spark flickered in his eyes. Junior brother Jiang, who is this? This is my elder brother. He possesses exceptional talent too. Mui's gaze brightened. Blood runs true, he mused. Surely Jiang Yun's aptitude was likewise outstanding. He asked with polite curiosity. Oh, what is your elder brother's cultivation realm? Why did he not attend the trisect examinations? Not only Mui but the other sword sect disciples also turned toward Jiang Yun, eyes expectant. Jiang Lin's heart lurched. Jiang Yun had already been recruited by the Changhe sect. Would this spark conflict or misunderstanding? Before he could interject, Jiang Yun spoke calmly. I am at the hollow heaven realm, having condensed a single hollow heaven. A single hollow heaven. Indeed, much effort remains lest he remain forever bound at this level. Mui shook his head slightly, inwardly chiding himself for overestimating. To awaken a sword body was rarer than one in millions, or even tens of millions. Upon landing at the Jiang residence, he had casually probed the clan's aura. Most members merely possessed robust Qi-blood, while their cultivation energies were distinctly weak. He had not expected Jiang Qin's elder brother to possess a barren, ineffectual constitution, one utterly unworthy of even minor patronage from sword sect disciples. Junior brother Jiang, when you ascend to greatness, do remember to uplift your elder brother. And regarding the Jiang clan's leadership, now that you are a sword sect disciple, the mantle rightly falls to you. In Mu Yi's mind, these words were spoken solely for his junior brother's benefit. To him, sword sect disciples occupied a realm of transcendence. Their status and glory were self-evident, natural, and deserved. Moreover, these remarks were chiefly intended to deepen his bond with Jiang Qin. Who in this world does not seek fame and fortune? As soon as Mu Yi spoke, his fellow sword sect disciples nodded in quiet agreement, fully endorsing his stance. No, it's not like that. My brother is extraordinary, Jiang Qin grew flustered, desperate to explain, but words failed him. In his heart, Jiang Yun had grown increasingly enigmatic these past days, always instinctively feeling his elder brother surpassed him by far. Jiang Yun frowned. His original intent had been simply to meet Jiang Qin's new seniors, yet these guests, rather than honoring their host's dignity, presumed themselves center stage. Clearly, disciples from grand sects habitually placed themselves at the universe's axis. Such arrogance stirred Jiang Yun's deep aversion, and he felt no obligation to preserve their pride. After all, they existed only to curry favor with Jiang Qin, so why grant them courtesy at all? I admit a single hollow heaven is modest, but by what right do you meddle in my family affairs? Whether Jiang Qin chooses to uplift me, or who inherits the Jiang clan's leadership, is none of your concern. My clan's matters fall outside your jurisdiction. If you have nothing further, leave my home now. Had it not been for Jiang Qin, Jiang Yun would not have deigned to address them at all. You. Junior brother Jiang, we're departing. Remember to join us tomorrow. Mu Yi and his sword sect companions departed with faces flushed crimson. They'd come to fawn over Jiang Qin, never imagining Jiang Yun, an ordinary man, would dare speak so boldly. Yet this was still Jiang Qin's ancestral home, so the indignation had to be swallowed whole, bitter and unspoken. Meddlesome fools. Jiang Yun's final barb nearly caused Mu Yi's flying sword to wobble midair and plummet. They fled the Jiang resident skies like startled birds. Only then did the crowd gathered outside the main gate gradually disperse. Jiang Lin looked from Jiang Qin to Jiang Yun, torn, uncertain what to say. But his eldest son had borne the insult, and just as he prepared to console Jiang Yun, his elder son gently patted his shoulder, voice calm and steady. I'm unharmed, merely disgusted by their hollow benevolence. People like them offer kindness only where profit lies. Jiang Qin, when you reach the sword sect, avoid sincere bonds with such individuals. Mere courteous formalities will suffice. Jiang Qin exhaled in relief. He truly feared his brother's anger. Now he understood Jiang Yun had simply driven away pests on his behalf. His heart settled. With firm resolve, he nodded. I'll follow brother's guidance. Jiang Qin learned from your elder brother. Did you know? Elder Wang of the Changhe sect arrived just now, begging to recruit him. He pleaded for ages before Jiang Yun finally consented. And upon entry, he becomes the sect master's direct disciple, with unlimited access to spirit stones, cultivation manuals, and more. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. He'd never imagined his elder be. On his journey here, Jiang Qin had learned the Changhe sect ranked among the 3 great sects, its foundations deep and venerable. For its elder to beg Jiang Yun to join his elder brother's talent must be terrifyingly extraordinary. Though Jiang Qin himself had drawn competition from sword sect and thunder sect elders, he would merely become an ordinary or inner sect disciple. According to Mu Yi, there were 2 or 3 others with the sword body in the sword sect, varying in strength, and becoming the sect master's direct disciple demanded unmatched talent, prowess, and connections. Yet Jiang Yun was granted that honor instantly, plus limitless spirit stones and manuals. Was this a jest? Impossible. Would your own father lie to you? Seeing Jiang Qin's disbelief, Jiang Lin shot him a stern look, then continued. Elder Wang even presented our Jiang clan with abundant spirit stones and spirit artifacts, twice. As Jiang Lin spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yun's tranquil expression. His face reddened slightly. Yes, he'd pressed twice, but Elder Wang's immediate unquestioning acceptance proved Jiang Yun's genius beyond doubt. By the way, did they bestow any rewards upon you? Jiang Lin asked, hopeful. Surely Jiang Qin had received generous gifts too. Not yet. They said rewards await after I complete formal registration as a sword sect disciple. Jiang Qin scratched his head, his benefits clearly paled beside his brother's. His sole advantage lay in the sword sect's superior prestige and might over the Changhe sect. Yet the status and privileges of the Changhe sect master's direct disciple vastly eclipsed his own rank within the sword. What extraordinary talent could inspire such reverence? Jiang Qin gazed at Jiang Yun, but held his tongue. There was no need to ask. Even if he returned one day fully cultivated, he would willingly walk in his brother's shadow. Earlier, Mu Yi had urged him to uplift his brother, and even claimed the Jiang clan leadership rightfully belonged to him. That had nearly brought Jiang Qin to tears. He'd never entertained such thoughts. Even if Jiang Yun remained mysterious and powerful in the past, when his cultivation stagnated at the Spirit Sea realm, Jiang Qin would still conceal his own strength, becoming a silent guardian for his elder brother. Train diligently at the sword sect, fear no conflicts. Should trouble arise, transmit word to me immediately. Jiang Yun knew Jiang Qin intimately, his nature pure and untainted. Cultivating the sword Dao would therefore come to him effortlessly naturally. He trusted himself to uphold the Jiang clan alone, but with Jiang Qin's aid the burden would lighten considerably. Your elder brother speaks wisely. Elder Wang also pledged to dispatch a latest-stage Grandmaster-level cultivator to protect our Jiang clan, so your family's safety is assured. Jiang Qin's eyes bulged again. Was his brother a monster? A Grandmaster-level cultivator ranked among outer sect elders. Could such a being truly be dispatched so casually? It sounded like fantasy. His brother was unfathomably mysterious and mighty. Inwardly, he vowed he would strive relentlessly to follow in his brother's footsteps. Brother, I will train without rest. When hardship strikes, I'll turn to brother. In that instant, the hearts of father and two sons fused into one unbreakable bond. The three great sects prepared to depart, their objectives fulfilled. Everyone's goals had been met, except perhaps Fong Ao of the Thunder sect, who had reluctantly accepted a few expendable disciples, consoling himself with the Changhe sect's misfortune. After all, in his view, Elder Wang Xian had recruited no one and wasted spirit stones traversing over 10,000 kilometers. This reflection restored some balance to his mood. Thus he deliberately sought out Elder Wang Xian to exchange words, offering comfort not to lose heart, urging patience, and assuring him that even without recruits his efforts counted, no journey was truly in vain. Elder Wang Xian, of course, was inwardly ecstatic, yet outwardly strained to suppress his joy, nearly weeping from sheer effort until he finally managed to send Fong Ao away, then burst into unrestrained laughter within his private chamber. At dawn's first light, the daily sign-in ritual reappeared. Sign in. Yes, thank you, system brother. Sign-in successful. Reward 10 years of cultivation refinement. Instantly, spatial ripples enveloped Jiang Yun. Within his dantian, the lake of saintly body spiritual energy churned, violently bubbling with renewed vitality. He urgently turned his inner vision inward, only to find the lake's surface had expanded by roughly 1/4. Moreover, upon the cerulean celestial veil of his innate Dao body, a faint shimmering star had appeared, seemingly coalescing a nascent stellar realm. Jiang Yun could not fathom the evolutionary path of the innate Dao body, yet the saintly body's progress was vivid, tangible. 10 years of cultivation caused his blood qi to surge explosively, so potent he could now manifest solidified blood qi force. Condense. With a single thought, an identical figure stepped forth from his body, golden radiant, forged entirely from saintly body's spiritual energy. Jiang Yun waved his hand, cloaking the room in silence. Test your strike against me. His doppelganger lunged forward, its fist igniting a thunderous shockwave accompanied by dragon roars and tiger howls, golden light scattering like sparks. Jiang Yun stood immovable, only his upper torso swayed slightly. His doppelganger, however, staggered backward 8 full paces. Approximately half my strength, that suffices. This was mere blood qi manifestation, unaided by any cultivation art or technique. Were he to forge such a doppelganger using a refined cultivation art, it would inherit fragments of his innate talents, its power undoubtedly monstrous. Both his saintly body and innate Dao body had advanced significantly. Now he turned his attention to his twin-pupil divine eyes. Jiang Yun's consciousness sank into the realm of the heavy eye, where the internal world roared and the tribulation light nurtured by the heavy eye floated up and down within. He wanted to see if he could summon it. In the next moment, the tribulation light appeared before him, shimmering with eerie black and white colors. A killing move, one that strikes unexpectedly, Jiang Yun thought, realizing the immense advantage this tribulation light. Imagine a life and death battle between two individuals exchanging blows. A Jiang Yun's heavy eye tribulation light could instantly shatter space and strike at his opponent, making it almost a certain kill. As it stands, Jiang Yun even felt that this trump card of his heavy eye was hardly inferior to the sacred body and Dao body. However, a comparison between the two would only manifest in the future. From this recruitment of disciples by the three sects, Jiang Yun had already realized that Yu City was indeed far too small, with numerous prodigies and holy sons from large sects. In other words, when he later went to the Changhe sect, he would definitely encounter those prodigies who had been nurtured with top-tier resources since childhood, possessed exceptional talent, and even had powerful backgrounds. One should be flamboyant when necessary, but also not provoke trouble recklessly, otherwise it could lead to trouble with some ancient cultivators who had trained for tens of thousands of years. Has the boss woken up? People from the Changhe sect have arrived, saying they are leaving today. Jiang Lin's voice was soft, carrying a hint of disappointment, as both of his sons were about to leave. The three of them had never been apart. It had been 20 years, and this was their first separation. Chapter 21. Returning to the Changhe sect. Xinyan was waiting impatiently in the Jiang family courtyard, confused as to why her master would send her to personally pick up an ordinary disciple. Yes, after Wang Xian returned in order not to leak information prematurely, he had not revealed Jiang Yun's identity at all. He merely mentioned having encountered a diligent disciple reminiscent of some past events, and thus took pity and accepted him. His words did not avoid Fang Ao Li Xiao or even anyone from the three sects. In fact, if he had quietly brought Jiang Yun back and hidden him on the warship amidst the many eyes and ears, it could have easily aroused suspicion from Fang Ao or Li Xiao, which was not a wise course of action. Instead, his open declaration of the matter left others with little to say. Li Xiao and Fang Ao, one recruiting the strongest sword body genius and the other indiscriminately taking the remaining disciples, meant Wang Xian ended up with nothing. In their view, Wang Xian, feeling dissatisfied, was quite likely to run around outside looking for someone else to fill the. Jiang Yun changed into a dark blue robe, arriving a bit late and stretching lazily, with Jiang Lin beside him looking quite dejected. "Miss Shen, sorry to keep you waiting." Jiang Lin, not wanting to offend anyone, was reluctant to mention Jiang Yun's lazy demeanor, but he was worried that Shen Yan, who had waited for a quarter of an hour, would be displeased. Shen Yan glanced at Jiang Yun, seeing his handsome face and tall figure. Her anger dissipated somewhat, but she still blamed this ordinary junior brother for making her wait. Therefore she said, "The genius finally appears. I thought you looked down on our Changhe sect." "Oh, I didn't know I was a genius until you pointed it out. That's a bit surprising," Jiang Yun replied, having also caught sight of the pouting Shen Yan, but he was teasing her and didn't hold back. Shen Yan possessed a delicate and pure beauty showing little guile. Jiang Yun felt a bit of fondness for this young. Shen Yan shot Jiang Yun a glare, her anger surging. This guy was too shameless, actually saying he would grudgingly accept joining the Changhe sect. Did he lack self-awareness? She felt it was her duty to inform her fellow disciples about Jiang Yun's arrogance. "I don't want to talk to you, just follow me," she said, waving her sleeves and releasing a green leaf boat, stepping onto it first. Jiang Yun stepped onto the green boat, curiously examining this novel object. "Boss, focus on your cultivation. When you have time, go see your brother and take care of each other." Jiang Lin's eyes were misty, but he held back his tears as many members of the Jiang family gathered behind him. Everyone knew that Jiang Yun and his brother were setting off today and had been waiting early in the Jiang residence for a long time. Now Jiang Yun and his brother had officially become the idols and backbone for all the Jiang clan. The two had repelled the Luo family, saving the Jiang clan members, while one had awakened the sword body, which was fiercely coveted by the two major sects, making the clan members hold them in immense admiration and anticipation. "Jiang Yun, make sure to come home often." "Jiang Yun, be careful outside. When you have time, help the clan's younger generation find some talented female prodigies. I'm leaving." Jiang Yun waved his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed at the thought of abducting talented women back to the Jiang family for pairing. Shen Yan was even more speechless, feeling a bit repulsed by the strange remarks from the Jiang family. Clearly just a small force in Yu City, they were still thinking about abducting talented women. It seemed the sword body prodigy was the only one capable of such things. However, she had been angered earlier and did not want to pay attention to Jiang Yun, so she waved her hand, causing 3 spirit stones to fly out and embed into the formation at the boat's head, transforming it into a rainbow of light as it soared into the sky. As Jiang Yun was waving goodbye to his family, the boat suddenly activated, causing him to lurch forward and crash. The young girl smelled quite nice. He breathed in deeply, and soon a sharp scream from Shen Yan echoed, followed by her small delicate fist coming towards him. Shameless. It activated too suddenly, can you blame me? Jiang Yun easily caught Shen Yan's fist, and then stepped back, completing the entire process in an instant. They were still in the air, and Shen Yan needed to control the green boat, so she couldn't freely change positions. Her sparkling big eyes glared at Jiang Yun, who looked around at the surrounding white clouds. The sky is quite blue, huh? Pervert. Above Yu City, the warships of the 3 sects had already taken to the sky, preparing to return. Shen Yan's green leaf boat also landed before Wang Xian. Since they had agreed in advance not to expose Jiang Yun's identity, Jiang Yun gave a salute to Wang Xian. "I am Jiang Yun, and I will also be a member of the Changhe sect from now on, your junior brother. Let us get acquainted." The more Wang Xian looked at Jiang Yun, the more he liked him. He was indeed the hope for the revival of the Changhe sect, especially with the upcoming competition among the 3 sects, though he couldn't show it. Lu Hai approached, bringing the disciples of the Changhe sect forward to introduce them to Jiang Yun, but there was little enthusiasm. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yun wore a dark blue robe, his face handsome, his stature straight, and his demeanor outstanding. Especially his eyes, which were captivating like lightning and deep waters. Unfortunately, despite his striking appearance, he was merely a disciple who had won Wang Xian's acceptance through what hard work and cultivation and endurance. If effort were truly effective, why would talent be necessary? Jiang Yun could see that Wang Xian was intentionally hiding him, and he was more than happy to enjoy the peace. "Senior brother Lu, how long will it take us to reach the sect?" "The warship has teleportation capabilities and will take approximately 3 days and 2 nights. Lu Hai, seeing the confusion in Jiang Yun's eyes, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his naivety, continuing with disdain. The warship was forged by a master craftsman of the central continent, embedded with spatial formation capable of jumping 100,000 kilometers. This trip to Yu City was merely a coincidence. "I see." Jiang Yun's face showed understanding. A mere moving mountain domain was so vast that even a warship capable of teleporting over 100,000 kilometers required 2 days and 3 nights. He realized he had indeed been a bit like a frog in a well. "Ignore him, he's taking advantage of me," Xin Yan's voice rang out. Jiang Yun. Lu Hai hearing this showed even more disdain on his face. He said nothing further and walked away directly with Xin Yan. The other two sects, the Thunder sect and the Sword sect, seeing that the new disciple from the Changhe sect was so unwelcome among their own, couldn't help but chuckle quietly. In their hearts, the elders of the Changhe sect were merely supplementing numbers, casually recruiting disciples from such a small place as Yu City, indicating that the decline of the Changhe sect was not without reason. Jiang Yun was more than happy to enjoy the tranquility. He wasn't one to seek excitement. His goal was to experience the world outside, and the conditions offered by Wang Xian were quite tempting. They provided food, drink, accommodation, even spirit stones and protection for his family. Such treatment was indeed. Elder Wang, Elder Fong, see you again during the competition among the 3 sects. Oh, we shall meet again. Until we meet again, see you at the competition. The 3 manipulated their warships, speeding towards their respective sects. Jiang Yun saw Jiang Qin waving goodbye from the Sword sect's warship. He nodded gently. He felt no sadness. Even with the Changhe sect, Jiang Yun merely regarded himself as a passerby. As the warship set out, it remained steady. Jiang Yun chose a practice room and began his cultivation. He first took out the spirit stones given by Wang Xian, about 100, arranging them around him before starting his cultivation. With the sacred body in operation and the help of the heavy eye, Jiang Yun felt spiritual power continuously merging into his dantian. In just 10 breaths, the spiritual power from 100 spirit stones was completely consumed, and Jiang Yun piled up another batch. Soon the number of spirit stones in his storage ring dwindled. By the time he reached into his pocket for the 10th time, it was already empty. He was puzzled. 100 spirit stones seemed to condense into merely half a drop of golden spiritual power in his sacred Bodhis dantian, far too wasteful. Previously, when he had not yet obtained the innate sacred body Dao fetus, this situation had never occurred. Could it be that the primal sacred body consumed resources excessively? No wonder a perfected sacred body could boast about reaching the Emperor realm. There was indeed a reason behind it. However, this meant that spirit stones became a limiting resource for him. Was he expected to absorb all the spiritual veins of the Changhe sect? For the past few days, no one had disturbed Jiang Yun. Occasionally, he would go out for fresh air watching the sun. Jiang Yun had consecutively obtained cultivation rewards twice, once for 5 years and once for 10 years, and at this moment, he had reached the mid-stage of the Ming Soul realm. The cultivation reward from the system is 10 times the average level. In the mid-stage of the Ming Soul realm, one could begin inscribing Dao marks, so he started contemplating what kind of Dao marks to inscribe. The Changhe sect was just ahead, and Jiang Yun decided to wait until they arrived to discuss it. Chapter 22, Wang Xian's differential treatment. Having distanced himself from the gaze of the Sword sect and Thunder sect, Wang Xian's attitude towards Jiang Yun began to change. How to say, it became somewhat flattering, even cautious. This attitude displeased Lu Hai and Xin Yan's fellow disciples. Wasn't it just admitting an outer disciple? Was there a need to be so protective? In a colossal sect like the Changhe sect with tens of thousands of disciples, they felt that Jiang Yun entering the outer sect would soon become a drop in the ocean, leaving no trace. For example, when Xin Yan, Lu Hai, and their fellow disciples mocked Jiang Yun for diligently practicing in the training room, they would all jokingly remark on this topic. In my opinion, Jiang Yun is practicing so diligently. When he returns to the sect, he might touch the hearts of many elders in the sect. Who knows, he might even enter the inner sect. Cut it out, is it that easy to enter the inner sect? With my mid-grade talent, it still requires 50 years, and each application must compete with tens of thousands of disciples giving gifts to the outer sect assessment elders. What you said makes sense. If hard work and diligence were useful, why would talent be needed? Should keep it down. If someone hears us, they'll think we're being too wicked, deliberately scaring the little brother. Haha. Maybe he's crying while practicing over there. Lu Hai, Xin Yan, and others gathered together, discussing, and even making gestures of wiping tears and sobbing. Cultivators might seem to ordinary people as aloof beings above the mundane world. However, they too have emotions, and the trampling of the weak and the adoration of the strong are more pronounced in the world of cultivators. Lu Hai, as a senior brother, you should pay attention to the image of the Changhe sect disciples. Look at Jiang Yun, he has been so diligent in his cultivation. Since boarding the ship, apart from consulting me about the training room's formation usage, he hasn't stepped off the deck. Now look at you all. Wang Xian, as an elder, often awakened the teacher's authority, admonishing everyone, especially in these days. Whenever he saw Lu Hai, Xin Yan, and a few disciples, he would compare them with Jiang Yun to highlight their laziness. This time Wang Xian left the training room to check the formation at the ship's bow, and just happened to encounter the disciples chatting and laughing, prompting him to reprimand them once again. Previously, when Lu Hai, Xin Yan, and others gathered together, he felt quite tolerant, thinking nothing of it. However, after discovering Jiang Yun, who possessed the heavy eye and cultivated so diligently, he began to feel increasingly displeased with Xin Yan and the other disciples. Elder Wang, while we were cultivating, you were also cultivating. You simply didn't see it. What's so great about Jiang Yun? Is he really strong? Just a pervert, Xin Yan complained softly, while the other disciples also looked displeased though they dared not speak out against Elder Wang's authority. But Xin Yan was different. She was Wang Xian's only disciple relying on her master's favor, and sometimes she would retort receiving a look of disappointment from Wang Xian who felt she was wasting time. Hearing Xin Yan's complaints, Lu Hai and the other disciples instantly raised their heads, secretly laughing while observing Elder Wang's expression. What did you say, Xin Yan? Immediately copy the sect rules 100 times. How dare you retort when I say something? You have been under my tutelage for 3 years, and you haven't even succeeded in inscribing Dao marks. You are truly wasting time and not striving for progress. Xin Yan's delicate and charming face immediately filled with misty tears upon hearing this. She shouted loudly, so what if I copy? Why does Master always protect Jiang Yun? He is just a perverted junior brother with low cultivation. Why must Master use him to humiliate us? He's just a new disciple. Don't bring him into our discussions. Xin Yan's words voiced the feelings of all the disciples, and Lu Hai coughed lightly, pretending to be a wise senior brother. You, Xin Yan, you ungrateful disciple, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Wang Xian was infuriated, pointing at Xin Yan and the other disciples, ready to explode in anger when he heard Jiang Yun's footsteps behind him. Elder Wang, are we discussing me? Jiang Yun crossed his arms and slowly walked onto the deck, approaching everyone while Xin Yan, still sobbing, shot him a fierce glare. She didn't know why, but recently her master had been scolding her and had become particularly impatient. Xin Yan thought she had found the reason. It was all because Jiang Yun loved to show off, pretending to cultivate diligently when in reality, he was just a waste who could only condense one cave heaven. When Lu Hai looked at Jiang Yun, a cold light flashed in his eyes, showing considerable disdain. The other disciples also thought that their good mood had been ruined by Jiang Yun, and Elder Wang comparing Jiang Yun with them was an insult. When we return to the sect, I only need to slightly leverage my connections to suppress him. Once the 3 years are over and the sect's contribution points are insufficient, won't he be kicked out? Oh, Jiang Yun, you've finished your cultivation. There's nothing else. I was just reprimanding them and wanted to learn from you. You should pay attention to balancing work and rest. Don't just focus on cultivation. Find some time to come have tea with me and chat. Of course, Jiang Yun knew that his constitution was special and would not completely adopt Wang Xian's opinions. After all, Wang Xian was merely at the Divine Fire Realm, and judging by his appearance, he likely didn't possess any outstanding innate talents. I won't disturb you. I happen to have some high-quality beyond tea stored away. Let's go to the bow of the boat, enjoying the vast sea of clouds while sipping tea and discussing Dao. Recently, Wang Xian has been pondering how to leave a deep impression on Jiang Yun. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Their conversation left Lu Hai and Xin Yan along with the other disciples utterly dumbfounded. How could the esteemed inner sect elder Wang Xian have such a merchant-like demeanor? It feels like he is merely flattering Jiang Yun and trying to build a connection with him. This is absurd. Especially Xin Yan, who just moments ago saw her master furious and nearly ready to slap her, and now he is suddenly inviting Jiang Yun for tea with a cheerful demeanor. Woo-woo. Xin Yan, still young, felt a tremendous psychological gap seeing this scene. After being reprimanded by her master and punished to copy the sect rules, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Wang Xian frowned and waved his sleeve, directly creating a barrier of spiritual power that isolated the space where she was. This maneuver left Lu Hai and the other disciples wide-eyed in shock. Xin Yan's crying tactic had always worked in the past, but today elder Wang Xian actually showed signs of disgust. As an inner sect elder, he deigned to invite a disciple for tea yet deliberately fell back a step. Why don't you just bow a little more and keep up that flattering demeanor? The disciples looked on eagerly as Wang Xian and Jiang Yun reached the upper deck, then Wang Xian pointed at a certain disciple. You come over and make us some tea. Lu Hai, Xin Yan, other disciples. Let's all go together. The disciple appointed by Wang Xian is named Zhongming. He was about to walk over when Lu Hai pulled him aside and whispered a couple of sentences in his ear. Zhongming nodded repeatedly, an odd smile appearing on his face as he assured that he would definitely do it, because this deal was too lucrative. Lu Hai was a disciple of the Pill Hall, his status higher than that of ordinary disciples entirely due to his alchemy skills. Therefore, on this trip with elder Wang Xian, everyone called Lu Hai senior brother because his alchemy skills. Now he had surprisingly agreed to give himself 2 breaking wall pills and offered a 30% discount for future purchases. What a great deal. Zhongming unhesitatingly agreed to his request, challenging Jiang Yun in the name of sparring. If Jiang Yun did not agree, he would teach him a lesson under the guise of guidance. In any case, he had to make Jiang Yun understand his place, making him aware that the brothers were quite upset and that he should not pretend to cultivate hard to gain the elder's favor. Zhongming's ease in agreeing was due to elder Wang Xian having explicitly stated that Jiang Yun was admitted solely because he admired his diligent cultivation. Furthermore, Xin Yan had been to the Jiang family, which was an insignificant small family, so Zhongming had no concerns. Although he knew he was being used as a pawn for Lu Hai, the rarity of the breaking wall pills made it worthwhile to play the role. Zhongming strode confidently to the tea table of Wang Xian and Jiang Yun. First he obediently helped Wang Xian boil water for tea but only refilled Wang Xian's cup. Jiang Yun noticed Zhong Ming's intent to cause trouble but felt no fear. He was prepared to play along and see how his opponent would act. He originally bore no malice towards these ordinary disciples. Even when he heard them discussing him in secret, he was not angry. Where in the world does the Jianghu not exist? However, even a clay figurine has some fire in it, let alone Jiang Yun, who was no clay figurine. If the other party sought their own demise, he would not mind striking back fiercely. Thus he calmly watched the performance. Wang Xian's first reaction was to care for Jiang Yun's feelings and was about to reprimand him, but Zhong Ming stepped forward with arms crossed and said neither servile nor overbearing elder Wang our Longha sect's rules are strict with a clear hierarchy. How can a senior brother serve tea to a disciple who has not officially entered the sect? This is against the rules. How dare you, Zhong Ming, do you dare? Elder Wang Xian, despite his fury, was left speechless by the blockade, unable to reprimand him from any angle. You. Jiang Yun waved his hand signaling Wang Xian not to be angry, then stood up clapping his hands. You want to challenge me? His voice was not loud, but it was firm enough for everyone to hear the arrogance and confidence within. Jiang Yun's belief was straightforward. If he did not strike, he would refrain from acting, and when he did, he must crush his opponent's 3 inches and deliver a painful blow. Otherwise, once the enemy clings on, it would be troublesome. The Luo family served as the best example. When conflicts arose, a single palm strike would suffice. There was no need for hesitation. For Jiang Yun, he found Wang Xian's flattery quite enjoyable, but now it seemed necessary for him to reveal part of his strength, otherwise Wang Xian would not be able to hold these people back. Feeling Jiang Yun's aura, Zhong Ming inexplicably felt annoyed. Even his divine soul trembled, uncertain of the source of this feeling. However, with the arrow on the bowstring, it had to be released. He suppressed his unease, raised his head a bit more for encouragement, and then said, you can also understand this as a senior brother wanting to guide you. After all, you are only in the cave heaven realm, having condensed a cave heaven king. Lu Hai and the others behind him burst into laughter upon hearing this. Among major sect disciples, even being in the second cave heaven would be seen as waste material with a bleak future. Because the more cave heavens a cultivator's body can bear, the greater their innate potential. This is an undeniable fact. For instance, a second cave heaven can only cultivate to the mid-stage of the soul-marking realm, with the marked Dao patterns being of only inferior quality. A third cave heaven can reach the peak of the soul-marking realm, but finds it difficult to break through to the divine powers realm. A fourth cave heaven can cultivate to the mid to late stage of the divine soul realm, while fifth cave heaven and above face no such restrictions, relying solely on personal opportunity, potential lineage, resources, etc. Thus Lu Hai, Zhong Ming, and others subconsciously regarded Jiang Yun as a miscellaneous disciple of the Longha sect upon hearing he was in the first cave heaven. Jiang Yun had no interest in analyzing Lu Hai and the others' psychological thoughts. Since strength could establish status, that was more than enough. No, I don't want to fight you, you're too pathetic. Jiang Yun raised a finger and waved dismissively, displaying an arrogant expression. Upon hearing this, not only Zhong Ming and Lu Hai were stunned, even Wang Xian looked on in disbelief. Wang Xian could tell at a glance that Jiang Yun was indeed in the first cave heaven at the midstage of the soul-marking realm, yet he had not even marked a Dao pattern. Meanwhile, Zhong Ming had been cultivating in the Longha sect for many years, and he recalled that he was at the fourth cave heaven, having reached the initial stage of the divine powers realm, yet had not birthed any divine powers. Disciples in the initial stage of the divine powers realm from the Longha sect, while not comparable to those from the Sword sect or Thunder sect, could easily dominate small places like Yu City. The fact that the Longha sect managed the affiliated forces often involved sending Zhong Ming and the others to handle tasks, proving their strength. As for Jiang Yun, in Zhong Ming's view, having grown up in the Jiang family until the age of 20 without practicing high-quality treasures or techniques, he relied mostly on his heavy eye power. However, even those with heavy eye talents need resources, precious medicines, and techniques to help them grow. Moreover, Jiang Yun had previously informed Wang Xian that his heavy eye had only recently awakened. It was rumored that the heavy eye was innate, present from birth. Wang Xian originally planned to go back and research this. He did not want Jiang Yun to be defeated, although the heavy eye was indeed an innate supreme talent with the greatest potential. It required time to refine and grow. There was no need to damage his Dao heart here. Jiang Yun, how about not fighting? Zhong Ming, you should step down as well. Jiang Yun's insults are truly a humiliation to us seniors. If the elder does not help today, I will never let this go. Jiang Yun, who are you calling pathetic? Zhong Ming's eyes burned with rage, eager to strike immediately, but Elder Wang Xian was a mighty being who could suppress him with a single finger. Senior brother Zhang, don't misunderstand. I'm not just talking about you. What I mean is that all of you behind you are pathetic, only capable of screeching. Can't you see? I'm too lazy to argue with you all. Jiang Yun, you dare. Seeking death. Lu Hai, Zhong Ming, and several male disciples were all divine powers realm experts. Their ability to follow Elder Wang Xian on tasks proved their strength. Thus, aside from Xin Yan, who relied on her identity as Wang Xian's disciple, the others were all of higher status within the inner sect. Jiang Yun, you. This. Wang Xian's mind was in chaos. Jiang Yun appeared resolute and sharp, calm and composed. How could he say such nonsensical words? So if you all want to come at me, then let's all go together to save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. With that, Jiang Yun leaped into the air, landing in the center of the battleship, calmly gazing at everyone. He did this not to show off, but to establish his status, ensuring a more stable future. Being slightly stronger than his opponent would only ignite their fighting spirit, but crushing them with overwhelming strength would leave a lasting impression. As for whether the other party would learn from pain or fall into despair, that was not Jiang Yun's concern. Zhong Ming and Lu Hai exchanged glances, and after receiving Lu Hai's affirmation, summoned their spirit swords, pointing and converging them, slashing towards Jiang Yun. In Zhong Ming's view, a newly admitted disciple in the cave heaven realm would surely be no match. Jiang Yun's heart stirred. It turned out Zhong Ming practiced sword control technique, indicating that the Longha sect also had sword techniques. But how sharp could the spirit sword be? Could it break through his holy body defense? Jiang Yun did not dodge or evade, allowing the spirit sword to strike his shield, which remained completely unmoved. Zhong Ming frowned, intending to maneuver the spirit sword away to strike again, but Jiang Yun sneered, his hands glowing with golden light as he gripped the sword's body and forcefully broke it. If he did not strike, then it was enough. When he did, it would be earth-shattering. Zhong Ming's arrogance was his own business and had nothing to do with Jiang Yun. The might of the holy body was not something someone like Zhong Ming could fathom. Jiang Yun's decisive move left Lu Hai and the other disciples in shock. The spirit sword was connected to Zhong Ming's divine soul. He suffered a backlash and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. If sparring is to stop at a point, then since junior brother Jiang is so ruthless, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson as your senior. Lu Hai shed his outer garments, revealing a full set of battle armor beneath. He had already noticed Jiang Yun's formidable physical strength, indicating that he was hiding something. Yet Jiang Yun's aura was unmistakable. He was in the soul-marking realm at the first cave heaven. Meanwhile, Lu Hai himself was at the late stage of the divine powers realm, and one of his divine powers was the blackened armor, which could fully protect his body. Divine powers claw shatter. Lu Hai extended his hand, the black armor enveloping his palm, forming an eagle claw shape as it lunged toward Jiang Yun's body. Jiang Yun stood still, his outer layer coated in a layer of golden light. Even his heavy eye was concealed by the golden glow. He acted without any reservations. In countless eras, the entire world had never seen a talent like the heavy eye. Even if Wang Xian had doubts, he had already devised a solution. As the massive eagle claw was about to tear apart Jiang Yun's body, Lu Hai felt relieved. No matter how formidable your body, maybe how long could it withstand the shattering force of my divine powers? Indeed, Jiang Yun remained unmoving, but when the eagle claw reached above him, Jiang Yun unleashed the true dragon technique against the claw-shattering divine power. In his heart, he shouted, "True Dragon's Claw," and a golden dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, instantly annihilating Lu Hai's divine powers, with just the golden light surrounding the dragon claw. Not only that, but the true dragon claw swiftly reached for Lu Hai and the 5 disciples behind him. Lu Hai and the others were alarmed. They summoned their treasures to defend, some even raising shields, while others unleashed phantom fists. However, the true dragon technique was the most elite secret technique. Lu Hai and the others weren't even considered heavenly talents of the Longha sect, so how could they withstand it? Phantom fists dissipated, spirit artifacts shattered, and they were all cut by the sharp golden light. In less than a breath, Lu Hai, along with the disciples nearby, including Zhong Ming, were all captured and subdued by the true dragon claw. This exemplified the unmatched might of the true dragon technique. Although it might be overkill, there's a saying that even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Since he had made a move, he would not give his opponent a chance to resist. Jiang Yun retracted the true dragon claw, causing Lu Hai, Zhong Ming, and the others to cry out in pain. To be honest, Jiang Yun felt somewhat disappointed. Was this the caliber of the disciples in the divine powers realm from a major sect? They were utterly pathetic. Junior brother, spare us, we concede. Spare us. I was wrong, junior brother. Wang Xian was dumbstruck. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yun's combat power could be so terrifying. He even felt a ridiculous notion that as a mighty being it would be difficult for him to resist. Just based on Jiang Yun's technique alone, he could not think of any comparable techniques or treasures within the entire Longha sect. Perhaps even a few top-tier techniques of the Longha sect would be unable to compete. Could it be that these were all derived techniques of the heavy eye? Wang Xian truly wanted to inquire further, but in the moment he was lost in thought. Lu Hai, Zhong Ming, and the others were shrieking in agony. Jiang Yun controlled his strength, steadily grasping them until their bodies were torn, but their bones remained unharmed. If Wang Xian were not present, he would not mind crippling this group of disciples, but since Wang Xian had invited him repeatedly, even if he had no feelings for the Longha sect, he still had to give Wang Xian some face. Jiang Yun, since you've taught them a lesson, how about letting them go? From now on you shall be their senior brother, as is the Longha sect's consistent rule. The capable come first. Wang Xian swallowed hard. He was genuinely shocked. The heavy eye genius was simply too monstrous. He felt that for Jiang Yun, fighting above his level was as easy as eating and drinking. Since Elder Wang has spoken on your behalf, I will spare you this time. Jiang Yun's thoughts reached out, and the power of the true dragon technique immediately returned to him. Lu Hai, Zhong Ming, and the other disciples lay on the ground, bloodied and groaning, nearly in pain. rolling. In fact, the true dragon treasure art contains spatial power and metal force, causing their flesh to be cut and bruised, which Jiang Yun intended. In Jiang Yun's view, the first lesson must be harsh and precise. Hurry up and go heal, stop playing dead. As a master of the great ability realm, Wang Xian could see at a glance that these disciples would be able to recover in 2 or 3 months at most. They were rolling on the ground in pain completely because their will was not strong enough to withstand the agony. Yes, Elder. Lu Hai struggled to stand up, grasping 2 junior brothers, and slowly walked toward the training room. Zhong Ming and the others staggered to get up and leave the place. After this battle, they had lost the courage to even look Jiang Yun in the eye. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. In fact, Jiang Yun was not quite clear about what level his strength had reached after advancing to the midstage of the soul engraving realm. It seemed that those disciples were all practitioners of the divine ability realm, and Lu Hai was even a wielder of 2 powerful abilities, the blackened armor and the shattering claws. However, in the face of his true dragon treasure art, Lu Hai was utterly vulnerable, and Jiang Yun felt that his combat power had likely entered the great ability realm. Thinking of this, he looked at Wang Xian, who seemed a bit uneasy under his gaze. Was that battle intent? Jiang Yun, let's not let those fools disturb our mood. Let's continue drinking tea. Look, the tea is almost cold. Remembering that a tea-serving disciple was missing, Wang Xian recalled the disciple Shen, who had just been crying on the other end of the worship. He waved his sleeve, and a surge of spiritual power flew towards Shenyan's position, freeing her from her bindings. Have you cried enough? Hurry up and bring tea for your senior brother and me. Wang Xian's voice was calm yet authoritative, causing Shenyan's lovely face to show a hint of fear. Her master had never been so fierce with her before. It was all because of Jiang Yun. However, until just now, when Jiang Yun defeated senior brother Lu Hai and the others with the speed of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, she realized how wrong she had been. It turned out that she and senior brother Lu Hai were the clowns of these past few days. She and her brothers had been indignant, wanting to suppress Jiang Yun. But now it seemed that she and her brothers were not even worthy of carrying Jiang Yun's shoes. What are you still dawdling for? Do you really not understand? If you don't change, you might as well find another master when you return to the sect. Wang Xian sighed. He had always thought Shenyan was simple-minded with decent talent, and he hoped to train her well. However, if simplicity turned into foolishness, and there was no potential for growth, then there was no need to waste time. Only those like Jiang Yun, who acted decisively and ruthlessly suppressed their opponents, could support the future of the Changhe sect. Thinking of this, Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The more outstanding Jiang Yun was, the brighter the future of the Changhe sect would be. At this thought, his previous disappointment vanished. Wang Xian had initially felt disheartened and bitter because, given Jiang Yun's performance, it wouldn't be long before even he couldn't suppress him. However, what Wang Xian desired even more was the rise of the Changhe sect. He had never expected that Jiang Yun would possess the strength to participate in this grand competition among the 3 sects. His original plan was to discuss with the sect to hide Jiang Yun for 2 or 3 years until he cultivated to the divine ability realm and developed powerful abilities before participating. Now it seemed that Jiang Yun could take the stage this time, and due to his age, he would be able to participate in the competition for many years to come. After all, the grand competition among the 3 sects happened once a year, and any extraordinary talents under 50 could participate. Senior brother, please have tea. Shenyan, carrying a hint of fragrance, filled Jiang Yun's teacup, then lowered her head and handed it over obediently, sweetly, and with a touch of trembling. Shenyan's heart trembled. The scene of the earlier battle had deeply shocked her. Lu Hai and senior brother Zhong Ming were both practitioners of the divine ability realm, with Lu Hai himself being at the late stage of the divine ability realm. However, they were no match for Jiang Yun in a single move. She even felt a bit dazed. Yuqing was an unknown small town. How could such a talent as Jiang Yun emerge from it? A cross-dire battle, defeating the enemy with one move, especially after Jiang Yun struck his series of killing moves, were decisive and unhesitating. The unmatched momentum and godlike posture etched in her mind. Mortal beings love vanity, cultivators admire the strong. She felt that her heart and mind were filled with Jiang Yun's figure. Jiang Yun reached out to take the cup, noticing Shenyan's flushed cheeks and her sparkling big eyes fixed on him, seemingly filled with admiration, but he said nothing. Shenyan was not his type. Although she was cute and had a decent figure, she was too simple-minded, lacking a touch of cleverness and spirit. I would like to ask Elder Wang about something. After some deliberation, Jiang Yun decided to lay bare the matter of his engraving the Tao marks. Feel free to ask. After reaching the soul engraving realm, how should one engrave their own Tao marks? Wang Xian's expression turned serious, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied succinctly, there are 2 methods to choose from. First, select an attack or defense spiritual artifact within your understanding, or even a powerful spiritual beast. Second, rely on your innate talent to comprehend the Tao marks yourself. In any case, the stronger the Tao marks, the better, but you must also consider your own spiritual soul and physical resilience. If the Tao marks are too powerful and your spiritual soul and body cannot bear them, the lighter consequence would be an injury to your spiritual soul or a rupture of your body that cannot be repaired, and the heavier consequence would be the annihilation of your spiritual soul. Jiang Yun listened carefully and gained new insights about engraving Dao marks, but he still raised a question. How many Dao marks can one have? It also compared to the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect, the chief disciple of the Changhe sect, although also possessing extraordinary talent, used a certain ancient ferocious beast as a prototype to engrave as Dao marks, but in terms of rank it was still somewhat inferior. Don't worry, with your heavy pupil talent you can at least seek out sacred artifacts or pure-blood true spirits as templates for comprehension. Given time you might even be able to keep pace with the current chief disciple of the Changhe sect, Sunpa. The chief disciple of the Changhe sect, does he engrave Dao marks based on ancient ferocious beasts? Jiang Yun did not respond, only smiled lightly with a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Wang Xian did not understand his background, and just the fact that Jiang Yun had heavy pupil talent was enough to rival the world's top talents. Moreover, the holy body and innate Dao body were even above the heavy pupil. The minimum Jiang Yun aimed to engrave was at least a true spirit like the true dragon. But Jiang Yun felt it was not enough, although the name of the true dragon was earned through fierce battles among dragon clans, making it the only king named true dragon. It was considered the strongest among many true spirits. He sought something higher. He thought of the exquisite sword, the legendary strongest killing weapon, which bathed in divine blood and exterminated all demons, unsure if it met his requirements. Before engraving the Dao marks, Jiang Yun planned to elevate his spiritual soul to the utmost. The holy body, heavy pupil, and innate Dao body all enhanced the spiritual soul, but it was still not enough. Jiang Yun wanted to further refine his spiritual soul and engrave the strongest Dao marks. Jiang Yun, what are you thinking? You can tell me, I can help you consider it. Seeing Jiang Yun deep in thought, Wang Xian, fearing he might take risks and hastily choose Dao marks, couldn't help but interrupt him. Oh, it's nothing. I was wondering how long it will take to reach the sect. In 2 hours. Good. Yen, pour tea for your senior brother Jiang Yun. Xin Yan obediently complied, stepping forward. Once more her demeanor transformed from earlier disdain to one of complete submission and gentleness. It seemed that strength was still the best leverage. Jiang Yun thought, swallowing the fragrant tea in a single gulp. For the next while he and Wang Xian chatted casually, and he also asked some follow-up questions about cultivation while he slightly inquired about the affairs of the Changhe sect. 2 hours later the warship approached the gates of the Changhe sect. Due to the obvious markings on the warship and Wang Xian's prior communication, the protective formation of the sect was activated and the warship smoothly entered the Changhe sect. Jiang Yun took a deep breath, feeling the flow of spiritual power in his limbs and bones was exceedingly smooth. The Changhe sect has set up an ultra-large gathering spirit formation using 10001 top-tier spirit stones as the array. So the spiritual energy inside the sect is over 3 times denser than outside. Now I understand. Jiang Yun realized indeed a large sect is wealthy and powerful. He hadn't even stopped at the gathering spirit formation in Yuqing. Jiang Yun, follow me to meet the sect master. Shenyan, you're responsible for tidying up Lu Hai and the others. Tell them to learn their lesson and not to be arrogant, being a frog in a well. Yes, master. Xin Yan replied softly, glancing at Jiang Yun once more, saying quietly, goodbye, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Yun nodded, indifferently stepping out and arriving on Wang Xian's flying boat. The sect master is cultivating in the cave of Qianguang Peak. The peak is named after his true name. Master Qianguang is a great practitioner with unfathomable strength. When you meet him, be sure to show respect. He is amiable and wholeheartedly wants to strengthen our Changhe sect. With your heavy pupil talent, you will definitely receive great cultivation from Master Qianguang. Jiang Yun nodded, feeling a hint of anticipation for this sect master. Along the way, Wang Xian's flying boat passed numerous celestial mountains and pavilions of the Changhe sect, with many boats of varying quality weaving through and cultivators crossing with their own cultivation, each with their own preferences. At this moment, a small boat sped towards them carrying 2 exceptionally beautiful women. Oh, it's Elder Wang. Wait a moment, Elder Wang. Hearing the call, Wang Xian halted the boat and the 2 boats quickly drew close together. Oh, it's Jiang Yu and Xue Qian. Where are you headed? Jiang Yun looked at the 2 women, both with skin whiter than snow, their dark hair cascading down their shoulders, both extremely beautiful. One wore a bright red dress, her figure rather fiery and her personality appeared quite bold, while the other wore a snow-white gauze dress adorned with a few small yellow flowers, looking gentle and graceful. Elder Wang, Xue Qian, and I just finished discussing the Dao. I realized it's been a long time since I visited you and was just about to pay a visit when I unexpectedly encountered you here. Haha, Jiang, your words are still so sweet. I see your visit is a pretense. You are really thinking about your 4-symbol stone and void grass, aren't you? Wang Xian teased as he took out 2 jade boxes and handed them over with a smile. Jiang Yu and Xue Qian were disciples under Wang Xian's junior sister and usually held a great deal of respect. Thank you, uncle. With the void grass and 4-symbol stone, my sister, and I can finally reforge our spiritual swords. Thank you, master. As Jiang Yun had expected, Jiang Yu was outspoken and sharp-minded, while her sister Xue Qian was gentle and elegant. The sisters had completely opposite personalities. The void grass and 4-symbol stone are rare and hard to find. Once you 2 formally forge your swords, you must be cautious. The grand competition among the 3 sects is approaching. Do not be negligent. We will heed master's advice. Xue Qian replied quietly, her red lips pursed in tranquility, while Jiang Yu opened the jade box to inspect. At this moment Jiang Yu was satisfied as she closed the jade box, just about to take her leave when she suddenly noticed Jiang Yun beside her. Since obtaining the heavy pupil, Jiang Yun's entire demeanor shifted from warm and jade-like to a distant gaze, as if overlooking time like an immortal king exuding an unmatched nobility. Uncle, I guess this is your new disciple. He looks quite good, hee. Oh, let me introduce him. This is Jiang Yun. This is Xue Qian and Jiang Yu, my beloved disciples. Jiang Yu guessed wrong. I am at most Jiang Yun's recommender, a talent scout. To be his master, I do not have such fortune. Hearing this, Jiang Yu and Xue Qian's eyes widened, their faces showing expressions of surprise as they carefully sized up Jiang Yun. Wang Xian, their uncle, actually did not have the fortune to be Jiang Yun's master, which made the two curious about his background. However, in front of Wang Xian, even Jiang Yu, who was rather bold, didn't dare to pry too deeply. The figures and looks of the two women were not inferior to Luo Qinghan, which was Jiang Yun's evaluation. Junior brother, hello. This is my communication pearl. This is Xue Qian's. If you have any questions within the sect, you can find us. Thank you. Senior sister. Jiang Yun took the two communication pearls, reluctantly calling out senior sister, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage. Alright, I need to take Jiang Yun to meet the sect master. Remember, you must not be negligent in forging swords. After saying this, Wang Xian swiftly took Jiang Yun away. Wow, junior brother Jiang Yun has such a good demeanor, and is handsome too. Jiang Yu gazed longingly at the receding figure of the flying boat while Xue Qian chuckled beside her. Are you interested in junior brother? Should I ask Uncle Wang to be your matchmaker? Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have such intentions. At Qianguang Peak, paying respects to the sect master. There was still some distance to Qianguang Peak as the flying boat soared through the air, and Wang Xian turned to look at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, how do you find my two nieces? I wasn't lying to you. The female disciples of our Changha sect are numerous, and every one of them is beautiful and pure-hearted. Unlike the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect, where the disciples rush to participate in the grand competition every year to attract the attention of our Changha sect's female disciples. This is also why the grand competition is held at our Changha sect every year. Jiang Yun was surprised. He had not expected the Changha sect to have such an advantage. This was indeed bizarre. However, seeing Wang Xian's rather proud expression, he didn't want to undermine it, merely nodding calmly. Wang Xian was somewhat disappointed. He actually hoped Jiang Yun would take the initiative to mention wanting to meet Xue Qian and Jiang Yu so that he could naturally play matchmaker. With the heavy pupil, Jiang Yun was destined for a bright future. Wang Xian had long decided to abandon the currently popular direct disciple of the sect master and place his bets on Jiang Yun. Qianguang Peak stood tall with tens of thousands of disciples atop the peak. A palace floated at the summit, radiating colorful hues, resembling a celestial realm. Wang Xian's small boat arrived directly at the entrance of the palace at the peak. As an elder, he had the right to visit directly. Before the Tenjiang tall Vermilion Gate disciples guarding the door had already seen Wang Xian and greeted him with smiles. Greetings, Elder Wang. Is the sect master within? The sect master has just finished explaining the method of using the treasure art and is currently guiding a few of his direct disciples in practice. Oh, that's perfect. Please take us inside. Please follow me. The Vermilion Gate opened, revealing intricate carvings and the surroundings dominated by purple and gold, the vast palace extraordinarily spacious. At a glance, Jiang Yun saw the Changha sect master Qianguang seated on the throne, his face indistinct, surrounded by the chanting of Dao sounds enveloped in radiant light, making it impossible to discern his true appearance. As Jiang Yun observed, suddenly a tremor ran through his body, feeling a sense of suffocation, as if he couldn't breathe and his spiritual power ceased to flow. But this feeling was fleeting, and he quickly returned to normal. Wang Xian was right. The Changha sect master was indeed unfathomable, truly worthy of being renowned alongside the sect masters of the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect as great practitioners. Wang Xian pays respects to the sect master. Wang Xian led Jiang Yun, respectfully bowing towards the throne. As they arrived, several young men and women below the throne opened their eyes and looked at Jiang Yun and Wang Xian. What is it? A voice majestic and dignified echoed like that of a supreme empress, impervious to challenge. The renowned leader of the Changha sect turned out to be a woman, and her voice was surprisingly youthful. Sect master, during my travels I have found a treasured disciple for our sect and wish to present him to you for observation at once. Moreover, I dare to implore the sect master to accept him as a personal disciple, for his talent deserves nothing less. Wang Xian spoke respectfully, yet his expression was filled with excitement and evident pride, clearly feeling honored to recommend Jiang Yun. As these words were spoken, the young men and women around cast curious glances. Being a personal disciple of the sect master bore significant meaning, representing the future successors of the Changha sect. Only those as outstanding as they were could hope to be chosen. Is that so? Even Qianguang, the sect master, spoke with a hint of curiosity. Wang Xian led Jiang Yun to the throne, and Jiang Yun looked up with curiosity. Above the head of the Changha sect master, it seemed as though a great river was suspended, filled with numerous treasures. The sound of rushing water flowed into the void, vanishing only to re-emerge from the other side, the entire process appearing as if it would never cease. Jiang Yun was stunned. What realm was the Changha sect master in? This was undoubtedly above the second realm of heavenly decree, having broken into the divine realm. What talent! Qian Guang's voice remained commanding and cold, yet it was as melodious as a celestial tune. Reporting to the sect master, it is the legendary dual pupil. Wang Xian's voice trembled as he finally delivered the news. In the next moment, Jiang Yun felt the entire palace tremble slightly. A light barrier enveloped him, and the empress-like Qian Guang suddenly appeared before him, a delightful fragrance wafting into his nose. Release the power of the dual pupil, let me witness it. Jiang Yun came to his senses. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and his gaze had transformed into the dual pupil. His eyes intertwined with tribulation light, containing the unique space of the dual pupil layer upon layer. His demeanor resembled that of a judge of the world, coldly gazing at Qian Guang as if he were a true emperor. This was the dual pupil. Although their strengths were worlds apart at that moment, Jiang Yun's aura was not at all inferior to hers. Good, in my lifetime, I never expected to witness the child of the dual pupil. Jiang Yun, would you be willing to apprentice under me and become my 5th disciple? Upon hearing this, Wang Xian looked at Jiang Yun with excitement. Everything was going smoothly, and the sect master truly wished to accept him. Jiang Yun remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "First tell me the benefits and the conditions, rules of conduct after becoming a personal disciple of the sect master, and then I will consider it." Qian Guang was taken aback, while Wang Xian and the 3 young men and women around them were equally stunned. Since someone dared to negotiate conditions with the sect master, the dual pupil, although a rare talent, still had to obey the strong, ranked among the top 3 in the mountain-moving domain. A furious great cultivator of the divine realm could move mountains and overturn seas. Refining stars was no myth. Jiang Yun quickly apologized to the sect master. Sect master Jiang Yun is. He did not mean to, please forgive his youthful arrogance. Wang Xian's voice trembled. At that moment he regretted it a bit. Jiang Yun had always appeared calm and composed, not like a mindless person. Did he not realize that the sect master was akin to heaven and must be obeyed? Shut up. Qian Guang reprimanded Wang Xian and then looked at Jiang Yun. The light of the dual pupil was enveloped by chaotic energy, developing and growing, as if opening a small world, elevating Jiang Yun's aura exponentially. No one will bind you, but there is one condition: do not betray the sect. You will hold the same authority as an elder provided you prove yourself in the upcoming grand competition of the 3 sects. Master, is it not too rash to grant him such a position when he has just arrived? A young man on the left bowed, his eyes filled with reluctance. He was Emoja, the 3rd personal disciple of the sect master, possessing the 100 refinements body, his blood energy soaring to the peak of the Great Hall, also one of the foremost talents of the Changha sect. Master, I concur. This person has just arrived and his foundation is unknown. Granting him the extraordinary status of a personal disciple hastily will not win the crowd's support. A young man on the right knelt on one knee. He was Will-I, the 2nd personal disciple of the sect master, bearing the prison-suppressing divine body, with a blood chain that could drag enemies into an unknown prison for eternal suppression. Sect master, this is unacceptable. The 4 personal disciples now have all emerged step by step from the outer sect, inner sect, and core. Oh, why should he be an exception? Outside the great hall, a burly man with a voice like a landslide entered. Greetings, Deputy Sect Master Sikong. Emoja and Will-I all bowed in respect. Sikongjin, do you also oppose granting the child of the dual pupil the personal disciple status? Do you understand the potential of the dual pupil? This time Qian Guang's voice was not only cold, but carried a hint of chill, clearly dissatisfied. Sikongjin's body trembled and he hurriedly lowered his head, which had been directed at Qian Guang. Sect Master, it is not that I oppose it, but the points made by the personal disciples are valid. For Jiang Yun to become a personal disciple, he must first break into the top 10 of the monster ranking or the top 100 of the talented ranking of the 3 sects. I suggest giving him 3 years to prepare. The dual pupil is indeed an ancient legend, but with the current changes in heaven and earth, whether it remains powerful must be observed further. Although Sikong's tone was softened, his stance remained unchanged. The great hall fell into silence and every breath could be heard. Jiang Yun, let it be as Deputy Sect Master Sikong said. If you can prove yourself by entering the monster ranking or talented ranking, then come to see me again. As for your treatment, it will be temporarily set at the core level. Are you willing? Jiang Yun had not expected that his arrival would strike a chord with so many people. It seemed that the waters of the Changha sect ran deep. However, this was also good. Jiang Yun felt that the hierarchy was secondary. What mattered was that the Changha sect was a grand stage, a place where he could witness his own growth and hone his strength. I accept. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master. Wang Xian bowed respectfully to the Sect Master and Deputy Sect Master, expressing his gratitude. You may leave now. Yes. Wang Xian led Jiang Yun out of the Sect Master's great hall. As they departed, Jiang Yun could feel 2 sharp gazes piercing his back. Without turning around, he sensed it was Emoja and Will-I. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why these two held such strong animosity. He would have to ask Wang Xian when he got the chance. As a small boat left the peak of Qianguang, Wang Xian personally led him to the main hall of the sect where identities were registered and resources and tasks were distributed. With Wang Xian guiding him, it took less than an hour to complete all the formalities, and Jiang Yun officially became a core disciple of the Changhe sect. Wang Xian, give me an explanation. The flying boat continued, passing one after another colorful and radiant immortal mountains and caves. Wang Xian felt his neck stiffen. Jiang Yun's questioning left him at a loss for how to respond. During his time in Yu City, Wang Xian had failed to meet any of the conditions he had promised Jiang Yun, such as unlimited supplies of resources, spirit stones, techniques, and the guarantee of becoming a personal disciple. I did not expect this, Jiang Yun. The dual pupil talent should not be hindered, and you may feel quite aggrieved. If you wish to leave for a place with better treatment, I can help you. Since you have done your best, I cannot blame you. Jiang Yun did not intend to seek punishment. He primarily said this to gauge Wang Xian's attitude. If the other party shirked responsibility after disappointing him, he would have no need to continue his association with Wang Xian. Now it seemed that Wang Xian was somewhat reliable, understanding the importance of accountability and not avoiding issues. Wang Xian sighed in relief. He was somewhat disappointed with the sect's decision. He could not comprehend why the sect master, having made a decision, would retract it. Could the attitudes of the other two personal disciples and Si Kongjin sway the decision of a formidable great cultivator? Impossible. In Wang Xian's impression, Qianguang had always been strong-willed and domineering. Even though she was a female cultivator, her decisiveness in battle allowed her to lead the Changhe sect against the two super sects, the Sword sect and the Thunder sect. After contemplating this matter, Wang Xian concluded that the sect master was testing Jiang Yun. A flower raised in a greenhouse would easily break. Even possessing the dual pupil talent without competing in a harsh environment, it would still be challenging to cultivate successfully. After coming to this understanding, Wang Xian felt much more at ease. Jiang Yun, the monster ranking is inscribed on the Qitian Peak. There is a stone tablet there. As long as you win challenges, your name will automatically rise in rank. As for the top 100 of the three sects, you must participate in Secret Realm Trials, the grand competition of the three sects, and battle against the cultivators of the entire three sects, and even the mountain-moving domain to earn your rank. The top 10 of the monster ranking possess special talents and formidable battle bodies. Be cautious in your endeavors. Wang Xian had placed great expectations on Jiang Yun and naturally shared all the information he knew. What are the rankings of those two from before? Can I challenge them directly? Jiang Yun had a deep impression of the two personal disciples who opposed him in the sect master's great hall, who spoke of rules and questioned his integrity as if he were here to disrupt the Changhe sect. He felt unsettled at not having the opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, as soon as Jiang Yun spoke, Wang Xian was startled. Jiang Yun, don't act recklessly. They are ranked in the top 5 of the monster ranking. One is Emoja of the 100 Refinements body, and the other is Zwalai of the prison-suppressing divine body, both of whom have been under the sect master for nearly 20 years. The sect master has even gone to the Thunder sect and Sword sect to obtain techniques for them, and entered numerous forbidden areas in the mountain-moving domain to search for divine herbs, refining their battle bodies and divine bodies to their utmost. Besides this, they've reached the pinnacle of cultivation at every stage, refining the 9 caverns to break through to the realm of divine powers. Zwalai's strength had already reached the divine fire realm 10 years ago, and it is said that his divine fire vitality is nearing its ultimate refinement. Wang Xian's voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with longing and admiration. Moreover, this admiration was genuine and not feigned. The 100 Refinements battle body and the prison-suppressing divine body, how strong are they, and how capable do they fight? Jiang Yun felt the stirrings of battle within him. This world was indeed extraordinary. Super talents had already emerged from the mountain-moving domain, so what of the central region of the world? Surely there were even more formidable talents there. Understood. Where do we go now? First, let's go to my humble abode. Although the treatment for core disciples is good, it still pales in comparison to my elder peak. Jiang Yun nodded. He was fine with these minor matters, and was willing to follow Wang Xian's arrangements. The flying boat traveled for about 1,000 kilometers, and the immortal mountains and palatial pavilions around became somewhat sparse. On the peak of Yunmiao Mountain is my cave dwelling. I currently serve in the law enforcement hall, and it is quite convenient to get there from here. Cultivators also have various mundane matters to deal with, and moreover, you are now an elder. Jiang Yun felt somewhat puzzled, having never stayed in the sect before. Wherever there are people, there will inevitably be conflicts over resource allocation and conflict resolution, capturing criminals, all of which is the responsibility of the law enforcement hall, Wang Xian explained patiently. Why don't you come to the law enforcement hall first? I have some say there, and there are fewer matters to attend to, and you can also receive resource contributions. If you need to relax during your cultivation, you can also take on tasks to broaden your horizons. Yu City is too small, and you need to understand what the real world of cultivators is like. You can arrange it as you see fit, Jiang Yun said non-committally. He was not concerned about where to go, he just wanted to cultivate quietly, and with Wang Xian around, he could provide advice and references for everything. Unconsciously, the relationship between Wang Xian and him bore a hint of mentor and friend. However, both knew that with Wang Xian's peak prowess, it would not be long before Jiang Yun caught up to him. Engraving the Dao patterns was what Jiang Yun most wanted to do. He needed to find a place to seclude himself and contemplate thoroughly. As for improving his cultivation, he did not want to consider it until he had engraved powerful Dao patterns. Wang Xian's Yunmiao Peak, aptly named, was shrouded in mist abundant in spiritual energy and even housed some spirit beasts, many of which Jiang Yun had never seen before. Such a fine cultivation environment indicated that the treatment for elders in the Changhe sect was quite good. Jiang Yun's cave dwelling was arranged next to Wang Xian's. As soon as they arrived, Wang Xian instructed several servant disciples to clean Jiang Yun's residence thoroughly. Even Jiang Yun could not help but sigh. Having a bit of power made things much easier, and following Wang Xian was indeed the right choice. After parting ways, it was already night. Jiang Yun sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb spiritual energy and gather holy body's spiritual power. Soon the entire Yunmiao Peak began to surge with spiritual energy, and strong winds roared. The spiritual energy within Jiang Yun's cave dwelling formed a whirlpool, which he absorbed into his abdomen. However, condensing a drop of golden holy body's spiritual power to merge into his holy body lake was not a simple task. This also demonstrated just how terrifying the resources needed to strengthen the ancient holy body were. While Jiang Yun was cultivating, someone arrived to visit at Yunmiao Peak under the night sky. "Master Uncle, are you there?" "It's me and Shui Qian. It's you two girls. Did you encounter any problems in your cultivation that brought you here so late?" Wang Xian had a bad premonition. "Master Uncle, we were wrong. We wanted to try refining swords with the void grass and the 4-symbol stone you gave us, but we didn't deliver them to the artifact hall, and as a result." Jiang Yun no longer had the excitement from earlier in the day. Her watery eyes brimmed with tears, and Shui Qian also showed a look of shame. "What happened? Quickly tell me." Wang Xian felt a headache coming on. The void grass and the 4-symbol stone were precious and rare, requiring a trek of tens of thousands of miles to collect or exchange. This time it was still Wang Xian's junior sister Jiang Yu and Shui Qian's master who had borrowed a substantial amount of resources from him. It was only with what he had on hand that he managed to acquire 2 pieces of void grass and 1 4-symbol stone. We lacked the cultivation level, and halfway through the refinement an issue occurred. The sword body cracked, leaving only 1 piece of void grass and half a piece of 4-symbol stone left, Jiang Yu said softly, glancing at Wang Xian with some trepidation. Wang Xian's face darkened upon hearing this. When his junior sister went out, she had instructed him to help take care of Jiang Yu and Shui Qian. What should I say? Wang Xian paced around the cave, pondering for a long time before deciding to swallow his pride and seek help from an old friend in the artifact hall. With the grand competition of the 3 sects approaching, Jiang Yu and Shui Qian were entrusted with high hopes by his junior sister. Their spiritual swords were being cultivated as their life spirit weapons and could not be easily given up. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian left the 2 girls behind and drove the flying boat towards the direction of the artifact. After staying in the cave for a while, Shui Qian and Jiang Yu felt bored. As they stepped out of the cave, they discovered that the winds howled around Yunmiao Mountain and torrents of spiritual energy formed a whirlpool at the peak, pouring down. Such an astonishing amount of spiritual energy being drawn in. Did Master Uncle set up a super gathering formation? That's impossible, he has already left. Let's go take a look. The 2 girls quickly found the cave entrance where Jiang Yun was located, only to see that the spiritual energy condensed into a whirlpool was pouring down upon Jiang Yun's head, making a roaring sound akin to waves crashing against the shore. This domineering manner of absorbing spiritual energy left Shui Qian and Jiang Yu stunned. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Yun had entered a state of enlightenment, using his innate Dao body as a conduit, and was thus unaware of their presence. At the arrival of the 2 young women, heavens! Is he cultivating a divine art or a cultivation technique? It's utterly terrifying, and it appears to be a cultivation technique. Look, the spiritual energy is converging directly into his dantian, and does Changhe sect even possess such a technique? Absorbing spiritual energy this rapidly and abundantly risks severe damage to the physical body, yet he shows no adverse effects whatsoever, and I cannot say for certain. Could it be that, like those prodigies on the demon talent list, he possesses an extraordinary physique? In my view, having only just joined our Changhe sect, he could at best rank within the hidden dragon list, and Shui Qian and Jiang Yu watched Jiang Yun intently as he cultivated. His brows sharp as stars, his eyes bright and clear, his hair glistening strand by strand, his entire bearing exuding the ethereal grace of a banished immortal. Indeed, owing to his innate sacred body Dao embryo, every advancement Jiang Yun achieved, be it in physical constitution, cultivation realm, or soul essence, unfolded in flawless perfect evolution. Shui Qian, don't you think he's even more handsome than the sect master's direct disciples listed on the hidden dragon list? And I feel the same. And have you fallen for him? Impossible. He's only met us once, and you're the one lying. At that moment, the 2 young women laughed playfully. Their conversation centered entirely on Jiang Yun. So much so that they momentarily forgot even the catastrophic failure of refining their own life-bound spirit weapons. Just then a streak of rainbow light pierced the skies beyond Yunmiao Peak. Wang Xian had returned. His brow furrowed deeply as he descended before Jiang Yun and Xue Qian. Senior uncle, and do not address me as senior uncle. And upon hearing this, Jiang Yun and Xue Qian instantly assumed delicate, pitiable expressions, their charming faces radiating helplessness. Ah, my old friend has departed to search for rare materials for spirit forging. As for the others, either I am unfamiliar with them, or their fees are prohibitively steep, and with a heavy sigh Wang Xian realized his mission, entrusted by his junior sister, was doomed to fail. Should the matter reach his junior sister's ears, not only would Jiang Yun and Xue Qian face stern reprimand, but even he, their senior brother, would surely endure a harsh scolding. And Jiang Yun and Xue Qian exchanged cautious glances toward Wang Xian, their growing shame deepening as they beheld his crestfallen expression. Their relationship with Wang Xian had always been exceptionally close. He was in effect half their master. And chiefly because Wang Xian had pursued their master Zhou Ruo for many years, and success now seemed imminent. This time Zhou Ruo entrusted her 2 disciples to Wang Xian precisely to foster intimacy between them. Once Jiang Yun and Xue Qian completed the refinement of their spirit weapons, infusing them with void grass and 4 phantom stone, Wang Xian might finally win Zhou Ruo's heart. Yet now all hope hung by a thread. Zhou Ruo possessed a notoriously fiery temper. Wang Xian feared nothing more than displeasing her, for should this misfortune occur, estrangement lasting 10 or even 20 years would be inevitable. Having suffered past humiliations, Wang Xian had swallowed his pride and approached the pill refining pavilion for aid, only to learn that his sole ally among the spirit forging elders had departed on a journey. Since we're waiting anyway, there's no point abandoning hope. I'll attempt it myself. And Wang Xian no longer spared Jiang Yun's extraordinary cultivation aura a second glance. After all, Yunmiao Peak lay in profound seclusion. Elders rarely visited one another, and even if minor anomalies occurred, none would take notice. And Jiang Yun's state of sudden enlightenment lasted an entire night. As he cultivated, he simultaneously visualized the form and essence of Dao marks within his mind. He tried countless variations, yet his limited experience left him dissatisfied. Each Dao mark he sketched lacked either spiritual resonance or destructive potency. As dawn broke, he condensed all the spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation into golden sacred body qi, channeling it into the lake-like dantian of his sacred body. Jiang Yun had long since realized he was cultivating along 2 distinct yet complementary paths. And the sacred body path focused on physical refinement and unlocking latent potential, a truly unorthodox approach. The innate Dao body path, by contrast, emphasized cultivation, advancement, and comprehension of divine laws and sacred arts. Though overlapping, the 2 paths remained independent, jointly perfecting every facet of Jiang Yun's being with absolute completeness. Indeed, Jiang Yun sensed that each new realm he attained reached a state of ultimate sublimation, the supreme advantage conferred by his innate sacred body Dao embryo. Take the 10-cavity unification as an example. Even after attaining ultimate sublimation, one may still shatter taboos. If I tread this path of taboo breaking, where ultimately shall I ascend? Na quiet thrill stirred within Jiang Yun. With the aid of his innate sacred body Dao embryo and twin pupils, he had effortlessly surpassed all peers, charting an unprecedented trajectory toward boundless potential. While ordinary cultivators were confined to 9 cavities, having exhausted all known avenues, Jiang Yun first transcended to the forbidden 10 cavities, then shattered that very taboo, achieving a second higher cavity unification. This was the very foundation of his overwhelming dominance back in the Jiang residence, when with a single fist he obliterated opponents like Luo Lai, who had already attained the divine ability realm. Just as Jiang Yun reflected upon this, dawn broke, and a chime rang out and sign-in prompt activated. Yes, thank you system brother, sign-in successful. Reward profound tier spirit forging technique, and instantly a ribbon of rainbow light fused into his body, granting him the mastery of a century-long spirit forger who neither ate, slept, nor rested. How strange, the system had bestowed a spirit forging technique without warning. Would he perhaps become a peerless master of all arts? Though peculiar, Jiang Yun felt no aversion. As the saying went, more skills never burden the adept. Mean the cultivation world mastery of pill, refining spirit, forging spirit, herb cultivation spirit, beast taming. Array formation, seal suppression, all conferred immense prestige. And spirit forging techniques were ranked as mortal tier, spirit tier, profound tier, earth tier, and sage tier. And Jiang Yun currently held the profound tier. And spirit forgers were exceedingly rare, reaching profound tier alone ensured exceptional demand. Yet Jiang Yun remained unaware of what such mastery truly signified within the ban-shipping region. After a night of cultivation, Jiang Yun decided to claim his privileges as a core disciple. And Wang Xian had assured him there was no need to go in person, merely summoning several menial disciples would suffice. Have the menial disciples arranged by Wang Xian not arrived yet? I might as well go check, and Jiang Yun murmured inwardly as he strode toward Wang Xian's cave residence. As he drew within 100 zhang of the residence, a deafening explosion erupted, like a mountain collapsing. His heart lurched as he surged forward to investigate, but from the blast emerged thick black smoke, followed by 3 figures erupting forth cloaked in shimmering spirit energy barriers. Panicked and disoriented, they nearly collided with Jiang Yun. And Wang Xian, already dark-skinned, was now smeared head-to-toe in soot black ash, and Jiang Yu and Shui Qian too bore no resemblance to their usual graceful celestial appearances. What on earth happened to you? Cough, cough. All this was for them, attempting to repair their life-bound spirit weapons. But the refinement exploded outright. Not only did the forging fail, we've also lost precious materials, and the weapon's damage has worsened, and it's over. I won't see junior sister Zhou Rua for 10 years. Perhaps even 20, and senior uncle, you acted far too rashly, and perhaps. Yes, and Jiang Yu and Shui Qian hastily wiped soot from their faces and robes, restoring their composure, though complaints still lingered on their lips. Jiang Yun's pulse quickened, spirit forging. His morning reward had been precisely a profound tier technique. And senior sisters, what grade are your life-bound spirit weapons? High-grade spirit weapons. We spent 2 years completing sect tasks to earn enough contribution points to acquire them, and correct. Senior Uncle Wang Xian secured void grass and 4 phantom stone for us, materials capable of elevating their quality to profound tier, NIC. Allow me to examine them, and Jiang Yun smiled faintly, offering his proposal. Jiang Yun, can you truly manage this? Even my life-bound spirit flame failed, and doubt flooded Wang Xian's gaze. In his estimation, a mere 20-year-old like Jiang Yun could never have mastered spirit forging. First, spirit forging demanded innate talent. A second, nurturing a spirit forger consumed staggering resources the Jiang family simply lacked. Only trying will tell, and Jiang Yun offered no absolute guarantee. Though he wielded genuine profound tier technique, he had yet to test it in practice. The 4 entered the cave residence. There remained only half a void grass root. A 4 phantom stone was reduced to 2/3 its original size, and the 2 spirit swords were riddled with fine fissures. Jiang Yun sighed inwardly. As a profound tier spirit forger, he instantly recognized that these swords had endured not 1, but 2 brutal refinements. Are you treating them as scrap metal for trial runs, subjecting them to abuse twice over, and it seems you never truly regarded them as your life-bound weapons? And Jiang Yun's voice carried quiet fury, striking straight at the heart of the matter. You saw through it already, then you truly understand spirit forging, and Wang Xian reacted, first astonishment flooding his features. Shui Qian and Jiang Yu stared at Jiang Yun as though he were a mythical creature. How could someone their age possess such profound knowledge of spirit forging? Could he truly be a prodigy, not merely in cultivation but in spirit forging as well? And Jiang Yu tugged gently at Wang Xian's sleeve. And senior uncle, did you recruit Jiang Yun into Changhe sect specifically for his spirit forging talent? Nonsense. Jiang Yun is a supreme tier cultivation genius. If he diverted to spirit forging, I'd be the first to forbid it. And Shui Qian and Jiang Yu exchanged a silent glance, then fell quiet, watching Jiang Yun pick up the spirit swords and inspect them closely from every angle. After a long pause, Jiang Yun lifted his gaze toward Jiang Yu and Shui Qian, his strikingly handsome face bearing an inscrutable expression. Well, if it's impossible, we'll let it be. I accept defeat. At worst, I'll empty my coffers to buy replacements, perhaps softening junior sister Zhou Rua's wrath. They can be repaired, but you must owe me a favor. Who wishes to repay it is your choice, and having assessed the situation, Jiang Yun resolved to act, but no service came without cost. In Jiang Yun's heart, only the Jiang family, Jiang Lin, Jiang Qin, deserved his unpaid labor. And I will, and I and Shui Qian and Jiang Yu vied eagerly, their faces blooming with radiant joy. I intend to employ blood forging, a method that enhances success rate, but both of you must contribute a portion of your vital blood. This is non-negotiable, and success probability stands between 60 and 70%, owing largely to the insufficient quantities of void grass and 4 phantom stone, and Jiang Yun spoke calmly, his gaze steady and self-assured. And it's all my fault for overreaching. Had I preserved full portions of void grass and 4 phantom stone, and Wang Xian rubbed his nose, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. A peak-level great ability realm elder, even one who had begun kindling his divine flame, had botched the task utterly. Shui Qian and Jiang Yu nodded fervently. They knew blood-forged swords were the most treasured of all, yet demanded the highest mastery from the forger. Might misfortune transform into fortune, bestowing upon them blood-forged spirit weapons? Such weapons achieved perfect resonance, with their masters unleashing power exceeding their nominal tier by a full level. Jiang Yun said no more. He seized the 2 spirit swords and tossed them skyward, their forms instantly enveloped by twin halos of golden spiritual energy. And within the profound tier spirit forging technique existed an exalted method, forging with heaven and earth as the crucible. As Jiang Yun hurled successive orbs of golden spiritual energy, a translucent shimmering furnace materialized before him. And the golden orbs flared into incandescent flames, igniting the furnace's base, commencing the forging in earnest. Jiang Yun's movements flowed like clouds and water, effortless, precise. While manipulating the illusory furnace, with one hand he simultaneously refined the void grass and 4 phantom stone with the other. This miraculous spectacle left Wang Xian, Shueqian, and Jiang Yu utterly spellbound, their eyes gleaming with. This wasn't mere experimentation, it was unmistakably the work of a master. Jiang Yun sustained the furnace's operation without strain. His sacred body qi and unified cavity reservoirs held over 10 times the spiritual energy of ordinary cultivators, rendering exhaustion unthinkable. As he steadily intensified the furnace's heat, golden spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, his vital blood surging with thunderous tie-crashing resonance. And at that moment a single thought echoed in the minds of Wang Xian, Shueqian, and Jiang Yu: truly monstrous. Had Jiang Yun begun cultivating and learning spirit forging from within his mother's womb? And prepare, inject 10 drops of vital blood. Do not hesitate, and Jiang Yun's commanding voice snapped the 2 women back to focus. Understood, N. And within the furnace the spirit weapons flushed crimson and trembled violently, while the fissures gradually sealed under the infusion of void grass extract 4 phantom stone and black iron essence. Time flowed onward. After 2 hours, Shueqian and Jiang Yu had each contributed 10 drops, totaling 100 drops, and the forging entered its final phase. Now release 1 drop of tongue blood to initiate soul binding, and 2 blades of frosty light shot forth from the illusory furnace hovering before Shueqian and Jiang Yu. Obediently the 2 young women expelled a drop of tongue blood, whereupon silver radiance blazed fiercely across the blade's surfaces. And moments later both swords hummed resonantly, circling their masters with vibrant sentient grace. Shueqian and Jiang Yu grasped their swords and danced, bodies soaring like startled swans, sometimes even controlling them remotely suspended midair. And whichever method they employed, a profound visceral bond pulsed between wielder and weapon. Blood-forged swords live up to their legend. Jiang Yun, thank you beyond measure, and thank you Jiang Yun, and their cheeks flushed rose pink. Not only had Jiang Yun salvaged their losses, he had elevated their spirit weapons to profounder, and the blood forging amplified their power exponentially. Thus their weapons now manifested power surpassing that of mid-tier profound-grade arms. And Wang Xian stood frozen, staring at Jiang Yun as if beholding a legendary beast. I do not favor men, and Jiang Yun shot Wang Xian a sharp glance, warning him to cease staring so oddly as though examining a maiden. Jiang Yun, you've saved me this time. When junior sister returns she'll no longer be angry with me, and Wang Xian nearly reached out to clasp Jiang Yun's hands, relief flooding his heart knowing at last his relationship with his junior sister was secure. Moreover, Jiang Yun's spirit forging talent had stunned him beyond measure. And he even suspected that aside from 1 or 2 reclusive elders in the spirit forging pavilion, every other forger, including his esteemed friend, paled in comparison to Jiang Yun. Very well, do not forget your words, you owe me a favor, and Jiang Yun brushed dust from his robes preparing to depart. And we will never forget. And Shueqian and Jiang Yu sheathed their swords, gazing shyly at Jiang Yun, their affection so palpable he dared not meet their eyes. Good. By the way, Elder Wang, please assign a menial disciple to accompany me in collecting my core disciple resources. I nearly forgot the matter entirely, and where might the sect's task hall be located? Yes. I'll arrange it immediately. The task hall lies 2,000 li west of Yunmiao Peak. I'll escort you personally. And Wang Xian hurried to comply, volunteering to guide Jiang Yun himself. And senior uncle, as an elder your duties are vast, let me go instead. Senior brother Jiang Yun, please follow me. And sister, you've just acquired your spirit sword, shouldn't you familiarize yourself with it first? I'll go. And no, I have ample time. Your matters are urgent, senior brother, and I know the maps well. May I accompany you on the task assignment? And let us go together. And Jiang Yun was speechless, their dramatic shift in demeanor utterly unexpected. Shueqian and Jiang Yu rivaled Luo Qinghan in beauty, temperament, and poise, yet lacked her aloof coldness. Since they extended such warmth, Jiang Yun decided to accept gracefully. After all, he was utterly unfamiliar with this land, having 2 guides spared him from navigational despair. NAS for jointly undertaking tasks, that would depend entirely on the assignments available. 2 spirit vessels glided away from Yunmiao Peak. Jiang Yun's destination was the sect's task hall. Accepting sect missions would not only familiarize him with the sect and the cultivation world, but also serve as rigorous trials to hone his strength techniques and cultivation foundations. Having no spirit vessel of his own, he rode aboard Jiang Yu's, though Shueqian had also wished to invite him. Her shyness held her back, allowing Jiang Yu to claim him first. The spirit vessel advanced swiftly. Within half an hour it neared the task hall. Along the way numerous disciples passed in both directions, most moving with urgent haste. En route, Jiang Yu and Shueqian explained in detail the procedures and protocols for accepting sect missions. Generally, missions posted in the task hall originated either from senior elders or disciples of the sect, or were issued under the banner of various branches of the Changhe sect. Some were personal commissions, others served the sect's broader interests. A few were even posted on behalf of disciples from other sects entrusted to the Changhe sect for dissemination. Mission contents spanned a wide spectrum, maintaining order across the Changha sect's territories, eradicating demonic cultivators and bandit clans, or undertaking perilous expeditions to harvest spirit fruits and rare medicinal treasures alongside fellow disciples. Missions varied greatly in nature, yet all shared one unifying purpose: to earn sect contribution points. Jiang Yun resolved to observe firsthand before making any decision. Inside the Grand Hall, two burly men, Lu Hu and Lu Bao, brothers famed for their thick bristling beards, emerged from the entrance, flanked by a retinue of 7 or 8 followers. Brother Hu, Brother Bao, your combined technique was flawless. One mighty axe strike shattered their formation. Without it, this bandit purge would never have been so effortless, and indeed. With your strength, Brother Hu could easily rank among the top 5, and perhaps even top 3 on the Qianlong list. That Xue Qian and Jiang, you should catch your eye, is truly their honor, and here they've ruined their own life-bound spirit artifacts. I heard Wang Xian rushed to the spirit forging pavilion last night begging for help, and truly. But aren't those two always pretending to be aloof and untouchable? And isn't the pavilion's chief artisan your uncle, Brother Hu? This time we'll make them beg properly, and simple enough. Brother Hu prefers fiery temperaments, so let Jiang Yu accompany you for a month. Xue Qian's no less captivating. Surely you'll adore her too, Brother Bao, won't you? At these words, Lu Hu and Lu Bao's eyes gleamed brightly, and their breathing grew markedly heavier. The brothers ranked 19th and 15th, respectively, on the Qianlong list, fresh from completing a level 4 bandit extermination mission. Their confidence soared. Moreover, it was widely known throughout the Changha sect that they had pursued Xue Qian and Jiang Yu for over half a year, with little success. Now their followers' flattery inflamed their ambition. Using the girl's ruined life-bound artifacts as leverage seemed a most promising path to victory. Then let it be done as you suggest. Let's go straight to Elder Zhou Rua's residence. And Lu Hu beamed with eagerness, already envisioning Jiang Yu's fiery charm, and his pulse quickened with anticipation. But brother, what if Elder Zhou Rua intervenes? We. Lu Bao, though equally broad-shouldered and imposing, possessed a sharper, more calculating mind. And Brother Bao, no need to fret. Elder Zhou Rua has left the sect entirely. With her gone, nothing restrains us. You could storm in and seize them outright, and no one would ever know, and, Precisely. Let's move. Brother Bao, follow me. You lot, stand guard outside. Once I've had my fill, I'll leave you some scraps to savor, and thank you, Brother Hu. And with that, the group eagerly summoned a medium-sized spirit vessel, just as a sharp-eyed follower spotted a familiar figure approaching. Outside the task hall, Xue Qian and Jiang Yu stood flanking Jiang Yun, one to his left, one to his right, as they approached the grand entrance. Look, there's Xue Qian. And Jiang Yu too, and let me see. Yes indeed, but who's that fair-faced youth beside Jiang Yu and Pa? Who'd have thought Jiang Yu could lower herself so? She snubbed Brother Hu's advances time and again, playing haughty and distant, and let's go. I'd like to see who dares touch the women claimed by me and my brother. And Lu Hu and Lu Bao strode forward shoulder to shoulder, each bearing a colossal battle-axe heading straight toward Jiang Yun. Many Changha sect disciples scattered at the sight of Lu Hu's surging fury. As the brothers pushed past bystanders along the path, not a single soul dared resist. Though the Changha sect numbered hundreds of thousands of disciples, its official rankings comprised only 2 lists, the Qianlong list and the Yaoni list, each containing precisely 100 names, with the Yaoni list ranking above the Qianlong. Lu Hu and Lu Bao were born with prodigious physical might. Though lacking a sacred battle body, they came astonishingly close, securing firm positions among the Qianlong list's top 20. Thus, even disciples who loathed their tyranny lacked the power to oppose them. Jiang Yun, this is the task hall. Missions range from level 1 to level 9. However, only cultivators who have attained the divine flame realm may accept missions above level 5. Jiang Yu spoke softly, her dewy eyes gazing at Jiang Yun with quiet admiration. Xue Qian's expression mirrored hers. And Jiang Yu, halt. So that's why you kept refusing my invitations to exchange insights. You've been secretly courting this fair-faced youth behind my back, and who in the Changha sect doesn't know Jiang Yu belongs to me, Lu Hu. Now that I've caught you red-handed, how will you explain yourself? Nas, he spoke. Lu Hu hurled his massive axe. It crashed onto the hall's pale white jade floor with a thunderous impact, cracking the stone and startling everyone present. A disciple from the disciplinary hall standing idly nearby recoiled instantly and fled into the inner chamber. Though duty-bound to uphold sect law and protect fellow disciples, he dared not confront the volatile, brutal brothers, ranked among the Qianlong list's elite. Rumors further claimed they enjoyed high-level patronage within the spirit forging pavilion, making the brothers effectively. Jiang Yu and Xue Qian paled at the deafening shout. Only Jiang Yun's outstretched hand deflected the axe's violent shockwave in time, sparing the 2 women from public humiliation. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yu fixed Lu Hu with a fierce phoenix-like glare. And you? Lu Hu, you slander without shame. You're dreaming. We've never been close and share no bond whatsoever, and I'm here accompanying senior brother Jiang Yun on a sect mission. This is the task hall itself. Show some respect. And usually quick-witted and articulate, Jiang Yu faltered momentarily, overwhelmed by the sheer oppressive aura radiating from Lu Hu's thrown axe. Onlookers shook their heads in dismay, yet none stepped forward. Still murmurs rippled quietly through the crowd. Jiang Yu and Xue Qian are the twin blossoms of the inner sect, peerless in both talent and beauty. Yet against Lu Hu 15th on the Qianlong list, they stand little chance. This confrontation won't end well, and, in my view, yielding to the brothers may be wisest. They're innate strength rivals that of sacred battle bodies, truly immense future potential, and the Tiger and Leopard brothers wield power and influence, both inside and outside the sect, having seduced countless female disciples, yet no one dares rein them in. N. If you were a woman, would you willingly submit to them? This. There's truly no need. Rumor has it Jiang Yu and Xue Qian themselves rank in the 90s on the Qianlong list, brilliant talents whose beauty matches their brilliance. Why bow to two lumbering bears? Precisely. Granted, the brothers may lack refinement, but their strength and backing are undeniable. Lu Hu had already seen the disciplinary disciple retreat into the inner hall. With a curt wave, his followers encircled Jiang Yun and the two women. No relation to you, is it? Tonight, I'll make it very much so. Elder Zhou Ruo's absent, so tell me, who'll shield you now? A faint smile curled Jiang Yun's lips. Arms crossed, he surveyed the surrounding crowd with casual disdain, and gave a slow, dismissive shake of his head. Say, Great Bear, do you take me for invisible and ugly as you are still you dare frighten people? Have you no shame? The moment Jiang Yun spoke, the clamorous courtyard fell utterly silent, still as a tomb. After a brief hush, laughter erupted, boisterous, unrestrained. Jiang Yun's words struck mercilessly at Lu Hu's and Lu Bao's greatest vulnerabilities. Calling them ugly was the ultimate insult, striking face first. Until then, spectators had wondered, curious and intrigued, who this disciple could possibly be, capable of conversing so effortlessly with the twin blossoms, even holding their arms in friendly familiarity. Now his identity mattered less than his audacity. Had he lost his mind? Some imaginative disciples already pictured Jiang Yun's broken body sprawled across the plaza, crushed beneath the Tiger and Leopard brothers' boots. Furious, Lu Hu longed to strike, but feared harming Jiang Yu or Xue Qian. Instead, he pointed sharply at one subordinate. You deal with him, wretched boy. What authority do you hold to speak? Keep your distance from brother whose woman, Soul Brand Realm disciple slowly advanced toward Jiang Yun, clearly intending immediate confrontation. With a sharp ring of steel, Xue Qian drew her spirit sword, her delicate face hardened with lethal intent, as she leveled the blade at the advancing disciple, halting him mid-step. Xue Qian, you dare protect this fair-faced youth? Do you think I lack shame? You belong to me. Lu Bao could restrain himself no longer. He took a single step forward, and a torrent of overwhelming chi surged forth from his body. A ferocious mountain-shattering shockwave erupted outward, spiraling violently toward Jiang Yun and the two women. Stones tore from the ground, dozens of flagstones ripped upward and hurled like projectiles. Such devastating force chilled the onlookers' blood. By sheer physical cultivation alone, the Tiger and Leopard brothers could rival the Yaoni list. Yet their innate talent remained modest, hence their enduring place on the Qianlong list. As the shockwave closed in, Jiang Yun prepared to act, yet the two women moved first. Very well, let them test the power of their blood-forged spirit artifacts, he mused, and stepped back a pace. Xue Qian and Jiang Yu, seeing Jiang Yun yield ground, simultaneously formed sword seals with their fingers and thrust forward. Their spirit swords blazed with silver light, piercing the shockwave cleanly, yet both staggered backward, quickly steadied by Jiang Yun's steady hands. Jiang Yun gently guided them both beside him, skirts fluttering, no skin touching, yet his warm, powerful hands left a vivid impression upon them both. Thank you, senior brother, and Jiang Yun nodded. Until now he had observed carefully, seeking truth, not assumptions. Was this merely another cliched scene of public harassment? The answer was now unequivocal. No further restraint was necessary. Lu Bao, if you and your followers withdraw immediately, I reserve the right to charge you with violating sect regulations and escort you personally to the disciplinary hall for trial. Ni's voice was calm, not loud yet resonant, measured and unshakably firm. Who do you think you are to lecture me? And before Lu Hu could finish, Jiang Yun raised a disciplinary disciple's token in his palm. This token, bestowed yesterday by Elder Wang Xian, was his official emblem of authority. With it came not only an extra 100 contribution points monthly, but full rights and duties of a disciplinary disciple. Within the Changhe sect, disciples were largely self-governed. Unless lives hung in the balance, elders rarely intervened in minor disputes or skirmishes. That was precisely why Lu Hu and Lu Bao felt free to harass Jiang Yu and Xue Qian so brazenly. Seeing the token, Lu Hu paused, then burst into mocking laughter. Mistaking a sesame seed for a watermelon, too absurd. Boy, if I don't kill you today, see that pillar beside us. I'll break your legs and hang you there, exposed to the sun for 3 days, until you finally grasp your proper station. Ni's younger brother Lu Bao joined the laughter, stomping so hard his foot cratered the jade floor. What's your name, boy, and when did you join the sect? Nonce composed Lu Hu asked with cautious surprise. Before engaging, he needed to verify Jiang Yun's identity, to avoid accidental harm to allies, or worse, provoking powerful unseen patrons. Jiang Yun frowned. These fools dithered endlessly when action was long overdue. He is senior brother Jiang Yun, brought into the sect yesterday by Elder Wang Xian. His status is core disciple so he's Wang Xian's man. That coward spent half his life pursuing Elder Zhou Rua and failed utterly. Pathetic. Now I'm reassured, I heard he rushed to the Spirit Forging Pavilion at midnight to plead for you. Did it succeed? Lu Hu had nearly charged, but paused, reconsidering if he could coerce Jiang Yu and Xue Qian through leverage brute force might become unnecessary. None of your concern. Step aside now, or when Elder Wang Xian arrives your deaths will be certain. And Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes blazed with fury, yet in Lu Hu's gaze that fire only heightened her allure. He moistened his lips. And little beauty, Wang Xian's useless. But I have connections in the Spirit Forging Pavilion. Come to me tonight at my residence for 3 or 5 days, and I'll restore your spirit artifact to pristine perfection, filth. You're not worthy. Jiang Yu tugged gently at Jiang Yun's sleeve, urging him to leave, though the tiger and leopard brothers loomed ever closer. Brutish and vulgar, such traits filled her with disgust. Yet they were all among the top 20 cultivators on the Hidden Dragon list, renowned for years, their rankings steadily climbing. According to rumors circulating beyond the sect, the tiger and leopard brothers' combat prowess had already reached the latest stage Grandmaster realm, merely a hair's breadth below senior brother Wang Xian. But the tiger and leopard brothers fought as a pair flanked by loyal followers. With such overwhelming force, even senior brother Wang Xian might struggle to subdue them, so she had already begun contemplating retreat. There is no need to worry, I have my plan. Jiang Yun spoke with serene composure, giving Jiang Yu a gentle nod before folding his hands behind his back. In his eyes, the tiger and leopard brothers had sunk to the lowest depths of depravity. Men like them deserved death. Out of respect for the sex code, he resolved to deliver them a lesson they would never forget. Jiang Yu, you'd rather cling to this pretty-faced boy than submit to me. Fine, then I'll cripple him before your very eyes and trample him beneath my feet. Let us see who dares steal my woman again. Attack. Kill Jiang Yun now. With a thunderous roar, Lu Hu ordered his followers, who had already encircled Jiang Yun, to charge forward, fists flying toward his vital points. Jiang Yun had awaited this moment for a long time. Instantly, he activated his heavy eyes, channeling golden spiritual energy from his sacred body into both arms until they blazed with searing radiance. For such vile men, only brutal, unrelenting force could vent righteous fury. Leaving behind a fading afterimage, he surged in all directions at once, fists, feet, and knees alike becoming lethal weapons, striking without mercy upon the 7 or 8 assailants closing in. In the blink of an eye, every attacker who drew near was hurled backwards several jung, some writhing on the ground in agony, others collapsing into unconsciousness. Jiang Yun showed no restraint. More than half of them were left permanently crippled, requiring rare precious medicinal treasures just to recover. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. His lightning-swift, tempestuous assault stunned everyone present. Most of those he crippled had already awakened divine abilities. Though they may have been careless, their utter defeat spoke volumes about Jiang Yun's overwhelming strength. 8 divine ability realm cultivators, all subdued in a single move. Could he possibly be a grandmaster? Jiang Yun. I heard from a trusted inner disciple that someone named Jiang Yun visited Qianguang Peak yesterday, seeking initiation under the sect master, but was refused. Truly. No wonder he entered as a core disciple and dared petition the sect master directly. He must possess extraordinary talent. Looks like the tiger and leopard brothers have kicked a mountain of iron, but then again, he hasn't even appeared on the hidden dragon list yet. Lu Hu and Lu Bao watched enraged as their followers collapsed one by one, wailing in pain. I'll cleave you in 2. Lu Hu seized a massive axe from the ground, the weapon projecting a colossal shadow blade as he brought it down upon Jiang Yun. Pity, you lack the strength for it. Jiang Yun's body erupted with sacred body energy vanishing from sight, while from his heavy eyes shot forth a gray tribulation ray that struck the great axe Hedon. The axe shattered instantly, and the ray pierced onward, tearing through Lu Hu's shoulder. With a cry, Lu Hu dropped the axe with a clang. A strange invasive force flooded his meridians, sealing his spiritual energy in an instant. Brother, are you all right? Kill him, now. His voice hoarse. Lu Hu clutched his useless arm, but his murderous intent surged ever higher. Very well, I'll avenge you. Lu Bao launched himself skyward, descending in a fatal aerial strike. Foolish pig. Unable to maneuver midair, Lu Bao's reckless leap was nothing short of hastening his own demise. With his heavy eyes, Jiang Yun effortlessly discerned his opponent's weak point and positioned himself perfectly for the counterstrike. Once more the tribulation ray lanced forth, piercing Lu Bao's dantian. He chose to cripple Lu Bao not merely out of anger, but because he sensed something deeper beneath the surface cunning calculation. If you conceal such guile, then I shall respond with uncompromising severity. That was Jiang Yun's true resolve. Qinggu Mountain Minor Heaven Realm Secret Realm. Jiang Yun first crippled the tiger and leopard brothers' followers using his sacred body power, provoking them into rage, then crushed the brothers themselves with his heavy eyes. Every move was swift, decisive, and witnessed by the gathered disciples. At that moment all present stood deeply shaken, and etched Jiang Yun's name indelibly into their memory. Many disciples secretly applauded, hailing him as a champion who had avenged those previously humiliated by the tiger and leopard brothers. Others slipped away silently to report the full details upward. Moreover, Jiang Yun stood tall and graceful, his bearing ethereal, like a celestial immortal descended to earth. When he fought with his heavy eyes, he seemed to transform into an imperious celestial sovereign gazing down upon the mortal world. Thus many female disciples gazed upon him with admiration, yet when comparing themselves to Jiang Yu and Xue Qian, they sighed, inwardly recognizing their own lack of rivalry. Meanwhile, Lu Hu and his battered followers groaned in agony upon the ground, bitterly regretting their folly, and finally grasping the chasm between themselves and Jiang Yun. Many spectators cried out in astonishment. Jiang Yun was undoubtedly worthy of a top 10 ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, even possibly top 5. Indeed, the moment Lu Hu and Lu Bao fell, Jiang Yun automatically replaced Lu Hu at number 15 on the Hidden Dragon list. Amid countless gazes, Jiang Yun remained utterly unruffled, taking Jiang Yu's and Xue Qian's hands and walking calmly into the mission hall as if the entire confrontation had been but a trivial breeze. The weak fear rules, the strong shatter them. Jiang Yun had already grasped the survival logic of the Changhe sect. Invoking his status as a disciple of the enforcement hall was merely a convenient pretext. Jiang Yun, the mission hall holds tens of thousands of tasks. What category do you seek? I'll browse first. Within the hall, missions were inscribed on silken scrolls, densely suspended in midair like constellations. Disciples simply walked among them to inspect each task and decide whether to accept. Upon completion, returning the designated item would earn contribution points or other rewards. Mission: enter Qinggu Mountains Minor Heaven Realm Secret Realm and slay the Ape Demon King. Reward 12000 contribution points. Submit his Bloodline Supreme Art and receive 1 Peerless Flying Vessel, 1 Supreme Tier Bloodline Art of equivalent rank, and 1 Profound Grade Spirit Artifact of any type. Note: Tier 5 Lower Class Mission. The Ape Demon King is a 7th Transformation Demon Core Beast possessing combat strength equal to a Peak Grand Master. Xue Qian stood close to Jiang Yun, and seeing him pause thoughtfully before the Slay the Ape Demon King scroll, immediately understood his intention. Jiang Yun, the Ape Demon King, bears the Zhu Yan bloodline. Legend says his skull houses his Bloodline Supreme Art. This mission is extraordinarily perilous. It is unsuitable for us. Jiang Yu, drawn by Xue Qian's voice, turned and recoiled in alarm. Jiang Yun, this mission has claimed 3 successive teams, some dead, others crippled. Even a Divine Flame Realm Elder returned gravely wounded, needing months to recover. Let's choose another. No, I will accept it. That Peerless Flying Vessel is precisely what I require. Jiang Yun grasped the silk scroll and strode toward the registration elder. Jiang Yu and Xue Qian exchanged a glance, their beautiful eyes shimmering with quiet concern. Though perilous, Jiang Yun has aided us repeatedly. I cannot stand idly by. Determination hardened in both their gazes, and they followed closely behind Jiang Yun. The registration elder was a portly man whose jowls nearly swallowed his eyes. Upon receiving the scroll, his eyes suddenly widened. Oh, another fearless soul. This mission has already claimed 3 core disciples and over a dozen inner disciples. Even an elder returned severely wounded, his cultivation level regressing. Are you certain you wish to accept it? Yes, elder, I am certain. Jiang Yun's expression remained calm. Others' failures did not bind his fate. This is a Tier 5 lower class mission. Your cultivation has not yet reached the Grand Master realm. Per sect regulations, you must form a team, and rewards will be distributed according to individual contribution. Do you consent? Elder, may I undertake it alone? Jiang Yun frowned. He had no desire for unnecessary interference. Did you not hear clearly? Have you attained the Grand Master realm? Do you truly believe yourself invincible after defeating 2 worthless fools like Lu Hu and Lu Bao? Young man, you are far too arrogant. Jiang Yun paused. This elder had evidently witnessed his earlier battle. Clearly he possessed some knowledge of Jiang Yun's true realm and strength. Logically, he should not underestimate him, yet his disapproval ran deep. So the Ape Demon King truly was. Currently 2 core disciples have registered for this mission. Sect law requires no fewer than 3 members, so with you the team is complete. Elder, I and Xue Qian also wish to join. No. This is a Minor Heaven Realm Secret Realm. You have not accepted the mission, therefore you lack entry rights. But we are 3 already. First come, first served, unless those 2 withdraw. Jiang Yun then received his official mission token and strode out of the hall. Xue Qian and Jiang Yu's faces fell with disappointment. Jiang Yun said nothing, only walked outward without looking back. Once outside, Jiang Yu could no longer contain herself. Jiang Yun, we agreed to go together. How dare you act alone on such a dangerous mission? Xue Qian, and I can't bear to leave you unprotected. Senior brother Wang Xian said the 3-sect grand competition approaches. You 2 must master your spirit swords within the sect. And besides, how much could you truly aid me given my cultivation level? You. I won't speak to you again. Jiang Yu pouted, cheeks flushed with indignation, then summoned her flying vessel and departed alone. Jiang Yun Jiang Yu's temperament is just so, please don't take it personally. Shall we return to our residence first? Those two will contact you shortly via the mission token. Jiang Yun nodded and stepped aboard Xue Qian's flying vessel. He glanced beside him, Xue Qian's black tresses cascaded over her shoulders, her demeanor tranquil and elegant like a glacier-born beauty impossible to look away from. Xue Qian, still as a sleeping lotus, stood in stark contrast to Jiang Yu's fiery temper. How then did these two opposites coexist so harmoniously? When Jiang Yun arrived at Yun Miao Peak, he found senior brother Wang Xian pacing anxiously before his "You've finally returned. You've caused serious trouble." Wang Xian launched straight into accusation, making Jiang Yun frown. "What is it?" "You disciplined Lu Hu and Lu Bao, but you shouldn't have crippled one of them. After all, they are prodigies of our Changhe sect." The Lu family holds the position of deputy sect master of the Spirit Forging Pavilion, a role of immense authority and notoriously protective of kin. Furthermore, Lu Tian, the Tiger and Leopard brothers' cousin, ranks 89th on the Demon Prodigy list. His cultivation has reached the early stage Grand Master realm achieved through transcendence from the Divine Ability realm's ultimate limit. Do you understand ultimate limit transcendence? Such prodigies surpass natural boundaries, capable of fighting across cultivation tiers. Once his seclusion ends, vengeance will be inevitable. After listening, Jiang Yun paused briefly before asking, "What is the deputy sect master's cultivation level, and would he dare act against me within the sect?" The Spirit Forging Pavilion has two deputy sect masters, both at the peak of the Divine Flame realm, having ignited their divine flames for years. They are formal elders of the Changhe sect, whereas I am merely a guest elder ranked below them. Elders are strictly forbidden from interfering in disciple disputes within the sect, but beyond its walls. Who can say? A friend in the Spirit Forging Pavilion told me he has already gone to Qianguang Peak to petition the sect master. Jiang Yun stiffened. A full sect master of the Spirit Forging Pavilion, would he truly complain about me before the sect master? Highly likely. With the sect master's approval, he may move against you even inside the sect. Jiang Yun fell silent. By the way, what mission did you accept? Tier 5 lower class, slay the 8 Demon King in the Minor Heaven Realm's secret realm. Wang Xian's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. This was one of the 10 most perilous missions, having claimed 3 successive teams and nearly costing a Divine Flame Realm elder his life. It's too dangerous, do not go. My mind is made up. Jiang Yun's expression remained placid, unshaken, unwavering. Just as Wang Xian opened his mouth to protest further, a towering phantom figure manifested above Yun Miao Peak, reaching 1,000 zhang in height, radiating crushing pressure that left everyone gasping for breath. We pay homage to the sect master. Wang Xian led the others in reverent kowtow. Senior Elder Wang, Deputy Sect Master Lucian of the Spirit Forging Pavilion, accuses your Yun Miao Peak disciple of wantonly persecuting fellow sect members. Bring Jiang Yun to Qianguang Peak, immediately. Without the 1,000 zhang specter dissolved into nothingness. Jiang Yun, Jiang Yu, and Xue Qian stood frozen, staring in awe as the sect master's presence vanished, lost in stunned silence. Jiang Yun, it seems Lucian refuses to let this go. Fortunately, the sect master has granted you a hearing. We must go now. Senior Uncle Wang, it was Lu Hu and Lu Bao who provoked us first, and they struck first. Jiang Yu's delicate face flushed crimson with urgency. Will Jiang Yun be safe? Xue Qian shared the same anxiety, yet neither held any power to intervene. We can only proceed step by step. After all, Deputy Sect Master Lucian stands far above us in rank and authority. On the way to Qianguang Peak, Wang Xian wore a frown, deeply worried. He had already allied himself with Jiang Yun after all. Jiang Yun was the genius he had introduced, and if something happened to him, others would naturally include Wang Xian in the blame. When you see the sect leader, remember not to contradict her. Lucian is wronging you, and I will do my best to help you clear your name. You need time to grow, so do not act impulsively. The sect leader also appreciates talent, but as the leader she has many considerations to make. Wang Xian rambled on while Jiang Yun remained silent. His impression of the sect leader was solely based on her strength, and he had no idea whether she was friend or foe. Surely the leader of a major sect would not be petty enough to only listen to one side. After a cup of tea's time, the two had arrived at Qianguang Peak, standing before the grand entrance of the Qianguang Hall. The Qianguang Hall radiated with a treasure-like light resembling a celestial palace. The 2 large vermilion doors stood wide open, and 2 young attendants had been waiting there. Qianji, what is the situation inside? Wang Xian smiled, taking out several spirit stones to hand to the young attendant. Lucian has been shouting inside, saying he wants to punish Jiang Yun and even take action himself. The sect leader hasn't agreed yet, but she seems to be getting impatient. Yes, it is possible she might agree soon. The 2 young attendants spoke in turn, making Wang Xian's heart grow heavier. After forcing a smile, he led Jiang Yun into the Qianguang Hall. On the high seat sat the Qianguang sect leader, her visage obscured. A luminous barrier surrounded her, blocking the view of those present, while layers of divine light swirled above her head, giving her an air of mystery and power. Wang Xian, if you do not hand over Jiang Yun, this rebellious disciple who has violated sect rules deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Lu Jin, short and stout, bore a face full of stubble similar to that of his brothers Lu Hu and Lu Bao. He glared at Jiang Yun with a face full of fury as if his gaze could kill. Jiang Yun, you have broken a fellow disciple's dantian, causing 10 years of hard work to go to waste. Your intentions are malicious. The sect leader is here. Why do you not kneel and admit your wrongs, revealing your crimes truthfully? Jiang Yun heard Lu Jin's accusations, but did not even look at him, responding only with a cold grunt. Reporting to the sect leader, those brothers Hu and Bao have always been arrogant and bullying the weak. This time they even harassed my 2 disciples Xue Qian and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yun acted justly, and it was the Hu and Bao brothers who struck first. Most of the disciples present can testify. Please see clearly, sect leader. Lu Jin was instantly furious, suddenly standing up and pointing at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, I take into account your position as a guest elder and do not wish to teach you a lesson, but Jiang Yun's status is lowly. He has only just entered the sect. My Lu family's Hu and Bao brothers are among the top 20 prodigies on the potential dragon ranking. With the upcoming intersect competition, one is seriously injured and the other has lost his cultivation. Can you bear the consequences? Lu Jin's fierce demeanor made Wang Xian shake his head in disbelief. The disciples of the Jiang sect have always been at the bottom among the 3 sects. How could the results be influenced by 2 disciples on the potential dragon ranking? Jiang Yun also realized that Lu Jin was just being unreasonable, trying to pin a crime on him. Now the only option was to see how the Qianguang sect leader would decide this matter. Emotions will lie, you too should also weigh in on how this matter should be resolved. Master, I believe Jiang Yun acted without restraint, disregarding the bonds between disciples, and should be heavily punished, even having his cultivation abolished and expelled from the sect. The speaker was Emoja. As Lu Jin was the vice master of the artifact refining pavilion, he had considerable influence in inheriting the position of the Jiang sect leader, so he naturally wanted to win Emoja over. Junior brother, you are mistaken. It is precisely because Jiang Yun is new and has no grievances with the Hu and Bao brothers that if they had not gone too far, Jiang Yun would not have needed to injure them so severely. Therefore, I believe Jiang Yun is blameless and should be commended for his bravery. This time it was Zuolai who spoke. Dressed in a fire-red robe, he had a sturdy build and a resolute face, making him remarkably eye-catching. Both Emoja and Zuolai were direct disciples of the sect leader with high status. The fact that these 2 brothers had completely opposing opinions left many in the hall perplexed. Jiang Yun noticed Zuolai's gaze and raised his head to meet it. A jolt ran through his heart as the moment their eyes locked, a sense of deadly crisis washed over him. Jiang Yun felt a black chain like a giant dragon appear in the void, as if it intended to completely seal and suppress him. Fortunately, the sacred body's spiritual power within him surged quickly, bringing him back to his senses. Zuolai was even more shaken than Jiang Yun. Just moments ago, his town prison divine body had inexplicably revived, targeting Jiang Yun. It felt as if he had encountered a worthy opponent, unable to restrain himself from taking action. Only a physique of the same level or higher could awaken his town prison divine body to such an extent, bringing him close to the minor success stage. Zuolai was extremely confident in his divine body. He did not believe Jiang Yun could possess a stronger one, but he also recalled that Jiang Yun had an innate dual pupil talent. With the dual pupil combined with his unknown divine body, would he not surpass himself in the future? Zuolai frowned but quickly relaxed. A meal must be eaten one bite at a time. His rivalry with Emoja had already intensified, and having an ally at this moment was a wise choice. Jiang Yun saw Zuolai smile slightly at him after their gaze met. He did not respond. The main reason was that the sect leader Qianguang's attitude was still unclear. Recklessly taking sides would only place him at a disadvantage. Jiang Yun, although your actions had their reasons, you were too heavy-handed, exceeding the authority of core disciples. You should be punished, but considering you have just entered the sect and have not yet familiarized yourself with the rules, I will offer you 2 choices. First, apologize to Lu Hu and Lu Bao and forfeit 100,000 contribution points. Second, ascend the Tongtian ladder within 3 years, reaching at least the 50th level. Sect leader, I disagree. Lu Jin became anxious upon hearing this, wanting to refute. Silence. Do you dare question my sect's decision? A tremendous pressure descended upon Lu Jin, forcing him to kneel instantly. In the entire Jiang sect, Qianguang was a deity. Sect leader, I do not dare, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Lu Jin's mouth bled as he pleaded for mercy repeatedly. The Qianguang sect leader lifted the pressure and turned to Jiang Yun, continuing, once you choose the second option, should you fail to ascend the Tongtian ladder, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the Jiang sect. How do you choose? He sighed softly within, having just arrived and already caught in a whirlpool. Among all these people in the hall, aside from Wang Xian, who could he trust? "3 years is too long a life only fights for the present. I am willing to attempt the Tongtian ladder in 3 days." Jiang Yun's words were like a thunderclap, shattering the oppressive atmosphere within the hall. Even the usually calm Qianguang sect leader had her divine light flickering, revealing her inner turmoil. Wang Xian felt his vision darken and nearly despaired, forgetting that they were in the sect leader's main hall. Jiang Yun, are you crazy? The sect leader's first direct disciple reached the 50th level of the Ming Soul Realm, while the other direct disciples possessing Battle King bodies, Divine King bodies, or Void talents could only make it to around the 40th level. You will certainly fail. The sect leader's commands are as firm as a mountain and cannot be changed. Take back what you just said. Wang Xian nearly shouted this, feeling despair for the first time. He realized he had made a poor bet and Jiang Yun's impulsiveness had reached a foolish level. Haha, Wang Xian, shut up. Jiang Yun's words to the sect leader are final. It is settled. Thank you, sect leader. In the hall, aside from Lu Jin, who looked ecstatic, Emoja wore an expression of disdain, while Zuolai first showed a hint of regret before reverting to indifference. At this moment, Zuolai felt that with Jiang Yun's arrogance, his future path would surely be limited. You must explain this to the sect leader. Jiang Yun, speak up. Wang Xian was nearly going mad. He genuinely wanted to grab Jiang Yun and give him a lesson to wake him up and prevent such arrogance. In the hall, Jiang Yun stood tall and straight as a peak, his dual pupils deep and calm, neither servile nor overbearing, staring directly at the Qianguang sect leader on the throne. Our sect values talent, and knowing that you obtained the dual pupils with difficulty, I am willing to give you another chance. Surrounding the Qianguang sect leader, the divine light coalesced into a barrier obscuring her true face, granting her an emperor-like majesty and composure. Wang Xian was about to bow in gratitude for the opportunity given by the sect leader, but Jiang Yun once again firmly declined without a hint of hesitation. Thank you, sect leader, but my mind is made up. Good 3 days from now I will open the Tongtian gate of the Changhe sect. I hope you will not disappoint me. With a wave of her sleeve, the Qianguang sect leader made her decision. Lu Jin was instantly overjoyed. If he were not in the sect leader's main hall, he would have laughed heartily. He had thought Jiang Yun would make the first choice and apologize. In that case, as a formal elder, he would have no reason to seek revenge on Lu Bao. As for the second option, he would have to wait 3 years for the chance to personally abolish Jiang Yun's cultivation. Neither option was satisfactory. He was extremely displeased. Who would have thought Jiang Yun would choose the second option, even daring to claim he would attempt the Tongtian ladder in 3 days? He could think of no other reason than sheer arrogance, leading to his demise. The dual pupils are indeed an ancient legendary talent, but the Tongtian ladder is no simple matter. It is known to all that the Tongtian ladder has a total of 100 steps used to test the potential and strength of prodigies. Both are indispensable. Only those who have awakened powerful physiques and talents are eligible to ascend, and dual pupils certainly qualify. The problem is Jiang Yun's cultivation is too low. Lu Jin, at the peak of the Divine Fire Realm, could see through Jiang Yun's cultivation with a single glance. He was merely at the Ming Soul Realm, not even having inscribed a single mark. How could he ascend to the 50th level? Even Lu Jin, at the peak of the Divine Fire Realm, could only reach slightly above the 50 levels, and the peak of the Divine Fire Realm is a full 3 major realms above the Ming Soul Realm. One can only imagine how difficult it is to ascend the Tongtian ladder. Let's go. Jiang Yun patted Wang Xian's shoulder. The Qianguang sect leader had already vanished from the throne. It was time for everyone to disperse. Wang Xian appeared lost and dejected, immersed in the immense blow. All right, let's go. Jiang Yun, no one can save you this time. You might be the fastest falling prodigy in the history of the Changhe sect, bearing unparalleled talent. Not necessarily. Let's talk about it when we return, Jiang Yun said, no longer lingering and striding forward to exit the Qianguang hall. Inside the hall, Lu Jin followed closely behind the sect leader's direct disciple Emoja, whispering to each other, occasionally casting scornful glances at Jiang Yun's back. Prince Emoja, how many levels do you think Jiang Yun can reach? He can surely reach the 10th level. His dual pupil ability may not yet be fully developed, but his potential for growth is remarkable, not inferior to an ordinary battle body. What of the dual pupils? When he dies on the Tongtian ladder, I will personally extract the dual pupils and present them to your highness. Emoja nodded with satisfaction. He indeed coveted the dual pupils. Ancient people once said that those with dual pupils could directly enter the sacred realm, and the calamity light they nurtured could open up new worlds blessed by great fortune. Emoja was eager to test the truth of this. With dual pupils, how could the other true disciples compete with him, especially that Zuolai? The competition between them had become increasingly overt over the past few days. Send someone to closely monitor Jiang Yun. If he dares to escape, just kill him on the spot. No need to report to the sect leader. Understood. Lu Jin wore a sinister smile as he swiftly left the grand hall of the Changhe sect. Zuolai, another true disciple, frowned as he watched Lu Jin leave. He did not want Jiang Yun to die so soon. Capturing a dual pupil prodigy would greatly aid him in his future quest for the young supreme throne. In his subconscious, there was also a thought of possessing the dual pupils for himself, but the most important thing right now was to curb the strength of Emoja's faction. Emoja was helping Lu Jin to kill Jiang Yun, but he intended to save Jiang Yun to win him over. Doing so would not only greatly benefit his own faction's strength, but also undermine Lu Jin's support for Emoja. 3 days, huh? Given the speed of those major figures, they will certainly arrive in time. With his thoughts while I quickly placed a communication jade talisman to his forehead, rapidly sending out a message that began to spread layer by layer. On the way back, Wang Xian piloted the flying boat in silence, while Jiang Yun stood calmly on the deck, as if the impending disaster in 3 days posed no threat to him. Jiang Yun, how much do you know about the Tongtian ladder? You are betting your life this time. In my view, the success rate is less than 20%. Why? The Tongtian ladder is an ancient spiritual object. Each time you step up a level, you must defeat an opponent. This opponent is the will of the Tongtian ladder, or one could say the embodiment of the law. In other words, to reach the 50th level, you must continuously defeat 50 powerful opponents. Furthermore, you cannot stay on each level for more than an hour. As the height increases, the malevolent winds, sinister winds, and overwhelming will pressure will continually torment your body and mind, growing stronger all the while. Unless your divine sense, physical body, and combat skills are honed to perfection, and you step into the divine fire realm, it will be very difficult to reach the 50th level. Jiang Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Tongtian ladder's examination to be so extreme. Had he known, he would have opted for 3 months instead of 3 days. Has anyone ever reached the top of the Tongtian ladder throughout history? Yes, there are ancient records in the sect that someone once left footprints above the 100th level. The first 100 levels of the Tongtian ladder are only open to cultivators of the divine fire realm and below. As for the Tianyu realm, they will be automatically transported to the next stage. Jiang Yun nodded. It seemed that throughout the history of the Changhe sect, almost no one had ascended to the peak of the 100th level. Let's go, Jiang Yun. For these 3 days, I will treat you well as a gesture of our acquaintance. Wang Xian looked dispirited, appearing very dejected. Jiang Yun chuckled, lightly shaking his head. Wang Xian was convinced he would lose, but he would not actively seek death. As the two approached Yunmiao Peak, they saw a tall, disheveled old man standing in the void, looking around, as if waiting. As they got closer, Jiang Yun could see the old man's true appearance. He wore a coarse cloth coat, and his bare arms were as thick as elephant legs, indicating his remarkable achievements in body refining. Wang Xian, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you half a day. The old man's voice was surprisingly loud, like a drum, and as he spoke, he drank heartily, splashing liquor all over his coat, sending a rich aroma wafting through the air. Wu Jiao, what are you doing here? I looked for you last night and waited for you half the night without seeing you. Now you show up and the food is already cold. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiao jumped into the flying boat, directly throwing his arm over Wang Xian's shoulders and bringing his head close. What? If you have something to say, just say it. Wu Jiao, don't act so familiar with me. Speak plainly, otherwise if Sister Zhou sees us, it will be easy for her to misunderstand you and me. Wang Xian pushed Wu Jiao away, his eyes filled with disdain. Yet he did so only because the two had grown intimately acquainted, bound by life and death loyalty. Wu Jiao was his longtime friend from the Artificer Pavilion. The previous night, he had rushed there seeking help to repair Jiang Yu's and Xue Qian's soul-bound spirit swords, only to find Wu Jiao absent. Thus Wang Xian reluctantly approached other artificers, only to suffer public humiliation. His indignation still smoldered. Wang Xian, tell me plainly, how did you restore those 2 girls' soul-bound spirit swords? I happened upon Jiang Yu and the other girl just now as I came looking for you. Truly astonishing. Their spirit swords were restored with flawless mastery. The blood forging technique and the void condensing crucible method, each is a hallmark of peerless masters. I'm desperate to know whose hand wrought such perfection. If our pavilion master learns of this, he'll surely rush here to recruit the artisan himself. Wang Xian had initially ignored Wu Jiao's inquiries and refused to reveal that Jiang Yun had performed the restoration, yet at the mention of the pavilion master, his expression shifted subtly. The pavilion master of the Changhe sect's Artificer Pavilion was none other than the legendary Shi Pechui, whose artificing prowess ranked among the very finest across the Banshan region. Yet, Shi Pechui possessed an eccentric temperament. Even the sect master of Qinguang sect had to pay an exorbitant price to commission a single artifact from him. Some whispered, however, that if he ever took genuine delight in a disciple's talent, he might forge without charge. In truth, though bearing the title of Pavilion Master, Shi Pechui never concerned himself with administrative affairs, devoting himself entirely to refining the arcane depths of artificing. Wu Jiao, was it true that a century ago our sect master spent a tremendous fortune to invite Pavilion Master Shi Pechui to forge for us, and incurred a lasting debt of gratitude? Indeed, why do you ask? Wu Jiao scratched his unruly hair, bewildered. 35. The sole hope this time, it was Wang Xian whose eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. Seizing Wu Jiao's shoulders, he smiled warmly. I'll reveal who restored the artifacts, and even share key insights, but only if you secure me an audience with Pavilion Master Shi. Agreed. But the Pavilion Master is notoriously volatile. Last time a senior elder assisted him in forging, a minor misstep provoked such scathing rebuke that the elder nearly succumbed to despair and contemplated suicide. So extreme. Then winning his favor demands an unconventional approach indeed. Wang Xian glanced at Jiang Yun, their gazes met. Last time a senior elder assisted him in forging, a minor misstep provoked such scathing. I can arrange the introduction, but success rests entirely on fate. Seeing Wang Xian's dejection, Wu Jiao offered quiet reassurance to his old friend. Very well. When survival hangs in the balance, even a sliver of chance is worth seizing. With resolve crystallized, Wang Xian swiftly pivoted the skyboat toward the Artificer Pavilion, racing forward with urgent haste. At that very moment, two skyboats burst forth from Yunmiao Mountain, Jiang Yun and Shui Qian standing aboard, hastening in pursuit. Senior Uncle Wang. Jiang Yun. You've returned. Did the sect master punish you? No, Wang Xian replied with a helpless shake of his head. The situation is dire. Jiang Yun must enter the Heaven Ascending Gate in 3 days and scale the Heaven Ascending Stairway. Should he fail to reach the 50th tier, he'll not only be expelled from the sect, but have his cultivation forcibly severed. Why? A gasp escaped both Jiang Yun and Shui Qian. The reserved Shui Qian stole a glance at Jiang Yun, her luminous eyes brimming with unshed tears. Jiang Yun too paled, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Yun, filled with raw, trembling concern. How could this happen? Though Lu Zhen serves as Deputy Pavilion Master of the Artificer Pavilion, does he truly wield such influence over the sect master's judgment? Jiang Yun pressed, unwilling to accept fate. Shui Qian stared urgently at Jiang Yun and Wang Xian. Their exchange also drew Wu Jiao's attention. He'd intended to probe further about spirit word restoration and blood forging, yet now listened intently instead. The sect master granted Jiang Yun a stark choice. 3 years. Reach the 50th tier, or else. Wang Xian recounted the full sequence of events. Jiang Yun and Shui Qian stared wide-eyed, daring not believe their own ears. Given this, we must seek Pavilion Master Shi's intervention. Perhaps his endorsement could shift the tide. Actually, such grand measures aren't necessary. I possess reasonable confidence. Jiang Yun interjected, not impulsively, but with quiet, unwavering self-assurance. Say no more. Our sole hope lies with Pavilion Master Shi. As the skyboat sped toward the Artificer Pavilion, silence settled heavily over them all. Jiang Yun, Shui Qian, you're driving me mad. Don't conceal it. Whose hand restored those spirit swords? Who has mastered the blood forging technique? After prolonged hesitation, Wu Jiao downed a large gulp of wine, and finally shattered the oppressive stillness, his curiosity burning too fiercely to contain. Both the void-condensing crucible method and blood forging were priceless arts. He burned to know their originator. Through blood forging, Jiang Yun's and Shui Qian's soul-bound artifacts had ascended directly from supreme-tier spirit weapons to profound tier, unleashing a staggering surge in power. Wu Jiao believed mastering either technique would propel him to new heights. Jiang Yun and Shui Qian exchanged a silent glance, then looked to Jiang Yun and Wang Xian, uncertain whether to speak. Wang Xian had instructed them to keep the restoration secret for now. He too turned to Jiang Yun. Seeing his calm composure, he gave a subtle nod. Senior Wu, it was Jiang Yun. Using half a stalk of void grass and 2/3 of a 4-emblem stone, he repaired the spirit swords, despite their having fractured twice. A miracle witnessed firsthand by us and Senior Uncle Wang. In the end, Jiang Yun revealed the secret. Wu Jiao had harbored suspicions. Wang Xian held no other connections, but he dared not believe the young man beside him, appearing barely 20, was the enigmatic master behind it all. This, could it be? Are you conspiring to deceive me? I'd sooner believe Wang Xian himself forged them. Jiang Yun, my young friend. Could it truly be so? Still dubious, he waited for denial, but Wang Xian silently nodded. Jiang Yun remained composed, spine straight. Could it truly be so? Still dubious, he waited for denial, but Wang Xian silently nodded. Jiang Yun remained composed, spine straight as a mountain peak, his countenance utterly free of pride or triumph. Young Master Jiang Yun, might I learn the blood forging technique from you? I possess foundational knowledge. A few guiding words would suffice. Oh, and might you first demonstrate it? Wine forgotten, Wu Jiao stared at Jiang Yun with breathless tension, leaving Wang Xian and the two girls utterly speechless. Wu Jiao, are you quite yourself? You're a senior elder of the Artificer Pavilion, while Jiang Yun is but a newly initiated disciple. Don't make fools of us all. Wang Xian's eyes crinkled with gentle mockery, lightening the skyboat's atmosphere. Let them laugh. I embrace wisdom wherever found. For decades I've pleaded with the Pavilion Master, only to be dismissed as tiresome and talentless. My artificing has stagnated at the profound tier mid-rank for 30 years. Must I carry this failure into my grave? Wu Jiao glared defiantly at Wang Xian, then turned back to Jiang Yun, gazing at him with newfound reverence. Jiang Yun lowered his lashes in quiet contemplation. He sensed Wu Jiao's unrestrained generous spirit and recognized him as Wang Xian's trusted friend, thus kin in spirit. Wang Xian, what say you? Jiang Yun had reached his decision, but chose to honor Wang Xian's bond with Wu Jiao. If Jiang Yun teaches you the artificing methods, you must exert yourself fully when we meet Pavilion Master Shi. Don't falter at the first obstacle. Rest assured. Were I to obtain the complete blood forging technique and the void condensing crucible method, I'd gladly eat dung, let alone offend some petty Pavilion Master. His bold declaration drew laughter from all aboard. A Wang Xian nodded inwardly. Wu Jiao's boisterous exterior concealed profound loyalty, the very foundation of their enduring friendship. Senior, observe closely. I shall first demonstrate the void condensing crucible method. For an average cultivator, mastery requires 10 years, but your solid foundation should accelerate your progress significantly. Jiang Yun flicked his sleeve, releasing 3 golden orbs of spiritual energy, then tapped hundreds of precise points in midair with his fingertips. 3 breaths later, he commanded, "Crucible assemble." Instantly, a crucible of void light, 10 feet in diameter, materialized before them all. Wu Jiao watched unblinking, a master of blood forging in name only, yet utterly unfamiliar with the void-condensing crucible method known to him solely through ancient texts never practiced. Exquisite beyond words, young master. To witness this lost art in my lifetime, I beg your indulgence to receive my formal master-disciple bow. And with that, Wu Jiao knelt reverently before Jiang Yun, performing 3 deep solemn kowtows. Jiang Yun attempted to intervene, but Wu Jiao insisted unwavering. Thereafter, Wu Jiao listened with devout attentiveness, posing earnest questions, each answered by Jiang Yun with patient demonstration. Yet before 3 queries were voiced, the skyboat touched down upon the Artificer Pavilion's central plaza. "We've arrived. Time is critical. Let us seek the pavilion master immediately." Urgency sharpened Wang Xian's voice as he stowed the skyboat and moved toward the pavilion's entrance. Wu Jiao wasted no time. He had countless questions for Jiang Yun, but Jiang Yun faced a 3-day crisis. A delay was unthinkable. The 4 strode purposefully through the Artificer Pavilion's towering gates, immediately engulfed by waves of searing furnace-hot air. "Halt! Wu Jiao, who authorized you to bring outsiders into the Artificer Pavilion? Guards, expel them all." Deputy Pavilion Master Lu Jin stood directly before them, his bloated face contorted with venom, his glare promising Jiang Yun and the others swift annihilation. "Deputy Master Lu, my status as Senior Elder grants me full authority to escort guests to the Pavilion Master. What precisely is your objection?" The Pavilion Master declared today, and for the next 15 days, that he will devote himself exclusively to forging. "I guard his sanctum. Abandon your hopes." Lu Jin's jowls quivered as he envisioned Jiang Yun's humiliating failure upon the heaven-ascending stairway in 3 days, followed by his personal execution and the quiet erasure of his cultivation. Even during forging, I retain the right to observe. Step aside. As Deputy Master, I oversee all pavilion affairs while the Master forges. Leave now, or I shall eject you by force. Lu Jin's final threat was cut short by a thunderous explosion echoing from the inner courtyard. "Arf, failed again. Who dares disturb my focus with noise?" A furious bellow erupted, followed by an overwhelming wave of pressure that froze every soul in place, utterly immobilizing them. Chapter 36, Harvesting Vital Essence. Pavilion Master Wu Jiao is drunk and causing a disturbance. I shall expel them immediately. Lu Jin declared, raising his hand toward the group. Instantly, a colossal palm of condensed spiritual energy coalesced above Jiang Yun and his companions. Wu Jiao and Wang Xian recoiled in alarm, straining against the Pavilion Master's crushing aura to break free. "Do not expel them. Since they dare interrupt my forging and waste my precious materials, they shall leave behind their vital essence as recompense. Let us test a new method." Before the words faded, a streak of rainbow light struck Lu Jin's spectral palm, shattering it instantly. Lu Jin flushed crimson blood rising to his throat. "That old fool can't distinguish friend from foe. Utterly deluded." Lu Jin cursed inwardly. Pavilion Master Shi Pechui's obsession with forging rendered him indifferent to all hierarchies, and such abrupt, brutal interruptions had occurred several times before. Fortunately, the reins of the Artificer Pavilion's authority remained firmly in his grasp. "Pavilion Master, I shall escort them in immediately. Enter." Lu Jin cast one last cold, triumphant glance at Jiang Yun and the others, his heart swelling with cruel satisfaction. To forfeit one's vital essence would not prove fatal, but would certainly confine them to bedridden convalescence for over a year. And Jiang Yun still faced the heaven-ascending stairway in 3 days, ensuring his certain irrevocable defeat. With this thought, Lu Jin ordered guards to seal the pavilion's main gate, preventing any escape. As the situation spiraled, Wang Xian's heart clenched in his throat. Jiang Yun too felt a quiet surge of resentment. They had merely crossed the threshold, yet now faced forced extraction of their vital essence. Pavilion Master Shi Pechui's tyranny and capriciousness knew no bounds. Even a master artificer lacked the right to arbitrarily assault others. "Wang Xian, young Master Jiang, do not despair. Once before the Pavilion Master, I shall declare my identity. He will surely spare our vital essence. We have no alternative." They followed Lu Jin into the inner pavilion, each step agonizing beneath the crushing weight of the Master's immense spiritual pressure. Gradually, they entered a blisteringly hot chamber. The moment Jiang Yun stepped inside, he beheld tongues of fire erupting from the floor, clinging tightly to the base of a massive forge. The cauldron towered 3 zhang high and spanned 1 zhang wide, radiating an ancient solemn aura. Several Artificer Pavilion disciples strained to their limits, channeling subterranean fire to scorch the forge's base. Insufficient. The flame's hue is inferior. White fire is required. Increase output now. From beneath the colossal forge a grizzled elder emerged, his hair, face, and robes blackened with soot. He cast a cold, indifferent glance at the newcomers, then turned back without another word. Wu Jiao, you claimed a month ago you were unavailable citing pending commissions. Yet you vanished for over half a month. Where were you idling? Pavilion Master, I departed unexpectedly due to urgent matters. Flyer. Surrender half your vital essence for experimentation. The rest of you, offer your full essence or serve as labor disciples for 6 months. Choose. Oh, and the 2 young ladies are exempt. You may proceed. Wang Xian and Jiang Yun exchanged a look, both radiating profound wordless exasperation. Wang Xian's heart sank, rejected before even stating his plea. His hope of securing Sherpa Chue's protection for Jiang Yun now seemed utterly futile. Jiang Yun studied the legendary Sherpa Chue, renowned for his ferocious temper and singular devotion to forging. The man was diminutive, his expression stern, and even as he spoke his hands never ceased tapping the forge's surface, attuning to its resonant frequencies. Pavilion Master, I am a guest senior elder of the Enforcement Hall, and come today with urgent petition. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? One more word, and I'll end you where you stand. Sherpa Chue's roar split the air like thunder. Wang Xian flinched violently as Jiang Yu and Xue Qian darted behind Jiang Yun, clutching his robe. Jiang Yun shook his head slightly, signaling Wang Xian to wait to avoid further provocation. Lu Jin watched, coldly refusing to depart. Though even he trembled before Sherpa Chue, his desire to witness Jiang Yun and his companions stripped of their vital essence kept him rooted in place. Second by second the subterranean fire beneath the forge surged, reaching its zenith once more. Fail again, and I'll shatter this wretched crucible. Sherpa Chue muttered curses, but continued his meticulous tapping along the forge's rim, striving to sense the artifact within. He carefully shaped the artifact into his desired form. Yet at the very moment of imminent success a deafening explosion erupted, the furnace lid was violently blown off and crashed heavily onto the floor. Ugh. Failed again. Where is the flaw? Sherpa Hui's eyes burned crimson as he gripped his hair in frustration, utterly baffled. This time he was attempting an entirely new forging technique, one that if perfected could enable mass production of ordinary spirit artifacts. Ordinary spirit artifacts once made affordable would greatly aid countless financially strained cultivators. Foolish. You cannot even grasp such a trivial issue. An abrupt voice cut through the air, instantly drawing every gaze toward its source. Wang Xian's heart lurched. It's over. That young master is stirring up trouble again. To openly mock the director of the forging pavilion. Was he truly courting death? Earlier a mere ripple of Sherpa Hui's oppressive aura had already confirmed his strength, undoubtedly within the Celestial Edict realm. Otherwise, how could a cultivator at the apex of the Grand Ascendant realm have been utterly powerless against even that faint pressure? As for Xue Qian and Jiang Yu, the 2 young women trembled violently, their delicate frames quaking with terror, fearing that the mercurial volatile Sherpa Hui might strike them all down with a single palm or hurl them bodily into the furnace as sacrificial offerings. What did you say, brat? You haven't even grown your first whisker. What do you know about forging? I'd say you're begging for death. I'll grant you one final chance to speak, then I'll toss you straight into the furnace. Sherpa Hui suddenly lunged before Jiang Yun, his bloodshot eyes locking onto him with unblinking intensity. What did you say, brat? You haven't even grown your first whisker. What do you know about forging? I'd say you're begging for death. I'll grant you one final chance to speak, then I'll toss you straight. Thus they stood locked in silent, unyielding eye contact. 1 breath. 3, 8. At last Sherpa Hui broke the stalemate, unable to endure it any longer. Why won't you speak, brat? Do you doubt I'd crush you with one blow? Jiang Yun remained perfectly composed. He knew well that eccentric masters like this were never inherently malevolent or cruel, merely so consumed by the art of forging that they had long forgotten the nuances of human interaction. Indeed, Jiang Yun had already gleaned this truth from Sherpa Hui's earlier decision to spare Xue Qian and Jiang Yun. Under Lu Jin's expectant gaze, Sherpa Hui raised his hand, then lowered it, then raised it again. He longed to volunteer and strike on the director's behalf, but feared another beating. At last Sherpa Hui relented, defeated. He realized Jiang Yun neither feared nor acknowledged him. Ugh. This wretched brat has driven me mad. Hey Wu Jiao, you brought him here. Tell me plainly, does he truly understand forging, or is he merely mocking me with empty pretense? Respectfully, Director Brother Jiang Yun's forging mastery far surpasses mine. On our journey here, he even offered me guidance. What? Guidance? Preposterous. Did he begin refining artifacts while still in his mother's womb? Sherpa Hui's eyes widened, and a flash of spiritual insight illuminated his vision. Confirming Jiang Yun's bone age was precisely 20, his fury surged anew. The soul-bound spirit weapons of senior sister Zhou Ruo's disciples, Jiang Yu and Xue Qian, serve as proof. Where are they? Let me see. Sherpa Hui scanned the chamber. Upon spotting him, the 2 young women hastily raised their spirit swords, only for both blades to vanish instantly drawn into his grasp. The instant the swords touched his palms, his breath caught. Unbidden, he exclaimed. blade length 3 Chi 5 Cun, flawless, yet brimming with extraordinary sentience. The blade body employs common dark iron essence, but its performance exceeds theoretical limits, achieving genuine transcendence. A truly magnificent weapon. And it bears traces of blood refinement technique, no wonder its spiritual resonance is so profound. Every step of its creation was executed with flawless precision. Wu Jiao, your half-baked version of blood refinement could never accomplish this. Respectfully, director, both spirit swords were forged entirely by brother Jiang Yun. We all bear witness to this. Every disciple of the forging pavilion, including Lu Jin and Shi Pohui himself, stood stunned into silence. Shi Pohui had just bestowed upon these swords the highest possible appraisal, yet the artisan who wrought them stood before him alive and unassuming. No, impossible, director. They're conspiring to deceive you, do not believe them. I'll summon enforcers immediately to haul them before the tribunal. Oh, and their lifeblood would be a great honor to use in forging, director. Lu Jin watched Shi Pohui with mounting panic, his face pale with alarm. He knew full well the director's obsession with forging. If Jiang Yun truly possessed such prodigious talent, his entire scheme would collapse. Shi Pohui was not only director of the forging pavilion, he held unparalleled prestige across the entire Changhe sect. Indeed, even sect master Qian Guang and senior elders of other pavilions deferred to him, seeking his aid in forging or repairing damaged spirit artifacts. Though Shi Pohui lived and breathed forging, he was no fool. Lifting his gaze, he fixed Lu Jin, a frantic leaping figure, with a glance so frigid it nearly froze the man to the floor. Yet when he turned toward Jiang Yun, his expression softened, shifting into something almost deferential. This old man misjudged you gravely, young master. Might I humbly beg your esteemed counsel, for my own humble reference? The material fails to coalesce due to either clashing elemental affinities or insufficient earth-fire temperature. Please allow me a moment to verify this. Once the subject turned to forging technique, Jiang Yun transformed instantly, radiating the authority of a Tier 3 divine artisan. Before Shi Pohui could react, Jiang Yun had already strode to the colossal forge, tapping and inspecting it with practiced precision. As he tapped, Jiang Yun simultaneously projected bursts of golden spiritual energy, locally heating or cooling specific zones. At times he even leapt atop the furnace itself to observe the material's molten state firsthand. Minute by minute passed. He seemed wholly unaware of the onlookers, completely immersed in the sacred act. After a full hour, Jiang Yun's eyes blazed with sharp light. With swift, decisive motions, he launched over a dozen golden pulses of spiritual energy into the furnace. Concentrate the earth fire, commenced shaping. The disciples of the forging pavilion, long entranced by his fluid, masterful movements, now snapped back to awareness and rushed to assist him without hesitation. Everyone present stood spellbound, especially Shi Pohui, who scrutinized each of Jiang Yun's gestures with intense disbelief. He simply could not accept that one so young could rival his own forging mastery. Yet the more he searched for flaws, the deeper his astonishment grew. Jiang Yun's method was astonishingly efficient, his logic crystalline, his movements precise, and utterly devoid of hesitation or waste. Spirit artifact complete. When a massive hammer soared from the furnace and Jiang Yun guided it with spiritual force into the nearby, quenching that, the stunned onlookers finally stirred back to consciousness. Wu Jiao raised his hands to applaud, then caught sight of Shi Pohui's mournful glare and recoiled, instantly snatching his hands back. Of course, he'd never dare applaud now. Would he ever want to set foot in the forging pavilion again? Jiang Yun, you've utterly astonished this old man. Such forging prowess at so tender an age. Why not join our forging pavilion as a senior elder? No, better yet serve as deputy director. Though admittedly your cultivation base remains somewhat modest. Shi Pohui hurried forward, seized Jiang Yun's shoulders and rattled off this torrent of words, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Yun gently disengaged the man's iron grip, mildly surprised. He had wagered correctly. His forging technique had earned validation, and indeed this outcome had been entirely anticipated. Shi Pohui's formidable strength and exalted status as director of the forging pavilion within the Changhe sect meant his endorsement would serve as a powerful protective talisman. Wang Xian meanwhile was elated, so much so that when Jiang Yun glimpsed his dazed, slack-jawed expression, a quiet amusement flickered across his features. Jiang Yun, if you offer no refusal, then it's settled. I'll petition sect master Qian Guang within a few days to formally transfer you to the forging pavilion. As you wish, I leave it to you. Jiang Yun replied casually, then walked once more toward the newly forged iron hammer. With thumb and forefinger, he lifted the hammer from the icy water, then plucked it sharply with his other hand. Its resonant crystalline chime rang out, clearly a definitive sign of consummate success. Director, they just insulted you. Surely their lifeblood should be put to use. Lu Jin's face twisted with bitter resentment, his expression sour as spoiled fruit, yet he dared one last desperate gambit, banking on Shi Pohui's capricious temperament to perhaps harbor lasting grudges. Nonsense. It was you who confronted Wu Jiao at the entrance. Do you take this director for a fool? Lu Jin, you lack skill in forging yet excel in sowing discord and purging outsiders. As he spoke, Shi Pohui vanished, reappearing instantly before Lu Jin, and delivered a stinging, unhesitating slap. Boom. The deputy director of the forging pavilion was hurled backward, smashing into the wall before collapsing to the floor. As Lu Jin staggered upright, blood streaming from nose and mouth, Jiang Yun stood calmly beside Hui, conversing animatedly about forging principles and techniques. Lu Jin ground his teeth until they threatened to shatter. Wang Xian, Wu Jiao, Jiang Yu, Shui Qian, even the junior disciples, all wore knowing, mocking smiles, stifling laughter behind their hands. One day, I will kill you all. Jiang Yun, 3 days hence shall be your end. Fury raged within him, but all he could do was flee the forging chamber in disgrace. Huh. Look at Lu Jin's face, it's swollen like a pig's head. Wu Jiao roared with laughter, then drained a large swig of wine, his spirits soaring to their zenith. Wang Xian too could not suppress the grin tugging at his lips. His objective had already succeeded halfway, what remained would unfold naturally. Yet he knew Jiang Yun would never ask the director outright to plead his case before sect master Qian Guang, so the task fell to him. Senior Master, sure, this junior has something vital to discuss concerning Jiang Yun. Now that rapport had deepened, Wang Xian adjusted his address, opting for the warmer, more respectful title of Senior Master. Oh, indeed. Speak freely. Hui's interest peaked instantly. He gestured for Jiang Yun to pause their discussion and turn fully toward Wang Xian. Jiang Yun must ascend the celestial stairway in 3 days. Lu Jin lodged accusations before sect master Qian Guang, demanding he reach the 50th tier to earn absolution. Wang Xian subtly reframed the account, preserving truth in essence, yet casting Jiang Yun in a far more favorable light. Given Lu Jin's conduct, director Hui could only hold him in deeper contempt. True to expectation, once Hui grasped the full sequence of events, he pledged immediately, I shall attend without fail in 3 days, and ensure Jiang Yun faces no peril. He stared at Jiang Yun as though beholding a marvel, only now realizing Jiang Yun bore the rare twin pupil physique, explaining his terrifyingly precise step-by-step mastery over the entire forging process. Still, Jiang Yun, you possess remarkable audacity. The celestial stairway is no simple trial. From what I understand, it follows the path of flesh-body cultivation, where your twin pupil physique may even prove disadvantageous. It matters not. Having resolved, one must commit wholeheartedly. Senior Master, sure, this junior must return to his cave residence to prepare. I dare not impose further. Very well, very well. Where do you reside? I'll visit when convenient. This junior dwells upon Yunmiao Peak, Wang Xian replied hastily. Excellent. On the journey back to Yunmiao Peak, all were buoyant with joy. Wu Jiao even retrieved fine wine, spirit beast meat, and spirit fruits from his storage ring, inviting everyone to feast and celebrate. Wu Jiao decided to temporarily reside on Yunmiao Peak, erecting a thatched hut on site to study Jiang Yun's forging arts directly. He even postponed his official duties, and Hui of course granted immediate approval. Do you truly believe you'll succeed? Wang Xian took a sip of spirit wine, gazing at Jiang Yun's unruffled calm, and could not resist asking. Not yet, but in 3 days I will. These 3 days I shall devote entirely to inscribing Dao traces. Having spoken, Jiang Yun shot skyward as a streak of rainbow light, vanishing into his cave residence and leaving the others staring after him in silent awe. Senior uncle, can Dao traces truly be inscribed in just 3 days? Not a chance. Even the simplest require 3 months. Fuming, Wang Xian rose abruptly and stepped into his own cave residence in a single stride. Shui Qian, I'll stand guard outside Jiang Yun's cave for these 3 days, protecting his cultivation. What about you? Together. Their eyes met, and in that shared glance both understood the depth of the other's devotion. Meanwhile, Lu Jin fled the forging pavilion gates in shame and humiliation, racing directly toward a mountain peak adjacent to Tianguang Peak. His destination was Jinduan Peak, the secluded abode of Vice Sect Master Jin. Its slopes crisscrossed with lethal killing formations and dense shimmering arrays. Veiled in pulsing ominous light, even a celestial edict realm expert would risk death attempting to breach it. Vice Sect Master I, Lu Jin, request audience. Enter. A tranquil voice echoed into Lu Jin's ears, eliciting an instant flush of relief across his face. Crossing one harrowing formation after another, Lu Jin finally reached the summit, where Jin sat absorbed in an ancient tome, his focus absolute. Clad in black mystic robes, his square jaw and stern visage radiated innate, unspoken authority. Dire news, Vice Sect Master. Jiang Yun has secured Hui's backing. He may yet escape retribution. Jin's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. Hui is a forging fanatic, since when has he involved himself in factional power struggles? Lu Jin recounted the entire incident, emphasizing Hui's public humiliation and assault upon him, while deliberately concealing most of Jiang Yun's extraordinary forging talent. But Jin's cultivation was unfathomably profound. He could not be so easily deceived. If Hui holds this youth in such high regard, his forging aptitude must indeed be exceptional. Twin pupil physique, plus near tier 3 forging mastery, truly a rare gem. Regrettably, I have already pledged support to another of the sect master's direct disciples, thus I must relinquish him. Return now. Contact my affiliated elders. We shall jointly pressure sect master Qian Guang in 3 days. Even if Jiang Yun ascends the celestial stairway, we shall deny him legitimacy. Chapter 38, Integrating the Sword of Annihilation's core as Dao trace. The twin-pupil physique is exceedingly rare. Abandoning him would be a true pity. Is there no path to preserve both advantages? No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow on the floor slowly rose, a cloaked figure emerging silently from darkness. To any ordinary observer, the sight would have provoked sheer terror. Having resolved you must act decisively, hesitation is uncharacteristic of you. The cloaked figure's appearance elicited no surprise from Jiang. Without turning, he continued, speaking calmly. It is not Jiang Yun I hesitate to release, it is the twin-pupil physique itself. An irreplaceable treasure. Matured twin-pupil power renders one invincible even among saint-level cultivators. With the ancient saints long vanished from this world, careful nurturing might elevate him to the ultimate pinnacle. The cloaked figure gave a soft, derisive chuckle. Do not forget, you hail from Zhongzhou. Your presence here at Changha sect serves only to monitor the 3 sects. Duty binds you, do not indulge in misplaced compassion. Remember, maximize internal strife within Changha sect. Weaken its foundations, that is your sole purpose. And you have performed admirably, have you not? Upon hearing this, a flicker of impatience crossed Jiang's face, an innermost secret buried deepest. He was an embedded agent of a major Zhongzhou sect. The cloaked figure was his symbiotic shadow body bearing the absolute shadow physique, capable of merging seamlessly with night and darkness. Any shadow merges. Zualai and Emoja are fiercely competing now, with Emoja having a slight advantage. This is by my design. Zualai, however, possesses a deeper cunning and political acumen. Both of them were trained by me to counter the foremost disciple. It's a pity that Qian Guang's daughter has grown too fast, defeating me to seize the position of sect master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to set up these pieces and play these political games. Jiang crushed the ancient text in his hand into powder, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome of that battle from years ago. You are still far from Qian Guang now. 100 years have passed, and she has already been hailed alongside the sect masters of the Thunder sect and Sword sect as one of the 3 great cultivators. And you've long been forgotten. The man in black cackled, completely unconcerned about Jiang's increasingly grim expression. One day the entire Changha sect will tremble beneath my feet. Jiang's overwhelming aura erupted, causing the entire forbidden peak to quiver. Let's wait and see. In the cave of Yunmiao Peak, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, beginning to outline his own Dao marks. For the past few days he has had an idea to use the Jiuxian sword as a prototype to outline the Dao marks, but he was unsure if he could bear the strain. With the Jiuxian sword at hand, he quickly imitated the method and began to outline the Dao marks. 2 hours passed. Dawn arrived once more. Is it time to sign in? Yes. Sign in successful. Reward: a complete set of Jiuxian formation can be fused with the Jiuxian sword. Fuse immediately. Jiang Yun was taken aback. It was truly a case of needing something and having it appear. He decisively chose to fuse. Above the Jiuxian sword, in the center of his dantian, holy lake gray light appeared out of nowhere, continuously infusing into the sword body. In this way, once the Jiuxian sword fused with the Jiuxian formation, it would not only possess form, but also bones and spirit. Thus Jiang Yun conceived a bold idea. He directly fused the Jiuxian sword, taking the sword body itself as Dao marks. Others might carve and fuse Dao marks merely to inscribe the spirit of the physical object, borrowing a fraction of its power. But Jiang Yun felt that if his method succeeded, it would be absolutely phenomenal. After all, he possessed an innate Dao body, a talent unmatched by anyone else. A day quickly passed. During this sign-in, Jiang Yun gained 10 years of cultivation. After fusion, his cultivation reached the later stage of the soul engraving realm. He paid no mind to it, remaining completely immersed in the state of fusing the Jiuxian sword. Another day passed, and the system rewarded him with another 10 years of cultivation. After fusion, he was only a hair's breadth away from the divine ability realm. Yet, he could not break through, as the soul engraving realm without engraved Dao marks was incomplete and could not give birth to a life-bound divine ability. Thus Jiang Yun compressed all the excess cultivation power into his holy dantian. Although the holy lake of the dantian was still called a lake, its area had increased more than twice its original size. This is the peculiar nature of the ancient holy body. It could crazily enhance spiritual power capacity, causing his physical strength and cultivation to rise dramatically. The downside is that it requires vast resources to complete the holy body upgrade. Fortunately, Jiang Yun could occasionally directly receive cultivation. Otherwise, even if he drained the Changha sect, it would be difficult to help him achieve the great perfection of the holy body. Today is the day Jiang Yun steps onto the celestial ladder. The celestial gate is located in the Changha sect's only forbidden area within the Celestial Valley. The Celestial Valley is situated deep within the Changha sect, over 10,000 kilometers from Tianguang Peak. Despite the distance, many people arrived early. In these 3 days, the name Jiang Yun has become familiar to many. His dual pupil's talent and his defeat of the Liu Hu brothers with Liu Bao being crippled have led even disciples of the artifact refining sect to reveal that Jiang Yun has formed a close friendship with the head of the artifact refining pavilion. Within the artifact refining pavilion, rumors spread that Jiang Yun would soon replace Lu Zhen, although the truth of this remains uncertain. Additionally, Jiang Yu and Xue Qian, the two beautiful sisters, have long been admired by many male disciples, but they have also been reported to frequently interact with Jiang Yun. In short, these rumors have made Jiang Yun the focal point of the Changhe sect. Moreover, with him about to enter the Celestial Valley, open the Celestial Gate, and ascend the Celestial Ladder, more than half of the disciples in the Changhe sect came specifically to witness. Look quickly, the sect master has arrived. A palace appeared on the horizon, and Qian Guang, the sect master, rode the Qianguang Hall, swiftly gliding through the air. Elders and disciples gasped in awe. The sect master is too powerful. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to control the palace's flight at all. The Qianguang Hall is a spiritual artifact that integrates offense and defense. I once heard that the head of the artifact refining pavilion participated in its refining process. The stronger the sect master, the less our Changhe sect will be bullied by the Sword sect and Thunder sect. We must strive to excel. Additionally, within the Qianguang Palace, three figures stood aside from Emoja and Zuolai. There was surprise. They had just walked out from the tightly shut palace doors, instantly attracting everyone's gaze. Especially the one standing between Emoja and Zuolai. A woman as beautiful as a celestial fairy was none other than the saintess of the Changhe, Murong Qingxue, one of the three great beauties of the Shanshan domain. Her skin was like coagulated fat, her features delicate, slender, and graceful, with long black hair cascading down her shoulders. Her appearance caused the crowd to erupt in excitement. The Changhe saintess has arrived. Ever since she went to the Thunder sect and Sword sect's secret realms for training a year ago, we haven't seen her. Finally, we can behold the saintess' celestial beauty again. The saintess is the most beautiful woman in the Shanshan domain, no rebuttals accepted. Exactly. Those from the Sword sect and Thunder sect have such explosive tempers. How can they compare to the Changhe saintess' gentle beauty? Junior sister, you are still as popular as ever in getting jealous, senior brother. Zuolai glanced at his junior sister beside him, his eyes filled with admiration, but his words were playful. Junior sister has returned after completing her training. A senior brother has prepared some fine wine and spiritual fruits. Would you care to come to my cave for a drink? Murong Qingxue smiled lightly, saying gently, it has been a long time since I last saw both of my senior brothers, we should catch up. How about we drink together tonight? As soon as she said this, Emoja's face stiffened slightly. He had hoped to have a private meeting with Murong Qingxue. But Murong Qingxue was very emotionally intelligent. She neither rejected him nor allowed him to be alone with her, clearly not wanting to be in his company. This is wonderful. With senior brothers Zuolai around, we will have another person to drink with. Emoja calmly finished speaking, casually casting an intentional glance at Zuolai. The competition for the position of Changhe Saint Sun between them had already reached a boiling point. Would it not be awkward to sit down together and drink? Is Jiang Yun not here yet? A thunderous voice echoed across the area, and one could see a tall figure in black armor, Sikong Jin, flying in from afar. Greetings, Deputy Sect Master Sikong. Jiang Yun has not arrived yet. Hurry and send someone to urge him. What is he dawdling about? Sikong Jin's tone held dissatisfaction and helplessness. I'll bring him here. Lu Zhen eagerly stepped forward, volunteering himself. Confronting Jiang Yun was the happiest thing for him. Go quickly and return quickly. With a wave of his hand, Sikong Jin directly issued the order in front of the Qianguang sect master and the tens of thousands of disciples. 39 being my own master. Outside Jiang Yun's cave on Yunmiao Peak, a crowd had already gathered. Jiang Yu, Xue Qian, Wang Xian, Wu Jiao, and Shi, the master of the artifact refining pavilion, had even come here in person, living up to his reputation as a crazed refiner. This shows that Jiang Yun had indeed judged correctly. Shi was devoted to artifact refining and had no ulterior motives. As long as he acknowledged someone, he would undoubtedly defend them. Why hasn't Jiang Yun come out yet? It's almost noon. Keeping the sect master waiting is not a good thing. Wang Xian craned his neck to look into Jiang Yun's cave, but could only see a figure sitting cross-legged in meditation. Everyone knew that during cultivation one should avoid disturbances. Otherwise, they could suffer from Dao injuries resulting in regression or worse, losing their way and wasting their cultivation. What if I wait? My brother Jiang Yun will soon be the deputy master of the artifact refining pavilion. What do those brothers have to say? And as for that Qian girl, if she doesn't want to see me, she can go back. If she gets angry, old Shi will explain it to her. Shi snatched Wu Jiao's wine gourd and began to drink deeply. Master, slow down. This is brewed from spiritual herbs. It cost me 10 years of sect benefits. Wu Jiao felt immense pain. He had just wanted to drink a little after feeling bored, but Shi discovered him and snatched it away. Shut up. You can't enjoy a few mouthfuls of wine. Do you believe I'll stop giving you spirit stones and make you a common disciple guarding the artifact refining pavilion? Shi, apart from having an eye for Jiang Yun, was still the same old character, temperamental and eccentric, not allowing anyone to threaten him. In fact, at this moment Jiang Yun was at the final stage of fusion. Within his sea of consciousness, the domineering Jiuxian sword remained motionless, transforming into an enormous sword that entwined with the first killing formation, the Jiuxian formation. A tremendous suction force clashed against Jiang Yun. The Jiuxian sword was so extraordinarily powerful that it seemed to want Jiang Yun to become its sword spirit. Becoming the sword spirit of the Jiuxian sword would grant complete control over the sword body, but both would share a symbiotic and equal status. However, Jiang Yun's fusion of the Jiuxian sword positioned himself as the master, completely controlling the Jiuxian sword. This was a world apart. This confrontation had lasted for a full 3 hours, and the Jiuxian sword still refused to yield to him. Jiang Yun finally made up his mind. He decided to envelop and refine the Jiuxian sword using the power of his dual pupils, the golden spiritual power of the holy body, and the blue celestial canopy formed by his innate Tao body. First to act was the dual pupils, a layers of gray-black tribulation light wrapped around the Jiuxian sword, which shook violently, refusing to submit. The golden spiritual power of the holy body transformed into a massive lake, soaking the entire Jiuxian sword body, crazily permeating within. The Jiuxian sword emitted rhythmic sword cries, clearly furious. Jiang Yun once again utilized the blue celestial canopy of the innate Tao body, pressing down upon the Jiuxian sword, weaving blue threads that instantly formed a large net, binding the Jiuxian sword tightly. Moreover, these blue nets represented the lines of divine law of the Jiuxian sword. With no one to control, it was cut and reborn, unable to break free. Additionally, within the sea of consciousness, Jiang Yun's will dominated, exerting full force to suppress the Jiuxian sword. Essentially, the Jiuxian sword belonged to Jiang Yun, but his divine soul was far too weak while his ambitions were vast. Attempting to compel an imperial artifact to submit at the soul engraving realm was akin to a baby wielding a giant hammer. Fortunately, Jiang Yun possessed numerous god-level talents. In reality, he had the strength of several infants. Even so, Jiang Yun continued to mobilize the power of the Jiuxian formation to bind the Jiuxian sword body. After Jiang Yun's relentless efforts, the Jiuxian sword finally seemed to yield to him, temporarily agreeing to cooperate. The sword body's cries softened, radiating goodwill. Jiang Yun did not know whether the Jiuxian sword submitted due to his dominance or recognized his potential. In any case, its acknowledgement of defeat was what mattered. If others were to see this, they could only exclaim in awe at Jiang Yun's remarkable talent. After all, if any one of the dual pupils' innate Tao body, holy body, spiritual power, or Jiuxian formation were taken individually, they could not suppress the Jiuxian sword, or it would not be so easy. As a supreme imperial artifact, the Jiuxian sword was naturally discerning. After seeing all of Jiang Yun's trump cards, it knew that submitting to Jiang Yun would not be a loss. Once the Jiuxian sword ceased its resistance, Jiang Yun integrated it into his divine soul, and the process went smoothly. At the moment of fusion, Jiang Yun distinctly felt as if he had transformed into a sword, domineering, frenzied, and unyielding. The initial fusion has already elevated my divine soul to a new level. Of the Jiuxian sword is indeed worthy of its name. Jiang Yun opened his eyes with delight as a green small sword flashed briefly at his brow. Oh no. The sun is setting. Today is the day I step onto the celestial ladder. Jiang Yun dashed out of the cave only to find Shi Pichui lying on the ground napping. Beside him was a wine jug, while Wu Jiao's eyes were full of resentment. As for the others, they wore anxious expressions. The most surprising was Lu Zhen, who stood at a distance, with a cautious look, his face also showing signs of swelling. Behind Lu Zhen stood 2 groups of people, also bearing grievance on their faces. As soon as they saw Jiang Yun, they seemed to see a green celestial sword shooting toward them, startling them. However, the green sword quickly transformed back into Jiang Yun's figure, leaving Wang Xian, Jiang Yu, Shui Qian, and the others perplexed, unable to comprehend what had happened. Wang Xian was the first to react. Hey Jiang Yun, you finally made it. Look, they have come in 3 waves to urge you. I fused the Jiuxian sword. Oh no. I spent some time engraving the Tao marks, making everyone wait for a while. Hurry, let's go. Others are fine, but we must be wary of the sect master's anger. Wang Xian pulled Jiang Yun and the 2 jumped into the flying boat. Senior, sure, you are here too. Thank you for your support. Jiang Yun understood that the only person capable of suppressing Lu Zhen and the 2 groups of urging disciples was Shi Pichui. After all, his identity as the unique master of the artifact refining pavilion was noble and unparalleled. Haha, why be polite with me? Soon we'll be family. That Lu Zhen, the one who eats from both sides, always flattering Si Kongjin, I used to be too lazy to bother with him. If he troubles you in the future, just tell me, and for every time I catch him, I'll make him call me grandfather. Jiang Yun nodded, revealing a slight smile. Shi Pichui was indeed someone worth befriending. The flying boat sped ahead, quickly nearing the location of the Celestial Valley. The Celestial Valley was already bustling with voices, with more and more disciples gathering, exceeding 10,000. In fact, all disciples daring to ascend the Celestial Ladder possessed special physiques. So far, this generation of prodigies, aside from those on the monster, ranking the rest of the disciples, were not qualified to enter. However, the Changhe sect only announced the achievements of Emoja and Zhuo Lai, while Murong Qingxue and the first direct disciple were not mentioned at all. Thus this time Jiang Yun attracted too much attention. Look quickly, it's Elder Wang. The person next to him must be Jiang Yun. He looks just as handsome as me. Nonsense, I could throw you 10 mountains away. Look at Jiang Yun and Xue Qian beside him, they look so affectionate, it pains my heart. I once fantasized about holding hands with either of them. Senior Shi is actually here, isn't he always aloof from sect matters, solely focused on artifact refining? Look quickly, Lu Jin must have been punished. He's lying in front of Senior Shi like a dog. Numerous disciples were discussing while Emoja and Zuo Lai observed. Lai glanced at the flying boat where Jiang Yun was, their expressions contrasting. Emoja's eyes held indifference and murderous intent, while Zuo Lai's gaze bore an inexplicable meaning, as if he had everything planned. Is he Jiang Yun's senior brother? Zuo Lai? With a handsome face, his resolute eyes conveyed determination. His stature stood tall like a peak, and his demeanor was calm and serene, gazing down upon the world like a celestial king. Murong Qingxue curiously observed Jiang Yun, her watery eyes flashing with a hint of unusual color. Jiang Yun was no ordinary person. She practiced a unique technique that allowed her to sense the vast blood energy within him. Double pupils and an unknown but powerful constitution. A Jiang Yun is deeply concealed. Murong Qingxue concluded, a hint of anticipation brewing within her. Jiang Yun, you have delayed the time and caused the sect master to wait for long. Over 100,000 disciples have waited for you for 3 hours. Kneel and apologize, or you will have no face to meet the sect master or the many disciples. A thunderous reprimand echoed throughout the Tongtian Valley, and everyone turned towards the sound, which belonged to Sikongjin. The dignified vice sect master of the Changhe sect actually confronted a disciple in public. Sikongjin commanded a formation platform that blocked Jiang Yun, a powerful pressure descending upon him. Wu Jiao and Wang Xian were taken aback, hurriedly raising their protective shields to guard Jiang Yun. Unfortunately, both were only guest elders, lacking the strength and status to compare with Sikongjin. After 3 breaths, their shields began to tremble, unable to withstand the force. Hey Sikongjin, it was one thing for you to send your hounds to disturb the vice master of the refining pavilion, but now you bully him too. It seems you are intentionally opposing the refining pavilion. Sect Master Sikongjin is bullying my refining pavilion, please investigate. Shirbachui jumped in front of Sikongjin, blocking his pressure entirely, while Wu Jiao and Wang Xian were drenched in sweat, nearly exhausted. Jiang Yun furrowed his brows, looking at Sikongjin with anger in his eyes. Sikongjin's strength was far too overwhelming for Wang Xian and the others to resist. It was already remarkable that the two had the courage to help him hold on for 3 breaths. Sikongjin glared at Shirbachui, his anger boiling over. Lu Jin was his subordinate, and the entire Changhe sect knew it. Just an hour earlier, he had sent Lu Jin to capture Jiang Yun and bring him to Tongtian Valley for punishment, but now Lu Jin was brought back with a bruised and battered face. Clearly only Shirbachui had the qualifications to bully Lu Jin. Shirbachui, you are so arrogant, do you think I dare not touch you? On Sikongjin's platform, various killing formations emerged, an overwhelming aura of slaughter filling the air, creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. Go ahead and attack, it doesn't matter, but you must remember, if you continue to obstruct me, the disciples of the law enforcement hall you manage should never set foot in my refining pavilion again. Your disciples and your law enforcement hall are all forbidden to enter my refining pavilion's doors. Do you understand, Vice Sect Master Sikongjin? Shirbachui brandished 2 great hammers, completely disregarding Sikongjin's threats. In truth, he had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Sikongjin, not because of Jiang Yun, but due to Lu Jin's behavior as the vice master, which had disgusted him for a long time. For years, the disciples of the entire refining pavilion had worked tirelessly to supply the law enforcement hall with weapons at a ridiculously low price akin to free labor. All this was a scheme by Sikongjin to win people over. However, Shirbachui had chosen to overlook it for the sake of the sect master. Indeed, after Shirbachui finished speaking, not only did Sikongjin's momentum instantly deflate, but even the many disciples beside and behind him wore anxious expressions. The law enforcement hall was the largest hall of the Changhe sect, overseeing nearly 100,000 disciples. If the spiritual artifact passage was cut off, it could immediately cause a mass exodus. You Shirbachui, what kind of skill is it to threaten others? If you have the guts, let's see the real skills. Come if you dare. The two faced off, the invisible pressure binding the entire sky. This was a confrontation between great practitioners of the Tianyu realm, and many disciples fled in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Enough. Do you want the disciples to become a laughingstock? A soft rebuke emerged from within the Qianguang Hall. An array of rainbow light instantly crossed between Shirbachui and Sikongjin, separating the two. The rainbow light served as a boundary, compelling the two to part ways. The strength of the Qianguang sect master was Get lost. After angrily cursing, Shirbachui returned to Jiang Yun's side, grabbing Wu Jiao's gourd and gulping down the liquor. Wu Jiao, looking distressed, was already weak and feeble, watching his spiritual liquor being snatched away, feeling like his heart was being pierced. Jiang Yun also raised the corners of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. Shirbachui just loved to bully Wu Jiao. The flying boat swiftly arrived at the entrance of Tongtian Valley. Dozens of wild grasses grew at the valley's mouth, obscuring the view within, shrouded in mist, where a golden ladder faintly extended into the void, its height and distance unknown. There were rumors that once 3 powerful beings from the central continent attempted to storm the Tongtian ladder to claim it, but instead they met with bloodshed, leaving behind invaluable insights of the divine realm, their souls heavily injured as they fled. Jiang Yun, it's up to you now. Be careful, Jiang Yun. Shui Qian and Jiang Yu couldn't help but step forward. Had there not been too many observing disciples, they might have clung to Jiang Yun. Now they held onto his sleeve, unable to resist cautioning him. Jiang Yun felt a bit awkward. He thought he wasn't ready to accept the attention from these 2 women. Shui Qian was an icy beauty, pure like a snow lotus, while Jiang Yu was fiery and bold, exuding endless allure. Though Jiang Yun had let go of Luo Qinghan, he wasn't prepared to accept other women yet. Don't worry. I trust you, Jiang Yun. Dear best, as long as I am here, who dares to target you? After saying this, Shirbachui provocatively glared at Si Kongjin. Shirbachui, if Jiang Yun fails to reach the 50th level, I have the authority to execute him on the spot. This has long been settled. If you wish to obstruct me, it means opposing the sect and the sect master. This matter does not concern you, Shir Pavilion Master. It has already been decided, no need for more words. The voice of the Qianguang sect master rang out, exuding an imperial-like aura that instantly enveloped the 2, causing Si Kongjin and Shirbachui to cool down. However, after hearing this, Shirbachui's eyes revealed a hint of worry, while Si Kongjin's eyes shone with delight. Over 100,000 disciples quietly awaited Jiang Yun's entry into Tongtian Valley. Jiang Yun took a deep breath, stepping forward several dozen paces to the so-called Tongtian Gate. Once he pushed open the grand doors, there would be no turning back. Let me see what mysteries the so-called Tongtian ladder holds. Jiang Yun raised his hand to touch the Tongtian Gate, and a mysterious force instantly flowed through his entire body. Then on the dozens of zhang tall Tongtian Gate, symbols of power began to flicker wildly. The Tongtian Gate contests the talents of intruders, with the 10 greatest symbols being the most significant. Jiang Yun, how many symbols can your double pupils illuminate? Wang Xian closed his eyes and opened them again, then closed and opened them once more. He hadn't told Jiang Yun about this beforehand, fearing it would impact his fighting spirit. Generally speaking, those with ordinary qualifications would be repelled by the Tongtian Gate even if they got close, let alone illuminating symbols. Soon the symbols on the Tongtian Gate began to slowly light up. Over 100,000 disciples, including elders, even the Qianguang sect master, and the 3 major personal disciples, watched the Tongtian Gate intently. The legendary double pupils, which had disappeared for countless years, were finally about to reveal their true potential to the world. 1 symbol, 2 symbols. The symbols lit up slowly, and Emoja displayed a mocking expression on the Qianguang Hall. The symbols light up so slowly, it seems the double pupils have been exaggerated by the world. That's why ancient texts are not necessarily correct. Jiang Yun, whether he can even break into the list of geniuses is hard to say. How ridiculous for Wang Xian to think he had found a treasure, and wanted to recommend Jiang Yun to rise to the top and become our junior brother. Emoja revealed a scornful smile on his face, then turned to look at Morong Qingxue beside him. What do you think, Qingxue? Morong Qingxue smiled lightly, her bright eyes and white teeth, her delicate features breathtakingly beautiful. Emoja felt he could gaze upon her for 100 years without wanting to look away. If senior brother says so, then it must be so. However, Master once mentioned that there are 1 or 2 geniuses in the world who carry great fortunes, and even the Tongtian Gate may not be able to detect them. The symbols lit by the Tongtian Gate only represent talent, but climbing the Tongtian ladder signifies ultimate potential and the limit of cultivation. You should know the difference between the 2, foolish one. The speaker was Zuolai, who couldn't stand Emoja's sycophantic behavior towards Qingxue. 3 symbols, 4 symbols, 5 symbols. After 10 breaths, 5 symbols lit up on the Tongtian Gate, and the observing disciples began to stir. 5 symbols were already quite impressive. 7 symbols, 8 symbols. Wang Xian, hearing the astonished voices around him, couldn't help but open his eyes. It was already 8 symbols. 9 symbols, 10 symbols. Finally, all 10 symbols lit up together. Wow, Jiang Yun has become the next disciple to illuminate 10 symbols after the top 10 on the list of geniuses. Could he surprise us? 10 symbols, if he cultivates to the level of a great master, he would undoubtedly be a master on the list of geniuses. The disciples buzzed with excitement, but Lu Jin wore a mournful expression. Jiang Yun's potential far surpassed that of the Hu and Bao brothers, drawing attention, and the only hope for revenge rested on Si Kongjin, the vice sect master. The door creaked open slowly, a blinding light shooting out as Jiang Yun squinted his eyes towards the front. The golden Tongtian ladder was right beneath his feet. Jiang Yun focused entirely on the golden Tongtian ladder, feeling his blood vessels tremble as something on the high Tongtian ladder was calling to him. What could it be? With questions in mind, Jiang Yun stepped onto the first tier of the Tongtian ladder under the gaze of countless eyes. Boom! An immense pressure descended instantly, and Jiang Yun felt as if his internal organs were being lightly struck, while his shoulders bore the weight of thousands. A golden figure suddenly appeared, throwing a punch at him. Jiang Yun extended a finger, arriving first, and effortlessly obliterated the golden figure. The attack from the golden figure was about the strength of an ordinary Dongtian realm practitioner, which he easily handled. On the second tier, the pressure of will and the physical strikes became stronger, and the same golden figure appeared, throwing a punch at Jiang Yun. Still very weak, this is uninteresting. Jiang Yun once again extinguished the golden phantom with a finger, but he did not advance immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward 3 more times in succession. In an instant, a small celestial mountain pressed down from thin air, and the pressure increased several times compared to before. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. This was interesting. He extended his fist and lightly swung it, causing the celestial mountain to shatter, and the golden figure that appeared was also obliterated by his punch. Let's play a bigger game. Jiang Yun's steps did not stop as he directly took 10 more steps. When he finally halted, a sound like the striking of bells and drums resonated within him. The skies above the Tongtian ladder changed color as if expressing extreme dissatisfaction with his confidence and arrogance. Unaware of your own limits, Emosia's face darkened as he observed Jiang Yun's performance. He longed to see Jiang Yun kneel unable to move, but regrettably after taking 10 steps Jiang Yun remained upright like a peak, not even swaying. This child is very strong, Zuolai remarked, his expression serious as he watched Jiang Yun's performance without blinking. As for Wang Xian, his fists were tightly clenched, already at the peak of his nerves, fearing that Jiang Yun would not be able to hold on. Shui Qian and Jiang Yu gazed at Jiang Yun's back with admiration, their eyes filled with excitement. He's already at the 15th level and he looks unfazed. That's incredible. He is only at the Minghan realm. Most of the geniuses on the list stop at the top 20 levels, but I think he has reached his limit. That's also true. Double pupils are not a constitution-type talent, so climbing the Tongtian ladder will incur some disadvantage. However, before this disciple could finish speaking, Jiang Yun forcefully raised his foot and stepped forward again, taking another 10 steps. This time Jiang Yun's body swayed slightly before stabilizing. What Jiang Yun saw was not the same as what the other disciples were witnessing. In front of Jiang Yun, the golden figure had solidified significantly, its movements displaying agility. Return to one Dongtian in prison. Jiang Yun unleashed his Dongtian, intending to restrain the golden figure, only to find that the figure also released 10 major Dongtians to counter him. He was taken aback, not expecting the golden figure to reach the pinnacle of transformation as well. The golden figure was the path walked by a certain predecessor. Once one stepped onto the Tongtian ladder, they were challenging the various stages of that predecessor. Thoughts aside, Jiang Yun's return to one Dongtian ultimately prevailed, breaking through the opponent's Dongtian defenses. Jiang Yun pointed at the golden figure, and in an instant the two seemed to lock eyes across time and space. The golden light figure transformed into a radiance that enveloped his arm, then flowed into his sacred Bodhis lake of power. What is this? It actually shares the same root as my sacred Bodhis spiritual energy. Could it be that the one testing me is another ancient sacred body predecessor? Jiang Yun felt a shock, sensing the area of his sacred Bodhis spiritual energy lake had increased by 1%. Continue. Jiang Yun had tasted the sweetness and, disregarding everything, stepped forward 10 more times, standing on the 30th level. No one else could reach the 35th level except for the top 10 on the list of geniuses. And now Jiang Yun had entered among them. However, this did not mean that Jiang Yun's strength surpassed the top 90 on the list of geniuses, but rather his potential for cultivation. Over 100,000 disciples watched in astonishment as everyone believed a new star of cultivation had emerged. Wang Xian was so excited that he jumped up, tightly gripping Wu Jio's shoulders, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Be gentle, don't be so excited, the best show is yet to come. Wu Jio took a swig of liquor, his eyes also reflecting a look of amazement. Heavens, are double pupils really this terrifying? He has actually entered the top 10 on the list of geniuses. He still has strength left to those who, and Bao brothers, truly deserve their fate for daring to provoke Jiang Yun, utterly unaware of their limits. Could he really reach the 50th level? Most of the top 10 on the list of geniuses only manage to climb to the levels of great masters. Climbing the Tongtian ladder requires a combination of cultivation talent, will, and many other factors. Many people did not have high hopes for Jiang Yun due to his low cultivation level. Even the Qianguang sect master had given him 3 years to grow and reach the 50th level before deeming Lu Bao's actions insignificant. But now Jiang Yun easily ascended to the 35th level, truly astonishing everyone. At the 30th level, Jiang Yun once again defeated the golden figure, bearing an overwhelming weight as he advanced. He felt as if he was carrying 10 celestial mountains, with every step echoing like thunder. Very well, let me see where the limits of the sacred body lie. Within Jiang Yun, the lake of sacred body's spiritual energy surged into his limbs and marrow, canceling every external pressure and transmuting into formidable force to repel his foes. After a fierce bout, Jiang Yun took several blows from the golden silhouette, yet he gained a deeper comprehension of wielding his sacred body power. It felt as if the golden figure were deliberately honing him, striking precisely at his weaknesses. Half an hour later, when Jiang Yun had been tempered enough, he used the calamity light of Chongtong to ambush the golden figure and absorb its power. The golden lake expanded again thereafter. By this point, every disciple had become numb. They regarded Jiang Yun as a prodigy on par with the sect leader's direct disciples. for Emoja and Zuolai had never reached the 45 tier while in the Minghan realm. Throughout the entire Changhe sect, only that mysterious first direct disciple had ever attained it. Damn me. Emoja's face darkened. He could not accept the fact. Beside him, Zuolai stopped his indifferent mask and grew thoughtful. It seems Jiang Yun's innate potential rivals senior brothers. When he comes down, the master should accept him as a disciple. Is that so? We shall see. Zuolai spoke rarely. 3 days earlier, he had already sent word to inform the masters of the Lei and Jian sects. If the Lei or Jian sects found Chongtong's talent appealing, they would be on their way now. Upon reaching the 45 tier, the oppressive aura had multiplied tenfold. Jiang Yun was resisting with everything he possessed. With each step he took, the space around him roared like thunder. Above the ladder to heaven, the summons grew ever stronger. When Jiang Yun stepped onto the 50th tier, he had to call upon his Chongtong power in addition to his sacred body strength. The two together allowed him with great difficulty to defeat the golden silhouette that struck anew. This time the golden figure did not dissipate. It condensed into a segment of golden finger bone and hovered before him in silence. It feels of the same root, the same source, connected to the sacred body bloodline. In an instant, Jiang Yun was certain this was a sacred body phalanx. There could be no mistake. That the 50th tier of the ladder to heaven could yield a reward was something Jiang Yun did not know if everyone was. I will keep it for now. The moment Jiang Yun touched the phalanx, it surprisingly fused into his body and floated atop the lake of his sacred body's spiritual energy. Then he turned and looked back. He had reached the 50th tier. Jiang Yun. The roar of 10,000 disciples thundered. When ordinary people encounter someone of equal or slightly greater strength, they may envy or pursue, but those they look up to inspire only wild devotion. At that moment, Jiang Yun, ascending the 50th tier while in the Minghan realm, had decisively proven his prodigious potential. He was no weaker than anyone. Afterward, Jiang Yun employed his innate Dao body power and rose another 5 tiers before reaching his limit. 45 tiers remain. I will return later. Jiang Yun did not call upon his Dao mark power. If the execution immortal sword were unleashed, it might offset those tenfold pressures, but it was unnecessary. Capped by his cultivation, he could not reach the 100th tier anyway. There were higher realms such as Shintong and Great Adept to attempt later. There was no need to rush. Jiang Yun did not wish to reveal all his cards. If everyone knew, he not only possessed Chongtong, but had cultivated Dao marks as extraordinary as those, he would attract dangerous attention. For now, Jiang Yun needed time to develop. He also had a vague sense that the golden ladder to heaven had some connection with his archaic sacred body. Limited by his realm, he could not discern what that link was. The sudden appearance of the golden phalanx upon reaching the 50th tier startled him. When Jiang Yun inwardly observed the phalanx, he felt as if he were gazing upon a true colossus, a towering pillar to the heavens. Its oppressive aura left him no doubt that even the void could be pierced by a single poke from it. Jiang Yun decided to return and study it thoroughly to see whether he could fuse the phalanx with his own finger. If he succeeded, he believed it would become a devastating weapon. A fragment of a great accomplishment, sacred body's finger bone alone, was overwhelmingly powerful. To have a sacred body contend with an emperor implied that the flesh of a great accomplishment sacred body was itself an imperial weapon, the pinnacle of worldly force. The phalanx transmitted a constant sense of bloodline affinity, which led Jiang Yun to believe his chance of success was high. It was time to descend. Everyone was watching. He turned and released the thought to return. In an instant, a golden light enveloped him, and he was expelled from the gate to heaven. Jiang Yun. At the moment he reappeared, the atmosphere soared to a peak. From that day on, under the gaze of all, Jiang Yun officially became one of the Changhe sect's most prominent prospects. To reach the 50th step of the ladder to heaven while in the Minghan realm was a feat even the first direct disciple might not possess. Jiang Yun looked in astonishment at the disciples' fervent cheering. He had not expected to be so popular. In the next instant he smiled and inclined his head, then resumed his usual composed expression. Jiang Yun wore a dark green robe. His features were handsome yet sharply defined. The sacred body made his blood and chi brim like a forge, while his innate Dao body lent him an elusive drifting quality like the void. He possessed the finest traits of youth and thus attracted the admiration of many female disciples. Some even rushed to him to hand him communication talismans. Snow Qian and Jiang Yu soon interposed themselves and glared at those girls with hostility. At that moment, 2 young female disciples arrived on a flying skiff to approach Jiang Yun. By the sect leader's order, Jiang Yun has fulfilled his promise and reached the 50th tier of the ladder to heaven. He bears no further responsibility for the conflict with Lu Hu and Lu Bao. Additionally, Jiang Yun's talent is exceptional. He is hereby entered into the sect leader's direct disciple probationary list to be accorded the same treatment and status as direct disciples. Jiang Yun is present. The sect leader also specially instructs that you may consult her at any time regarding cultivation matters. The probationary period is merely Changhe sect procedure. Jiang Yun remained calm and nodded. Truthfully, he felt no particular affection for the Changhe sect leader. It was simply impressive that a woman could govern such a vast sect so well. As for his refusal of the 3-year offer from the sect leader in favor of ascending the ladder to heaven with 3 bodies, it was not spite, but a demonstration of his Tao heart. If one possessed an innate sacred body Chongtong true dragon treasures, and the Dukarakter secret techniques, talents and treasures that defied fate, and yet swallowed affronts silently, that would be an outrageous joke. Ha ha Sikongjian, how does it feel to be vexed? Jiang Yun has become a direct disciple of the sect leader, do you regret it? Shirpochui laughed and came forward slapping Jiang Yun on the shoulder like an elder brother. Come with me. I will petition the sect leader now to make you deputy head of the refining pavilion. Stick with me and you will be safe from Sikongjian. Shirpochui, you slander me. I am the deputy sect leader of Changhe sect. What crime should you be charged with for accusing me? Seeing Jiang Yun break Changhe sect records, Sikongjian's face twisted with jealousy. He was already unhappy and Shirpochui's taunts sent him into a rage. You want to bite me? Shirpochui played the role of a mischievous elder unwilling to dull his opponent's disgust. Though Sikongjian unleashed the power of his formation with every effort and made many disciples tremble, he dared not truly strike. Not to mention Shirpochui was a top-tier Xuanga-ranked artificer whose status was respected. With the Qianguang sect leader present, any rash action would be suppressed at once. Shirpochui took Jiang Yun's hand and leapt onto the Qianguang hall. The Qianguang sect leader seated upon the throne looked at them in astonishment. What is the matter? Her voice remained calm and imperious, compelling obedience. Even Jiang Yun could not help but marvel at her tone carried the aura of an empress. He wondered what a face of cold, extraordinary beauty might lie behind that hazy radiance. Sect leader, I propose we remove illusion. First he framed Jiang Yun, second I possess evidence that he has embezzled the refining pavilion's funds and bullied disciples. I have the united testimony of the refining pavilion's disciples. At Shirpochui's words, the elders and disciples outside the hall were instantly agitated. Lu Zhen's reputation was well known. He was roughly the head of the Lu family within the Changhe sect. There was also a master ranked on the fiend list, Lu Fan, in seclusion. Lu Zhen, do you wish to defend yourself? The Qianguang sect leader extended a hand, and as if lifting a chick, trapped Lu Zhen 1,000 zhang away and threw him into the hall. The disciples gasped. The sect leader's power was truly unfathomable. No matter how skilled Lu Zhen was, he was a Xinhua realm master. He could scarcely resist across such a distance. Sect leader, I did not sect leader. He framed me. Everything I did was for the good of the sect. Lu Zhen trembled. He knew he was finished. The evidence was solid and reported by his superior, the refining pavilion head. There was no way out. Pavilion Lord Sure, Lu Zhen's forging skills still have some use. How do you propose we deal with him? Confiscate his storage ring and assign him to 100 years of servitude in the refining pavilion, placing him beneath all other disciples. If he repents, his status may be restored. Jiang Yun, what do you think? Jiang Yun nodded indifferently. Since Lu Zhen would be made a laborer, could he possibly survive 100 years? Those he had bullied could torment him to death in a few months. Very well, so be it. The Qianguang sect 100 years of servitude in the refining pavilion, placing him beneath all other disciples. If he repents, his status may be restored. Jiang Yun, what do you think? Jiang Yun nodded indifferently. Since everyone else may withdraw, I wish to speak with Jiang Yun alone. Unexpectedly, the sect leader summoned Jiang Yun for a private audience. Everyone looked at Jiang Yun, especially Emoja, whose face had grown perilously dark with envy. He now regarded Jiang Yun as an adversary, a rival to the death. Qingxue, you shall remain as well. Me, master. Murong Qingxue looked at the sect leader in surprise, and so did everyone else. Ordinarily, when the sect leader summons Jiang Yun, she would either bestow treasures or offer consolation. Why keep Murong Qingxue? Yes, you stay and become acquainted with Jiang Yun. The sect leader nodded, speaking another astonishing word. Murong Qingxue was famed as the most beautiful woman of the mountain-moving domain and the saintess of the Changhe sect, the dream goddess of every male disciple. Could the sect leader be attempting to matchmake her with Jiang Yun? Master, may I remain? I have not yet had the opportunity to meet junior brother Jiang Yun. Emoja smiled and also made the request. Though consumed by jealousy, he could not let it show. Do you not understand? Everyone else leave. The sect leader's tone carried a chill and impatience. Master, I only wish to remain and speak with junior brother Jiang Yun lest. Emoja faltered as the sect leader's coldness intensified, and he hurried out of the hall without further argument. Zuelai, seeing this, suppressed his curiosity and followed Emoja out of Qianguang Hall. For him, a reckless, boastful junior brother was convenient. Most often Emoja was the one to act as cannon fodder. Shirpochui, seeing the crowd disperse, patted Jiang Yun's shoulder and strode out as well. Jiang Yun remained composed and inclined his head slightly. Once the hall emptied, the Qianguang sect leader turned to him, and Murong Qingxue's clear eyes watched Jiang Yun as well. Jiang Yun, because of the Lu family brothers, I arranged a 3-year agreement for you. Do you resent the sect or resent me? The sect leader's question was direct, and it left Jiang Yun momentarily stunned. She asked so plainly, he had not yet learned her temper. Resentment is too strong a word. I did nothing wrong. The Hu and Bao brothers are notorious. I believe the sect leader has already heard of them. I stood for many disciples and disciplined a bully. What wrong was there? Then you still harbor grievances. As sect leader, I must balance the sex factions of the development of Changha sect is paramount. You have not yet displayed enough talent or strength for anyone to shield you. In the world of cultivators, interests are even more naked than in the mundane world. Do you understand? Jiang Yun's face remained calm, and he silently nodded. Train well. If you have questions, come to Tianguang Peak for counsel. Also tell me, did you accept the assignment to the Qinggu Mountain Minor Grotto Heaven? Jiang Yun was surprised that the sect leader concerned herself even with that small matter. Indeed. I accepted it 3 days ago. Then we are teammates. Half a month ago, my master instructed me to register to investigate the truth behind the blood madness of the Ape Demon King in the Qingwu Mountain Small Grotto Heaven. Murong Qingxue smiled faintly. Her eyes were clear and pure, and her peerless beauty stirred even Jiang Yun's sealed heart. Additionally, another disciple, Nangong Fei, ranked 56th on the fiend list, will join. He is close to senior brother Emoja. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Murong Qingxue had even revealed that connection, perhaps there was more to it. He recalled Emoja's strained expression from when he entered the hall to the moment Jiang Yun was retained by the sect leader. Emoja's smile had seemed forced. So a top 5 fiend list master and a sect leader's direct disciple could harbor hostility toward him. Thank you for the reminder, immortal Lady Morong. I'll offer a warning: the Ape Demon King's bloodline is powerful, possessing the evolving Xian lineage. If you cannot defeat it, do not force the issue. You were among the last groups to hunt it. Pity that Tianyu realm cultivators cannot enter the Minor Grotto Heaven, otherwise it would not be allowed to run rampant. Yes, sect leader. Very well, young ones. After the sect leader's final admonitions, she dismissed them. Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue left the hall together. Jiang Yun, let us meet at the mountain gate tomorrow. I will notify Nangong Fei. Agreed. Jiang Yun answered and then departed, heading toward a distant immortal skiff. At that moment, the skies above Changha sect changed abruptly. Black clouds swirled and lightning cracked as a silver greatsword 1,000 zhang long and a lightning silhouette of the same scale entwined and tore the heavens, descending upon the sect in an instant. The celestial phenomenon drew many gazes. Several disciples who had not yet departed. Everyone craned their necks to look up. Sikong Jinsher Pochui and the others halted, their journey faces grave as they stared skyward. Only they understood the aura of the 3 divine realm cultivators, otherwise, as Tianyu realm practitioners, they would not feel such choking oppression. At last the void detonated. A figure composed entirely of lightning tore open a gate in space and strode out. His body was wreathed in crackling electricity, like a towering general forged of storm. Jian-san, your teleportation still lags behind mine. A silver greatsword 1,000 zhang long pierced the void and abruptly halted above Qianguang Hall, forming the silhouette of a gray-clad, middle-aged man. Yu Jingtian, if I hadn't been waylaid by a relict Qingping en route harassing me, could you have overtaken me? As if in a dream. At that, the man called Yu Jingtian surged with lightning. The electric light around him doubled in intensity and shifted from silver to purple, cleaving fissures in the surrounding void. Jian-san, if you cannot accept it, either we duel or we test again to see who is superior. Yu Jingtian, who feared. Perfect chance to test my newly comprehended, unrivaled sword intent. Yu Jingtian flew into a rage and prepared to strike when a cold August voice sounded at their ears. If you are to fight, do it 10,000 li away from my Changha sect. Roll out that far and clash, do not be an eyesore here. No sooner had the words fallen than a divine radiance shrouded the place and 1,000 lights, as if small worlds floating and sinking, suddenly appeared before them. For the sect leaders of Lei sect and Jian sect to come swaggering into another's domain to make a scene, shameless. Does Changha sect not have dignity? At those words, Yu Jingtian and Jian-san offered embarrassed smiles. Their true purpose for coming was not mere fighting. Sister Tianguang, please do not be angry. I journeyed many thousands of miles not to pick quarrels with this sword madman, but to discuss a matter with you. I too have come, Sister Tianguang. I heard you recruited a disciple with the Chongtong talent and intend to expel him. I would take him. Would you part with him? Sect Lord Tianguang was taken aback. She had not expected the 2 sect masters to have come together over Jiang Yun. He is already a disciple of Changha sect. You should withdraw. No need for such formality. 1,000 years ago, the 3 sects set a rule: if one of outstanding talent appears, Jian sect has first choice. Sister Tianguang has not forgotten, surely. Tianguang sect ranks after Jian sect and Lei sect. Remember the rules of the Banshan domain. Otherwise, perhaps we shall need to reaffirm the 3 sects regulations. Yu Jingtian of the Lei sect, seeing Tianguang refuse, spoke brusquely to press his advantage. Sect Lord Tianguang frowned. She had not expected such hardness from Yu Jingtian and Jian-san. Logically, Jiang Yun's Chongtong talent should not have spread so quickly. Who had leaked the news? I have not forgotten the rule, but when my elders recruited disciples, they followed procedure strictly. What procedure? Speak it plainly. Jian-san's sword intent erupted, slashing the void and rending space. His fury was restrained but visible. Clearly Wang Xian stole him in secret, otherwise why would my Lei sect have accepted such trash? Today I Wei will take the Chongtong away. Jian-san and I have discussed it. This visit is merely to notify you. Above Tianguang Hall, half the sky was rent by sword chi, the other half spawning and detonating purple lightning. The Jian and Lei sect masters were coercing Changhe sect to surrender the Chongtong. At that moment, elders and disciples of Changhe sect alike felt waves of helplessness. The Jian and Lei sect's bullying had escalated, now they brazenly came to seize talent. And if I say no? Sect Lord Qianguang's voice was cold and resolute. Your eldest disciple has been sealed in a forbidden land for a century, so be it. But you will not have this Chongtong disciple. Yu Jingtian sneered, a thunder dragon coalescing atop his head ready to strike. Unless you accept our trial and prove your strength, we will take the Chongtong. Changhe sect must cede 40% of its secret territories and resources to Jian and Lei sects. Jiansan, seeing Qianguang's resolve, knew combat was inevitable. Though he did not desire mortal conflict, he laid down his terms. Very well, I accept. After a moment's thought, Qianguang assented. Sect Lord, you cannot. Jiansan is the greatest in the Banshan domain and a sword master. Should you be harmed, Changhe sect is finished. Jiang Yun, you are a calamity. Go with them to spare our sect lord. Sikongjin rose into the void, eyes fixed on Jiang Yun's position. Sect Lord Qianguang's words were decisive. Unless Jiang Yun left of his own will, Changhe sect would not surrender him. Yet as Sikongjin spoke, Jiansan and Yu Jingtian followed his gaze and saw Jiang Yun standing on the flying boat. Jiang Yun, I am Jiansan, leader of Jian sect. I hear your younger brother Jiangqin trains in my sect. Why not reunite the brothers? Jiansan, you are shameless. I already agreed to give you a disciple of the Jiuyin Xiansha body, and now you go back on your word. Yu Jingtian of Lei sect grew furious at Jiansan's recruitment of Jiang Yun. I only spoke casually, brother Yu. Please do not take offense, calm yourself. Jiansan chuckled, as if Yu Jingtian's reproach mattered little. Jiang Yun stood on the flying boat and listened. He had not expected the Jian and Lei sect masters to storm Changhe sect merely to seize him. Indeed, the three sects set rules 1,000 years ago, granting Jian and Lei priority. I was the one who secretly recruited you. Wang Xian's eyes dimmed. He had not foreseen today's scene. Jiang Yun's gaze remained calm, saying nothing. He had heard a familiar name, Jiuyin Xiansha body. He recalled during the confrontation with the Luo family, Luo Kong had boasted vaguely his sister Luo Qinghan seemed to possess that constitution. Could it be that the Jiuyin Xiansha woman Yu Jingtian offered to Jiansan was Luo Qinghan? No need for further words, I follow my own heart. No one can force me. Jiang Yun kept watching the standoff in the void, his resolve unshaken. Since Changhe sect's leader Wang Xian and Shi Pochui trusted him, how could he casually change sect? Have you finished? If you will not fight, then be gone. Sect Lord Qianguang's divine radiance blossomed. A sectal aura spread as Changhe sect's grand formation activated, clearly intended to drive them off. Seeing this, Yu Jingtian hastened to bargain. Help me this time, and within half a month I will send the Jiuyin Xiansha body to your sect. How about that? Agreed. Jiansan nodded. The bargain was worthwhile. One of his most gifted disciples needed a Jiuyin Xiansha body to break through. As for the Chongtong, if it proved too troublesome, they would resolve it later. May I ask, Lord of Lei sect, what is the name of the Jiuyin Xiansha body you mentioned? Jiang Yun called aloud. I think the surname is Luo. The young woman is fair to behold. Why do you ask? The Lei sect lord looked puzzled. Curiosity. Jiang Yun asked, and then urged Wang Xian to steer the flying boat away. What followed no longer concerned him. If Qianguang lost, then the bond between him and Changhe sect was broken. If she won, his staying would cause no harm. No one stopped Jiang Yun as he left. All understood the true contest lay among the three sect leaders. Soon the void above Changhe sect ruptured. 3 streams of light shattered the sect's protective array and sped into the deeper void to do battle. For if not, any careless strike from a great cultivator could reduce a magnificent precipitous peak to ashes. Divine realm cultivators live for over 10,000 years and can traverse great realms in their flesh. They are the true pinnacles of the world. Above the divine realm lie the sage realm masters who have already remained concealed for millennia. On Yunmiao Peak, Wang Xian fretted, glancing repeatedly toward the heavens above Changhe sect. If the sect lord risks everything and loses, what then? She will not lose, at worst a draw. Jiang Yun replied calmly without a trace of worry. Why so sure? The ruthless fear the brutal fear the desperate. With that, Jiang Yun returned to his abode, leaving Wang Xian baffled. At dawn the next day, a familiar chime sounded. Sign in. Yes. Sign in successful, a reward Tianjiao and technique. A prismatic light infused Jiang Yun's body. He felt vast information flood his spirit. The data comprised the complete Tianjiao and technique. Although Jiang Yun already possessed the mighty true dragon treasure technique, he was elated nonetheless. The Tianjiao ants proved strength as doctrine of their birth predated the Zhu Yan primal spirit, and they were a race to be feared. With this treasure art, Jiang Yun felt more confident about penetrating the Qingwu Mountain's small grotto's secrets. When he arrived at the mountain gate as agreed, Morong Qingxue and another man were already waiting. Jiang Yun glanced and saw the man was handsome and clad in red armor, a fierce bearing tempered by obsequious attentions toward Morong Qingxue. Morong Qingxue was the first to notice Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun. Miss Morong. Call me senior sister Morong. After this mission you will be my junior brother. Murong Qingxue smiled like a clear brook radiating sincere goodwill. Jiang Yun was silent a long while then inclined his head. The man nearby frowned at their easy rapport then forced a casual air. Junior brother Jiang, I am Nangong Fei. Pleased to meet you. Jiang Yun glanced at Nangong Fei, but did not speak. The man's face flared with restrained anger, but he did not act. Let us depart. Junior brother, you have no flying boat yet, why not ride with me? Thank you, senior sister. Customs frown on male-female contact at Qingxue. It would be best if Jiang Yun rode with me. Agree. Nangong Fei released his flying boat first and reached to sling an arm around Jiang Yun's shoulder. Jiang Yun remained motionless. Nangong Fei tried to pull him once then again, but Jiang Yun did not budge, leaving the man awkward. At that moment Murong Qingxue's light signaled and her flying boat appeared. Jiang, junior brother, you may sit with whomever you like. Jiang Yun strode toward her vessel, knocking Nangong Fei off balance, so he nearly tumbled. Murong Qingxue covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Nangong Fei watched Jiang Yun's retreating figure. His breath quickened. Murong Qingxue's warm attention annoyed Nangong Fei. He wanted to distance himself from Jiang Yun, but Jiang Yun simply ignored him. Murong Qingxue was the Changhe sect saint maiden, famed as one of the 3 beauties of the Banshan domain, admired by all. Emosha had long ordered Nangong Fei to find an opportunity on the mission to eliminate Jiang Yun while avoiding Murong Qingxue. Yet upon their first meeting Jiang Yun behaved as if he instinctively rejected Nangong Fei. In truth, Jiang Yun could not divine hearts at a glance. Murong Qingxue had explicitly told him in Qianguang Hall that Nangong Yun followed Emosha and ranked 56th on the Yaonia list. Knowing the other's ill intent, Jiang Yun saw no reason to play along. Both flying boats accelerated toward the vast mountain range west of Changhe sect. Junior brother, this journey is for experience, to discern the 8 demon king's true might, and to uncover the unrest within the Qingwu mountain grotto. Success is secondary, that is master's intent. Very well. Jiang Yun replied tersely. Having come this far, failure would make the trip a waste of his time. Senior sister, what realm is Nangong Fei? Early great power realm possessing an incomplete Jingang Sha battle constitution. Murong Qingxue explained as Jiang Yun looked puzzled. The Jingang Sha constitution hardens the body like adamant, emphasizing defense. In combat, it can unleash Gang Qi and Sha Qi into an opponent, making it hard to guard against. Jiang Yun nodded, noticing Murong Qingxue's attentions. Since their first meeting she had seemed unusually warm to him. Junior brother, are you curious why I am so friendly? Murong Qingxue smiled. Her beauty arrested breath and blurred the world. 7 parts purity, 3 parts charm, Jiang Yun concluded. Somewhat. Jiang Yun would not think his looks alone could enthrall the saint maiden of Changhe sect. If Luo Qinghan had not broken his heart, perhaps romance might have mattered, and now matters of love and devotion held no concern for him. This may strain belief, but I can tell you plainly I could never be your enemy. Murong Qingxue's smile faded. Her liquid eyes and fluttering lashes held a suffocating beauty. Why? In the ancient era my family followed the Chongtong. The Murong family's position today was built with the aid of that ancient Chongtong master. He aided us greatly, indeed our bloodline carries his blood. My ancestors swore never to oppose the Chongtong through generations and to assist them when possible. I see. Jiang Yun nodded. By instinct he sensed Murong Qingxue was sincere. This was favorable for him. Murong Qingxue omitted certain truths. The Murong clan was still actively searching for Chongtong talents, hoping such a one could help recover treasures left by the Chongtong ancestor. That inheritance was tied to the revival of the Murong bloodline, matters she could not voice lightly. After their brief time together, Murong Qingxue had formed a rough judgment of Jiang Yun's character, decisive in action, clear in favor and enmity. Thus she planned to befriend him first. The delicate business of soliciting his aid would wait for a more opportune moment. Behind the clouds, roughly 10 zhang away, a silver skiff kept close to Murong Qingxue's flying vessel. On that skiff Nangong Fei was consumed by envy. To secure this opportunity to undertake a mission alongside the sacred maiden, he had called in every favor, pushing aside other male disciples and bribing the task hall elder at great cost. He had even personally begged his lord Emosha, promising unflinching loyalty and the willingness to follow him through fire and water. Only then did he obtain this chance to accompany the sacred maiden. Jiang Yun, I want you dead. Once we enter the grotto realm, that will be the day you die. Nangong Fei seethed inwardly. From the moment he first saw Murong Qingxue 2 years ago, he had resolved to win her. Moreover, because the Murong clan possessed deep reserves and influence, Nangong Fei's family had already ordered him to win Murong Qingxue's favor at any cost. For her sake, Nangong Fei had forced his name into the prodigy list and sought every means to attract her attention. Sadly, Murong Qingxue seldom made public appearances, and Nangong Yun found no opportunity to draw near. Just as Nangong Fei boiled with hatred, his communication bead trembled. It was his lord Emosha. Nangong Yun, Lu Zhen has been sent with you. Once you enter the Qingwu Mountain Grotto realm, create an opportunity to separate Qingxue and Jiang Yun. At that moment, Lu Zhen will help you slay Jiang Yun. Nangong Fei was stunned. Emosha had even dispatched Lu Zhen. He resented Jiang Yun for drawing near to Qingxue. With Emosha sending Lu Zhen, Jiang Yun's chances of survival were virtually gone. After all, however tarnished Lu Xun's reputation, he was still a bona fide Xinhua realm powerhouse, even if only in its early stage. Dealing with a Minghun realm adversary would not be as simple as stabbing with a finger. Once Jiang Yun was removed, Murong Qingxue would have no choice but to seek his protection, greatly increasing Nangong Fei's chances of claiming her. He accepted Emoja's command without hesitation. By dusk, after traversing 100,000 li, the three drew near a modest immortal city. Flying vessels came and went, and their own craft slowed its pace. Jiang Yun unfurled a map. They were approaching the border between Changhe sect and Jian sect, an area treated as a no man's land by the three sects. The terrain and the power structures were tangled. It was hardly a place for nocturnal travel. Senior sister Qinggu Mountain still lies 100,000 kilometers from here. Oh, we shall not arrive until tomorrow. Shall we take lodgings here for the night? Murong Qingxue was about to agree when Nangong Fei, who had long been waiting for an opening, interjected, Jiang Yun, do not presume to arrange lodging and the itinerary. I will discuss lodgings with Qingxue. Your only task is to follow my heels. Nangong Fei had shadowed Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue the whole way, and seeing them laugh together filled him with displeasure. As the flying vessel slowed, Jiang Yun voiced his opinion, and Nangong Fei's displeasure was immediately revealed. Jiang Yun frowned and was about to retort, but Murong Qingxue spoke first. Senior brother Nangong, Jiang Yun only speaks for our safety. If you insist on pressing on through the night, do as you wish. Below lies the Changhe sect estate, which has temporary grotto dwellings and an outer elder posted, suitable for lodging. Jiang Yun, let us go. With that, Murong Qingxue's vessel dipped first toward the city. Nangong Fei's face paled. He had not expected Murong Qingxue to defend Jiang Yun. Didn't they know one another far longer? Jiang Yun, this is your doing, otherwise Qingxue would not take this tone. The small city was called Liyun City. The three made for Changhe sect's outpost, where 100 or so grotto dwellings had been opened, divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. After they presented their Changhe sect disciple tokens and entered the reception chamber, they met the patrolling outer elder Kaya. Coincidentally, Nangong Fei knew Kaya, and Kaya knew Nangong Fei as one of the prodigious disciples on the list. Murong Qingxue, however, was a direct disciple of the sect master. Kaya recognized her at a glance. Her beauty made her unmistakable. He did not recognize Jiang Yun. After all, Jiang Yun had only joined the sect 3 or 5 days earlier. So it is Lord Nangong, divine disciple Murong, welcome. Kaya begs pardon for the poor reception. Quickly arrange grotto dwellings for Qingxue and me. I shall arrange the highest grade grotto at once. Lord Nangong, please wait. Kaya cast a quick glance at Jiang Yun, failing to place him. As he turned to leave, Murong Qingxue reminded him, don't forget to arrange a grotto for junior brother Jiang. Yes. Kaya, unaware of Jiang Yun's true status, assumed Murong Qingxue had merely spoken offhand. Before long, the grotto dwellings for the three were arranged. Nangong Fei and Murong Qingxue received top-tier grottos, luxuriously decorated and supplied with spirit fruits and fine vintages from the immortal city. Those spirit fruits and fine wines, though not of extraordinary value, had been selected with care and looked pleasing. By contrast, Kaya assigned Jiang Yun a lower-ranked grotto, barely 4 or 5 chi across, damp walls, a dark interior, no defensive arrays, no spirit fruits or fine wines. As Kaya finished arranging their lodgings, Nangong Fei abruptly called after him, where is Jiang Yun assigned? Reporting, my lord, without your authorization, he was placed in a lower-grade grotto. Nangong Fei's face bore a satisfied smile. That is well. Recently have the spirit bandits from the Black Yew Cliff stirred? No, the Black Yew Cliff bandits have not come down the mountain for some time. The last time they did, you discipline them. They will surely remember. Kaya said with ingratiating smiles. After all, he knew Nangong Fei was not only a prodigy list talent of Changhe sect, but also from a second-rate family of the Banshan domain. Enough flattery. Tonight I shall invite Qingxue to taste tea and discuss the Dao. You will accompany us, and then depart at an appropriate time, understand? Understood. May Lord Nangong win the fair lattice favor. Nangong Fei smiled slightly and took 2 small vials from his storage ring, one containing a pale pink liquid, the other blue. This pink liquid is tasteless and colorless. Take it to my grotto and mix the pink into the tea. Remember, the blue is the antidote. Take 1 drop beforehand. As you command, Lord Nangong. After your auspicious night, please remember my contribution. I know. Go now. Impatient, Nangong Fei strode toward Murong Qingxue's grotto. The 2 grottos stood only a few dozen zhang apart. Qingxue, the moon is fair tonight. Why do we not come to my grotto to taste tea and discuss the Dao? Murong Qingxue, hearing this, raised no suspicion, and Nangong Fei had said everyone, and she assumed he included Jiang Yun. Oddly enough, Nangong Fei's attitude toward Jiang Yun that day had seemed peculiar. Very well, I will come shortly. Murong Qingxue replied casually and resumed tidying her grotto. Nangong Fei's face brightened, and he hurried back to his grotto to make preparations. The first step of his invitation had succeeded. At the thought of possibly tasting the sacred maiden's favor that night, his heart trembled. Night fell completely. As Murong Qingxue stepped from her grotto, her first thought was of Jiang Yun. She drew out her communication bead and summoned Jiang Yun. Junior brother Jiang, where are you? I will come find you. Nangong senior brother invites us to tea and discussion. Shall we go together? At that moment Jiang Yun was cultivating further integrating the Zhuxian sword until it became a trace within his Dao mark. Though the Zhuxian sword had wholly submitted to him in his present state, he could not fully draw on an imperial artifact's power. To force it forth would even risk draining him. Yet even a single wisp of an imperial weapon's aura would spell utter disaster for other cultivators. His communication bead flashed, a Murong Qingsu's message appeared, and he replied swiftly, "I'm in the Rentier Grotto no. 28. Murong Qingxue glanced at the number on her own grotto, Tian class no. 2. Beside her Nangong Fei occupied Tian class no. 1. A flare of indignation rose within her. Though Jiang Yun had only just joined the sect, he was to be her prospective junior disciple. How could he be sent to a reclass grotto, one of the most inferior placements? Without another word, she followed the grotto numbers one by one until she arrived at Ren no. 28, then entered the grotto. Senior sister, what brings you here? Jiang Yun had just finished his cultivation. His eyes were as deep and bright as a sea of stars. He rose in surprise. Murong Qingxue forced a smile and looked about. The place was damp and dark, redolent with mildew, and there was no gathering array to speak of. Did Elder Kaya arrange this for you? Jiang Yun nodded calmly and said nothing further. Those who look down upon others exist everywhere. There was no point in his taking offense. Gather your things and come to my grotto. Afterward, we'll go speak with Kaya. I will not let this pass. Murong Qingxue's chest heaved with anger as she had to defend her prospective junior. Senior sister, actually Jiang Yun began, intending to say it was only temporary and not worth making trouble. You accept my protection and listen to me. Bring your things to my grotto. I'm not afraid. What do you fear? Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Yun, seeing Murong Qingxue's insistence, ceased his hesitation. He knew when to heed good counsel. Nangong Fei had waited for some time. Seeing Murong Qingxue had still not appeared, he intended to urge her again. As he stepped from his grotto, he met Murong Qingxue and Jiang Yun walking side by side toward his door, their faces cold. Jiang Yun had come again. Nangong Fei's smile froze and anger flared within him. Qingxue, what is the meaning of this? Where is Kaya? Have him come here. He is within my household. We had agreed to taste tea and discuss the Dao together. I once commanded Kaya when I was stationed at the outer gate. At that moment Kaya, his preparations complete, happened to step from Nangong Fei's grotto. If he is your subordinate, then tell me, why was junior brother Jiang placed in a reclass grotto while we occupy Tian class? Kaya's face flushed scarlet. His eyes darted in panic toward Nangong Fei. Master Murong. Are you deaf? Answer, Lady Qingxue. Worthless fool, you can't even do a simple task. Nangong Fei suddenly raised his voice and berated the outer elder lest any hint of his own involvement be exposed. He acted thus to sever any trace of responsibility, otherwise his image in Murong Qingxue's eyes would be great. Kaya stammered, trembling with supplication. It is the old man's fault. I was foolish. I will rearrange it immediately. No need. Jiang Yun and I will make do in my grotto for one night. Its space is ample. That cannot be. Junior sister, you must not stay with him otherwise. Nangong Fei's eyes nearly bulged. A green jealousy churned inside him, and he felt utterly overwhelmed. Despite his repeated overtures, he remained distant from Murong Qingxue, relegated to a superficial acquaintance. Yet Murong treated Jiang Yun with genuine warmth. Junior brother this, junior brother that, and now she even cared about his lodgings. Otherwise what? Jiang Yun is a prospective disciple of my master. Why should he be forced to live in such a filthy damp burrow? Murong Qingxue's words left Kaya trembling. Nangong Fei had never revealed Jiang Yun's true status to him. This was a naked trap for Kaya to fall into. As an outer elder, his rank was at best on par with inner disciples in status. The Changhe sect was vast, tens of thousands of outer disciples, 50 or 60,000 inner disciples, but fewer than 1,000 core disciples. The Qianlong list and the prodigy list comprised the core. The Changhe sect's foremost figure, sect master Qian Guang, had 4 principal direct disciples at his side. Kaya had not expected that the man he regarded as insignificant, Jiang Yun, was in fact Murong Qingxue's prospective junior and destined to become the sect master's 5th direct disciple. Please forgive this 5th prospective disciple. I've been foolish. Kaya's voice wavered, full of entreaty. Get out. You look down on people. Nangong Fei kicked Kaya. The elder scrambled away, leaving. Junior sister Murong, do not trouble yourself over him. He is merely a snob who bullies Jiang Yun. He will not dare repeat this next time. Murong Qingxue's expression softened slightly as she looked to Jiang Yun. Junior brother, is this acceptable? If you feel wronged, we can lodge a complaint with the sect. No matter. This is fine. Jiang Yun's expression remained composed. To him the matter was trivial, yet Murong Qingxue's concern warmed him. Nangong Yun deliberately cast himself as Jiang Yun's ally, inserting his stance between the two as if ignorant of the earlier events. He downplayed Kaya's offensive behavior and steered the conversation back to tasting tea and discussing the Dao. Jiang Yun looked toward Murong Qingxue. It was her choice whether to accept the Yunlong tea. Now that affairs had reached this point, though Murong Qingxue sensed Nangong Yun's exaggerated posturing, she had seen him scold Kaya herself and had already agreed. She nodded. Since we're here, junior brother Jiang, let us sit a while and exchange cultivation insights. Please, Qingxue. Junior brother, please. Nangong Fei's heart leapt with joy, though his face betrayed nothing as he hastened to lead them into his grotto. The aroma is rich, the mists diffuse. The cloud mist tea must be at least 500 years old, Morong Qingxue observed, showing a keen palate. Indeed, sister, you truly are of the Morong family. Though this cloud mist tea is rare, you can divine its age. Yet the fragrance carries a slight harshness, as if it is not pure. Could it be? Nangong Fei felt a cold sweat prick his spine and his heart raced. Had he overdosed the indulgent Hehuan potion earlier? Jiang Yun's gaze turned sharp, his wariness flared. He had harbored suspicions about Nangong Fei and now noticed the change in his countenance. Morong Qingxue, however, still fancied the cloud mist tea and perceived no overt danger. Perhaps the spring water lacked spiritual energy, or the cloud mist tea was stored improperly and lost its spirit. Oh yes, your insight is profound, sister. It is merely ordinary spring water. Nangong Fei smiled and guided them to sit, officiously serving the tea with exaggerated hospitality. Qingxue, taste this first cup and tell me what you think. Morong Qingxue had no doubts, for as a disciple of the Changhe sect she was both the saintess and the direct disciple of the sect leader, holding a status far superior to Nangong Fei. Even if he harbored intentions towards her, he would only dare to express them openly. But what she didn't know was that Nangong Fei had wagered everything he had on this opportunity, even betting his future. Junior brother Jiang, please, Nangong Fei said with a smile, filling Jiang Yun's cup with tea as well, treating him no differently to avoid raising suspicions at this critical moment. Jiang Yun nodded, picked up the tea and sniffed it, but did not drink. However, Morong Qingxue had already downed it in one gulp, instantly feeling a warm flow of spiritual energy accompanied by a refreshing fragrance enveloping her body. In just a moment, a hint of blush appeared on her delicate face. Junior brother, why aren't you drinking? The Yumu tea can be exchanged for 500 contribution points at the sect's task hall. This is quite a generous offer from senior brother Nangong, Morong Qingxue said. Qingxue, why do you say that? If you want a drink, senior brother can brew it for you anytime. The Hehuan soft fragrance liquid was colorless and tasteless, capable of temporarily making one's cultivation disappear, with its specific effects related to the individual's cultivation level and alertness. I'm not thirsty, I merely came along with my senior sister to have a look. Jiang Yun shook his head, not buying into Nangong Fei's act. When outside, caution was undoubtedly the top priority before discerning others' intentions. From the first moment Jiang Yun met Nangong Fei, he sensed the latter's hostility. This hostility was not only due to Morong Qingxue, but also stemmed from other factors. Furthermore, Morong Qingxue had warned him that Nangong Fei was a subordinate of Moja, heightening Jiang Yun's vigilance. As for Morong Qingxue, Jiang Yun felt powerless. Was he really supposed to expose Nangong Fei without any? That was utterly impossible. At least until now, the other party had not shown the slightest flaw. As time passed slowly, Nangong Fei noticed Jiang Yun's continuous wariness towards him, but was helpless. However, he did not care. He was not an ordinary pawn. He bore a special physique and was a member of the monster ranking. So far, Jiang Yun's best record was merely defeating Lu Hu, who was ranked 15th on the Potential Dragon ranking. The first place on the Potential Dragon ranking could barely squeeze into the monster ranking from 90 to 100. Therefore, as long as he controlled Morong Qingxue, Nangong Fei believed his evil plan was nearly foolproof. As for whether Morong Qingxue would resist, after losing her virtue, he could no longer think that far. He could only take a gamble, betting that after losing her virtue, Morong Qingxue would agree to become his Dao partner, or at the very least agree to an alliance between the Morong family and the Nangong family. At that moment, Nangong Fei's heart was troubled by two things. One was that Morong Qingxue had brought Jiang Yun on her flying boat, and they had spent an entire day in close proximity chatting and laughing. The other was that Morong Qingxue had even suggested Jiang Yun stay in her cave residence for a night. To be honest, both matters drove him insane with jealousy. Therefore, he needed to seize the opportunity to assert, "Junior brother Jiang, do you know where we will pass tomorrow?" Nangong Fei smiled, appearing extremely friendly. He had previously subdued the Black Abyss Cliff's powerful bandit organization, and in front of Morong Qingxue, he intended to show off. "I don't know," Jiang Yun replied flatly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. With Nangong Fei's cunning, he could see through it at a glance. What he was pondering now was how powerful Nangong Fei truly was, given that he was a genius of the great ability realm and possessed the golden gang body. Seeing Morong Qingxue's face flush and her gaze shift towards him, Nangong Fei felt secretly pleased and feigned modesty as he said, "This city is 5,000 kilometers ahead, and the Black Abyss Cliff is a necessary stop. There a group of fierce bandits collect protection fees and rob goods, causing great distress to the passing cultivators. A year ago I entered the bandit den alone, defeating 100 enemies, severely injuring their leader and subduing them. This time they will surely not dare to obstruct my passage, but instead greet me with respect. If we do encounter bandits, I'll have to trouble senior brother Nangong to step in." Jiang Yun casually replied, finding Nangong Fei's proud yet feigned modesty utterly amusing. "Well said. Speaking of which, junior brother Jiang is quite lacking in this regard and is not familiar with the areas we will pass through. You are being too careless. Nan Gongfei took Jiang Yun's response as flattery and immediately became smug. At that moment, the elder Kaya, who had just been scolded away, came rushing and tumbling as he entered. Suddenly a series of rumbling sounds echoed from outside, as if someone were fighting. Nan Gongfei happened to see Kaya's panicked expression and immediately scolded him. Kaya, why are you still here? Master Nangong, it's not good. The group from the Black Abyss Cliff has come to the city, and they are targeting us. Kaya exclaimed. The city is teeming with various forces. Why are they targeting the Changha sect's residents? What is going on? They said they have come for revenge, claiming that you stole their treasures and spirit stones a year ago, and that they want to settle the score. Nonsense. How could they know I was here? Moreover, their leader Qian Haizi was severely injured by me a year ago. Would he still dare to seek trouble with me? I don't know that, but the protective formation at our residence is already on the verge of collapse. Kaya said with a gloomy face. He was merely an outer sect steward with average strength sent here to guard the sect residents and earn contribution points. What are you panicking about? Let me take a look. Nan Gongfei glanced at Murong Qingxue, noticing the flush on her face had deepened and thought to rush out to resolve the bandit invasion before returning to carry out his grand plan. After Nan Gongfei stood up, Murong Qingxue and Jiang Yun naturally followed suit. However, Murong Qingxue suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over her and her steps became slightly unsteady. Senior sister Yu. Oh no, I think I've been poisoned and my spiritual power is stagnant, and I can't mobilize it. At this moment, Nan Gongfei paused and turned to ask, Junior sister, are you alright? I'm fine. We need to deal with the bandits from the Black Abyss Cliff first. Murong Qingxue swallowed a few pills and the redness on her face eased a bit, her steps also returning to normal. She recalled the Yunwu tea she had just drunk, wondering why it was different from usual. Could it be that Nan Gongfei had something to do with it? She raised her head in confusion, only to lock eyes with Nan Gongfei, who was looking back at her with a probing gaze. Murong Qingxue thought to herself that she had indeed placed too much trust in the other's character. She had thought Nan Gongfei wouldn't have the audacity, but for now she could only buy time and try to remain calm. Seeing this, Nan Gongfei secretly sneered, thinking to himself how long she could hold out. Alright, junior sister and junior brother Jiang, just follow me. Soon you will see how I discipline these blind fools. Senior sister, how are you feeling? Jiang Yun wore a concerned expression, not expecting his suspicions to come true. He wished he had stopped Murong Qingxue from coming. I'm fine, junior brother. If Nan Gongfei sees me fall, he will undoubtedly abandon the bandits from the Black Abyss Cliff and turn his attention to us, Murong Qingxue replied. For now I can still hold on. Murong Qingxue understood clearly. Although she felt hot and her spiritual power was rapidly depleting, she could only force herself to hold on. She also believed that Jiang Yun's strength was vastly inferior to that of Nan Gongfei, who had cultivated for many years. Above the residents of the Changha sect, nearly 100 fully armed bandits, wielding various spiritual weapons, launched a frenzied assault on the protective formation. Brothers, unleash your strongest attacks without holding back. Whoever breaks in first gets to keep everything. A cacophony of intense shouts erupted, followed by a blinding flash of light as the protective formation was breached. The bandits' attacks fell upon the mountain, destroying at least a dozen cave residences. At this moment, Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue ascended into the air, followed by Kaya and several miscellaneous disciples of the Changha sect. Where's Qian Haizi? Bring him out to see me. Does he have a death wish? Nan Gongfei flew directly in front of the group of bandits, releasing the pressure of the great ability realm enveloping the surrounding space. Among the 100 bandits gathered, a path opened in the crowd, revealing a fierce-looking man clad in animal skins with disheveled hair. Isn't this Master Nangong? It's been over a year. Congratulations on your progress in cultivation. The man said with a sneer. Stop flattering me, Qian Haizi. This is the residence of the Changha sect. You suddenly attack while I am here. What is your intention? It's a misunderstanding, Master Nangong. It was not my intention. If I had known you were here, I certainly wouldn't have come. I'm here to pay my respects and apologize. Nan Gongfei nodded, then turned to look at Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue with a smug expression. Junior sister Murong, with me here they won't be able to stir up any trouble. However, at that moment, as Qian Haizi knelt down, he suddenly erupted, throwing a dark thunderous sphere directly at Nan Gongfei. I am coming for you, Nan Gongfei. Die! A thunderous explosion followed. As soon as Qian Haizi's voice fell, the relaxed Nan Gongfei was blown away. Jiang Yun had already seized Murong Qingxue's delicate hand and swiftly retreated. The explosion left Murong Qingxue's face flushed and her spiritual power dwindled to less than a third. If Jiang Yun hadn't quickly taken her away, she would have definitely been caught in the blast. That's the Black Flame Thunder. Its explosive range is small, but its power is extremely high. Anyone at the Soul Mark realm who touches it is either dead or severely injured. Even those in the Great Ability realm find it hard to escape unscathed. Murong Qingxue recognized Qian Haizi's method and was now completely certain that Nan Gongfei had used underhanded tactics in the tea. However, they were surrounded by the Black Abyss Cliff bandits, and it was not the best time to break out. Junior brother, wait a moment. I will burn my cultivation to create a diversion. We will escape separately or we must not fall into their hands. Senior sister, don't worry. I am confident. Jiang Yun nodded, his expression still calm. What did it matter if there were 100 bandits? They were just a group of rabble. His true dragon treasure technique was already eager to be unleashed, but now was not the optimal time to strike, as Nangong Fei's act had forced him to clean up the mess. Senior sister, let's observe the situation for now. Nangong Fei is a genius of the great ability realm, and the bandits have come for revenge against him. Let him expend some of his strength first. Jiang Yun whispered his plan to Murong Qingxue, who was quite surprised by his calm demeanor. Jiang Yun. Murong Qingxue ultimately nodded, no longer insisting on breaking out. Next to Jiang Yun, she indeed felt a sense of security. Haha, Nangong Fei, how does it feel? This black flame thunder I used is the enhanced version, costing 3 times the original price. Qian Hai's body glowed with a protective shield as he unleashed his initial level great ability realm aura without reservation. Bastard. You are dead. For sure. A hellish voice echoed as Nangong Fei staggered out from the conflagration of black flames and thunder. His robes were tattered, his upper body nearly bare with several blackened spots on his body, and his hair was standing on end, giving him a truly miserable appearance. Haha, today will it be who dies or me? Lord Yehua, Nangong Fei has been severely wounded by my blast. Please join us in taking him down. Qian Hai's voice had just fallen when a towering figure stepped forward from the outer circle of bandits, instantly appearing before Nangong Fei. Yehua's body was covered in black flames, causing the surrounding air to warp from the heat. The moment he appeared, the ferocity in the bandits' eyes surged. Nangong Fei, our Black Abyss Cliff is no longer what it used to be. With Lord Yehua leading us, we should settle last year's score properly. After entering, Yehua glanced at Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue, his eyes revealing a greedy desire, then turned to Nangong Fei with a mocking look. Nangong Fei, a genius of the Changhe sex monster, ranking with strength at the initial stage of the great ability realm. I wonder how satisfied you are with this black flame thunder I personally forged. Nangong Fei's eyes revealed an astonishing hatred as he gritted his teeth. Despicable. If I weren't injured with your ragtag strength, even mid-stage great ability realm cultivators wouldn't be my match. Yehua raised his hand to applaud, exchanging glances with Qian Haizi beside him. Indeed, you are a genius of a large sect. We scattered cultivators naturally cannot compare. However, you are severely injured now, and even if you can exert half your strength, it would be impressive. You might as well surrender or else die. Boss, we can't spare him. Last year, he plundered our treasure vault. If it weren't for you defeating me and taking the position of boss 6 months ago, our resources would have been 3 times more than now. Moreover, Nangong Fei has also humiliated our brothers, forcing us to kneel and greeting each time he passed by. The one speaking was Qian Haizi, who had been humiliated by Nangong Fei and now wished to kill him immediately. At this time, Jiang Yun silently observed Nangong Fei and the bandits, already more certain that there was no need to rush into action. Junior brother, I feel a bit unwell. Jiang Yun frowned and began to channel spiritual energy into Murong Qingxue to help her suppress the effects of the Hehuan soft fragrance liquid. Senior sister, don't panic, I will help you, Jiang Yun said, and with his assistance, Murong Qingxue's situation improved significantly. A soft, delicate whimper sounded from behind, and upon seeing Murong Qingxue's flushed face, Nangong Fei felt increasingly flustered. The prey he had almost captured, Murong Qingxue, was now completely disrupted by the arrival of the Black Abyss Cliff. Junior brother Nangong, didn't you say that the bandits from the Black Abyss Cliff would either scatter in fear upon hearing your name or kneel in greeting? Go for it, senior brother. Jiang Yun called out, providing timely support to Nangong Fei. At this critical moment, he aimed to exacerbate the conflict between Nangong Fei and the bandits to the greatest extent. For Jiang Yun, the most favorable situation would be for Nangong Fei and the bandits to suffer heavy losses in their battle. Thus he deliberately acted as a naive admirer of Nangong Fei, hoping to make the bandits believe his words even more. Nangong Fei's heart sank, he wished he could flee immediately. Jiang Yun's words could potentially multiply the hatred directed at him. Oh no, Nangong Fei, how could you underestimate my brothers from the Black Abyss Cliff? Lord Yehua, as long as you can help us kill this brat, Qian will serve you faithfully in the future. With that, Qian Haizi and the bandits he had previously defeated and humiliated instantly erupted into a Their scars had been reopened by Jiang Yun's words. Don't worry, brothers. Nangong Fei is destined to die. I will help you capture him right now. Old Qian, let's go. Other brothers surround him, and don't let any fish slip away. Yehua proclaimed, his body engulfed in black flames, his face twisted like coal as he vanished in an instant. Nangong Fei, as a prodigy of the Changhe sect, although injured, still retained his combat instinct. He instinctively dodged backward. A giant fire blade 100 feet long and 30 feet wide struck where he had been standing. Before he could catch his breath, another black flame blade came crashing in while Qian Haizi wielded 2 massive hammers, completely sealing off his escape route. In a moment of crisis, Nangong Fei roared, "Golden Gang, body break for me." As his voice fell, a bizarre phantom of black and gold towering 100 feet appeared. Qian Hai's massive hammer struck Nangong Fei, but were repelled while the 100-foot-long black flame blade was clutched by the black gold phantom, creating a momentary stalemate. Junior brother, you can't move. Watch out behind you. Jiang Yun shouted out, directly warning Qian Hai to. Nangong Fei burnished his spiritual energy. Not only did he recover his peak strength, he even surpassed it. Yu's black flame blade still wounded him when it struck, but Nangong Fei's Jingangsha body offered astonishing defense, reducing the blade's effect by roughly half. Keep attacking him, he is burning spiritual energy like mad, he cannot hold out long. Yihua roared, unleashing the full force of his mid-stage Da Nung realm cultivation to desperately resist the rampaging Nangong Fei. Jiang Yun watched coldly as Nangong Fei fought to the death with the Heoya bandits. This interval gave him the chance to help Murong Qingxue suppress the effects of the Hahuan Ruangxiangsu Hahuan soft fragrance paste. After the space of a teacup, Yihua was wounded. Nangong Fei smashed into his chest and splattered vital blood, while Nangong Fei himself had been struck by the black flame blade, leaving a dozen scorched patches across his body. At this moment, Nangong Fei's aura fell drastically, slipping down to late Minghan realm. It was plainly the result of overburning his spiritual energy. Nangong Fei, kneel and apologize to our brothers with sincerity. Promise my terms and I will let you go. Yu's eyes revealed a trace of unease. He had not expected Nangong Fei to be so tenacious, able to erupt with such power even while burned. After exchanging words with Qian Hai, Yihua decided there was no need to force Nangong Fei into a death fight. Nangong Fei surveyed the surroundings. Yihua and Qian Hai's strength remained essentially intact. If the battle continued, he would very likely fall here. What are your conditions? Nangong Fei wavered. If he could keep his life with his talent, he would quickly recover and return to sweep the Heoya bandits away. Surrender all your resources, spiritual implements, manuals, everything. Swear you will never seek revenge. And those two must stay. Yihua pointed at Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue, a lecherous gleam in his eyes. Murong Qingxue was as fair as a celestial. Yihua longed for her. Nangong Fei glanced back, bit his lip, and nodded. If he preserved his life, resources and women could be regained later. Yihua laughed heartily at the sight. Forcing Nangong Fei to kneel and beg while squeezing out all his resources was a profitable bargain. May I interrupt? Who gave you the right to decide our fates? Jiang Yun's face was calm as he spoke, slowly moving toward Nangong Fei's position, and within a few steps he reached the center of the battlefield. Nangong Fei speaks only for himself. He cannot decide our fate. Brat, how dare a Minghan realm show such arrogance? Do you not value your life? Seize him, chop him up, bring the immortal maiden to the boss. Qian Hai raged, pointing at Jiang Yun and ordering his men to seize him. Yihua frowned at Jiang Yun, but dismissed him as a poser. The gulf between Minghan realm and Da Nang realm was vast. One finger could annihilate him. There was no need to worry. As you command. Two bandits leapt at Jiang Yun, their huge fists aimed at the vital points of his body. Jiang Yun stood motionless. When they closed in, he threw a single punch. A tremendous sonic boom exploded. The two bandits were blasted away and hurled back at speed. The scene left everyone astonished as some rubbed their eyes, convinced they had seen wrongly. Those two bandits had been close to Shintong realm power, yet one punch left them grievously injured, their fates uncertain. Throw more at him, you fools. Can't even take down a Minghan realm. Yihua roared, furious at his men. In an instant, a dozen or more bandits lunged at Jiang Yun, sealing off every route around him. Senior sister, can you maintain protection around him for 10 breaths? I have a defensive spiritual implement. Unless a Da Nang realm strikes, they cannot harm me. Junior brother, shall we use this implement to break out? No need, watch. Jiang Yun released Murong Qingxue's waist, and a faint golden aura cloaked him. His sacred body's spiritual energy surged through him. A visible tide of vigor rushed skyward from above his crown. This brat's physical strength is terrifying. Nangong Fei with his Jingangsha body instantly sensed the menace of Jiang Yun's flesh and bone. Jiang Yun stomped heavily, then launched his fists at the dozen bandits from all directions. None could withstand a single move. All were hurled away by his blows, left dead or maimed. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he plunged into the bandit ranks and began a one-man whirlwind of slaughter. In truth, anyone who appeared before Jiang Yun, whether able to act or not, was likely to be grievously struck by a single punch. The archaic sacred body was an ancient and legendary combat physique, the most formidable battle body. Moreover, Jiang Yun had activated the Dozhan Saint method, amplifying his sacred Bodhis martial supremacy to its utmost. At this moment, he became a human combat implement, ravenous for the bandits' lives. In merely 3 breaths, Jiang Yun felled another dozen bandits. Brat, stop. Qian Hai's anger flared. He had not expected Jiang Yun to be so formidable. If he did not stop him now, he would soon be left with nothing. Qian Hai seized 2 giant hammers and descended from above, attempting to crush Jiang Yun into pulp in a single. Jiang Yun's eyes flashed. A Chongtong calamity light burst forth, gouging 2 holes through the giant hammers. Then with a single punch, he shattered Qian Hai, sending him flying. Dozens of Jiang, despite Qian's early stage Da Nang realm strength. You were hiding your realm. You are not a Minghan realm. Qian Hai stammered as he retreated, revealing Jiang Yun's true power. You are wrong. I hid nothing. You are simply too feeble. Jiang Yun stepped forward, knocking aside several cannon fodder bandits, then thrust a fist into Qian Hai's chest, piercing his flesh. The once formidable Da Ning realm figure fell. Look, the second-in-command is dead. A bandit cried out. They no longer dared to press the attack and scattered. Too late to run now. Jiang Yun moved with blinding speed, a streak of golden lightning cutting down bandit leaders one after another. Nangong Fei and Yihua watched in terror. They had not expected Jiang Yun to be the true sleeper who would reveal himself. Nangong Fei, who is he? Could he be a hidden elder from Changhe sect? He is only a newly inducted disciple. By then Jiang Yun had finished off the bandits, besides a few who fled. The rest were utterly annihilated. Now it is your turn, Yihua. Jiang Yun approached Nangong Fei and confronted Yihua. Who are you? I was merely hunting Nangong Fei. This has nothing to do with you. Cowardice in deed and speech. If so, then I will send you on your way. Jiang Yun shifted into his Chongtong state. An invisible dual domain enveloped Yihua. He unleashed the Zhenlong Baoshi True Dragon Treasure technique and the Zhuxian sword in his spirit, delivering a fatal blow. In Yihua's perception, a towering, world-cleaving green sword etched with immortal runes descended into his sea of consciousness. Despairing, he could only cry out, "No, impossible, I will not accept. I am." His voice cut off. His body froze in place as his soul was utterly obliterated. He became a true corpse. Jiang Yun's gaze was cold as his golden-flooded fist crushed Yihua's body, shattering it. Nangong Fei watched this strange spectacle in disbelief. It exceeded all his comprehension. How could this be? Jiang Yun, have you been hiding your strength? You are not a Minghan realm. Jiang Yun's eyes were calm, and he did not answer Nangong Fei. He instead turned to Murong Qingxue. Kill. Murong Qingxue said nothing, only nodded slightly, giving her answer to whether the man who had poisoned her should die. Nangong Fei panicked utterly. Even in his confusion, he understood that Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue were No, Jiang Yun, you cannot kill me. I am a core disciple of the sect. You would be violating sect law. Qingxue, I beg you, help me. I truly like you. I have lost my mind. A golden dragon claw descended and enveloped Nangong Fei, tearing him into a spray of blood and mist. Senior sister, how do you feel now? Jiang Yun, how did you accomplish all this? Their eyes met. Murong Qingxue's face flushed as she looked at Jiang Yun with a complicated expression. He had single-handedly annihilated the Heoya bandit gang, an achievement far beyond ordinary prodigies. Murong Qingxue hailed from a great clan and had been taken as a direct disciple by Changhe sect's leader Qian Guang since childhood. Her background and perspective were both exceptional. Yet Jiang Yun, with the trappings of a Minghan realm, shattered the almost mid-peak Da Nung realm's strength in 3 punches, an astonishing feat. Nangong Fei and the Heoya bandits deserve death. That is enough, do you not agree, senior sister? Jiang Yun avoided Murong Qingxue's eyes and did not answer her question. Yes. Murong Qingxue nodded and did not ask more. In a great clan, everyone has secrets, the foundation of their rise, and she understood that well. At that moment, she staggered, nearly collapsing. Junior brother, help me into the grotto. The drug's effects are flaring again. All right. Jiang Yun caught Murong Qingxue in his arms and leaped into the Tianzino. To Dongfu. Murong Qingxue's eyes were hazy and she was losing control. Then a domineering, scorching golden spiritual energy, like a surging river, flowed into her meridians, countering the Hehuan Ruangxiang's effects. However, the paste drug had already fully taken hold and was not easily dispelled. Murong Qingxue felt discomfort and shame. A contact with Jiang Yun made her more flustered. Junior brother, step outside and protect the entrance while I try to purge the poison with pills. Jiang Yun hesitated for a few breaths. He was no prude, but knew his presence might be awkward, and then nodded. All right, senior sister. If danger arises, tell me at once. Murong Qingxue, breath unsteady, nodded and began to cultivate to expel the Hehuan Ruangxiang's toxin. Before Jiang Yun left, he noticed that below her neck her skin was flushed red. After Jiang Yun left, Murong Qingxue took a bathing tub from her storage ring to prepare a medicinal bath. Once everything was ready, she plunged in to absorb the medicine's power and purge the toxin. Even if I only have a 30% chance, I will attempt this alone. Men and women do not touch ordinarily. It would be improper to trouble my junior brother. She steeled herself and circulated her cultivation harder. Yet the poison had invaded her sea of consciousness. Obscene visions surfaced in her mind, intensifying her discomfort. If this continues, the toxin may invade my heart meridian and plunge me into utter delirium. Murong Qingxue realized she had reached a critical moment and had to decide whether to ask Jiang Yun to enter and help suppress the poison. After all, my junior brother is honorable and would not take advantage. I must ask his aid in this tribulation. The thought flushed her cheeks as she softly called junior brother. Outside the grotto, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged with eyes closed, resting. He was no saint, but he would not take advantage of another in weakness. Murong Qingxue was very beautiful and he was drawn to her, but their contact had been brief. Any affection was not yet deep enough for lifelong commitment. Thus he soon quelled that flicker of desire, returning his heart to stillness. Then he heard Murong Qingxue's weak, urgent whisper, junior brother. Come in and help me. Jiang Yun heard the plea and could not ignore the desperation. He leapt into the grotto. Senior sister, I will help you. Despite longing in his eyes, he had no other thoughts. He pressed his palm to Murong Qingshu's back and began to dispel the Huan Ruangxiang's poison. With his domineering sacred body's spiritual energy, the toxin retreated step by step. Murong Qingshu seized the opportunity to reclaim lost territory within her meridians and counterattack the invading poison. Half an hour later, Murong Qingshu's cheeks, once flushed like blood, returned to a fair lustrous pallor as she regained her original beauty. Her breath became steady and rhythmic once more. Jiang Yun poured a coil of golden spiritual energy into her encasing and beginning to refine the Huan Ruangxiang's toxin, while Murong Qingshu continued her cultivation to restore her strength. After the space of another tea, Murong Qingshu opened her eyes and met Jiang Yun's unwavering gaze. Her face reddened. "Junior brother, thank you for helping. I am almost recovered, perhaps you should step outside." Jiang Yun inclined his head and left with an air of nonchalance, making her drop her gaze in greater shyness. "Senior sister, I will guard the entrance outside." "Thank you, junior brother." Jiang Yun took his place at the grotto mouth, his heart thudded, the previous scene indelible. He was not a lecher, but Murong Qingshu's temptation had indeed been overwhelming. "To me, Murong's senior sister is more of a friend than a Dao partner. Taking advantage of her would make me a beast." Though her coyness stirred him, he scorned any thought of preying on the vulnerable. 3 hours passed swiftly. Jiang Yun did not notice until dawn when a chime sounded and he opened his eyes. "Sign in." "Yes." "Sign in successful. Reward 20 years of cultivation." Jiang Yun rejoiced inwardly. What he lacked most at present was cultivation, and he had anticipated this. The archaic sacred body required vast quantities of spiritual energy that were extraordinarily difficult to accumulate. Even relying on his innate Dao body and Chongtong advantage, it was hard to amass enough. When he cultivated atop Yunmiao Peak, pure spiritual energy condensed into a vortex and flowed into him. The spiritual energy was 10 times that of ordinary people, yet each breath yielded only 1 or 2 drops of sacred body spiritual energy. Thus sacred body spiritual energy was not only powerful but exceedingly hard to obtain, and the treasure resources required were terrifyingly vast. Rumor said that in the age when the archaic sacred body appeared, it consumed almost all the resource reserves of contemporary prodigies, swallowing the opportunities of an entire era. A golden mist appeared above Jiang Yun's dantian, golden droplets falling like rain. This cloud represented the system reward of 20 years cultivation. Ah, delight. An unprecedented wave of exquisite pleasure escaped Jiang Yun as the golden pond in his dantian expanded by over a quarter. The 20-year cultivation reward was indeed formidable. Jiang Yun felt his realm slowly and steadily rise. Minghan realm reached perfection, the grand culmination. As he neared the fracture of his shackles, Jiang Yun restrained the urge to abruptly break through into Shintong realm, desperate to smash the bindings of fate. Each breakthrough of the Chongtong gift was an ascension in itself, not to mention the fusion of an innate Dao body and the archaic sacred body. "You may all ascend as you will, but I, Jiang Yun, shall dare to break the taboo," he roared. Jiang Yun cried out as he sensed the shackles binding him shatter. He had reached the forbidden breakthrough state in Minghan realm, but there were no sparring partners nearby. This is Shintong realm. Every move contains myriad transformations, each technique following the heart. "My first Shintong form shall be called Dragon Patrols the World." At the thought, a golden dragon burst forth from his chest scales, like chiseled metal, lifelike and majestic. With a dragon cry, the beast's claw struck, pulverizing a small mountain opposite, while the dragon remained unscathed. Jiang Yun let out a long howl and mounted the 100-jong golden dragon. Its speed skyrocketed, sonic booms reverberating over Changhe Sec's mountain stronghold, drawing the townsfolk's gaze upward. "I got carried away for a moment, somewhat ostentatious." Jiang Yun quickly reversed course and returned to Tianzino. To Dongfu. Murong Qingshu slowly reacquainted herself with her surroundings, recalling the events of the previous day, her cheeks still flushed with lingering embarrassment and fluster. Born into the illustrious Murong clan, she had been attended since childhood solely by female servants. No man had ever been permitted near her private chambers. Yet yesterday Jiang Yun had touched her skin to skin, though compelled by dire necessity still. Her heart raced wildly, thoughts swirling in chaotic disarray. The ease with which she once conversed with Jiang Yun now felt fragile. Would their next meeting be strained? Lost in reverie, she pushed open the cave temple gate, only to see Jiang Yun riding a golden dragon straight toward her. Jiang Yun, you and senior sister, watch out." And Jiang Yun dispelled the golden dragon midair and leapt forward, catching Murong Qingshu securely in his arms. Weakened as she was, Murong Qingshu stood no chance against the dragon's full force impact, yet Jiang Yun's swift embrace spared her from catastrophe. "Are you unharmed, senior sister?" I'm fine." "Junior brother, please release me," and Jiang Yun offered an awkward smile and gently let her go. Their eyes started away, until gradually Murong Qingshu steadied her breath and calmed her spirit. "Junior brother, thank you for yesterday, but please keep it secret. Can you promise me that?" "Understood, senior sister, rest assured," and Jiang Yun nodded, his expression returning to serene composure. Some emotions he knew well could not be rushed nor forced. Indeed, even those feelings that seemed fully ripened could still sour and decay. just as his bond with Luo Qinghan once had. And thus Jiang Yun had long sealed his heart, deliberately withdrawing from entanglement. "Let us depart, senior sister. You guide the way, this time I shall carry you," and with a sharp snap of his fingers 100 Jiang golden dragon materialized beneath his feet. "You've awakened a divine ability. Is it speed-based? How unfortunate, and senior sister, don't mistake it for mere velocity. My golden dragon is both offense and defense incarnate." Nas Jiang Yun spoke. His will surged, and the dragon lashed its tail downward. With a thunderous crack, earth erupted outward. A crater over 10 Jiang wide yawned, open fissures spiderwebbing across the ground like shattered glass. HSS and Morong Qingxue, widely traveled and deeply versed, instantly grasped the magnitude of that strike. And this was the Changha sect's fortified compound, its ground reinforced by ancient formation arrays. Even a grandmaster would struggle to match such devastation. Jiang Yun smiled faintly. He had merely demonstrated his power, expending no more than 2 or 3/10 of his true strength. "Senior sister, we must set off now, reach Qinggu Mountain, and enter the Shaodongtian secret realm before nightfall. And otherwise, if others seize it first, complications will arise." And along the way, Morong Qingxue had briefed him on Qinggu Mountain, a shared cultivation ground for disciples of the 3 sects, not exclusive to Changha sect. It was Changha sect disciples who first discovered the monkey sovereign, an ancient ape cultivator, who had awakened a unique blood art capable of cultivation itself. Reporting this to the sect, Changha dispatched 3 successive teams to eliminate the sovereign and claim his blood art before rivals intervened. Blood arts born from ancestral lineage were exceedingly rare treasures. Acquiring one would grant Changha sect a legacy-defining technique destined to endure for millennia. Morong Qingxue gave a gentle nod and stepped beside Jiang Yun, trailing a delicate fragrance. "And then I shall ride upon your brilliance. Let me witness the true might of your newest divine ability." And Jiang Yun smiled faintly, then soared skyward atop the golden dragon. In moments their silhouettes shrank to specks upon the horizon. Morong Qingxue's breath caught. She sensed clearly Jiang Yun's dragon traverse heaven art surpassed even her own spirit boat in speed, by more than 1/10. In her experience, divine abilities awakened at the divine ability realm rarely possessed dual offensive and defensive properties. They were typically singular in function. "Wait, master once told me senior brother's divine ability was extraordinary, truly rare, and could Jiang Yun possibly rival senior brother?" The thought struck her as absurd, and she swiftly shook her head. Years ago, senior brother had ignited a storm across the ban-shipping domain. Young sovereigns from the other 2 sects arrived to challenge him, yet in just 3 moves he defeated them all, leaving the Sword Sect's champion permanently crippled. The consequence was severe. The Sword Sect's patriarch, backed by elite elders, pressured Changha sect to punish its first disciple, resulting in senior brother's exile to the Forbidden Lands, where he remained to this day. "Jiang Yun, have you heard of senior brother's deeds?" And Morong Qingxue turned, her luminous eyes locking onto his. Her flawless porcelain-like face glowed with quiet sorrow, her lips soft and crimson. Jiang Yun averted his gaze and nodded. "I've heard fragments, that he violated sect law and was exiled to the Forbidden Lands years ago. His fate—" "Yes, but not quite. The truth is Changha sect is simply too weak, leaving us vulnerable to the unchecked arrogance of the other 2 sects. And senior brother broke the Sword Sect's young sovereign, yet he bore no guilt. His only failing was lacking a powerful backing. And so it was much like how the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect recently coerced our patriarch." And Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he replied quietly, "Precisely. Our master chose to face both patriarchs alone, to protect you, even though she was wounded. She bore every burden, refusing to let her disciples be threatened or taken. And do you grasp her silent devotion? She speaks little, but gives everything silently for each of us. And that is why Emoja and Zuolai's vicious rivalry over the patriarch's succession pains her deeply. And the rightful heir was always senior brother. Only after his exile did factional strife erupt." And Jiang Yun nodded, saying nothing. His sense of belonging to Changha sect remained faint. "Junior brother, no matter what path you walk henceforth, you need not serve Changha sect, but please never betray our master. Will you swear it?" And Morong Qingxue's beauty was breathtaking, yet now achingly tender. "I swear it. If you remain faithful to me, I shall never forsake you," and Jiang Yun answered without hesitation. At the entrance of the Qinggu Mountain Shaodongtian's secret realm, a warship descended smoothly. And upon its bow stood a young man, long hair cascading over his shoulders, tall and lean, eyes half-closed, radiating cold resolve and unyielding discipline. His name was Yiling, one of the Sword Sect's sword sons. Though young, his renown echoed throughout the sect, and many hailed him as a leading contender for the title of First Sword Son. "Nyo-san, you swear you saw an ancient ape cultivating. Lie to me, and your entire Nyo clan shall be condemned to lifelong penal labor." A burly, simple-faced man immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head frantically. "And your eminent sword son of the Sword Sect, I swear upon my ancestors half my clan's elders perished defending my retreat. The old ape king tore my kin limb from limb. I could not have mistaken him." And Nyo-san's clan ranked among the mid-tier vassal forces of the Sword Sect. Unable to subdue the ape himself, he sought aid from the sect's elite. Such cooperation might earn him merit and reward. But should the ape's blood art be claimed by another, he would gain nothing but grief and the grievous loss of his clan's strongest warriors. Yiling's heart surged with triumph. The blood art was nearly within reach. And good. No one dares deceive me in this world, and he gestured toward 5 Grand Masters standing behind him. And you 5, guard the entrance. Let no one pass. Kill any who force their way in, without mercy. Above the secret realm of Qinggu Mountain, divine light and celestial radiance filled the sky with auspicious phenomena appearing one after another, drawing a large number of cultivators to explore opportunities. Unfortunately, these cultivators were all blocked by a monkey demon king. The path leading deep into the secret realm had long been stained with blood, with even the severed limbs of cultivators and beasts scattered on the ground. The cultivator factions were divided into 3 major lead in summoning everyone for a discussion. His eyes were sharp as lightning, clad in silver armor. This time Lin Wern from the Thunder Sect took the lead in summoning everyone for a discussion. His eyes were sharp as lightning, clad in silver armor, with lightning flowing around him, already displaying the potential of a young supreme being. Lin Yu looked around, lightly coughed to ensure everyone was listening attentively, and then spoke aloud. This monkey demon king blocks our path, making it impossible for us to ascertain the location of the treasures. We must slay it. Holy Son Lin Yu, you are powerful, and with the deep foundation of the Thunder Sect, we unanimously nominate you as the leader to slay the demon. What do you suggest we do? The speaker was Bei Xiaomu, a talented loose cultivator who had made a name for himself among the younger generation in the mount-moving domain over the past 3 years. However, he was most renowned for never suffering losses wherever he went. This time Bei Xiaomu was appointed as the spokesperson for the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Lin Yu, since everyone trusts you so much, why don't you take the lead while we support you from the back? This time the speaker is Feng Yijian from the Sword Sect, a younger supreme being and a younger brother of a renowned figure protected by skilled guardians and said to be greatly favored by that young supreme. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Feng Yijian, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. He had the least respect for those who relied on others' power. Everyone, I, Lin Yu, have been bestowed with great trust as the leader to slay the demon, so I shall issue the first order today. We must each share intelligence on the monkey demon king, including its battle strength, the number and power of the demon beasts it commands, and then act accordingly to eliminate it. What does everyone think? Good, I, Bei Xiaomu, and the first to support this. With Bei Xiaomu speaking up, many loose cultivators responded loudly in agreement, and in an instant Lin Yu's reputation reached its peak. Lin Yu was pleased. Although he had not yet reached the level of a young supreme, he was already enjoying a corresponding level of respect. Intentional or not, he glanced toward a direction where Nanxing, a talented female from the Sword Sect, was located. Nanxing was slender and tall, her face veiled in white gauze, her exposed forehead fair and smooth, indicating that she must possess an unparalleled celestial beauty. Could this lady be Nanxing, one of the 2 flowers of the Sword Sect? The small grass on her forehead is said to embody innate sword intent, which once awakened can yield a complete understanding of a divine king-level sword intent. Lin Yu thought to himself, secretly determined to leverage his position as leader to gain benefits for the Thunder Sect while capturing Nanxing's heart. Within the Sword Sect's ranks, Nanxing seemed to sense Lin Yu's gaze. She slightly furrowed her brows and softly spoke to Feng Yijian. Yijian, your brother's follower Yi Ling sent me a message 3 days ago, and he should be arriving at this secret realm soon. For now you should hold back. With Yi Ling here, Lin Yu won't make much of a splash. After all, Yi Ling is just a step away from becoming a young supreme. Feng Yijian looked at Lin Yu with an unfriendly expression. As the younger brother of the true young supreme Feng Ba, he held everyone in disdain except for his brother, especially not Lin Yu. Then let's wait a bit longer. When Yi Ling arrives, let him bring Lin Yu to me and kneel in submission. Nanxing chuckled lightly. That's a trivial matter. As long as you don't cause any major trouble for Feng Ba, he will agree to anything you ask. What if it is a major trouble? I just said that I want to have you. Wouldn't my brother send you right to my side? Feng Yijian, you should be quiet. My relationship with your brother is merely a transaction of benefits. I help him protect you for half a year, and he will do his utmost to secure one of the 3 sword positions in the Sword Sect for me. Jiang Yun stepped on a golden dragon approaching the small secret realm of Qinggu Mountain. Beside him stood Murong Qingxue, and the 2 appeared like a pair of immortal lovers, stunning many onlookers. Junior brother, we are almost there. The gorge ahead is the entrance to the secret realm. Jiang Yun utilized his heavy pupil vision and saw a space ahead rippling like water waves, making it difficult to discern its true appearance. The so-called secret realm is merely an auxiliary space of the great world. With my current heavy pupil power, I am still unable to capture its true visage behind the veil. He retracted the golden dragon and calmly leaped to the ground alongside Morong Qingxue. Senior sister, the secret realm seems to be shrouded by a formation. Was it like this in the past? As they approached, Jiang Yun immediately sensed a faint sense of danger, as if unseen eyes were monitoring his every move. Morong Qingxue looked around in confusion. She did not perceive any traces of formations nor sense any danger. Though this small secret realm has treasures, it has long been extensively explored. The matter of the monkey demon king shouldn't have spread too quickly. Junior brother, are you sure you've discovered traces of a formation? Is it a killing array? The hidden killing intent is cleverly concealed. I need to confirm further. Jiang Yun kicked off the ground, causing it to collapse, rapidly revealing a small pile of beast bones and small flags right before them. Not good, senior sister, retreat quickly. This place is indeed dangerous. Jiang Yun wasted no time in exploding the beast's spiritual bones and formation flags underfoot, pulling Murong Qingxue to soar 100 feet away. At that moment, streams of invisible sword energy flew in from all directions, swiftly surrounding the two, causing their skin to feel as if it were being sliced apart. You clever little brat, it seems you're quite sharp. If you take 3 more steps forward, you'll fall into a deadlock. What a pity, what a pity. Enough of the nonsense, take the girl. As for this brat, kill him. Lord Yiling has ordered us to comply. Let's see how long he can last in the sword array. Let's make a bet. I bet half an hour 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue exchanged glances, both seeing the anger in each other's eyes. Who are you? Why did you ambush me and my junior brother? Do you not fear the Longha sect's wrath? Longha. Haha, so it's the trash of the Longha sect. Hand over your treasures and kneel to beg for mercy, and then serve us 5 well, and maybe I'll let you go. One of them said, followed by laughter from the other 4 surrounding the sword array. Senior sister, these scum are not worth talking to. Watch me. Jiang Yun silently recited the battle saint art, using both hands to unleash the true dragon treasure technique, dashing toward one direction. You still want to approach me? First endure the onslaught of 10,000 swords. A cold voice sounded as dense sword energy slashed toward Jiang Yun. His whole body glimmered with golden light, and the sword energy clashed against his sacred body, producing a sound of metal clashing, unable to break through his defense. Not good, this kid is strange. He has a top-tier spirit treasure protecting him. You all hurry to support me. Only now do you realize. It's too late. Jiang Yun unleashed a true dragon claw, directly turning a figure holding a formation flag ahead into a mist of blood, the opponent not even able to let out a scream. The others heard the sudden silence of that person's voice and hurriedly inquired. Jiang Yun immediately moved to attack the second formation point. This time the opponent attempted to clash with him, but was also crushed by the true dragon claw. At this point, even the remaining 3 realized that their teammate had encountered misfortune. Not good, retreat quickly. A powerful figure from the Longha sect is arriving. We must report this to the Holy Sun as soon as possible. Jiang Yun's gaze was sharp as he lunged forward, while the Excalibur of the extermination of immortals within his soul directly pierced toward a fleeing figure. With 2 muffled thuds, another 2 powerful beings fell. From the moment Jiang Yun made his move, in less than 10 breaths, out of Yiling's 5 powerful followers, only 1 was left fleeing, and the sword array had completely lost its power. Murong Qingxue gazed at Jiang Yun, who seemed like a heavenly deity, effortlessly breaking through the formation. Her beautiful eyes reflected surprise and her cheeks flushed slightly. Compared to those male cultivators who were only after her beauty, Jiang Yun not only possessed top-tier talent and strength, but also exceeded her expectations in character and integrity. If one day her family were to use her as a bargaining chip to gain Jiang Yun's assistance, with his heavy pupil power, they might betroth her to him, and she would likely be quite willing. Unfortunately, thus far Jiang Yun had never expressed any feelings for her. In a moment of distraction, Murong Qingxue was lost in thought, while Jiang Yun had already shattered the formation concealing the hidden cave realm with a single palm strike, all thanks to the power of his dual pupils. The dual pupils pierced through illusions, allowing Jiang Yun to easily identify the weaknesses in the formation and destroy it. Then Jiang Yun glanced at Murong Qingxue, who appeared dazed, and reminded her senior sister, we should go in now. Following that, Jiang Yun stepped into the secret realm. Seeing this, Murong Qingxue hurriedly followed, secretly cursing herself for having changed into someone who constantly thought of impractical things. Previously, she had spent her days pondering whether her cultivation was progressing, her greatest goal being to escape the fate of an arranged marriage by her family. Upon entering the secret realm, Jiang Yun felt as if he had crossed mountains and rivers with the spatial force surrounding him and propelling him forward. Junior brother, wait for me, or we might be transported to different places. Jiang Yun was startled and slowed his speed, soon feeling a soft hand grasp his arm, snuggling up to him. Junior brother, we need to stay close when entering the cave realm, otherwise we might end up too far from each other. What about now? We will still be separated, but don't worry, it won't take much effort to reunite, and if luck is on our side, we could end up only dozens or even hundreds of feet apart. Jiang Yun nodded, falling silent. After 3 breaths, the devouring force ahead intensified, and Jiang Yun felt a blinding light that made it hard for him to keep his eyes open before he suddenly tumbled out. Roar. Run. This red fire violent bear is too powerful. Aside from Commander Bei, we are no match for it. You still dare to say that? If it weren't for your sneaky attempt to pick the 1,000 vine flower it guards, how would we be pursued to the brink of death? We're doomed. This red fire violent bear holds a grudge. Even if we return it now, it might not let us off easily. Jiang Yun appeared in the middle of a dense forest where a group of people was fleeing in panic, looking extremely disheveled, some with tattered clothes and bloodstains on their bodies. Jiang Yun's sudden appearance startled them, but the leader quickly reacted, realizing that Jiang Yun had been teleported to the base of the red fire violent bear. Help us, brother. There's a level 4 demon king going mad behind us, chasing us down. Please could you hold it off for a moment? Once we're safe, we will surely reward you with treasures. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. He had overheard their discussions while in the spatial transport tunnel. It was obvious that this group had attempted to rob the Red Fire Violent Bear, which was why they were being hunted down. Not interested, stay away from me. Jiang Yun swiftly retreated to the side. Damn it, you little brat, see no one is helping. I might as well drag you down with me. The leader named Li Hao was furious when he saw Jiang Yun wanting to leave without being swayed by the promise of treasures. Initially, he intended to take someone along as a scapegoat. How could he let Jiang Yun go so easily? Therefore, under his leadership, the group followed Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun frowned, feeling a surge of anger. Just as he was about to shout at them to get lost, a 50-foot-tall fiery red giant bear came crashing through the forest, trampling trees in its wake. Roar. The strength and defense of the Red Fire Violent Bear are top tier among demon kings, and even its speed is so abnormal. I should have known better than to provoke it. Li Hao looked on in despair at the giant bear, which was now less than 100 feet away, about to turn them into meat paste in mere moments. Stop. If you come any closer, it'll crush the thousand-vine flower. Li Hao held up a purple flower high, and an enchanting fragrance instantly filled the surrounding space. His loud shout successfully attracted the attention of the Red Fire Violent Bear. At this moment, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes at the thousand-vine flower. The thousand-vine flower with 9 petals is primarily used to heal spiritual injuries and also enhances comprehension when consumed, making it an extremely rare spiritual herb. The introduction of the flower came to Jiang Yun's mind as he had come across it in ancient family records. A single thousand-vine flower is worth over 100,000 spirit stones, and it is a scarce resource. Back then, the Jiang family had to exhaust Grandpa Jiang's savings just to purchase 2 petals to help their brothers establish their foundations. Better early than late, Jiang Yun thought to himself, not in a hurry to act, instead watching how Li Hao and his group would respond. Jiang Yun faced Li Hao while the agitated red fire bear roared, uprooting trees with its paws, creating pits in the ground, but it ultimately obeyed and stopped, not directly rushing at Li Hao and the others. This stupid bear is really troublesome. It seems I have no choice but to keep the thousand-vine flower if I want to escape today. Li Hao cursed under his breath, then turned to Jiang Yun, who was already formulating his next plan. What is your name, brother? Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun replied blandly, shifting his gaze away from the thousand-vine flower. Although it was a good item, he would not casually rob others, but if there was a valid reason, that would be another story. Brother Jiang Yun, we are under Commander Bei Xiaomu. May I ask which faction you belong to? Changhe sect. Li Hao exchanged glances with those around him, basically confirming Jiang Yun's identity, which relieved them. Currently, there was no influence from Changhe sect within the Qingwu Mountain secret realm. Could you please lend us a hand? We need to return and find Commander Bei Xiaomu to drive off this red fire violent bear, but unfortunately we are stretched too thin. How can I help? Jiang Yun's eyes revealed a hint of interest. The other party's clumsy acting made him somewhat impatient, but for the sake of the thousand-vine flower he could tolerate it. We will give you the thousand-vine flower. You run in the opposite direction to draw the red fire violent bear away, and we will follow its trail to find you and rescue you. How does that sound? Jiang Yun shook his head, causing disappointment to appear in Li Hao's eyes. There's no need to go through all that trouble. If you only want to save your lives, just give me the thousand-vine flower and you need not worry about my life or death. Li Hao was taken aback, examining Jiang Yun. He was undoubtedly in the early stage of the divine power realm, but how could he be so bold? He couldn't quite grasp the meaning of Jiang Yun's words, but Li Hao knew that the red fire violent bear was inherently brutal, and if they continued to stalemate, everyone would be torn apart. Thus he gritted his teeth and in front of the red fire violent bear handed the thousand-vine flower to Jiang Yun. Since you want me to stay behind and fight the red fire violent bear, you should at least give me some compensation. Just 1,000 spirit stones will suffice. Jiang Yun accepted the thousand-vine flower and casually requested 1,000 spirit stones, which he felt was the fairest price. To be honest, if he hadn't stopped the red fire violent bear, this group would have all perished. Li Hao felt a pang of heartache. 1,000 spirit stones would nearly strip him of his entire fortune. Alright, but remember, the longer you delay, the better. Li Hao and the others gathered another 1,000 spirit stones before they quietly began to move, retreating, while the red fire violent bear's gaze remained fixed on the thousand-vine flower, continuously pounding the ground, causing chaos all around. Let's go, brother Jiang Yun. We will be back to get you soon. Li Hao said before quickly leading his group away. Jiang Yun maintained a calm expression, not responding to them. Once Li Hao and the others had gone far, he tucked the thousand-vine flower away and beckoned to the red fire violent bear. The red fire violent bear fell into a brief daze, but it quickly let out a roar and lunged at Jiang Yun. Heavenly Horn Ant Technique, Essence of Strength. Jiang Yun shouted loudly, merging the ancient sacred body with the essence of strength. He actually withstood the giant bear's paw with his physical body, displaying unprecedented bravery. The Heavenly Horn Ant clan are natural masters of the essence of strength. Once they reach adulthood, they dare to challenge the peak true spirits of various clans, especially those among the clan who master the Heavenly Horn Ant technique, who can tear apart enemies many times their strength, even competing against the Dragon clan. Now the complete Heavenly Horn Ant technique was already engraved in Jiang Yun's mind. The moment he decided to use it, the Battle Saint Law instantly helped him evolve this unparalleled treasure technique to its peak. Accompanied by a roar, a true heavenly horn ant appeared behind Jiang Yun. Upon seeing the master of strength, the heavenly horn ant, the red fire violent bear's eyes filled with panic. However, it was too late to retract its paw that was coming down. Ancient spiritual patterns emerged on Jiang Yun's hand, representing the most difficult essence of strength to control. These patterns emitted golden light, embodying the enhancement of the Battle Saint Law. With a resounding boom within a 2-kilometer radius, both demon beasts and humans experienced a brief loss of hearing. The powerful collision even flattened the ground within 100 feet. Jiang Yun stood firmly in place, unwavering. Whenever the recoil force transmitted back, his body glowed with the essence of strength, swiftly converting that force into part of himself while continuing to unleash it against the enemy. In contrast, the red fire violent bear, after merely standing against Jiang Yun for a breath, had half of its paw crushed, blood spilling everywhere, and its entire body was flung back dozens of feet. Roar! The red fire violent bear, in pain, revealed a glimmer of fear in its eyes. As soon as the illusion of the heavenly horn ant appeared, it lost all will to fight. After all, the heavenly horn ant breaks through all forms of strength, instilling a deep-rooted fear in all demon beasts known for their power. Not to mention, the heavenly horn ant, a fierce ancient true spirit, is a sight one might not encounter even in the vast world. Jiang Yun withdrew his right hand, contemplatively gazing at the red fire violent bear, which stood towering at 100 feet, resembling a colossal creature to him. Surprisingly, it disregarded its injuries and lay down on the ground, emitting whimpering sounds, as if it were mimicking a small kitten. He felt somewhat puzzled, circling around the red fire violent bear. During this time, the bear trembled, displaying extreme fear. I only defeated the violent bear. Why isn't it leaving? Could it be waiting for my command? Or is the red fire giant bear afraid of the ancient true spirit, the heavenly horn ant, and seeking to submit to me? Jiang Yun felt some confusion. He attempted to give a command for the red fire violent bear to leave. Stupid bear, if you can understand me, then go away. I have no intention of killing you. Quickly roll away, or it'll change my mind. Whimper. The red fire violent bear pressed 3.5 bare paws on the ground, its colossal bare head nodding repeatedly, showing a submissive and docile expression. It even pointed toward a nearby shoreline, seemingly indicating to Jiang Yun where it intended to go next. Jiang Yun impatiently waved his hand, signaling the red fire violent bear to leave, while his eyes were fixed on the bear paw, which was twice the size of his body. Such a massive bear paw left behind by a Demon King-level beast must taste incredible. Jiang Yun, having previously trained as an apprentice chef at the New Oriental Culinary School, had already thought of over 10 methods to prepare the bear paw. I wonder if my skills have declined. Jiang Yun employed the void roasting furnace technique, starting to gather the furnace, pouring sweet spiritual liquid into it. Originally, this liquid was meant to facilitate quenching and cooling spiritual artifacts during forging, but now it was put to another use. Due to the high temperature of the flames burning with spiritual energy, the spiritual liquid began to boil shortly. During this, Jiang Yun displayed his proficient knife skills, skinning and cleaning the bear paw, then cutting off about 1/10 and tossing it into the furnace, keeping the rest. Rong Juanmei, dressed in a white robe embroidered with a blood python, possessed not a hint of scholar-like demeanor, or rather he exuded an air of a fierce hero. He was the leader of the demon-slaying cultivators in the Qinggu Mountains secret realm Linyu. When he discovered the solitary Murong Qingxue, his heart leaped with joy. After a display of kind-hearted concern, he learned that Murong Qing's purpose for this journey was also to slay the ape demon king. He immediately vowed to assist her. As for the junior brother Murong Qingxue frequently mentioned, he found it exceedingly annoying. He hinted wildly that Jiang Yun faced dire peril, lacking the strength, while simultaneously boasting of his own capability to slay the fierce demon, the Crimson Fire Violent Bear. Senior brother Linwei, my junior brother, is exceptionally strong and possesses incredible speed. He should be safe. I want to search for him again, she said. No need to rush, Qingxue. I will accompany you in your search. There are many flying beasts here, and if we ride a flying boat, it could easily attract an ambush from them, Linyu said, the impatience in his eyes fleeting. He already knew Murong Qing's identity as a direct disciple of the Longhe sect's leader, holding a high status, and being a proud daughter of the Murong family. Therefore, unable to ascertain whether the other party had numerous means of self-defense, including potentially similar to projections granted by divine realm cultivators or forbidden treasures, he had to suppress the desires within and earn her favor. This is truly a stroke of luck for me to be out here personally. That woman from the South Star is cold and uninteresting. This girl is naive. I bet it won't take long to win her over, Linyu thought, increasingly leading Murong Qingxue down the wrong path. Along the way, he occasionally displayed his strength, driving off or slaying some assaulting beasts. Jiang Yun, where are you? You must be careful and avoid that Crimson Fire Violent Bear. As a woman, Murong Qingxue could certainly sense Lin Yu's deliberate display. When his fiery gaze fixed upon her, it was markedly different from Jiang Yun's bland yet untainted eyes. Lin Yu's ardent stare made her feel quite uncomfortable. Roar. At that moment, a massive tree was trampled, instantly clearing a path in the forest. A colossal creature appeared several hundred feet away from the two. Upon seeing it, Lin Yu broke into a cold sweat. The enormous beast was the crimson fire violent bear he had used to scare Morong Qingxue. Instinctively, he tried to flee like a streak of light, not even considering covering Morong Qingxue's escape. Chapter 55, A True Identity Revealed. Lin Yu had just instinctively fled, but the unprepared Morong Qingxue missed the best opportunity to evade. She nearly stopped breathing, staring blankly as the Demon King came charging toward her. In the next moment, as the crimson fire violent bear was about to collide with Morong Qingxue, its massive mouth wide open to devour her, it seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar scent. The crimson fire violent bear came to a sudden halt. It circled around Morong Qingxue, constantly sniffing the air nearby, seemingly trying to confirm a certain scent. During this process, Morong Qingxue held her breath, not daring to move. Under the oppressive weight of the Demon King's aura, she felt as if a heavy burden pressed down upon her, nearly rendering her immobile. 1,000 meters away, Lin Yu nervously watched the scene. When he noticed that the crimson fire violent bear seemed to be calming down and had no intention of attacking, he couldn't help but start to regret. Oh no, Qingxue will surely think that at a critical moment I disregarded her safety and only cared about my own escape. As expected, the crimson fire violent bear lifted its injured paw and licked it a couple of times before slowly leaving. Morong Qingxue's face turned red with tension, her entire body taut, and only then did she truly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a sense of despair rose within her. If Jiang Yun encountered this Demon King, his chances of survival would be extremely slim. I should search again, or perhaps my junior brother is hiding somewhere. As for Lin Wei, when he disregarded her safety and fled first, Morong Qingxue's heart turned cold, and she saw through his true nature. Qingxue, it's truly great that you're unharmed. I've been lurking nearby, applying pressure on the violent bear to make it sense my presence. It seems my intimidation has worked, Lin Yu said, leaping down from a nearby tall ancient tree, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in front of Morong Qingxue. His dashing demeanor nearly made her believe that the one who had abandoned her to flee was someone else. Oh, how rare for senior brother Lin Yu to care for me so much, returning to save me after the violent bear left, disregarding his own safety. Morong Qingxue's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as she continued forward without looking back, heading straight for the path the crimson fire violent bear had traversed. As Morong Qingxue watched the crimson fire violent bear leave, she secretly examined it and noticed that one of its bare paws was missing, a large chunk, likely from a recent fierce battle. Is it possible that my junior brother drove it away? Jiang Yun's actual combat power was also terrifying, capable of obliterating even mid-stage mighty beings with a single punch. Perhaps he had severely injured the demon bear. Morong Qingxue thought of Jiang Yun and compared him to Lin Yu before her, immediately sensing the vast difference between the heavens and the earth. Lin Yu had only known her for a short time, yet he presented himself as a boastful figure. Even now, he still thought he could deceive her. Did he really think she was a fool? Qingxue, you must believe me. I left out of necessity. We can work together to ambush the violent bear. As the leader of this demon-slaying mission, I will slay this crimson fire violent bear sooner or later. That is my promise to you, Lin Yu. Seeing Morong Qingxue's indifferent expression, Lin Yu knew she was displeased with his earlier behavior of fleeing. But he truly had no choice. Facing the crimson fire violent bear alone meant he would be met with certain death. If you can slay the violent bear, then prove it to me first. As for promises, I think I'll pass, Morong Qingxue said as she continued onward, not sparing Lin Yu a glance. Initially, she had held him in higher regard, considering him a disciple of the Thunder sect, but now it seemed he was merely a coward. As Morong Qingxue was being pestered by Lin Wei, they soon both caught a whiff of a rich meat aroma. Jiang Yun set up a stove to boil a large pot of bear paw soup while skewering bear paw for barbecue, stimulating his taste buds unbearably. After a long wait, he finally took his first bite of roasted meat. Once the bear paw entered his stomach, it quickly transformed into a powerful essence, nourishing his limbs and bones. He felt his entire body brimming with vitality, nearly overflowing with energy, and every time he opened his mouth, he wasted some of it. This is not good. The Demon King grade bear paw is too nourishing. I must refine it first. Jiang Yun thought to himself, beginning to circulate his cultivation method. The essence transformed from the bear paw continuously flowed into his sacred Bodhis Dantian, turning into drops of golden spiritual power. Before long, he had completely devoured a large chunk of bear paw, transforming it into around 100 drops of golden spiritual power. I didn't expect refining part of the bear paw would bring me such a large amount of spiritual power. It seems I need to feast more often in the future, Jiang Yun thought as he rummaged through his storage ring, pulling out the remaining bear paw and starting to barbecue it over the fire. Not yet satisfied, he decided to finish it all at once. After all, with his powerful sacred body, even if he consumed half a Demon King's violent bear, it should be more than enough. At that moment, the bear paw soup simmering in the void stove was also releasing a rich aroma. Jiang Yun swallowed hard, unable to resist diving in with his bare hands, drinking the soup while gnawing on the bear paw. Just then he caught sight of a familiar figure, Morong Qingxue, who was staring at him in a daze. Senior sister, you're here. Come quickly, I'll share some of the original soup with you. Jiang Yun's mouth was covered in grease, and to hide his earlier uncouth eating habits, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, a smile hanging at the corner of his lips. Junior brother, I'm glad you're okay. I thought you were eaten by that violent bear, Murong Qingxue said as she rushed toward Jiang Yun, her beautiful eyes welling with tears of grievance. When she was just a step away from him, she suddenly stopped, a blush creeping onto her face, seemingly feeling embarrassed. Jiang Yun's expression returned to calm, and he understood her embarrassment. He pulled her into his embrace and patted her fragrant shoulder. Senior sister, you don't need to worry about me. See, I'm completely fine, aren't I? That's good to hear. On my way here I encountered an injured violent bear, and I thought you had fought with it. Jiang Yun laughed heartily, shaking the bear paw meat in his hand, and smiled as he said, You're quite right, senior sister. It did indeed cross paths with me. However, it was too enthusiastic and insisted on giving me half of its bear paw, so I graciously accepted it. Jiang Yun's cold joke made Murong Qingxue laugh, and she quietly stayed in. I thought Kingsu's junior brother was someone special, but it turns out to be a spoiled brat like you, deceiving Kingsu's feelings. The Crimson Fire Violent Bear is a Demon King level existence. How could a mere ordinary disciple of the Longha sect contend with it? Lin Yue, watching the two embrace, was instantly enraged. In his life he had encountered only a handful of beauties like Murong Qingxue. One was Nan Xing, and the other was Murong Qingxue herself. Who is this clown? You say I'm pretending. What if I enjoy pretending? Give yourself a moment to disappear from my and senior sister's sight. Jiang Yun shot back coldly, a chilling aura directed at Lin Yue. Chapter 56, Forceful Suppression. Lin Yue, met with Jiang Yun's blatant retort, felt an overwhelming fury. In his eyes, Jiang Yun was nothing more than an inconspicuous nobody. How dare he confront him and drive him away? Most importantly, Jiang Yun was currently holding the very Murong Qingxue he had set his sights on. If it weren't for her presence, he would have surely unleashed his fury, subduing Jiang Yun on the spot and trampling him. With the last shred of his rationality, Lin Yue, like a volcano before eruption, asked coldly, Jiang Yun, do you know who I am? Junior brother, he is Lin Yue of the Thunder Sect. According to his own words, he is also the leader of the demon-slaying mission in the Qingwu Mountain secret realm. Let's not get into a conflict with him to avoid inciting a clash between the two sects, Murong Qingxue replied, regaining her composure. She was somewhat worried that Jiang Yun might act impulsively. Even if he defeated Lin Yue, it would easily offend the forces behind him and possibly even provoke the wrath of the elders of the Thunder Sect. After all, the Longha sect was already weak and its disciples had long been oppressed by the Thunder Sect and Sword Sect, which had become a common occurrence. Only in recent years had the leader of the Qingguang sect begun to assert some strength. This had managed to reverse some of the decline. However, the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect's disciples never acknowledged the three sects' balance in the mountain-moving domain, instead competing for the first place, while the Longha sect was at most a minor player. I don't know who you are, but my patience has run out. However, I am benevolent and will give you one last chance, either die or leave all your resources behind to buy your life, Jiang Yun said, calmly loosening his grip on Murong Qingxue and gently nodding at her, signaling her not to worry. Jiang Yun's composure and disdainful attitude made Murong Qingxue hold back her words. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security. She remembered Jiang Yun sitting atop the golden dragon, exuding that dominating aura, his eyes like lightning looking down upon the world. Perhaps allowing junior brother to remain true to himself without fear is what he needs to carve out his own path. The entire Longha sect has long lost the in. Junior brother possesses innate double pupils, perhaps he can change the Longha sect's status in the mountain-moving domain. The grand competition among the three sects is about to begin, and junior brother will surely make a name for himself throughout the mountain-moving domain. Lin Yue is merely a small insect. You harass my senior sister and now speak disrespectfully. I have every reason to teach you a lesson, Jiang Yun declared, extending his hand through the air, and a golden hand formed and swiftly slapped toward Lin Yue. This strike was sudden, fast, and fierce. In an instant, Lin Yue was sent flying, crashing against 3 or 4 massive trees. Lin Yue felt a ringing in his head, and he was somewhat dazed. He staggered upright, fingers brushing his swollen cheek, only then realizing Jiang Yun had just slapped him across the face right before Murong Qingxue's eyes. He instantly unleashed his latest stage great Taoist cultivation, his oppressive aura blanketing hundreds of Jiang. Jiang Yun. You dared ambush the sect leader and defy the orders of a lay sect disciple? I will kill you. Fool. If I were you, I'd have already dashed my skull against tofu. Shouting changes nothing, come at me if you dare. Jiang Yun stood unflinching before Lin Yue, utterly unmoved. To avoid mistakenly slaying an innocent, Jiang Yun turned slightly toward Murong Qingxue and asked, Senior sister, did this wretch truly claim to have protected you? We merely crossed paths by chance. He clung to my side, chattering incessantly, first claiming he'd lead me to you, yet steering me farther and farther astray. Later we encountered the Crimson Fire Rampant Bear, a Demon King level beast, and he abandoned me without hesitation, fleeing alone. Junior brother, do not be deceived by him. After speaking, fearing Jiang Yun might truly strike to kill, she added hastily, Junior brother, his crime does not warrant death. A stern lesson would suffice, for though the lay sect wields great influence, we may humiliate them openly during the three sects' grand contest. Senior sister need not worry. I have already decided. Having grasped the full truth, Jiang Yun steadied his heart. Step by effortless step he advanced toward Lin Yu, his gait light as if the crushing pressure of a latest-stage great Taoist were but a passing breeze. Stay back. Lin Yu stared into Jiang Yun's cold indifferent gaze and inexplicably felt a knot of tension tight. At that moment a group burst through the underbrush onto the clearing. Their leader stood tall and imposing, his jet black hair cascading over his shoulders, a figure exuding untamed charisma. Leader Lin Yu, what brings you here? What is happening? Seeing them, Lin Yu's heart leapt with relief. Pointing fiercely at Jiang Yun, he cried out, North Commander. Come quickly, I declare this youth a spy of the monkey demon sovereign now reduced to a puppet. Let us join forces and cut him down at once. This newcomer was Bei Xiaomu, the alliance leader of independent cultivators and minor sects. Though his cultivation had reached the peak of the great Taoist realm, he reluctantly accepted the title of commander, not leader, within the demon-slaying alliance, bowing to the overwhelming authority of the Lei sect and Jian sect. Bei Xiaomu cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun in turn gave him a casual sweeping look. Unseen, their spiritual essences clashed. Jiang Yun, his sea of consciousness anchored by the heaven-slaying sword, remained immovable. Bei Xiaomu, however, felt a colossal emerald blade pierce toward his very soul. This man is formidable, certainly no mere divine ability realm cultivator. Lin Yu is lustful and imp. Commander, this man stole our thousand vine flower. Please uphold justice for us. One of Bei Xiaomu's followers stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Jiang Yun and declaring the flower's rightful ownership. Bei Xiaomu, you dare defy this leader's command. Do you grasp the consequences? Lin Yue, believing reinforcements had arrived, was stunned when Bei Xiaomu's entire party refused to act, sending him into a furious rage. The thousand vine flower belongs to whoever proves worthy. I held off the crimson fire rampant bear, so tell me, why should its ownership still be contested? Jiang Yun stood with hands clasped behind his back, calm, unshaken, as though surrounded not by enemies, but by autumn mist. Who else dares claim it? Lin Yu panicked. He had assumed Bei Xiaomu, the demon-slaying alliance's commander, would unquestioningly aid him against Jiang Yun. Now, however, Bei Xiaomu had made his stance unmistakably clear, offering only perfunctory mediation, cloaked in diplomacy, yet designed solely to savor Lin Yu's humiliation. Lin Yu glanced again at Jiang Yun, confirming once more his mere divine ability realm status, and his confidence surged anew. The earlier dread that had driven him backward now dissolved, replaced by renewed arrogance. Just a divine ability realm cultivator, let us see what audacity you possess to posture before me. With that thought, Lin Yu clenched his fist toward Jiang Yun. A great Taoist's greatest advantage lay in commanding the forces of heaven and earth, and the moment he launched his ambush, Jiang Yun felt immense pressure surge around him. Off balance for a split second, he was seized within a colossal ochre-colored hand. Huh. Jiang Yun, you're finished. Trapped in my wasteland, earth grasp escape is impossible. Lin Yu advanced slowly, simultaneously tightening his control over the ochre hand, crushing, twisting, his face twisted with savage delight. Nearby Bei Xiaomu watched and instantly regretted his hesitation. Had he known Jiang Yun would crumble so easily, he would have moved first. Now Lin Yu had seized the initiative, leaving him no pretext to act. Leader Lin Yu is truly mighty. Were it not for your decisive intervention, this fiend would have fled. Upon returning to the demon. Well said, remember your words. Sing my praises before Lady Nanqing, and I as alliance leader shall pardon all past transgressions of your independent cultivators. Know this, your entry into the secret realm was granted solely by the Lei sect's magnanimity. If not for us, you'd never set foot in Qinggu Mountain's sacred domain. Before Bei Xiaomu and his entourage, Lin Yu played the part perfectly, not only venting his frustration over Bei Xiaomu's earlier defiance, but also performing for Mu Rong Qingshue's benefit. As expected, he swiftly pivoted toward her. Qingxue, your junior brother lacks virtue. I've disciplined him thoroughly. From now on, follow me. I shall treat you without reserve. Lin Yu, withdraw your divine art at once. Do not harm my junior brother. Mu Rong Qingxue gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with anxiety fixed upon the ochre hand. She knew Lin Yu could not possibly injure Jiang Yun, yet 10 breaths had passed and Jiang Yun remained trapped. Why? She resolved to act in 3 more breaths. Junior sister, do you not perceive the sincerity of my heart? Before Bei Xiaomu and the others, Lin Yu declared his feelings outright. In truth, his reputation for womanizing was notorious throughout the demon-slaying alliance. At first, some female cultivators had been fooled, but after those who suffered his deceit spread word of his lechery and infidelity, few fair maidens would even glance his way. Hearing his empty flattery, Mu Rong Qingxue recoiled inwardly, her skin prickling with revulsion. Silently counting, she gathered her full cultivation, ready to strike at any moment. 1 breath. 2. 3. A radiant azure light erupted from her body. A silver seal shot forth, slamming toward Lin Yu as he approached, aiming to cripple him. Yet Lin Yu, having risen to alliance leader precisely by reading women's hearts, had long recognized the fury blazing in Mu Rong Qingshue's eyes. A protective barrier shimmered into existence, stopping the Though Bei Xiaomu himself seethed inwardly, he understood clearly offending Lin Yu would render their path through Qinggu Mountain's secret realm impassable. The choice between cost and consequence was stark. Gazing upon Murong Qingxue, her swan-like neck luminous, her flawless face porcelain perfect, Lin Yu burned with sudden heat. Dazed, he reached out to pinch her cheek. At that instant, the ochre hand shattered from within, ripped apart by countless golden rays. Simultaneously, a grayish-white light descended like the primordial cleaver splitting heaven itself, hurtling toward Lin Yu's outstretched hand. In Lin Yu's horrified gaze, that grayish-white light severed his right arm as effortlessly as slicing melons. His entire limb crumbled to ash, and a lingering residue of that eerie force continued corroding both his flesh and cultivation. Af. Lin Yu writhed on the ground, shrieking in agony. His aura began to collapse. Some unseen power appeared to be severing his very cultivation foundations. Once the golden rays pierced the ochre hand, a golden figure emerged. Calmly brushing dust from his robes, he dimmed his radiance and strode toward Murong Qingxue. "Senior sister, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine, Jiang Yun." Murong Qingxue fell speechless. She knew Jiang Yun's true strength better than anyone, which was precisely why she had withheld action at first. Yet even she had not anticipated this Lin Yue, a late-stage great Taoist, undone in a single blow. Jiang Yun remained serene, glancing not once at Lin Yu's writhing form on the ground. With one downward palm strike, he reduced Lin Yu to ash, dissolving him into the soil. Struck by the calamity light of the heavy pupil, Lin Yu's entire cultivation foundation had been irrevocably shattered. Soon his cultivation would erode entirely, his life essence fading to nothing before that light finally withdrew into Jiang Yun's body. His restraint had served two purposes: first, to reveal Lin Yu's true nature to Murong Qingxue; second, to test Bei Xiaomu's loyalty. If he had aligned with Lin Yue, Jiang Yun would have crushed them all without hesitation. "And you, do you still wish to claim this thousand-vine flower?" A soft glow shimmered in Jiang Yun's palm. There floated the flower, its fragrance ethereal, its scent invigorating the spirit, its essence capable of fortifying the soul. It rotated gently, suspended in air. He feared not their attempt to seize it. He feared only their refusal to try. Yet Li Hao, whose ill intent had been plain from the start, would not escape punishment. "No, we dare not. Elder brother Jiang Yun has purged the scoundrel Lin Yu and delivered justice to the female cultivators he wronged. Though we serve beneath the demon-slaying alliance, we have long seethed in silence, outraged by the lay sect's tyranny and arrogance." Bei Xiaomu spoke with righteous fervor, cheeks unblinking. In his mind, Jiang Yun's threat level had soared to its zenith, surviving Lin Yu's wasteland earth grasp and annihilating a latest-stage great Taoist in one move proved terrifying mastery. More crucially, Jiang Yun's execution of L. Mu glanced back at the group of trusted brothers behind him. Seeing their resolute expressions, he understood they had made their decision. In this world, strength determined everything. Of the Thunder Sect and Sword Sect were domineering and forceful, demanding at least 90% of the spiritual mine resources and treasure medicines. Most scattered cultivators were merely surviving. Hand him over or compensate with an equivalent value of spirit stones or spiritual medicines. Jiang Yun pointed at Li Hao, who had previously lured the Red Fire Violent Bear, allowing Jiang Yun to escape, and was now leading a group back with vengeance. As soon as Jiang Yun finished speaking, Bei Xiaomu unhesitatingly pulled Li Hao to his side and struck him with a palm, severely injuring him. Then he knelt down to Jiang Yun first. "Brother Jiang, it's not easy for me and my brothers to gather together. Li Hao's greed has offended you and should be punished, but our scattered cultivators are regarded as mere weeds by the Exterminate Demon Alliance's Thunder Sect and Sword Sect. They don't care about our lives. Brother Jiang, if you don't mind, from now on we scattered cultivators are willing to follow you as our leader to join forces in the Qinggu Mountain secret realm and resist the oppression of the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect. We are willing to follow Brother Jiang." "Jiang, why? When did I become so domineering?" Jiang Yun scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward as he looked at Murong Qingxue. To be honest, he had never led a team before. Murong Qingxue covered her mouth and chuckled, shaking her head, signaling Jiang Yun to decide whether to accept them or not. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yun walked directly towards Bei Xiaomu. "You all can get up. I promise you the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect are also enemies of my Changhe sect. If needed, I will intervene. You should return first to gather more people. Those who wish to join can bring them together. When the time is right, we will face the Exterminate Demon Alliance together and seek justice." In a short time, Jiang Yun had recruited more than a dozen young experts. As for following him, Jiang Yun did not agree. He had many matters to attend to. He would choose to build his own power, but everyone he selected must be loyal and pass his tests. Bei Xiaomu and the others were overjoyed. They stood up. Even the severely injured Li Hao managed to limp over, his face full of pleading, while the others didn't dare to speak up, but had expressions of sympathy in their eyes. "This is the last time, of course. If you discover treasures in the future, report to me immediately." Jiang Yun's eyes flashed like lightning as he glanced at Li Hao. Then he used a ray of tribulation light to help him heal his internal injuries. With the power of his heavy pupil's, life and death were at his command, and using his heavy pupils to heal Li Hao's injuries was merely a thought away. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Li Hao's pale face regained some color, and his internal injuries surprisingly healed significantly. This miraculous scene left Bei Xiaomu and the others dumbfounded as they knew Bei Xiaomu had nearly crippled Li Hao earlier to gain Jiang Yun's trust. Jiang Yun said nothing more. He pulled Murong Qingxue towards his barbecue stand, igniting the F. He threw it all in front of everyone. Bei Xiaomu and the others chuckled awkwardly, but still rushed forward, starting to prepare with practiced ease. In a short time, the huge bear paw was already roasting over the fire, and everyone watched eagerly, their faces full of anticipation. Soon Bei Xiaomu took the first bite of the bear paw meat, and as he swallowed, a wave of heat surged through him, causing the spiritual energy within him to explode and wildly impact his limbs. Brother Jiang, I have wine here. Li Hao eagerly offered a jar of fine wine, and Jiang Yun took it without hesitation, beginning to drink heartily. After everyone had their fill of food and drink, Jiang Yun remained seated calmly, continuing to enjoy his wine and meat, while Bei Xiaomu and his subordinates started to roll around in pain. The essence contained in the Demon King level red fire violent bear was astonishing. It had a special bloodline, and with its high realm, Jiang Yun possessing heavy pupils and AH. When Bei Xiaomu and the others had enough of their ordeal, Jiang Yun finally called them over to inquire about the so-called Exterminate Demon Alliance and the Scattered Cultivator Alliance. After all, his sect mission this time was to slay the Ape Demon King and bring back its bloodline treasure technique. Since Bei Xiaomu and the others were familiar with the Qingwu Mountain secret realm, they should have a good understanding of the Xiaobei. Tell me about the situation of Qingwu Mountain, Jiang Yun said with a calm expression, but his words carried an imposing authority, as if a young celestial king had descended upon the world. Especially with his peculiar heavy pupils, Bei Xiaomu and the others couldn't help but feel an urge to worship him whenever their eyes met his. Moreover, his holy body allowed Jiang Yun's life level to rapidly ascend, gradually shedding the bounds of mortal flesh. The perfection of the holy body bloodline would coincide with Jiang Yun's ascension to emperor status. Now that Jiang Yun personally possessed a growing holy body bloodline, he truly understood the rumors in ancient texts that a perfected holy body could destroy dark chaos and contend with emperors were not unfounded. Just the earlier encounters with several powerful beings controlling spiritual artifacts attacking him, such as the leader of the Black Ghost Cliff Yihua and the genius of the Chenghe sect Nangong Fei, even the recently used Desolate Earth Palm by Lin Wei, were nothing in the face of the perfected holy body. Of course, Jiang Yun did not arrogantly assume he could sweep away all opponents in the mighty realm. Some young supreme beings within the Thunder sect and Sword sect might even rival him. Moreover, the mountain-moving domain was merely a low-ranked domain among the 9 domains, and there would be a larger stage waiting for him in the future. After pondering for a while, Bei Xiaomu began to introduce the situation to Jiang Yun. Brother Jiang, the Qingwu Mountain secret realm was not well known before. It was merely a training ground for the younger generation of the mountain-moving domain, but that has all changed now. Recently, it was observed that the entire Qingwu Mountain secret realm emitted a dazzling rainbow glow, which penetrated the barriers of the secret realm and lasted for about 3 days before gradually dissipating. During that time, all cultivators within the secret realm were unable to leave or enter, and when the glow faded, the first batch of cultivators who entered discovered that the secret realm had undergone earth-shattering changes. Many demon beasts had significantly increased in strength, especially the formerly docile old ape, which has now transformed into a powerful ape demon king, becoming aggressive and bloodthirsty, frequently severely injuring our fellow cultivators. Even the sword sect and T. Seeing Jiang Yun's interest, Bei Xiaomu's expression brightened and he became even more eager to explain. It is said that both sects have dispatched people to inform their respective sects, but the exact arrival time is uncertain. After all, such matters are often based on rumors. Brother, I once overheard that the Sword sect's young wastrel Feng Yijian was chatting with someone saying that they are determined to obtain the bloodline treasure technique born from the Ape Demon King. Brother Jiang, that is a bloodline treasure technique. It can nurture its growth with essence blood. If we can seize it and glimpse the mysteries of the Ape Demon King's technique, wouldn't we become prosperous, and our strength would surely skyrocket by 2 levels. Jiang Yun glanced at Bei Xiaomu. This guy appeared steady on the outside, but seemed to have a silly side within. Has anyone determined the strength of the Ape Demon King? No, it has 5 great demon kings under its command surrounding the. It's getting late, let's rest here for the night. Tomorrow we will set off together. Jiang Yun had gotten the rest he wanted, so he didn't ask more questions. It seemed that learning the true power of the Ape Demon King was impossible. It must have touched the threshold of the divine fire realm, otherwise beings like Lin Yu wouldn't be unable to deal with it. Yes, boss. Bei Xiaomu and the others surrounded Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue, taking on the roles of guard and lookout. It must be said that their self-awareness in this aspect was commendable. Jiang Yun naturally took note of it. Jiang Yun sat cross-legged in cultivation, and shortly after he fell into a state of enlightenment. His powerful soul allowed him to divide his focus with his heavy pupil talent. Most of his mental energy was devoted to cultivation, while a small portion was used for vigilance, which did not hinder his practice. However, this time he did not make a grand show of devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but instead poured all the gathered spirit stones around his body, beginning to swallow them. This method of devouring spirit stones was 10 times more effective than absorbing ordinary spiritual energy. Around Jiang Yun 10 piles of spirit stones were stacked up. He was bold and unafraid of Bei Xiumu and the others' covetous eyes, saying without reserve that in his view, as long as the elders of the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect and the Ape Demon King did not appear, he represented the upper limit of combat power in the Qingwu Mountain Secret Realm. Jiang Yun was now frantically devouring spirit stones to prepare for the upcoming battles in the next few days. To be honest, a powerhouse in the Divine Fire realm represented a leap in life level. Once the Divine Fire ignited, it would signify an explosive increase in the combat power of the Ape Demon King. He had once consulted Wang Xian about the power possessed by those in the Divine Fire realm. Their life essence exceeded that of powerful beings by 100 times or more, allowing them to suppress enemies with the momentum of heaven and earth with every gesture. Some exceptionally gifted individuals could even evolve their divine abilities into avatars to battle, and some Divine Fire realm beings could store powerful ultimate moves within their bodies, releasing them when danger approached to inflict devastating damage on their enemies. The system's voice had barely fallen when Jiang Yun felt the lake in his dantian, the reservoir of his sacred body, begin to swell. One-fold, two-fold, three-fold, a century's worth of cultivation made that lake absurdly vast, expanding to a radius of 10 kilometers. Such an astonishing reserve of spiritual energy left Jiang Yun with the conviction that wielding the true dragon treasure art against foes, even if he burnt through immense qi, he could fight ceaselessly for 10 days and nights. Of course, this was only Jiang Yun's own conjecture. He had not yet met a worthy adversary. The century of cultivation had granted him more than a bloated sacred body reservoir. His cultivation itself rose like a tide, propelling him from the early Shintong realm to its very apex. Feeling the novelty of his power, Jiang Yun fell into thought. By rights, a century's worth of cultivation should have broken past this barrier, so why did he still remain at the Shintong realm? Could it be that the sacred body was incomparably difficult to break through, demanding an exorbitant reserve of spiritual energy and resources? Yet Jiang Yun knew his advantage and innate Tao physique had no bottlenecks. Each breakthrough should be as simple as eating and drinking. Under the infusion of 100 years cultivation, Jiang Yun's realm did not simply ascend to the great power realm, rather it compacted and underwent some sort of sublimation and metamorphosis. A faint, unusual aura radiated outward from Jiang Yun. Above his head layered weighty kulpa clouds brewed. It seemed he had shattered some taboo and now must endure the corresponding kulpa punishments. Bei Xiumu and his companions had long smelled danger and kept their distance. Murong Qingxue, however, looked at the motionless Jiang Yun with worry, unsure whether she should stay or flee. Senior sister, I'm fine. Transcending the tribulation is not difficult for me. Jiang Yun opened his eyes. His expression was calm and detached. He nodded to Murong Qingxue, motioning her to keep away lest she be harmed. Then Jiang Yun raised his head and looked upward with indifference. Dozens of layers of tribulation lightning had gathered above. His eyes shone like bolts. Though the wind howled, he remained unmoved as stone. In Jiang Yun's perception, the kulpa clouds harbored thunderfire of enormous power, as if they could reduce him to ash at any moment. 1,000 kilometers distant, 100 zangtall giant ape reclined against a colossal boulder atop a peak. Each breath it exhaled stirred the air, casting mist and clouds around the immortal mountain. It was the strongest fiend of the secret realm, nicknamed the Ape Demon King, the three-eyed giant spirit ape that in the past had torn apart more than 10 waves of human cultivators single-handedly. In the aberration of Qingwu Mountain's secret realm, it was the greatest beneficiary, occupying 5 spirit springs. It bathed its demonic flesh open treasures and condensed a unique bloodline treasure art. Bloodline treasure arts are precious and formidable. Ordinarily, only true spirits or ancient beasts may inherit such techniques. Thus, the three-eyed giant spirit ape's gains were enormous, virtually a superlative evolution. It had now stepped into the coveted level 5 Yao Wang status, equivalent to human godfire cultivators. The 5 spirit springs flowed within it day and night, steeping its soul and flesh and sustaining continuous evolution. At that moment, it seemed to sense something. A human is undergoing tribulation. When a cultivator transcends, they either break through or stall. It is rare to stir such kulpa clouds. Who is this person? Able to summon such titanic kulpa? My bloodline art is about to near fruition. I should not travel. Send that azure-scaled thunder Jiao to fetch him instead. A month earlier, the three-eyed giant spirit ape by force of might had subdued the 5 great Yao Wang to serve it and jointly guard the core of Qingwu Mountain's secret realm. It gave them occasional morsels, 1 spirit spring at a time, to keep them cooperative, reclaiming the gifts soon after. It fed its subordinates just enough to prevent them from growing complacent. Only by keeping them hungry could they obediently do its bidding. Of course, the primary reason it had subdued them was its overwhelming might. Little Qing, fly and see who is undergoing tribulation for me. If they resist, devour them. The three-eyed giant spirit ape opened its blood-red eyes. A murderous aura, the residue of its countless slaughters, surged outward. West of its mountain lay 1,000 zanglong 10s-hang-wide leviathan, with newly sprouted dragon horns atop its head, the Qinglin Leijiao. Its 3 triangular eyes opened to blue scales covered its body, and treasure light flowed across its immense frame. Understood, third-eyed boss. I'll go and bring him back for you. The Qinglin Leijiao moved with great speed, bearing wind and thunder attributes. It had once been the overlord of Qingwu Mountain's secret realm, but a month prior had nearly been torn apart by the three-eyed ape. To live it swore fealty, preserving a single life. That three-eyed fool, what rotten luck even finding spirits brings. Looks like my life will be to toil under him forever. The Qinglin Leijiao retreated with reluctance, vanishing 1,000 li in less than 10 breaths. In another corner, Yiling of the Jian sect, who had already rendezvoused with Feng Yijian, led a host of Jian sect disciples, frowning at the distant Kulpa clouds. It is the aura of a young supreme. In this age, only that caliber can summon Kulpa clouds. Who could it be? I must go and see. Feng Yijian, I will leave a moment. Do not be bold, or if San Yan and its Yao Wang ambush you, I will be unable to save you. Yiling, my brother ordered you to never leave my side. How can you go now? You cannot go. Silence. Yiling spun around violently, sword intent surged from his eyes like a torrent. Were it not for respect toward Feng Wujian, Feng Yijian's elder brother Yiling could with a single primordial soul sword intent have annihilated Feng Yijian. The entire Jian sect called Yiling the Sword Dao Madman. He challenged anyone including Feng Wujian. He had lost, however, and so he pledged to guard Feng Yijian for a year. Feng Yijian was nearly frightened into wedding himself by Yiling's domineering sword intent. You! What are you trying to do? Yiling sneered with contempt. In an instant he leapt into the heavens. Jiang Yun waited and waited. The Kulpa clouds thickened with no sign of descending, as if continuing to gather power. This is too slow. Let me go in and expose what you truly are. The Kulpa continued to thicken, its oppressive pressure crystallized into something tangible, silencing the area for dozens of kilometers, as if two worlds had been carved apart. This was his Kulpa alone, suffocating in its intensity. Everyone present was shocked beyond reason. The world had seen cultivators who could call down Kulpa clouds before, but they were exceedingly rare, those on divine mountains of pure-blood species, or the contemporary's strongest young supreme sealed in divine sources. Could Jiang Yun be embarking on the path of a supreme? Jiang Yun would not sit idle. He had to take the initiative, otherwise, if the Kulpa clouds continued to swell even with the exaltation of his sacred body, he might face unknown danger. The crucial point was that through his doubled pupil's power, Jiang Yun glimpsed an anomaly forming within the Kulpa clouds. A curiosity seized him. If I temper my sacred body with the thunderfire of the Kulpa, it will feast and grow. With that thought, he ceased hesitating. At a mental command, the dragon patrols the world. Technique manifested a golden dragon beneath his feet, lifting him and slicing diagonally into the clouds. Bei Xiaomu and his companions had never seen a golden dragon divine technique before. Even someone like Nangong Fei, who wielded a piercing white tiger technique, was already considered a paragon, yet this surpassed such talents. A true dragon belonged to the true spirit supreme, a few could rival it. Now the golden dragon Jiang Yun, condensed in the Shintong realm, manifested alive before their eyes. Brother Bei's young brother has already transcended the category of prodigy. He is a young emperor incarnate. To possess a golden dragon divine technique. I worship him. Stop your nonsense. Jiang has never been ordinary. An emperor is too bold. Such a being may only appear once in tens of thousands of years, but with Jiang's aptitude, a supreme beneath an emperor is within reach. Bei Xiaomu watched Jiang Yun's form dissolve into a streak of golden light and enter the clouds. Admiration painted his face as plainly as for the others. As a latest-age great power realm powerhouse himself, he understood more than anyone the terror of Jiang Yun's gift and strength. Less than 10 breaths after Jiang Yun ascended, 1,000 Zanglong Qinglin Leijiao arrived and flashed with blinding thunderlight as it fled beyond the Kulpa's perimeter. Where did that brat hide? The Kulpa is so dense it should pull in thunderfire. There must be a great secret on him. I'll deal with this tribulation cultivator later. Don't report it to the three-eyed yet, or his secret won't be mine. The Qinglin Leijiao's arrival made onlookers, cultivators, and beasts alike tremble. It was a notorious Yao Wang long feared throughout Qingwu Mountain. 3 breaths later, a silver sword light descended, tearing the void and leaving a faint black scar across the sky. The arrival was that of a master of the sword Dao. Yiling comes to observe. May I ask which Dao friend is undergoing tribulation? The sword light retracted. Yiling, clad in azure, stood with his hands folded behind him, radiating roiling sword intent. Any who dared meet his gaze felt their souls prick and ache, even to the point of injury. His appearance stunned most present. The sharp-eyed immediately recognized his identity. It is Yiling of the Jian sect, an undisputed sword Dao prodigy. Belligerent, he has challenged many sword Dao talents. His most recent clash was with the young supreme Feng Wujian. Though he lost, it was an honorable defeat. Yiling has come. Some wondered whether by sending Yiling instead of an elder, the sect signaled that his strength was already worthy of the Shin. Very possible. Every Jian sect sword child carries hope of becoming an executor of the sword. You know of executors. Their status is a closely guarded secret of Zong's house power. The cultivators whispered and discussed Yiling's status. Marong Qingxue felt her heart skip. She recalled Jiang Yun tearing apart blow after blow 4 latest-age great power cultivators outside the Qingwu Mountain secret realm. One had fled. The murmurs mentioned a sword child surnamed Yi. Could that be Yiling? If so, Jiang Yun surely had grievously offended Yiling. Was this visit a matter of vendetta? Yiling's face betrayed no emotion as he stood with hands behind him. Waiting long for a response, his spiritual sense swept dozens of kilometers, yet found no trace of Jiang Yun. A suspicion sprouted in his heart. He had already noticed the massive Qinglin Leijiao, its aura vast and brimming with beastly power. Yiling prided himself on strength and did not wish to clash with another mighty Yao Wang, so he spoke instead. Qinglin Yao Wang, what brings you here? Who is undergoing tribulation? I do not know the person. The three-eyed ordered me to bring him back. Those who obstruct me will die. The Qinglin Yao Wang's voice echoed through the giant wood, and many who hoped to profit from chaos turned pale and fell silent. Under the Qinglin Leijiao's intimidation, Yiling displayed disdain, his gaze briefly measuring the Leviathan's three-zhang body, as if testing whether a single stroke could fell it. At that moment, a latest-stage great power follower crept near behind him and whispered in a low voice, Lord Sword Child, I believe I sensed that person's aura. The closer one approaches the culpa, the clearer it becomes. I think it is very likely he is the one who violated your order and slaughtered your 4 followers. Oh, are you certain it was him? Upon hearing this, Yiling's sword intent erupted, his fighting spirit ignited. He had already become the foremost figure under the mountain-moving realm's young supreme. He would not endure such humiliation. If this affair spread, his path to becoming a young supreme would be delayed. To claim that title, one must defeat any challenger to one's dignity and station, compelling universal reverence, and forging an undefeated legend. Lord Sword Child, I am certain. He appears to possess a special bloodline most unique. Moreover, I just saw a golden dragon flash within the kulpa. When he first appeared, he rode a golden dragon. Yiling's follower fixed his eyes on the kulpa, convinced the tribulation cultivator was the same man who had slain Yiling's 4 followers. Very well. If that is so, our fates are bound. I will use him to sacrifice to the sword, and no one shall thwart my will. As Yiling spoke and frowned toward the Qinglin Yao Wang to announce his decision, the sky suddenly thundered. A chart silhouette was split from the cloud and hurled down. Yiling, the Qinglin Leijiao, Morong Qingxue Bei Xiumu and his group, and the array of cultivators and beasts all fixed their attention on that figure, burned and obscured by lightning and flame. Delicious again. The reservoir of sacred body spiritual energy in Jiang Yun burst fully open, flowing through his limbs like great rivers, rejuvenating him in an instant. In truth, his sacred body was unscathed save for slight surface abrasions. No, this sensation. Could it be the secret of thunderfire? Jiang Yun closed his eyes as a purple thunderbolt and a white flame entwined and chased one another across the blue canopy of his innate Dao physique. When the natural Dao body exerts its power, it is not inferior to the ancient saint body to a certain extent. It is just that Jiang Yun has always believed in the supremacy of close combat, thus neglecting the terrifying talent of the natural Dao body. The natural Dao body, as the name implies, can comprehend all divine laws and mysteries without any bottleneck, as easily as eating and drinking. At this moment, Jiang Yun received the first great gift bestowed upon him by the natural Dao body. This gift is called great because the thunderfire mystery has surpassed mere lightning and fire mysteries, becoming the strongest attack mystery born from the fusion of 2 domineering attack mysteries. The natural Dao body helped me refine a trace of nascent thunderfire mystery, but it is still too weak. I should devour this tribulation cloud to strengthen it. Jiang Yun understood that after gaining the thunderfire mystery, he immediately began to act. He aimed to refine and devour all the thunderfire from the tribulation cloud, transforming it into nourishment for his nascent thunderfire mystery. As for the method, it was to rely on his unparalleled sacred body to charge into the tribulation cloud and absorb the thunderfire. Thunderfire mystery condense. A purple lightning dragon and a fire dragon appeared on Jiang Yun's palm, intertwining together as if drawing a circle. Then he charged into the tribulation cloud again, commencing his battle against it. Surrounded by the tribulation cloud, Yiling watched the earlier scene with a grim expression. How could he not see Jiang Yun's ease? Just moments ago, Jiang Yun's expression was one of relaxed joy, clearly indicating he had gained something. Hey, that sword-bearing human undergoing tribulation, why has he returned again? The Qinglin Thunder Dragon did not understand the human tribulation process and could not comprehend why Jiang Yun would return to the tribulation cloud to seek death. Shut up if you don't want to die. Yiling was in a bad mood. If it weren't for needing to gather strength to kill Jiang Yun, he would have already vented his frustrations on the Qinglin Thunder Dragon. His followers instantly understood his thoughts. One follower quickly devised a plan. Master Sword, I believe you could make this person your servant. He could slay 4 followers and now effortlessly undergo tribulation, proving his worth to be tenfold. Yiling was taken aback. This idea was indeed novel and made him very tempted. However, he quickly thought of a problem with this person's talent. If he chooses to escape and hides, it would be difficult for me to find him. Yiling's words were not unreasonable. The tribulation cloud spanned dozens of kilometers, restricting outsiders. Yiling was confident in his flying speed, but if the opponent was determined to flee, he might not catch up immediately. Master Sword, you need not worry. Did you see that woman? She is his companion. If we control her, how could he not submit? Yiling followed the follower's finger and saw Murong Qingxue looking as beautiful as a fairy, her eyes fixed on the tribulation cloud with great concern. All right, go capture her and be sure to bring her back alive. Understood. Inside the tribulation cloud, Jiang Yun was rampaging with countless thunderfire pouring onto him, unable to harm his bones in the slightest. Instead, it aided him in opening many major acupoints in his body. His sacred body was like an abyss, continuously refining the power of the tribulation cloud, accelerating the growth of the thunderfire mystery and the sacred Buddhist spiritual power. Ancient texts record that cultivators face tribulations that are breathtaking at every step. Why is my tribulation cloud so weak and powerless? Jiang Yun roamed within the tribulation cloud, feeling no pressure whatsoever. His thunderfire mystery had grown tenfold and continued to grow. When a mystery reaches its peak, it becomes a divine law, which can only be fully controlled at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, while the three divine realms can only barely touch its threshold. However, Jiang Yun was an anomaly. He had taken the lead on the path to comprehending the divine laws through his natural. The sacred body stands supreme, warring against the divine laws of the emperors, yet, since Jiang Yun possessed the natural sacred body Tao Fetus, he had already embarked on an invincible path. The range of the tribulation cloud spanned dozens of miles, not too vast, but Jiang Yun began to explore where the source of the lightning tribulation was formed. What lay above the tribulation cloud? With such questions in mind, he took the most crucial step, directly continuing deeper into the tribulation cloud. The purple lightning and the endless terrifying high-temperature flames transformed into a 1,000-foot lightning dragon and a 1,000-foot vermilion bird charging towards him. The overwhelming pressure bore down on him, but Jiang Yun's sacred body shone with a radiant light like a flawless treasure, resisting all fatal harm as the thunderfire mystery greedily absorbed and grew. Jiang Yun's heart raced. After breaking through layers of thunderclouds, he saw a figure seated deep within the tribulation cloud. It was the body of lightning, towering thousands of feet high like a giant planet. Beside the lightning giant, a thunder cauldron slowly rotated, spilling out strands of lightning power that transformed into immense lightning dragons to replenish the power of the tribulation cloud. He then looked to the other side, where a vermilion fire spirit of 100,000 feet was slowly flapping its wings. With each flap, sparks flew out, interweaving with the lightning and merging into the tribulation cloud. Jiang Yun stared at this astonishing scene, wondering if the tribulation cloud was not a punishment for cultivators, but rather a creation of some kind. He couldn't help but gasp. Bold. Peeping at the Thunder Emperor, the vermilion bird ancestor's avatar should be punished. A thunderous voice echoed in Jiang Yun's ears, and he instantly felt an irresistible, terrifying force surging towards him. Just a single sentence from the opponent could determine his life and death, the sound wave containing divine law mysteries. The experts above the tribulation cloud were indeed fearsome. At the moment Jiang Yun faced a fatal attack, on the verge of his sacred body collapsing and his soul perishing, the great sacred body finger bone he had obtained from the celestial gate earlier began to tremble violently within his sacred body lake. It was as if the aura of an old enemy had ignited the pride of the finger bone or awakened its battle intent. The golden finger bone shot up from the lake, flying out from Jiang Yun's dantian, directly stabbing towards a massive lightning beast that emerged before him, roaring in anger and displaying a look of fear in its eyes. The great sacred body finger bone. You actually managed to gain its recognition. Back then, during that battle, the 5 great dark forbidden areas dispatched a total of 10 supreme beings, and together with the Emperor's trusted friends of the sacred body, they barely killed the great sacred body. Now is he about to reappear? Impossible. Even my true form, the Thunder Emperor, could not resist the erosion of time and age. How could the great sacred body be revived? You are a fake, a fraud. The lightning beast screamed desperately, trying to bite at the golden finger bone. It bore the true divine law of lightning, albeit incomplete, but its power was unrivaled. In its eyes, the finger bone of the great sacred body could not possess its might. Jiang Yun had regained his composure. He looked at the golden finger bone standing before him, his eyes revealing shock, because above the golden finger bone there stood a golden phantom resonating with his own essence. The thunder beast, covered in scales, had 12 sharp horns on its head, looking fierce and terrifying. However, these 12 sharp horns were a manifestation of its former emperor self, each condensing the power to tear heaven and earth apart. Even though this lightning beast was merely the remnant spirit of the Thunder Emperor, its manifested power and appearance still resembled the true form of the Thunder Emperor. As the golden finger bone appeared, the aura of the great sacred body instantly swept across the vast expanse of space, seemingly tearing apart the domains of the Thunder Emperor and the giant vermilion bird. Old vermilion bird, what are you still watching? If you don't act now, do you want to be suppressed for another 10,000 years? Don't forget, back in the day, you were merely a pure blood spirit, brought here to provide flesh and essence for him. The Thunder Beast launched an attack on the golden finger bone while also stoking the long-hidden humiliation and anger of the vermilion bird's remnant spirit. The 100,000 feet tall vermilion bird flame body suddenly opened its eyes, summoning a spirit of the vermilion bird, hundreds of feet tall, clothed in a red dress, with fiery red hair, her figure and beauty at a perfect level. However, at this moment the vermilion bird spirit, despite its beauty, appeared exceptionally furious. Thunder Emperor, you shameless old thing, you are the true villain. If you hadn't betrayed him and sabotaged him at a critical moment, even joining forces with the 5 forbidden areas would not have been enough to defeat the great sacred body at its peak. Stop wasting words. His sacred body is a taboo imperial artifact of this world and cannot be destroyed. That is why we divided his flesh and buried it in the farthest reaches of the heavens. I never expected that after countless years this finger bone would be found by later generations. This is not a good omen. We must immediately team up to eliminate any chance of him rising again. The vermilion bird spirit nodded, soaring upwards to join the battle alongside the thunder beast. Do you know how it appeared? The vermilion bird spirit unleashed a stream of pure white terrifying flame, burning the space and creating countless black cracks quickly surrounding the golden finger bone for refinement. However, the golden finger bone had already reached the level of an imperial artifact, its golden radiance flowing, isolating the power of the white flames. Look at that boy behind it. I suspect he is a cursed child and a sacred body. That finger bone was brought by him. I intended to punish him by sending him into the tribulation cloud to taste the consequences of offending us, but unexpectedly this fragment of the finger bone suddenly appeared and saved him. The vermilion bird spirit nodded, glancing deeply at Jiang Yun, but quickly turned back to fixate on the golden finger bone. Once the big trouble was resolved, a weak cultivator could be dealt with by a mere shred of pressure. The true form of the lightning beast was an ancient lightning beast born in the endless thunder marsh. Its time as an emperor was eons ago. The manifestation now, like the vermilion bird spirit, was not the true consciousness, but a remnant spirit. Despite not being the true form, their strength was unquestionable, possessing parts of the Thunder Emperor and Vermilion Bird's original power. Yet the great sacred body finger bone fought pure Sid child and a sacred body. That finger bone was brought by. Soon the thunder beast gathered countless bolts of lightning, wildly striking at the great sacred body finger bone. The vermilion bird also condensed terrifying white flames surrounding the finger bone and beginning to refine it. The lightning and fire operated independently yet merged as one with a unified goal. The golden finger bone emitted a brilliant light, whether it was lightning or flames. Even if they broke through the golden barrier, they could leave no marks upon it. Back in the day, even the Thunder Emperor at his peak dared only to launch sneak attacks, let alone now with only the remnant spirit left. After 3 breaths under Jiang Yun's astonished gaze, the golden finger bone shone brilliantly. A golden figure materialized from the void, merging with the physical golden finger bone. Then the golden finger bone rapidly enlarged to tens of thousands of feet in size, resembling a true pillar of heaven. It jabbed forward fiercely, instantly pinning the lightning beast to the void, rendering all its struggles futile. The lightning beast roared, frantically struggling as the purple lightning condensed to its limit had transformed into a purplish-black hue, yet it was still futile. Its entire body was crushed, ultimately turning into a concentrated stream of purple lightning. This stream of purple lightning was enveloped by a golden sphere, unable to escape no matter how it thrashed. The vermilion bird spirit watched in stunned silence, almost forgetting to escape. She and the lightning beast had wielded the might of the thunderfire tribulation cloud for countless years, yet now the lightning beast was suddenly extinguished. It's really you, Master. I was forced. Back then it was the 5 great forbidden area masters and the Thunder Emperor who coerced me. It wasn't my fault. The 100,000 feet tall form of the vermilion bird trembled before the golden figure, while the golden figure itself was only a fragment of a finger bone. Betrayal. Death. A few indistinct words escaped from the golden figure's mouth, and even Jiang Yun behind him could only understand with great difficulty. Jiang Yun silently watched the scene. Covered in golden radiance, he remained completely unharmed amidst the dense thunderfire. It seems that this lightning beast and the vermilion bird must have had a deep entanglement with the great sacred body countless years ago, yet I do not know what their relationship truly is. Jiang Yun pondered deeply, but this layer was far too distant for him. Not to mention a true pure-blood mature vermilion bird would be hard to find even in the central continent. Why would such a massive vermilion bird and a figure formed from lightning manifest in the deepest part of the tribulation cloud, wielding the might of the thunderfire tribulation? Jiang Yun knew that all these questions could only be answered when he gained the strength to reach that level. In this brief moment, the vermilion bird spirit and the golden figure had already commenced their great battle. Flaming wings flew through the sky, transforming into fiery swords that shot towards the golden figure. However, before they could reach the golden phantom, the latter raised the finger bone and gently tapped it in the void. Instantly the void rippled like water, causing all the fiery swords to vanish into nothingness. Seeing that she could not defeat her opponent, the vermilion bird spirit transformed back into her true form, becoming a sun, so dazzling that it scorched the void, creating numerous black cracks in space around her. Master, since you don't wish for me to live, then let us perish together. I want to see if you truly awakened from the cycle of reincarnation. With that, this sun charged directly at the golden figure. Jiang Yun watched the scene, feeling a lump in his throat. If the golden figure were defeated, his fate would be nothing but ashes with no other outcome. Confronting the overbearing vermilion bird divine art and the blazing solar might, the golden figure extended its finger bones, unleashing countless golden beams, like golden cords, that instantly sealed the void surrounding the radiant sun, forcibly restraining it in place. Then a halo of golden radiance enveloped the blazing solar flame, beginning to refine and compress it. A piteous wail echoed from within the white sun, the lingering spirit voice of the vermilion bird. You are but a fragment of bone. How dare you possess independent will? If the perfected saint body is truly so formidable, then why were you dismembered and sealed at the four cardinal extremities of the world? I was mistaken, please, master. Spare me. The golden figure remained unmoved. Golden flames flickered steadily within its eyes, calm yet eerily uncanny, while only its solidified finger bones continued pouring forth unceasing golden radiance to refine the solar art. Within less than 10 breaths, the vermilion bird's soul essence, embodied in the solar art, was compressed into a fist-sized orb of white flame. Around the white flame, space itself collapsed inward. It contained the vermilion bird's primordial essence, exquisitely rare and precious, just as the nearby violet lightning wrapped in golden light held the refined primordial truth of the thunder beast. Primordial essence, for you to absorb. The golden figure drew the white flame and the thunder essence close to Jiang Yun and gestured for him to devour and assimilate them. Jiang Yun fell silent for a long moment. Logically, the golden figure had protected him. He ought not harbor suspicion. Yet he had passively acquired this finger bone upon the celestial ascension stairway without consent or choice. According to the vermilion bird's lingering spirit and the thunder beast, the bone belonged to another perfected saint body from an unfathomable epoch, reportedly slain by treachery, ambushed by the 5 Forbidden Zone sovereigns and his own closest confidant. Yet what did any of this have to do with him? Jiang Yun still knew nothing of the perfected saint body's true intent. Have long since dissolved. What has returned is only an indomitable will. It is your saint body that nourishes my bone, enabling me to fight for you. Doubt is unnecessary. Absorbing them shall greatly benefit you. Across 10,000 eons, none who fail to ascend as mortal immortals ultimately escape the wheel of rebirth. I depart now. Having spoken, the golden figure raised a hand, and in an instant the violet lightning shrouded in gold and the blinding white flame surged into Jiang Yun's body. Jiang Yun's saint body flared crimson, paralyzed by searing agony, as though roasted in celestial fire and struck by divine thunder. His bones, sinews, and flesh strained to their breaking point. Fortunately, the torment lasted only a single breath before vanishing. Once inside him, the white flame transformed into a miniature sun suspended upon the azure firmament of his innate Tao body. The thunder essence likewise vanished into that same azure expanse, darting across it unpredictably like fleeting lightning. Since both the white flame and violet lightning were purified, masterless primordial essences, Jiang Yun's lightning and fire, profound truth, instinctively recognized them as kin, immediately surging into them and absorbing, voraciously swelling with explosive growth. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds. His lightning and fire, profound truth, began coalescing into the forms of a fiery dragon and a thunderous dragon. As its power swelled, overwhelming pressure radiated from Jiang Yun's very being. Jiang Yun's cultivation ascended relentlessly toward the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, soon reaching the critical threshold of breakthrough. This surge was the innate reward bestowed upon his innate saint body after absorbing the flame and thunder primordial essences, directly translating into advancement of his realm. Boom! Lightning and fire tribulation clouds converged violently upon Jiang Yun from all directions. Empowered by his lightning and fire, profound truth, he spared not a single thread of tribulation energy, consuming it all. Under the stunned gazes of Yiling, Qinglin, Thunder Serpent, Murong, Qingshuang, Bei Xiumu, and countless other cultivators and spirit beasts of Qingwu Mountain, the tribulation clouds across dozens of kilometers spiraled inward, centered upon Jiang Yun like a cosmic vortex. Jiang Yun stood atop a golden divine dragon steed, eyes closed, channeling the torrential power with absolute focus. He could not afford to let this hard-won opportunity slip away, for he now stood only a hair's breadth from ascending to the great sage realm. As for others' judgmental glances, he had no time to consider them. Look, someone stands at the heart of the tribulation clouds. Gods above, what is he doing? The lightning and fire pour endlessly into his body. Is he even human? To devour tribulation, lightning, and fire, since when has Banshan territory produced such a monster? Even the young sovereigns of Zhangzhou pale beside him. Nonsense. The sword sex and thunder sex elite heirs, true dragons among men, are far beyond your reach. Speak such irreverence again and your tongue may well be severed. At that moment, Yiling's brows knotted tighter and tighter. He could not fathom how anyone, let alone a mere human, could so brazenly consume the very tribulation clouds summoned for heavenly judgment. Not even the ancient sacred mountain's pure-blood descendants could accomplish such a feat. Only the most supreme primordial spiritual beings might dare. Young Sword Lord, this one must be eradicated, lest he become a future calamity. 2 days ago, he slew your disciple before the secret realm's entrance. That karmic debt is already sealed. Should you spare him today, once he matures, he will surely become your greatest threat. Yiling's pulse quickened at these words, the quiet voice of caution within him was instantly silenced. Ambitious by nature, he had repeatedly challenged renowned prodigies within the sword sect, not for sport, but as stepping stones toward claiming the title of young sovereign. Very well. Let this youth serve as the whetstone sharpening my blade against Feng Wujian. Today I shall end him. With this resolve his thoughts crystallized, his battle intent surged, and nascent sword intent began coalescing. Having decided to sacrifice Jiang Yun to his sword, he hesitated no longer. Heh. Young sword lord, proceed boldly to battle. We still hold this woman captive, knowing her life hangs in the balance, he will surely falter and fall. Yiling's followers sneered at Murong Qingxuang, having just seized her through stealthy ambush, so swiftly that even Bei Xiumu and the others failed to perceive it. Indeed, even had they noticed, none would dare intervene. Reputation precedes presence. Yiling's name alone cast a pall of dread. His sword of soul annihilation was no idle boast. The Qinglin Thunder Serpent glanced disdainfully toward Yiling's direction, utterly contemptuous of such underhanded tactics. Truth be told, its own purpose here was also to capture Jiang Yun, intending to deliver him alive to the three-eyed gigantic ape sovereign. But first it meant to extract every secret Jiang Yun possessed. So he nears the great sage realm, but what of it? He remains vastly inferior to me. The Qinglin Thunder Serpent felt no urgency whatsoever. As a sovereign beast, it had secretly broken through to the divine flame initial stage, using a pool of spirit spring granted by the three-eyed gigantic ape sovereign, an achievement even the ape sovereign himself remained unaware of. Behind Yiling, Murong Qingxuang stood humiliated and furious, her cultivation forcibly sealed. She knew full well she had become Jiang Yun's burden, and could only pray he would break through swiftly and rescue her. Yet Yiling was overwhelmingly powerful. Could Jiang Yun truly prevail? 65. Only a sliver remains before breakthrough. Within the secret realm, news of Lin Yu's death had reached the Thunder Sect's encampment, plunging its disciples into panic. They gathered urgently to deliver it. Lin Yu is dead, the killer allegedly a disciple of Changhe sect. Whether this is truth or rumor, we must uncover the facts. Lin Yu is arrogant and reckless, shamelessly pursuing frivolous affairs, bringing disgrace upon our sect. I have already sent word to Elder Lu Han of the inner sect, who confirmed she departs immediately. Until her arrival, we must vigilantly monitor all external movements. Elder Lu Han. She is a core disciple newly elevated to elder rank, barely 50 years old, yet already attained the divine flame realm. Her consort Feng Lezi is the Thunder Sect's most formidable young sovereign in history, reportedly granted an exchange opportunity to Zhengzhou. Upon hearing this uplifting news, the Thunder Sect disciples' despondency lifted instantly, their faces lit up with fervent excitement. In recent years, the Thunder Sect and Sword Sect had clashed fiercely, each boasting a young sovereign, while numerous aspirants vied fiercely for the title. Though rare, the peerless body and divine king body lineages had never died out, a testament to both sects' profound legacies. Over 200,000 li from the Qinggu secret realm's entrance, Lu Han, the elder named by the Thunder Sect disciples, stood at the prow of 100 Zhang warship, gazing into the distance. Slender and statuesque, she wore a soft yellow gauzy gown that accentuated her graceful form. Her peerless visage evoked awe and icy elegance alike. Qinggu Mountain's anomaly, Linwei, with his cultivation level slain. Could that ancient ape truly have ascended to the 5th-rank sovereign beast tier? Lu Han dismissed the disciples' report. The sole prodigy of Changhe sect, the first disciple, had long been driven into the dark forbidden lands by the Thunder and Sword sects, his fate unknown. Had the Changhe sect's first disciple survived and cultivated uninterrupted, he might have rivaled Sword sect's Feng Wujian or Thunder sect's Feng Lezi as a young sovereign. But now, with Bai Lian royal body Emoja and Jinyu divine bodies Wilai, no chance of rising existed. Thinking of her consort Feng Lezi's overwhelming strength, Lu Han involuntarily shivered. Her union with Feng Lezi had not been smooth. It began when, as the Thunder Sect's foremost heavenly genius, maiden her renown reached Feng Lezi, prompting him to seek her out directly. When Feng Lezi arrived at her cultivation cave, he did not even glance at her, merely spoke with detached calm. From this day forth, Lu Han belongs to me, Feng Lezi. Should anyone object, behead them. Lu Han herself was a generation-defining genius maiden, once aspiring to claim the young sovereign throne. Yet the moment their gazes met, her soul trembled violently. Ripped from her body and hurled into an alien dimension saturated with raging wind and lightning elements, where she endured instantaneous excruciating severance by wind and lightning, profound truths. Only then did Lu Han grasp the chasm between them, unbridgeable, eternal. For Feng Lezi was a natural sovereign of wind and lightning, profound truths, his comprehension deepened with cultivation and age, evolving into genuine divine laws, truths attainable only by saint realm masters and controllable solely by sovereigntier beings. Thus Lu Han pledged unwavering loyalty to Feng Lezi, becoming a radiant blossom adorning his indomitable. I wonder whether the Qinggu's secret realm truly conceals great secrets. Should I uncover rare spirit herbs or treasures, he would surely rejoice. Yet, even as she thought this, a pang of sorrow pierced her heart. Feng Lezi had not smiled at her in ages. His entire being was consumed by cultivation. She felt like a mere tool, ornamental and expendable. The warship leapt through spatial rifts again and again, drawing ever closer to the secret realm's entrance. The tribulation cloud radius shrank steadily. Jiang Yun had become an insatiable abyss. Typically one would madly devour the power of the thunderfire. Above his head, that towering figure of lightning reaching 1,000,000 Jiang gradually faded away following the defeat of the ancient thunder beast, and the fiery form of the 1,000,000 Jiang vermilion bird also vanished. Jiang Yun was unaware that the two were already departed imperial-level powerhouses. There were immortal in this world, giving birth to a thunder beast and a spirit of the vermilion bird that represented there will a task exceedingly difficult, and the great Saint Bodhi's move this time had thoroughly severed ties with both. Far away in the central continent of this world, the Thunder Emperor's power was among the best. On this day, the statue of the Thunder Emperor rumbled in anger, transforming into his true thunder form, shattering the space, with the gathering of thunder persisting for 3 days before gradually dissipating. Subsequently, a descendant of the Thunder Emperor saw several large characters on the wordless heavenly book in front of the Thunder Emperor's statue. The Saint Body revives, proceed to slay. The wordless heavenly book was left by the Thunder Emperor before his transcendence, and it is said that he transformed into the master of divine laws with supreme. Although the heavenly path is impartial, his personal intentions could no longer remain, yet he could still communicate simply with his descendants through the wordless heavenly book. Saint Body. Could it be the ancient Saint Body? This matter is of great importance. I must report it to the clan swiftly. Our Thunder Emperor clan must resolutely execute the orders of the ancestor. At the ancient divine mountain, the Vermilion Bird clan is located at the southernmost extremity of the 4 poles of heaven and earth. There stands a divine mountain towering 1,000,000 li high, a habitat for the vermilion bird and the phoenix, with terrifying flames and high temperatures enveloping the entire divine mountain, distorting the surrounding space. At the peak of the divine mountain sits a statue of a vermilion bird, which at this moment appeared as red as if it were. A cry of the vermilion bird echoed throughout the entire vermilion bird divine mountain. Even the pure-blooded true spirits were stirred, all flying to the peak of the divine mountain, kneeling before the statue of the vermilion bird and listening to the ancestral teachings. A new Saint Body has appeared. The cause and effect of the Saint Body has arrived. It is advisable to reinforce the seal and cut off hidden dangers. What? The Saint Body is reborn. The great Saint Body that the ancestor once followed, its body is still sealed in the 4 poles to this day. For countless epochs, the seal guarded by our Vermilion Bird clan has shown no signs of loosening. What is the true intent of the ancestor? Our clan's guardianship is strong, but that does not mean those wasteful ones are diligent. I think we should first send clan members to patrol other clans before deciding on the next plan. However, Jiang Yun's realm had already reached the most critical moment of breakthrough, as the tribulation clouds had been nearly devoured, yet he still lacked a bit of assistance. In other words, he had now stepped into the pinnacle of the supernatural realm with 1 foot in the realm of great powers, yet had not formally broken through. Seeing the tribulation clouds dissipate, the azure-scaled thunder serpent and Yiling could no longer contain themselves, almost instantaneously flying before Jiang Yun. Kid, come with me. The 3-eyed demon king wishes to see you. Those who defy the order will be slain. The azure-scaled thunder serpent exuded an impressive aura, charging forward, its 1,000 Jiang serpent body flashing with lightning, truly the strongest demon king of the previous generation. Azure-scaled, do you not know that this boy is my prey? I, Yiling, declare here that he belongs only to me. Whoever tries to snatch him will go against my sword sect. Jiang Yun chuckled, relieved that the final obstacle to his breakthrough had been delivered to him. Thank you both. Jiang Yun's calm demeanor was far from that of a hunted prey, but rather resembled that of a hunter, leaving both Yiling and the azure-scaled thunder serpent momentarily stunned. What is happening in this world? Shouldn't Jiang Yun be panicking and begging for mercy, or desperately stalling for time to adjust his breathing, or perhaps fleeing? The azure-scaled thunder serpent was clearly also encountering such a situation for the first time, but having crossed into the 5th-level demon king, its realm was comparable to that of a human cultivator in the divine fire realm. It looked down on so-called human prodigy Yiling, let alone a cultivator of the supernatural realm. Thus it turned to glance at Yiling, its cold triangular eyes flashing with disdain. It did not need to worry about Jiang Yun escaping. As a thunder serpent, it could vanish tens of thousands of Jiang in an instant, moving at an incredibly fast speed, and the prey it had chosen could only accept the fate of being ravaged. Yiling's gaze was unfriendly as he fixed his eyes on the azure-scaled thunder serpent. He had originally planned to set up a sword array and slowly encircle this demon king to prevent it from escaping, but unexpectedly, he encountered it ahead of time. It seems I can only reveal my strength early. It will be much harder to act like a pig and eat a tiger while hunting other demon kings in the future. Yiling had no regard for Jiang Yun in his eyes. Only the azure-scaled thunder serpent was worthy of confronting him. Jiang Yun, right? Your Dao partner has already confessed everything, begging for my mercy and submission. I can spare you. Yiling crossed his arms, adopting a condescending posture. Jiang Yun's talent qualified him to be his follower, but of course, he must swear loyalty, otherwise Yiling had no intention of trusting him. Dao partner. Jiang Yun looked behind Yiling to see Mu Rongqing Shui, her cultivation sealed, sitting beside a black-clad man, her angry and struggling eyes revealing her helplessness at this moment. I do not know you, why do you use my senior sister to threaten me? Jiang Yun's anger was ignited, and he was no longer calm. His eyes emanated a killing intent, and the aura around him began to shift. You entered this secret realm the other day, killing 4 of my pursuers and defying my orders. Do you know your crime? Yiling slightly narrowed his eyes, releasing a dangerous aura, appearing ready to strike at any moment. Oh, so you're the dregs of the sword sect. Those 4 wasteful ones were your subordinates. They spoke foul words, it seems they served you well. Where there are servants, there are masters. You aren't any good either. Jiang Yun's body was engulfed in golden light, the might of the saint body beginning to surge. Capturing the king first, he planned to directly take down Yiling. A rescuing Mu Rongqing Shui would naturally follow. The sword sect and the river sect's disciples had deep grievances. Those with strength held the power of speech, so Jiang Yun intended to let Yiling experience the feeling of being bullied. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yiling's mouth. He knew he could not avoid making a move this time. Jiang Yun, this is Yiling, one of the 13 sword children of the sword sect. Do you think you're impressive just because you attracted the tribulation clouds? Arrogant and self-important. In the surrounding forest of giant trees, someone secretly voiced support for Yiling, flattering the sword sect and Yiling. Jiang Yun's eyes flashed like lightning as he swept toward the source of the sound. He remembered clearly who had spoken just now. Disciples of the river sect are but mere mud chickens and tiles in front of the sword sect and the thunder sect's prodigies. This time Yiling will surely slay Jiang Yun, establishing the sword sect's reputation. Another voice echoed in the shadows, fleeting and difficult to pinpoint. Bei Xiaomu and his group heard this and revealed expressions of anger, scanning their surroundings, trying to find the instigator who was suppressing Jiang Yun's fighting spirit. Before the battle between Jiang Yun and Yiling had even begun, these people openly belittled the river sect and Jiang Yun, clearly trying to curry favor with the sword sect, disrupting Jiang Yun's resolve, and their hearts were deserving of punishment. Jiang Yun's expression was calm. A faint trace of spiritual imprint quietly flew out, locking onto the few who had spoken earlier. Such petty individuals would not escape his grasp. As for the loyalty of Bei Xiaomu's group, he had taken it all in, worthy of commendation. Senior sister, wait a moment, I will rescue you soon. Jiang Yun secretly conveyed to Mu Rongqing Shui, assuring her not to worry. Make your move, I will give you 3 chances. Yiling frowned. The opponents he faced in the sword sect were at least of comparable realm, or even 1 stage higher than himself. Now facing a cultivator in the supernatural realm, even if he won, it would seem somewhat unworthy, not much help to his supreme path. When he returned to the sword sect, everyone would only praise him for bringing glory to the sword sect by teaching a lesson to the disobedient trash of the river sect. Oh, 3 chances, are you sure? Jiang Yun was taken aback, not expecting Yiling to underestimate him so much, as if he did not regard him at all after just witnessing his absorption of the tribulation clouds. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. Jiang Yun's entire body was enveloped in the power of the saint body. The true dragon treasure technique, as one of the strongest attack techniques, was his first choice. As for the extermination sword fused with his spiritual soul, it was his most powerful secret weapon. A thunderous roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens and earth. A vision of a true dragon appeared at the location of Jiang Yun, and then a gigantic true dragon claw shattered the void, instantly clawing down toward Yiling. What? What kind of demonic technique is this? Yiling shouted in his heart. With his sword essence protecting his body, he was confident that Jiang Yun could not approach him. However, the moment the true dragon vision appeared, his heartbeat nearly stopped and his entire vitality seemed to stagnate. In other words, at the moment he faced a life-threatening danger, all his sword essence nearly went out of control, unable to be commanded. Break for me. In the critical moment of life and death, Yiling, worthy of being one of the most promising sword children of the sword sect, conjured a gigantic black sword, where he stood engraved with powerful and mysterious black Dao lines, a sense of ancientness charging forth. In the crucial moment, Yiling's hidden power erupted automatically to protect its master, wanting to block this strike. However, the true dragon treasure technique is recognized as one of the most powerful true spirit techniques in this world, and it was performed by Jiang Yun with his peak supernatural realm cultivation. How could it be so easily broken? The true dragon claw collided with the black giant sword, producing a sound of metal against metal, and cracks appeared in the void. A lightning and fire surged, and in the next moment the black giant sword actually shattered, exploding into fragments. The sword's soul shattered, and Yiling's foundation and potential were directly turned to nothingness, receiving a fatal injury. The true dragon claw descended upon him, and in the next moment a jewel on Yiling's chest exploded, transforming into a transparent shield that protected him within. Unfortunately, the true dragon claw was immensely powerful, once again breaking through the shield and grasping Yiling, about to tear him apart in the next moment. From the time Jiang Yun unleashed the true dragon treasure technique to the battle's conclusion, only a brief moment had passed. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, especially the azure-scaled thunder serpent, which trembled all over. As a being of the divine fire realm, it felt the deepest fear of its life. That was definitely the aura of the Void Clan. Jiang Yun stood with his hands behind his back in the void, gazing at Yiling 100 zhang away, observing the regretful and unyielding look in his eyes, and said lightly, if regret were useful, then there would be no deaths in this world. Sword Master Jiang Yun, release him at once, or I will kill your Dao partner as well. Yiling's follower came back to his senses and immediately attempted to attack Mu Rongqing Shui, reaching out with his hand like lightning toward her swan-like neck, intending to threaten Jiang Yun. Seeking death. As Mu Rongqing Shui was on the brink of death, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted, and without hesitation, he unleashed a secret soul technique. The Zhuxian sword transformed into a green light, carving a black trace in the void, and the next moment it pierced directly into the sea of consciousness of Yiling's follower. A hand mere inches away from Mu Rongqing's neck abruptly halted, then fell limply. Jiang Yun's gaze remained calm as he glanced at the follower. In the void, a small thunder dragon and fire dragon suddenly pounced, and after a brief moment the latter was reduced to ashes cascading down from the void. This scene did not escape Yiling's eyes. His gaze widened in shock, realizing that Jiang Yun's earlier soul technique was something he could not possibly overcome. In fact, in a pure contest of power, he had already lost. With his sword soul destroyed, he had become a waste, whether Jiang Yun killed him or not no longer mattered. Jiang Yun scanned the surroundings, and all those who had doubted him lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, while only Bei Xiaomu and others cheered with excitement. Jiang Laoda is mighty. Jiang Laoda is invincible. Among the crowd, 2 or 3 young talents, hidden in the giant woods, their eyes darting, attempted to stealthily retreat. However, Jiang Yun's divine sense had already enveloped an area of 10 kilometers. Any movement could not escape his vigilance. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Jiang Yun performed the dizzy secret, evolving the clone secret technique, condensing 3 clones from his holy body's spiritual power, which instantly flew out in 3 directions. The next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed through the forest, followed by several cries of anguish, causing the onlookers to shrink back, fully aware that those few had just secretly attempted to suppress Jiang Yun, trying to disrupt his fighting spirit and expose his weaknesses. Such people deserve to be punished, and some clapped in delight. Jiang Yun of the Changhe sect possesses the potential of a young supreme. The true dragon phenomenon he just exhibited is mysterious and powerful. I suspect it's his bloodline treasure technique. It's quite possible. Although Yiling has been defeated, he has challenged Feng Wujian, the sword master, and his own strength is terrifying with limitless potential. Jiang Yun's strike rendered him incapacitated and captured, indeed showcasing frightening power and potential. Soon it seems the Changhe sect will produce a young supreme. As the 3 golden clones returned, Jiang Yun's aura normalized. In fact, with the vastness of his holy body's spiritual power, late condensing 3 clones consumed less than 1,000th of his spiritual energy. The real challenge was the limited amount of divine soul power he could separate from his main body. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The divine soul was the most mysterious, and the soul secret techniques could only be encountered and not sought after. Most people could only passively strengthen their divine souls as their cultivation increased. With Jiang Yun's innate Dao body and extraordinary talent, being able to separate 3 divine souls and condense holy body spiritual power clones was already an extraordinary feat. Jiang Yun, you have already won. Can you spare me? I am willing to follow you. Yiling's eyes were filled with pleading, and his strong desire to survive made him lay down his pride to beg for mercy, and nothing was more precious than life. Given his talent and potential, he could pursue the position of a supreme in the future. Why should he perish here and be completely forgotten? As for the sword soul that was shattered by Jiang Yun's treasure technique, as long as he could save his life and return to the sword sect's secret realm with his strong will to survive, he had every hope of reconstituting it. That guy Jiang Qin is still cultivating in the sword sect. As I pursue the supreme position in the future, I will inevitably offend many enemies. If I have Yiling providing covert assistance, it could save me a lot of trouble. Thinking this, Jiang Yun decided to give the other party a chance. Yiling had good talent. If he was determined to submit, he could indeed stay. After all, the future Jiang clan would need many strong protectors. Then swear to follow me with your Dao heart. I, Yiling, swear with my Dao heart to submit to Jiang Yun. This body and this heart will never betray. If I violate this vow, may I turn to ashes in calamity. A wave rippled through the void, instantly connecting Jiang Yun and Yiling, establishing a relationship of master and servant, or one of follower and lord. Such relationships were common. Generally, there would be numerous followers around top talents who vowed to grow alongside their master, sharing honor and disgrace. Of course, most followers were defeated and forced to submit. Jiang Yun nodded, dispersing the true dragon treasure technique. In an instant, Yiling felt the terrifying pressure that had confined him dissipate into nothingness, as if it had never existed. He looked at Jiang Yun with a complex expression. From this moment on, their identities had completely transformed. That he had become Jiang Yun's follower. Our relationship does not need to be made public for now. You just need to focus on cultivating to restore your strength. When the time comes, I will have use for you. Also, after you return to the sword sect, keep an eye on Jiang Qin and do so. Yiling nodded. Regarding Jiang Yun's mindset, he had already undergone a heartfelt change, harboring no hostility whatsoever. This was the power of the Tao Oath. Jiang Qin and Jiang Yun's domain, the young talent brought back by the elder some time ago. With Jiang Yun's astonishing strength and talent, Jiang Qin must not be ordinary either. Thinking this, he decided to return not only to restore his strength, but also to fulfill the tasks Jiang Yun had assigned. Just as Jiang Yun stepped into the void approaching Murong Qingxue, their gazes locked. The moment Murong Qingxue's beautiful eyes misted over, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Who has injured my sword sect's swordmaster? What punishment is due? Dressed in splendid robes and accompanied by the stunning female talent of the sword sect, Nanxing Feng Yijian appeared before everyone. He arrived late, having heard the news of Yiling's defeat along the way, and felt a sense of schadenfreude, which was why he had taken his time to arrive. Yiling was sent by Feng Wujian to protect him, yet he completely disobeyed his orders, which left Feng Yijian harboring resentment. Therefore, he chose to appear just as Yiling faced adversity. Yiling, how did you get injured like this? Your aura is weak and your realm is unstable. Your life source sword soul has been severely damaged. It seems my big brother overestimated you. Feng Yijian, with a harsh expression, was even more arrogant at this moment. Someone capture Yiling and Jiang Yun. Feng Yijian's order echoed, and instantly the sword sect disciples trailing behind him fell into disarray. Arresting Jiang Yun was perfectly reasonable. The sword sect's suppression of the Changhe sect was a matter of course. But why then were they being commanded to imprison Yiling, who lay grievously wounded? Yiling possessed extraordinary talent and latent potential, so much so that high-ranking figures within the sword sect had taken personal interest in his cultivation. Thus he roamed freely across realms, challenging prodigies of every sect, yet remained unscathed. To lay a hand on him was nothing short of suicide. Elder. Sword disciple Yiling came to this Qinggu's secret realm precisely to back us and to protect you. To seize him now would invite grave consequences. Feng Yijian's subordinates hesitated, shrinking back despite Yiling's injuries. Even crippled Yiling's shattered sword soul still radiated an aura so formidable no one dared confront it directly. Feng Yijian, have you lost your mind? Can't you see Yiling is critically wounded? Whoever struck him down could crush you as easily as snapping a chick's neck. I dare say you've reached the pinnacle of folly. Nanxing spoke without restraint, standing aloof with elegant poise. Her stunning icy beauty curled into a mocking smile. Clearly, though she stood beside Feng Yijian, it was only under duress, fulfilling a mandate from Feng Wujiang, not out of loyalty. In truth, over these past days Feng Yijian had exhausted every stratagem to win her favor, yet failed even to step within 3 chi of her. Humiliated by Nanxing's scorn, Feng Yijian pointed at her, breath ragged, but uttered not a word. At heart he was but a devoted, trembling admirer before this scorching, untouchable flame, too fearful to ever truly defy her. Around them, roaming cultivators and disciples from minor sects watched with gleeful anticipation. Though Feng Yijian had attained latest stage great immortal realm, that strength was merely the result of forced enhancement. His elder brother Feng Wujiang had dosed him with potent pills, hastening his growth unnaturally. Nanxing, can you grant me some dignity? Feng Yijian pleaded softly. She turned her face away, utterly ignoring him. Seeing his subordinates disobey, he whirled toward Yiling, only to meet a gaze of supreme disdain, as if regarding him a clown performing for an indifferent crowd. Seize that man, now. If he resists, cripple him. Publicly scorned by Yiling and mocked by Nanxing, Feng Yijian's fury surged beyond control and erupted upon Jiang Yun. At that moment, Jiang Yun hovered calmly in midair. His bond with Yiling remained deliberately concealed for strategic reasons, to ensure Yiling's swift reinstatement and elite mentorship upon returning to the sword sect, and to further nurture Jiang Qin's own ascension. At Feng Yijian's words, Nanxing immediately disembarked from the warship, retreating a full 100 zheng. Nearby, the azure-scaled thunder serpent, a demon sovereign, stared at Feng Yijian with the unmistakable look of one observing a fool. Jiang Yun had just subdued Yiling with thunderous authority, revealing the bearing of a supreme sovereign. Yet Feng Yijian still dared advance and provoke him. There was only one word for such recklessness: self-destruction. Jiang Yun frowned. Such a petty clown hardly warranted his attention, yet when fate delivered him straight into the palm of discipline, he saw no reason to decline the invitation. So, you're Feng Yijian. I hear you have a formidable elder brother. Yiling, as his loyal follower, had long since relayed Feng Yijian's background to Jiang Yun. The Feng family wielded immense influence within the sword sect of Feng Wujiang, ranked among its 2 youngest sovereign prodigies, the very ones destined to venture into the central continent. Yet Jiang Yun felt no fear. With his meteoric cultivation speed, no so-called young sovereign posed any true threat. The instant Feng Yijian's disciples closed in to surround him, golden light erupted from Jiang Yun's body, lancing through over a dozen of Feng Yijian's attendants, hurling them from the sky into the vast forest below. Roars of beasts and screams of agony followed, clear omens of their grim fates. What do you intend? Feng Yijian panicked. His guards, each cultivated to early or mid-stage great immortal realm, had been personally dispatched by his elder brother to safeguard him. By all logic, he should have been invulnerable. Your sole purpose in life is to drag your brother's name through the mud. Rest assured, I won't kill you. But since you declared you'd cripple me, I shall return the courtesy. Go tell your brother Feng Wujiang if he dares let him seek out Jiang Yun himself. With those words, Jiang Yun flicked his wrist. A true dragon claw manifested, and in an instant shattered Feng Yijian's dantian. His latest-stage great immortal aura collapsed like a deflated balloon, plummeting uncontrollably. Naturally, Jiang Yun did not neglect to confiscate Feng Yijian's resources. Not even the divine armor he wore escaped Jiang Yun's unblinking, unembarrassed hands. These spirit stones and rare treasures will nourish my saintly body's dantian lake perfectly. Consider it the price you pay for your life. As Jiang Yun mused, he glanced once more toward Nanxing in the distance, thinking inwardly she possesses discernment, wisely retreating early. No wonder the wise live long. Nanxing's slender frame trembled faintly. Though Jiang Yun's gaze was outwardly serene, it carried the detached celestial coldness of an immortal king surveying mortal realms, a gaze she had previously sensed only upon the two young sovereigns of the Sword Sect. It was already clear Jiang Yun of the Changhe sect would soon ascend to claim his place among the sovereign prodigies. Senior brother Yiling, shall I escort you back to the Sword Sect's encampment for recovery? Yiling glanced at Jiang Yun for approval. Jiang Yun nodded casually, then drew a handful of pills from Feng Yijian's storage ring and tossed them to Yiling, accelerating his healing. As for the lingering traces of true dragon divine art within Yiling's meridians, they had already been withdrawn by Jiang Yun. Feng Yijian, writhing and wailing nearby, was ignored entirely, like a clown discarded mid-performance. Returning him to Feng Wujiang was Jiang Yun's deliberate warning: restrain your brother, or suffer the consequence. Just then Jiang Yun sensed the azure-scaled thunder serpent slowly retreating behind him. In a flash he pivoted, activating the War Combat Saint art, and materialized directly behind the serpent, cutting off its escape. Having arrived, Wei rushed to depart. If I recall correctly, you and Yiling debated my ownership earlier. Very well, I am now yours. Begin your performance. Bei Xiumu and the others nearly leapt in terror. The azure-scaled thunder serpent was a legendary demon sovereign, only recently eclipsed by the three-eyed gigantic ape. That alone testified to its terrifying might. To provoke it risked not only the wrath of a top-tier demon sovereign, but also the ire of the ape sovereign looming behind. The three-eyed gigantic ape had once swatted a small mountain and the dozens of cultivators sheltering within it into dust with a single casual blow. Such overwhelming power had long cemented it as the undisputed master of Qinggu Mountain, feared by all. Bei Xiumu, seized by dread, transmitted a voiceless message to Jiang Yun's senior brother. The azure-scaled thunder serpent's void step art is peerless, and its combat prowess ranks among the highest. Perhaps we should let it go for now. Jiang Yun shook his head, silent, unmoved. The azure-scaled thunder serpent had come. Now it wished to leave. Then Jiang Yun would be reduced to a fool anyone could trample upon. And there was another far more pressing reason: his beerpod delicacy had run out. Here stood a supreme demon sovereign, an azure dragon serpent whose head bore nascent draconic bulges ripe for tasting. After all, its flesh and blood would undoubtedly serve as a supreme elixir. Yiling furrowed his brow, uncertain of Jiang Yun's intent. He knew well the azure-scaled thunder serpent's strength and void step mastery. Even at peak condition, he doubted he could. All-around beast roars intensified as demons gathered en masse, lending their sovereign their awe and support. Once the undisputed ruler of the Qinggu secret realm, the azure-scaled thunder serpent's dominion remained potent. Even Nanxing frowned. She had held Jiang Yun in high regard, yet even the demon-slaying alliance dared not openly challenge the three-eyed gigantic ape and other sovereigns. Their strategy relied on cunning, not confrontation. Jiang Yun's bold move risked provoking all the demon sovereigns to unite against the cultivators within Qinggu Mountain. It seems I misjudged him. Strength alone cannot carry one to the summit. Without wisdom, one falls long before the end. The azure-scaled thunder serpent was blocked in midair by Jiang Yun, and an aura of grim lethality instantly coalesced overhead. Nanxing from a distance summoned Feng Yijian onto the warship and sealed his throat, preventing him from provoking Jiang Yun's wrath once more. She deemed Jiang Yun's on-the-spot challenge to an unfathomably powerful demonic sovereign profoundly unwise. For a moment, she even considered fleeing the scene entirely to escape this vortex of calamity. After all, behind the azure-scaled thunder serpent loomed the colossal one-eyed gigantic ape, a fearsome overlord, but an overwhelming curiosity anchored her in place. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Yun emanated a singular presence. His eyes, deep as starlit oceans, radiated unwavering confidence and serene composure. Could he truly dare defy the sovereign dignity of the azure-scaled demonic sovereign? Regardless, I must remain ready to flee at any instant. Yiling silently ascended the warship and began meditating to restore his strength. All he desired now was to return swiftly to his sect, enter seclusion, and hasten his full recovery. As for Feng Yijian's ruined cultivation base, he need only report the truth upon his return. With Feng Wujiang's sharp intellect, he would surely grasp the logic. If even Yiling had nearly been crippled, how could he possibly have protected Feng Yijian? Bei Xiaomu and his companions watched Jiang Yun with deep concern, holding no optimism whatsoever for the. It was inevitable should the azure-scaled thunder serpent escape, the three-eyed gigantic ape's vengeance would descend without delay. Even if Jiang Yun emerged victorious, retribution would still follow. This was a losing proposition. Among the gathered cultivators and disciples of minor sects, opinions diverged. Some branded Jiang Yun reckless and arrogant, yet all shared an intense anticipation. Secretly some applauded, others cursed under their breath, fearing Jiang Yun's defiance would draw bloody retaliation from the demonic sovereigns upon them all. "Mortal, do you intend to oppose me?" The azure-scaled thunder serpent sensed within Jiang Yun a unique arcane art, and its soul trembled ceaselessly, instinctively recoiling. Snakes and serpentine beings carried an ancestral deep terror of true dragon might, an imprint etched into their very life essence. True dragons represented their evolutionary zenith. Even having attained 5th-rank demonic sovereign status, equivalent to the human realm's divine flame realm, the azure-scaled thunder serpent remained powerless to overcome this primordial dread. Jiang Yun's true dragon arcane art radiated authentic draconic majesty, a force both lethally intimidating and irresistibly alluring to the azure-scaled thunder serpent. It had bided its time, waiting for Jiang Yun and Yiling to cripple each other, then strike decisively to capture Jiang Yun and extort the heart essence manual of the true dragon arcane art. Yet the moment Jiang Yun unleashed his power, that fantasy dissolved utterly. Once the vast surging aura of the true dragon manifested, it became a waking nightmare. The azure-scaled thunder serpent could muster barely 3/10 of its full strength. With Jiang Yun's power amplified manifold by the true dragon arcane art, how could it possibly rival even a third of his might? Thus it chose to suppress its ravenous desire for now and seek another opportunity later. "You came seeking me first, no more empty words." Jiang Yun spoke no further. Above him a colossal phantom dragon materialized, and its claw descended instantly from above the azure-scaled thunder serpent's head. The war combat sacred art had already activated, amplifying the true dragon arcane art's destructive force by over 3-fold. The true dragon arcane art was already the supreme offensive technique. Augmented by such terrifying enhancement, even the dragon's claw began condensing toward tangible reality. Above Jiang Yun's head the dragon's phantom loomed supreme and impassive, gazing down upon the azure-scaled thunder serpent with cold detachment, sealing every possible avenue of retreat. So the rumors hold true. Serpentine beings possess an innate dread of true dragon essence. Jiang Yun was no fool. He instantly perceived the azure-scaled thunder serpent's facade of strength masking utter frailty, its pupils flickering with raw, unmasked panic. As the true dragon arcane art descended, crackling lightning across the azure-scaled thunder serpent's body belatedly coalesced into a thunder serpent simulacrum, only to be shattered in a single grasp. Its body was seized instantly by the dragon's claw, pierced through flesh by razor-sharp talons, lifted helplessly into the void like a hapless chick awaiting slaughter. That spectacle nearly popped the eyes from every onlooker's skull. The azure-scaled thunder serpent is likely a 5th-rank demonic sovereign, equivalent to the human realm's divine flame realm. How is this possible? Nanxing and Yiling witnessed the scene simultaneously. Though Jiang Yun employed the same arcane art against Yiling, its potency against the azure-scaled thunder serpent had surged tenfold. Serpentine beings harbor innate fear of true dragon essence, Nanxing murmured thoughtfully, as if in quiet discourse with Yiling, who nodded in silent agreement. Bei Xiaomu and his group gazed upward as torrents of sapphire blood rained from the sky, and could not resist bursting into jubilant cheers. The legendary azure-scaled thunder serpent, felled in a single blow by Jiang Yun. Once word spread, this feat would herald the rise of a new young sovereign, unquestionably. Of course, for Jiang Yun to truly claim that title, he would require further extraordinary feats, at minimum defeating an established young sovereign. Sovereign thrones were scarce, admitting no shared sovereignty. Jiang Yun spared Feng Yijian solely to deliver a message. As for the azure-scaled thunder serpent and its demonic sovereign allies, he intended to eradicate them all. Mercy held no place here. In the next instant, Jiang Yun stepped forward and extended his right hand, glowing with golden light, to rip from the azure-scaled thunder serpent's abdomen a fist-sized, perfectly faceted 7-colored crystal, the demonic sovereign core. A demonic sovereign core could be consumed directly, refined into potent medicinal elixirs, or traded as a rare artifact, second only to the sovereign's own corporeal essence. Pity it never awakened a bloodline arcane art. Clearly its innate talent falls short. Jiang Yun shook his head in disdain, then flung the azure-scaled thunder serpent downward toward Bei Xiaomu's group. Over 9/10 of the azure-scaled thunder serpent's vitality had fled, but it understood Jiang Yun's meaning. Alas, even a final roar of fury lay beyond its reach. "Roast it all, tonight we hold a bonfire feast. Those skilled in cooking, do not hide your talents." Standing high above, Jiang Yun issued direct orders to Bei Xiaomu's group to process the sovereign's carcass. Such supremely nourishing demonic sovereign flesh, he welcomed as much as they could provide. Yiling, and you too, join us for wine and meat when convenient. Jiang Yun extended the invitation primarily to Yiling. Now that he was one of their own, the sovereign's vital essence would undoubtedly aid his recovery. Nanxing turned her head aside, hesitant before Jiang Yun's invitation. She feared retaliation from other demonic sovereigns, especially the three-eyed gigantic ape whose single stomp could flatten a mountain. Could Brother Disciple be scheming something sinister? On the other side, Murong Qingsu's beautiful eyes misted faintly, mistaking Jiang Yun's interest for attraction toward Nanxing. Leizong's Luhan. Yiling felt a stir within his heart upon receiving the invitation. He fully grasped the treasure concealed within a demonic sovereign's flesh. If ingested in sufficient quantity, his physical injuries would heal at astonishing speed. He would certainly attend this bonfire feast. Go down, he bears no ill intent. Feng Yijian brought his fate upon himself. In those few words, Yiling declared his stance unequivocally. Nanxing paused, startled, though their paths rarely crossed as fellow sword sect disciples. Solidarity in foreign lands was expected. If Yiling vouched for safety, perhaps she ought to go and witness for herself. After all, she had already resolved, should the three-eyed gigantic ape appear in person, or dispatch another demonic sovereign to exact vengeance, she would vanish without hesitation. Moreover, whether Jiang Yun would generously share such sovereign-grade flesh and medicinal treasures remained uncertain. The warship descended onto a clearing within the giant wood forest. Nanxing and Yiling approached Jiang Yun and sat cross-legged opposite him, both sides falling into profound silence. Nanxing's heart fluttered uneasily. She sensed the exquisite woman beside Jiang Yun regarded her with unmistakable hostility. Women's intuition, she knew, was seldom mistaken. Could she perceive me as a rival, fearing I'd steal Jiang Yun away? Nanxing almost laughed aloud. They had met but once, and Jiang Yun had wounded Yiling and Feng Yijian, even indirectly annihilating over a dozen inner disciple sword sect members. By all logic, they were adversaries. Jiang Yun frowned. Yes, Nanxing was undeniably stunning, her figure flawless, but why did her gaze keep darting across him? He had summoned her only out of courtesy to Yiling, to request her skill in piloting the vessel and ferrying Yiling safely. If you're hungry, stoke the fire and boil the water. Don't presume you're a guest. Murong Qingsu muttered softly, perceiving Jiang Yun's impatience, and speaking the words he withheld. Nanxing blinked, then obediently added, more kindling. The scene struck everyone as deeply surreal. The Long River sects Jiang Yun and Murong Qingsu, once hostile, now sharing hearth and labor with the sword sects Nanxing and Yiling. All around, hidden observers gaped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bei Xiaomu's group bustled tirelessly. The azure-scaled thunder serpent had already been quartered and skewered over roaring flames. Xiao Bei, has your head truly turned to wood? Preparing a simple meal drags on endlessly. You've kept us waiting far too long. Jiang Yun, exasperated by their clumsy fumbling, scolded them sharply. Senior brother, every inch of the azure-scaled demonic sovereign's body is sacred medicine. Wasting it would be a crime. I'm merely ensuring you extract maximum benefit. Bei Xiaomu protested, aggrieved by the rebuke. Enough, serve the dishes now. Jiang Yun waved dismissively. He recognized Bei Xiaomu's meticulousness, but after endless waiting, night had fallen, and not a morsel had yet touched his lips. An hour later, Jiang Yun seized the first piece, a golden-brown tender slab of roasted sovereign flesh, and devoured it whole. Instantly, torrents of pure essence erupted within his abdomen, racing to his saint body's dantian, where they condensed drop by drop into gleaming golden saint body spiritual energy. Jiang Yun counted carefully. A single fist-sized portion yielded over 50 drops of saint body spiritual energy. Exquisite medicine. Jiang Yun abandoned restraint, devouring mouthful after mouthful. He feasted on the skewered roasts. The great cauldron stew, however, required more time to soften thoroughly. Rich, intoxicating fragrance billowed outward in all directions. Nearby cultivators drooled openly, but having witnessed Jiang Yun's triumph firsthand and seeing Bei Xiaomu's sentinels vigilant at the perimeter, all remained frozen beyond 100 zheng, swallowing saliva too fearful to advance. Even wild beasts drawn by the scent recoiled in terror upon sensing the azure-scaled thunder serpent's residual aura, daring not approach the source. Only the most formidable beasts, those who had witnessed Jiang Yun slay the azure-scaled thunder serpent, rushed post-haste to the mountain lair of the strongest demonic sovereign, the three-eyed gigantic ape. The three-eyed gigantic ape reclined against a broken cliff face, his 100-zang-tall frame towering even above the precipice itself. Such colossal stature foretold cataclysmic combat prowess. Azure-scaled is dead. Within this secret realm, a cultivator has slain him. This individual is no ordinary foe. Who could it be? I must interrupt my evolution prematurely. Sensing the azure-scaled thunder serpent's aura extinguish, the three-eyed gigantic ape was stunned, but not afraid. The serpent's strength paled before his own. No, I can't bear it, senior brother Jiang. Your prodigious talent lets you consume endlessly without consequence, but after fewer than 10 pieces I feel as though I'll explode. Bei Xiaomu refused another generous slab of golden glistening roast, clutching his belly in anguish. He longed to eat more. The chance to ingest sovereign-grade medicinal flesh was rare beyond measure, but his body simply could not assimilate it. Forced consumption would trigger catastrophic spiritual energy collapse. Useless. Look at him instead. Jiang Yun gestured toward Yiling, who ate with unrestrained gusto, sipped steaming broth from the great cauldron, then snatched another slab and crammed it into his mouth. Yiling possessed exceptional innate talent. His clash with Jiang Yun had already sparked profound insights, and now the sovereign's flesh served as perfect restoration medicine for his battered physical form. Though his sword's ole injury remained grave, nearly fatal, his revitalized physical vessel began nourishing his spirit in turn. Now his entire being radiated auspicious light, his flesh glowed translucent, and the rush of his essence echoed like great rivers surging through his veins. Too formidable. I am no match for him. Bei Xiaomu swallowed hard. Yiling in his eyes was nothing short of monstrous. Senior brother, you've eaten the most. Nearly half the sovereign's flesh has vanished into your belly, yet you show no sign of— He suddenly looked at Jiang Yun, whose body betrayed no anomaly whatsoever, as if capable of digesting limitless medicinal treasures radiating impenetrable profundity. Were I affected, could I possibly have prepared this feast for you all? Jiang Yun smiled faintly, tapped Bei Xiaomu's head, then poured a bowl of broth for Morong Qingsu. Senior sister, your talent ensures effortless assimilation of this sovereign-grade medicine. Seize the opportunity. Morong Qingsu flushed slightly, restrained before Jiang Yun, unwilling to forfeit her grace. She ate with delicate, measured bites, especially mindful of Nanxing's demeanor across the fire. The two women ate while subtly observing each other, each striving to outshine the other in poise and refinement. Jiang Yun remained blissfully unaware of Morong Qingsu's quiet rivalry. If he knew, he would only sigh in amused exasperation. Nanxing had merely been invited casually. The azure-scaled thunder serpent's carcass was vast enough, no need for petty stinginess. Morong Qingsu had no cause to compete with her. At the entrance of the Qingwu Mountain's secret realm, a streak of lightning blazed across the horizon, striking the ground in an instant. Lin Yu's life-soul talisman has shattered. I shall see who dares defy the Lei Zong. The arrival was Lu Han, robed in silver embroidered with lightning motifs, the unmistakable insignia of a Lei Zong elder. Guided by this lingering soul trace, I shall uncover the murderer. Lu Han flicked her jade-like fingers, sending a wisp of soul force piercing into the secret realm, and followed it without delay. Tenfold combat power. Within the Qingwu secret realm, factions stirred, each sensing the oppressive storm-laden tension gathering on the horizon. The azure-scaled thunder serpent's brutal subjugation by Jiang Yun had crushed demonic beasts' arrogance. Previously emboldened by the three-eyed gigantic ape's patronage, they had rampaged freely, attacking isolated human cultivators without restraint. Now they grew markedly subdued. Meanwhile, a Lei Zong disciple publicly demanded Jiang Yun present himself at their encampment to atone, declaring that their elder's first act upon entering the secret realm would be restoring Lin Yu's honor. The sword sect two-faced accusations from the Lei Zong, denounced as spineless for tolerating the annihilation of their own disciples while submitting to the Long River sect's dominance. Amidst this whirlwind of rumor and slander, Jiang Yun sat sated, his saint-body's spiritual energy lake brimming. The tide rose significantly once more while Yiling and Nanxing hurriedly navigated their worship towards the exit of the secret realm throughout the night. Nanxing and Yiling planned to honestly disclose the matter of the Qingwu secret realm. How the sect would handle it was a matter for the higher-ups. With Jiang Yun overseeing the secret realm, anyone who came would not escape unscathed. Unknowingly, a large crowd had gathered around Jiang Yun, with almost all scattered cultivators and small sect disciples requesting to join his ranks. In response, Jiang Yun did not voice his opinion, allowing Bei Xiaomu to handle it himself. Being a scattered cultivator, Bei Xiaomu naturally did not refuse. With more people, he could manipulate public opinion and bolster Jiang Yun's reputation. Thus the group he absorbed quickly grew to over 1,000, gradually becoming the largest force in the Qingwu secret realm. As for the original Demon Extermination Alliance, with Lin Yu and Feng Yijian suppressed, it was effectively in a state of disintegration. A night swiftly passed and dawn arrived. Jiang Yun opened his eyes early as a chime sounded. Time's up, would you like to check in? Yes, check-in successful. Reward the secret of the all character. As the system's voice fell, a passage of golden squiggles appeared before Jiang Yun, filled with thousands of characters, as he reached out to touch them. In an instant, Jiang Yun felt as if he were being pulled into the river of time and space, tracing back through countless epochs until he halted near the figure resembling a great sun. Whispers filled Jiang Yun's ears, and the incomprehensible supreme divine essence was infused into his soul as that sun-like figure pointed towards his brow from afar. Boom! Jiang Yun felt his soul explode. He sensed something new deep within his soul, the essence of the secret of all characters. He opened his eyes, and the secret of all characters had vanished, completely merging into his being. The secret of all characters can trigger tenfold combat power applicable within the realm of imperial-grade techniques with a 20% probability. The probability can be increased with more uses. Jiang Yun whispered to himself, greatly astonished by the mastery of the secret of all characters. Such an astonishing attack enhancement was on par with the secret of combat, even surpassing the true dragon technique. Just right, Jiang Yun had been somewhat wary of the mysterious Ape Demon King. Now that the secret of all characters had arrived, it was perfect for making the opponent taste the terror of tenfold combat power. If the true dragon technique were to stack with tenfold combat power, it was hard to imagine the consequences, and Jiang Yun looked forward to it. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Bei Xiaomu cautiously approached, having noticed that Jiang Yun was in seclusion, and naturally did not dare to disturb him. Jiang Yun had already discovered Bei Xiaomu, and he asked calmly, "What is it?" "Boss Jiang, a disciple from the Thunder Sect, came earlier. He wants to see you." "Let him come." Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Lin Yu from the Thunder Sect had just been suppressed by him, yet someone still dared to come. It seemed there was another backing. Very well, it was just the right time to meet him. Soon a plain-looking young man with a haughty demeanor named Ma San was led over by Bei Xiaomu. It was evident that Ma San, as a disciple of the Thunder Sect, felt superior to these scattered cultivators, looking down on them and unwilling to engage in conversation, barely uttering a word. "You are Jiang Yun, right? Elder Lu Han summons you. You need to go apologize quickly. You only have this one chance to come with me now or face the consequences." Ma San spoke with an impatient tone. Lin Yu was indeed a fool, but Elder Lu Han had a profound background, being a direct descendant of a certain supreme elder of the Thunder Sect and the partner of the supreme prodigy Feng Lazy. "Come with you. You seem to have yet to recognize reality. Lin Yu is dead, and you dare to be so arrogant." Bei Xiaomu exploded with rage, not expecting Ma San to dare speak so in front of Boss Jiang. The superiority complex of the disciples from the three sects was deeply ingrained and difficult to change. "Slap him 3 times. Jiang Yun's eyes remained closed as a sliver of sacred body pressure descended upon Ma San, signaling Bei Xiaomu to step forward and teach him a lesson. Smack, smack, smack. Bei Xiaomu rolled up his sleeves and instantly struck, delivering 3 slaps to Ma San, causing blood to flow from his mouth and 3 teeth to fall out. "You Jiang Yun, Bei Xiaomu, I will remember you." Ma San fell to the ground, his expression frenzied, but he still refused to yield, fear and anger making him want to flee immediately. Only then did Jiang Yun open his eyes. "Did you not want to take me away? How can I comply if you do not take me?" "Very well, I will go with you to see. Today, I will resolve the matter of the Qinggu Mountain secret realm as well." Junior brother, since Lu Han is an elder of the Thunder Sect, perhaps we should treat him with respect and observe the junior's etiquette. Morong Qingxua expressed some concern. In the Changha sect, any elder would at least be of the late stage of the Great Power Realm, and the Thunder Sect was implicitly the foremost sect in the moving mountain region, with elders surpassing the Divine Fire Realm. Then it depends on her attitude. "Senior sister, rest assured, I have never bullied women." Jiang Yun smiled faintly, waving his hand to release the golden dragon of divine ability leaping upward. "Shall Bei bring everyone along? We will first meet the people from the Thunder Sect, then head straight to the cave of the Ape Demon King." "All right." Bei Xiaomu responded eagerly. Before today, he could only dream of following Boss Jiang to sweep through the Sword Sect and the Thunder Sect, let alone annihilate the Ape Demon King. But now that Boss Jiang had spoken, he felt fully confident. Jiang Yun's golden dragon soared amidst the clouds, attracting the attention of many cultivators and awakened demonic beasts. The Qinggu secret realm is about to undergo a transformation. This encounter may very well ignite a conflict between the Thunder Sect and the Changha sect. Could it be that the Changha sect has such grand ambitions? The resources fiercely protected by the Ape Demon King, do they intend to monopolize them? Are you foolish? If the Thunder Sect and the Sword Sect gain the upper hand, would they spare a share for the Changha sect? Quickly inform the three-eyed demonic king a Jiang Yun is coming. Behind him, a medium-sized warship followed closely, along with over 100 flying boats. Both the warship and flying boats were filled with young cultivators following closely. They gazed with fervor, for although just 2 days ago they had been mere scattered cultivators and disciples of small sects, they had now chosen Jiang Yun, the leader, who would lead them to become the masters of the Qinggu Mountain secret realm. In Jiang Yun's hand, a figure bound tightly appeared before everyone. Look, it's Ma San. He usually flaunts his power and has always been Lin Yu's sycophant, yet this time he dares to show up at our doorstep, truly seeking death. Should that woman Lu Han is not to be trifled with, as she is powerful. She was already promoted to the Divine Fire Realm 2 years ago and was chosen by Feng Lazy as his partner. Offending her is not advisable. Indeed, this situation is tricky. Jiang Yun just disabled Feng Yijian yesterday, making an enemy of the young Supreme Feng Wujian of the Sword Sect, and now he encounters Lu Han, the partner of the even more renowned and powerful Supreme Prodigy Feng Lazy. I can only say it is exceedingly difficult to rise in the moving mountain region. Dozens of kilometers away, 2 head demon kings, the Earth-Rending Bull and the Ice Moon Demon Wolf, stood in the void watching Jiang Yun's team advance eastward. The Earth-Rending Bull huffed heavily, its body radiating a black aura, ready to charge at Jiang Yun's team, but the Ice Moon Demon Wolf intercepted its path. "Old wolf, why are you blocking me? With one charge, I could smash half of this brat's team. Wouldn't that complete the task for the three-eyed old master? You really are brainless. You possess bloodline talent, but will eventually be devoured by me." The Ice Moon Demon Wolf cursed internally, but spoke soothingly to the bull. "Brother Bull, this kid is heading towards the Sword Sect. The enemy's enemy is our friend. We can wait for them to exhaust each other before we strike, using that time to gather the demonic beast army and surround them. This time let's aim for a grand feast for our younglings. Lu Han was very beautiful and was known as the #1 beauty of the Thunder Sect. Due to the nature of their techniques, male cultivators of the Thunder Sect had fiery tempers and female cultivators were fiery in personality. However, she was different. With her dual affinity for ice and lightning, she was gentle and graceful, which garnered the favor of the young Supreme Feng Lazy. Jiang Yun, you truly have guts coming here to seek death in this manner. It has been many years since the people of the Changhe sect dared to act like turtles. No, last time was 5 years ago when that so-called #1 disciple of Qingguang claimed he would challenge Feng Wujian and Feng Lazy separately, only to be forced to hide in the forbidden area to survive. Lu Han thought of this and smiled mockingly, finding Jiang Yun's achievements both impressive and worthy of recognition. Lin Yu was a follower of Feng Lazy. This time, she aimed not only to suppress Jiang Yun in one fell swoop and drag him back to the Sword Sect for questioning, but also to slay the Ape Demon King and obtain its bloodline techniques, gaining its astonishing secrets of rising. Boom boom boom. An invisible rhythm echoed through the void as if someone were striking a drum, but in reality it was merely Lu Han stepping through the void, advancing step by step to confront Jiang Yun. With each step she took, ripples were created in the void, radiating outwards. This is unbearable. What kind of treasure technique is this? It is simply astonishing. No, I can't handle it at 10 kilometers, I must go 50 kilometers to watch this battle. It's the Heavenly Rock 9 steps. Your realm is too low. Did you not see that with each step she takes, a phantom of the rock emerges in the void? 9 steps merged into one, like a lineage of the Heavenly Rock descending to strike the opponent. The opponent will defeat themselves without battle. So it's one of the top techniques of the Thunder Sect, and no wonder it's so incredible. The timing of the Heavenly Rock 9 steps is almost perfect. Look, she's on the 7th and 8th steps. Could it be she truly can execute the 9th step? All eyes were drawn to Lu Han, clad in silver robes resembling a true celestial queen, looking down upon the heavens. Meanwhile, Lu Han's gaze was cold as she looked towards Jiang Yun. Ma Sen bound tightly, had swollen cheeks indicating the issue. Jiang Yun did not take Lu Han lightly, but chose to sever ties in the most direct manner. A kilometer away, Jiang Yun slowed his advance. Layer upon layer of void ripples descended upon him. A layer of golden light enveloped his body, manifesting the power of his sacred body, beginning to resist the pouncing phantoms of the rock. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. After the 3rd layer, Jiang Yun lost patience. Within his soul, scenes from the ancient era emerged, showcasing the heavenly horn ant battling the true dragon and tearing apart the bloodline of the great Peng. Heavenly horn ant technique, the true essence of power. Jiang Yun shouted in anger, evolving the Battle Saint Law and directly unleashing a punch, aiming to break through the 5 layers of rock phantom ripples behind. He had long recognized that Lu Han was no simple adversary. Not only had she reached the divine fire realm, but she was also a true prodigy, possibly possessing even greater potential than Yiling. Boom. The heavenly horn ant's true essence specialized in breaking the rock techniques. In an instant, Jiang Yun's punch took on a conical form, shattering the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th layers. At this moment, Lu Han was just about to take the 9th step, preparing to unleash the full might of the Heavenly Rock 9 steps. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun was faster, forcing her to interrupt her 9th step before she could fully execute it, breaking her out of that profound state. Despicable. Lu Han's beautiful face turned icy, feeling stifled by Jiang Yun's decisiveness. Jiang Yun smirked. This battle was not child's play. Why should he let her complete the Heavenly Rock 9 steps? Interrupting his opponent's technique was far more satisfying. Despicable. You attacked the weak and now the strong comes. Who is truly despicable? Jiang Yun raised his head, cold lightning shooting from his gaze towards Lu Han's face, a fierce fighting spirit, sensed by her, leaving her alarmed. This overwhelming fighting spirit reminded her of the time she had assisted Feng Lazy in the battle, when she sensed it during the clash between Feng Wujian and Feng Lazy. In the end, Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian understood that without using forbidden techniques they could not defeat each other, and decided to postpone their duel. I didn't expect this kid to grow to such a level. After experiencing 10 or 8 battles, he might truly forge an indomitable will and ascend to the status of a supreme prodigy. Lu Han thought to this point, feeling a stirring in her heart. Such a prodigy, if he were willing to follow her partner Feng Lazy, would undoubtedly make it much easier for him to ascend in Zhengzhou. Jiang Yun, I might offer you an opportunity, a chance to change your fate. All you have to do is grasp it tightly. Lu Han, with her captivating beauty, attracted everyone's attention. Her voice was like a melody from heaven, filled with temptation. Jiang Yun was taken aback. The earlier display of the rock phantoms was incredibly powerful, making him feel an equal fighting spirit. Was she trying to recruit him? Grasp what? Please continue. Jiang Yun smiled, a hint of amusement appearing on his face. Follow Feng Lazy and I will intercede on your behalf, sparing you from death and forgiving your disrespect. Lu Han spoke as if it were a matter of course. Feng Lazy was the young supreme of the moving mountain region, while Feng Wujian was a later arrival whose fame was slightly lesser. Hiss. It's about to be resolved. If it were me, I would agree to Elder Lu Han. She represents the sword sect's stance after all. The Changha sect is weak and poor, it's not worth staying here. That's your perspective, you're too incompetent. In the competition of young supremes, only one will laugh at the end, even in Zhengzhou it's the same. Do you think this is child's play? Historically, the path of the supreme and the position of the emperor have always been one person at the top. Of course, there are legendary cases of dual emperors coalescing, but such situations are exceedingly rare. The current world cannot withstand such division. Lu Han called out to Jiang Yun, and this dramatic scene was overheard by various cultivators who began to voice their opinions. Even Morong Qingxue looked at Jiang Yun with hopeful eyes. Junior brother, since elder Lu Han is willing to reconcile, why don't we? Senior sister, do you really understand me? If it's such a lowly reconciliation, Jiang Yun would rather fight to the death. Jiang Yun interrupted Morong Qingxue, gazing directly into her beautiful eyes with a faint smile. His eyes, like the starry sea, contained an unyielding battle intent, and in that moment Morong Qingxue understood everything. Junior brother, I am willing to accompany you. Morong Qingxue, worried for Jiang Yun's safety, could not help but persuade him. Once she understood Jiang Yun's ultimate choice, she unhesitatingly chose to support him. Lu Han frowned. She did not expect Jiang Yun to choose to confront directly. Even after hearing the name of Feng Lazy, it seemed this person was merely showing off his bravery. In the Thunder sect and even within the mountain-moving domain, Feng Lazy had become the unrivaled supreme prodigy, unshakable in his position. The number of prodigies he had slain was countless. Ultimately, Lu Han was just momentarily moved by her appreciation of talent. And you, all those who choose to oppose my Thunder sect, will find it difficult to move an inch in the mountain-moving domain. I give you one last chance to choose. Lu Han's voice was not loud, but it was filled with intimidation, reaching the ears of the thousand-strong group of loose cultivators behind Jiang Yun. Big brother Jiang, we will share life and death with you, never backing down. Bei Xiaomu was the first to speak, quickly followed by those around him. Yes, since the Thunder sect and Sword sect do not treat us as people, we might as well follow Big brother Jiang to carve out a piece of heaven. I, who sure have long since made up my mind to follow Big brother Jiang, and my heart is as unyielding as iron. There were supporters, and those wavering, as some were already quietly leaving the group. Jiang Yun had impressive achievements, having defeated Yiling and the Qinglin Thunder Flood Dragon in succession, but the Thunder sect and Sword sect had long been renowned, with Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian being the young supremes who shook the mountain-moving domain. With a single command, countless pursuers would willingly give their lives for them. In the end, Jiang Yun's group was left with fewer than 300 people, retaining one-third of the total. The battle intent of these people truly coalesced together. Jiang Yun slowly scanned the faces of these individuals. Since they were willing to accompany him through thick and thin, he would not let them down. You struck first, now it's my turn. Jiang Yun stood with his hands behind his back. After speaking, he extended a hand, slowly raising it above his head. The image of the Sky at King towering 100 feet high loomed over Lu Han. This is the aura of an ancient true spirit. Could it be one of the 10 fierce true spirits? Lu Han felt the primal rich aura of the true spirit, and her shock began to swell. Impossible, this child is merely a new disciple of the Changha sect. The foundation of the Changha sect has long been turned inside out by my Thunder sect and Sword sect. If they possess true spirit techniques, how could my Thunder sect not know? It seems this child is just putting on a show. Lu Han thought this and performed a hand seal, summoning a gigantic thunder sword above her head. As she continuously infused sword intent, the thunder and lightning power enveloping the sword body grew stronger, nearly rending the void. The true meaning of strength, first strike shattering the void. Jiang Yun secretly shouted in anger as the powerful Sky at King image behind him condensed the laws of strength with its 2 antennae, enhancing them upon his fist. He threw a punch while utilizing the Fighting Saint technique, and a fist shadow a size of 10 feet emerged in the void, creating a multitude of black spatial rifts along the way, striking towards Lu Han with lightning speed. Jiang Yun did not wish to crush flowers with a heavy hand, but Lu Han was a strong cultivator in the Divine Fire realm, and he had to be fully prepared. Furthermore, he needed to protect his senior sister and the over 300 followers, including Bei Xiaomu. Lu Han's expression changed instantly. She felt a deadly danger. No longer holding back, she quickly summoned her innate divine fire into the thunder sword above her head. Boom! It was as if a meteorite had struck the ground. Many people briefly lost their hearing, and in the next moment Lu Han's graceful figure was sent flying a full kilometer before coming to a stop. Lu Han's divine fire was nearly scattered upon the collision with Jiang Yun's shattering void strike, and she felt a sweetness in her throat. Impossible. You have actually grasped the profundities and reached such a deep level. Lu Han's beautiful eyes displayed disbelief. She had only begun to touch the profundities of thunder and lightning in the middle stage of the divine fire realm, and that was only due to the repeated guidance of her Dao partner Feng Lazy. The world only recognizes success and failure. Does it matter if something is possible or impossible? Jiang Yun stepped forward once again, striking out with the Sky Ant treasure technique, combining his holy body with the true meaning of strength. With his current battle power, it would not be far-fetched to say he could tear apart ancient remnants and subdue pure-blooded true spirit beasts, let alone Lu Han, who did not possess a special battle body. Once Jiang Yun got close, she would have no power to resist. Seeing Jiang Yun's heavy punch coming again, Lu Han gritted her teeth and directly burned her spiritual power, pouring it into her innate divine fire. In an instant her aura surged, and she reached the late stage of the divine fire realm. Heavenly Rock Feather / Third Style Dance of Feathered Swords. As soon as Lu Han finished speaking, a phantom of the heavenly rock appeared in place. Most of its feathers fell off, instantly transforming into sharp swords that shot towards Jiang Yun. A mere trick. Jiang Yun sneered. The Sky Ant King behind him instantly wrapped him in its embrace, and his heavy punch shattered the heavenly rock's feather swords, striking Lu Han's body like a heavy cannon. Jiang Yun was pierced by numerous heavenly rock feather swords, but he was protected by the Sky Ant King image emerging unscathed. In contrast, Lu Han, once again enduring his strike, was sent retreating 5 kilometers. After 2 rounds of combat, both sides had a rough understanding of each other's strength. Jiang Yun, I did not expect you to be so strong in close combat. Allowing you to get close was my underestimation. However, you will soon begin to endure my wrath. The might of divine fire is not something you can imagine. Lu Han's delicate brows rose. As an elder of the Thunder Sect and a powerful cultivator in the divine fire realm, she initially looked down on Jiang Yun with a high attitude. However, Jiang Yun's 2 strikes had left her greatly humiliated, shaking her internal organs and nearly causing her body to fall apart. Even her innate divine fire suffered injury. Igniting divine fire meant that the physical body and divine soul were deeply fused, allowing one to tap into the treasures of the body for healing, as well as manipulating vast amounts of heavenly and earthly power to fight against enemies. After 3 breaths, Lu Han's injuries began to heal and gradually stabilize. Jiang Yun naturally noticed her strange condition. So you're stalling for time to heal. You've played a good hand, but so what? A golden dragon appeared beneath Jiang Yun's feet. The dragon's tail swung, and in an instant he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already above Lu Han, and the dragon's tail fiercely struck towards her. Thunder technique, split void. Lu Han quickly retreated, and a thunder clone appeared in place, boldly embracing the dragon's tail without avoidance. Jiang Yun was startled. The spiritual power of his holy body instantly surged throughout him, enveloping him in a layer of golden light. Indeed, Lu Han's thunder clone exploded the moment it made contact with the dragon's tail, causing the surrounding void to tremble and leaving behind black traces. Jiang Yun's divine ability, the golden dragon's tail, lost a segment, but he repaired it in an instant with a thought. Jiang Yun, don't force me. Lu Han's close combat injuries had yet to heal, and having lost a thunder clone, her aura was unstable and her body swayed. I force you. You come at me with such fury, yet it becomes me forcing you. The Thunder Sect is so high and mighty today, I will pull you down from your cloud and show the world your true colors. Jiang Yun stepped forward, gathering the power of his holy body to launch another heavy punch. The opponent did not want to engage in close combat, yet he insisted on finding opportunities to attack at close range to maximize his advantages. Of course, Jiang Yun was not afraid of true techniques either. If he used his divine soul ability to attack with the Excalibur, he could at least severely injure the opponent's divine soul. However, Jiang Yun had more considerations. He was worried that the opponent had hidden means to escape, which would be counterproductive. This time, Jiang Yun's plan was to capture Lu Han alive and bring her back to the sect to correct the Thunder Sect and Sword Sect's lofty arrogance as much as possible. Dozens of kilometers away, a dark cloud slowly approached the battlefield of Jiang Yun and Lu Han. Above the dark cloud, the 3-eyed giant spirit ape stared intently at the phenomenon behind Jiang Yun, revealing excitement and greed in its eyes. It must be a genuine true spirit technique. That's the Sky Ant King, a race that has long since disappeared in the annals of time. If I can practice this technique, transforming into the true form of Zhuya will not be difficult. Behind the 3-eyed giant spirit ape, the Ice Moon Demon Wolf and the Earth-Shattering Bull approached from either side. Boss, I want to swallow that glowing one later. The Ice Moon Demon Wolf devours the bloodlines of cultivators, which can help fulfill its plan to some extent. Then I want that woman. The Earth-Shattering Bull thought Lu Han was the most beautiful female cultivator it had ever. Shut up. Wait for the right moment to act. Remember, regardless of who wins, I will handle the remaining person. As for you two, lead your subordinates to capture human cultivators as much as possible. Yes, boss. The Ice Moon Demon Wolf and the Earth-Shattering Bull were incredibly excited about the 3-eyed giant spirit ape's plan appearing. When humans fought among themselves to reap the benefits, there was no more thrilling moment than this. Thinking about the massive amounts of blood food to come, both Demon Kings gulped hard. On the other side, the various cultivators who witnessed the fierce battle between Jiang Yun and Lu Han were left dumbfounded. Jiang Yun can actually fight against an elder in the Divine Fire realm. My god, he has definitely stepped into that level. The title of Young Supreme is just a matter of time for him. Not necessarily. I see Elder Lu Han still has fighting strength and shows no signs of panic. The outcome is still uncertain. Those cultivators who had been intimidated by Lu Han and left Jiang Yun's group were beginning to regret. No one expected Jiang Yun to possess such monstrous combat power capable of suppressing even an elder of the Thunder Sect. Divine ability against the Divine Fire realm, it was simply unprecedented. A strong cultivator who ignites divine fire has to some extent already become an alternative life form. Their lifespans are long and their potential is developed to a deep level, allowing them to touch and attempt to comprehend profound meanings, as well as master the power of heaven and earth. This shows just how much advantage Lu Han possesses. Jiang Yun died. Lu Han, hundreds of feet away, stretched out her hand and fiercely slapped down at Jiang Yun. A massive hand 100 feet in size instantly loomed over Jiang Yun and descended. Impressive momentum, but the power is still lacking. With the protection of the Sky Ant King image behind him, Jiang Yun was only sent flying a few dozen feet, remaining unscathed. I've played enough, I will break through first and then completely deal with you. The Sky Ant King image embraced Jiang Yun, pouring abundant spiritual energy into his holy body's Dantian Lake. The residual energy was all drawn from the body of the Qinglin Thunder Flood Dragon. The nourishment was too great and Jiang Yun needed time to digest. Roar! Jiang Yun clenched his fists and his aura surged, instantly leaping into the early stage of the Great Ability realm and continuing to exert power, quickly approaching the mid-stage. Very good. The new ability is to use divine ability as a medium to control the power of heaven and earth. The power is approximately 3 to 5 times greater than before. Jiang Yun felt a sense of joy as he experienced the strength surging within him. After entering the Great Ability realm, the lake of spiritual energy in his holy body expanded to 2 or 3 times its original size, and Jiang Yun felt the energy flowing through him. Blood surged and a powerful sensation enveloped his entire body. Indeed, the Great Ability realm is extraordinary, Jiang Yun said as he casually clenched his hand, instantly forming a massive spiritual energy hand several hundred feet away. Go! He waved towards Lu Han's direction, and the massive spiritual energy hand immediately shot forward, grasping at Lu Han. Using her own method against her, it was time for revenge, as Lu Han had just sent him flying with a palm strike. Looking up at the gigantic palm that obscured the sky, Lu Han felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't understand why Jiang Yun, who had just entered the Great Ability realm, could gather a hand that was over twice the size of her own, which was already considerable in the Divine Fire realm. Ultimately, she could only prepare to use the Thunder Sect's treasure techniques to counter Jiang Yun's attack. 3,000 thunders break for me. As Lu Han attacked the spiritual energy hand, Jiang Yun's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Lu Han, and she felt a scorching hand gripping her neck. With a little more force, she could be killed. You lost. Jiang Yun activated the Battle Saint Law, launching a rapid assault, and he succeeded. After advancing to the Great Ability realm, the speed of his Battle Saint Law combined with the divine ability of Dragon Circulation was simply beyond imagination. In that moment, Jiang Yun even felt as if he were shifting through space. Submit or die. His cold voice reverberated through the surrounding space, shocking everyone. High above, the renowned beauty elder Lu Han had actually lost the duel and was captured. It was either that the Thunder Sect had declined or Jiang Yun was too powerful. Everyone unanimously chose the latter. I submit, please spare me. Lu Han's eyes lost their light as she was looked down upon by the disciples of the Changhe sect, who in plain sight trampled her underfoot. How would she explain this upon returning to the Thunder Sect? Feng Lazy, who had always considered himself the master of the Thunder Sect, might in a fit of rage do something crazy, abandon her, or even directly cripple her cultivation and imprison her. Thinking of these potential outcomes, Lu Han shivered all over, feeling a chill in her heart. However, she had no doubt that if she did not submit to Jiang Yun in the next moment, his domineering golden spiritual energy would shatter her soul and body. By the oath of Tao, then follow me closely. Jiang Yun's calm words stirred up a tremendous wave. This was the young Supreme Feng Lazy of the mountain-moving domain, a godlike figure already designated as the next sect master, his cultivation following an extreme path of ascension, having reached the Tianyu realm. Rumors claimed that Feng Lazy had engaged in battles with several vice sect masters of the Thunder Sect without losing ground, and he was already preparing to take over the Thunder Sect. At the celebration for Feng Lazy being appointed as junior sect master, the Thunder Sect's leader wanted to pass the position, but he refused, stating he wanted to wait until the trip to the central continent was over to see the outside world before returning to take over the sect. Who would dare oppose such a man who had never suffered a defeat since birth in the mountain-moving domain? Jiang is not quite right. Lu Han is not only an elder of the Thunder Sect, but also that person's Tao partner. What if you let her go? Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Bei Xiaomu nervously suggested, having already decided to follow Jiang Yun. But Jiang Yun's demand for Lu Han to swear an oath of submission and follow him was a challenge to Feng Lazy's dignity as a man, and the conflict between the two would become irreconcilable. Jiang Yun, while Lu Han may be insignificant, Feng Lazy is not to be trifled with. He is very likely to lead the higher-ups of the Thunder Sect to storm our Changhe sect. Murong Qingxue also urged Jiang Yun to abandon this idea. Far away, the three-eyed giant spirit ape king with its massive black-furred face revealed an expression of admiration. This little brat is interesting, the ignorant are fearless. If I weren't so eager to obtain your secrets, I would love to present you to that person to gain some merit. It used its divine sense to envelop a range of several dozen kilometers, naturally seeing Jiang Yun gripping Lu Han's swan-like neck. At that moment below the battlefield of Jiang Yun and Lu Han atop a 1,000-foot giant peak, a group of young talents glared at Jiang Yun in anger. Jiang Yun, don't be too arrogant. Lu Han is an elder of our Thunder sect, a direct descendant of Lu Taisheng and the Dao partner of Lord Feng Leizi. If you have any sense, let her go or you will face consequences you cannot bear. Jiang Yun turned around to look at the summit of the giant peak where the Thunder sect disciples wore blue disciple robes identical to Lin Yu's from yesterday. Are all the people of the Thunder sect so forgetful? I can't help but admire your courage, Jiang Yun replied lazily. But the next moment the golden dragon beneath his feet transformed into a golden flash, charging towards the top of the giant peak. Run! He's a madman. Lu Han, feeling her neck gripped, turned pale, and her cries sounded weak and feeble. In the next moment the top of the giant peak exploded, and none of those blustering Thunder sect disciples were seen again. Jiang Yun's method shocked everyone, especially the onlooking loose cultivators. They knew that from this moment on either the Changhe sect would step in to protect Jiang Yun, triggering a war between the Thunder sect and Changhe sect, or Jiang Yun would be expelled from the Changhe sect and hunted to death by the Thunder sect. There was no third possibility. What boldness! If it were me, even if I defeated Lu Han, I would never dare offend Feng Leizi. He is the future lord of the mountain-moving domain, wielding immense power and strength. It's a pity that if Jiang Yun had been born 10 or 20 years earlier, he might have been able to grow to compete with him. But now he is only walking further down the path of self-destruction. Should keep it down. In my opinion, after this battle Jiang Yun will definitely go into hiding, otherwise it will be a path to death for him. Jiang Yun looked around, casting a glance at Beixiaomu Morong Qingxue and others, then turned his attention to Lu Han, who was breathing heavily, her face pale with a hint of redness. I must say the title of the Thunder sect's first beauty is truly deserved, as she is no less than Morong Qingxue. Unfortunately, in Jiang Yun's eyes, she was merely a beautiful snake, and if she couldn't be used for his purposes, her fate was only one. You have 3 breaths of time. Jiang Yun began to silently count 1, 2. In the next moment his golden spiritual energy surged and Lu Han finally spoke. I swear now for this lifetime I submit to and follow Jiang Yun, never to betray him, otherwise my soul will perish and I will die without a trace. After Lu Han finished speaking, an invisible wave connected her and Jiang Yun. From this moment on she was entirely Jiang Yun's person and could not betray him. Such an oath, it is said, would only weaken in power after breaking through to the Holy Realm. However, in this continent Holy Realm experts had not been seen for many years. Jiang Yun released Lu Han and then scanned the surroundings. Those who had doubted him all lowered their heads. Regardless of the outcome, he had dared to take the step, which already indicated his resolve. Feng Leizi is strong, but my growth rate is even faster and my goal has never been him. If he dares to come looking for me, he should not blame me for treating him as a stepping stone. Jiang Yun thought to himself, then shifted his gaze to the distance, where a strange black cloud had been lingering for a long time, overflowing with demonic power, and he quickly drew some conclusions. Today, I, Jiang Yun, am willing to slay the Ape Demon King to avenge the fallen cultivators in the Qingwu secret realm. Jiang Yun's voice was not loud, but it was powerful. After several days of fierce battles, none of this was his original intention. It was merely the Thunder sect and Sword sect digging their own graves. From beginning to end, Jiang Yun only wanted to complete the sect's mission. Lu Han, tell me the secrets of the Qingwu secret realm that you possess. Yes, master. Lu Han's beautiful eyes were filled with unshed tears as she reluctantly uttered the 2 words master, but her will to survive was strong, and she did not dare to anger Jiang Yun. The core of the Qingwu secret realm is occupied by the 3-eyed giant spirit ape king. According to the news relayed by Lin Wei, it possesses at least 3 cleansing marrow celestial springs, and there may be certain resources at the core such as great cultivator inheritances, spiritual fruits, and top-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yun's heart stirred, feeling somewhat surprised and delighted. Is it reliable? So far the reliability exceeds 70%. Very well, let's set out now. The 3-eyed giant spirit ape king has 5 major demon kings under its command, among which the Qinglin Thunder Flood Dragon was easily taken down by Jiang Yun in one encounter due to its true dragon bloodline suppression. The other 2 demon kings, the Earth-Shattering Bull and the Ice Moon Demon Wolf, were kept nearby to ambush human cultivators, while the remaining 2 demon kings guarded the core of the secret realm, watching over the inheritance secret realm. 3-eyed boss, it seems the human cultivators have discovered us and are coming this way. I see. I'll go meet them. I thought it would be better to avoid a major conflict to prevent attracting powerful cultivators. Since they are so ungrateful, they should be taught a lesson, the 3-eyed giant spirit ape king said with a cold glint in its eyes. It hadn't enjoyed a good slaughter since its bloodline evolved and the raging fury inside it needed to be vented. Jiang Yun stepped on the divine ability golden dragon leading the human cultivators. He had united, commanding thousands of flying boats as they advanced towards the black cloud of demon beasts in the sky. Before engaging with Lu Han, Jiang Yun had already used his heavy pupil to notice the unusual nature of the black. For Jiang Yun and his group, several dozen kilometers was just a short 20 breaths of time. Tisk, the courage of humans is growing bolder. I haven't even come knocking, and it seems you can't wait to become our boss. Blood food, the voice of the ape demon king rang out. Although its true form did not appear, it commanded the earth-shattering bull to engage. Yes, boss. The earth-shattering bull stepped out from the massive black cloud. In its normal form, it was already 100 feet long, and its terrifying brute strength was enough to trample giant peaks. It belonged to the 5th-level demon king and was in the early stages of the divine fire realm. Had it not been for the somewhat thin true spirit bloodline within the earth-shattering bull, its strength and intelligence would have increased significantly. Currently, it was being used as a vanguard by the three-eyed giant spirit ape king. The three-eyed giant spirit ape was also eyeing its bull charge, thinking it might bring some trouble to Jiang Yun and his group of cultivators. Jiang Yun shook his head, realizing that the other party was trying to test his strength. Was that really necessary? But then he thought, dealing with this bull first is fine to prevent the other demon kings from accidentally injuring my companions when I go after the ape demon king. With that in mind, Jiang Yun turned back to instruct Bei Xiaomu and the others. Can you all form formations? After I strike, if the demon kings ambush everyone, I might not be able to rescue in time. Don't worry, boss. Although we are weak, we learned the locking dragon formation in the demon slaying alliance. Once set up, even if we can't kill enemies, we can trap the demon kings. This is one of the reasons why the ape demon king has always been wary of us. That's good. Jiang Yun nodded and stepped forward to confront the earth-shattering bull. Tell me, if you treat humans as fodder, then what are yourselves? Jiang Yun trembled as the sacred body's spiritual energy converged around him. A golden radiance made him resemble an exalted war god looking down upon the world. A sharp exhale. I follow the third eye, boss. Ram him to death. The Lady Mangnia snorted black vapor from its nostrils, a thunderous shockwave issuing forth. Its hundreds of hanglong monstrous body brimmed with menace as it became a dark blur charging forward. It did not relent as the Dozhan Saint technique began to spin into motion again, striking with the Tianjiao ant's true intent of strength. He wanted to see which was superior, the brute might of the Mangnia's flesh, or the famed pinnacle strength of the Tianjiao ant. Like a small mountain, a Lady Mangnia towering 100 zhang and stretching 300 zhang crashed toward Jiang Yun like a falling meteor. At that moment, everyone's expression changed. Even Lu Han of the divine fire realm wiped sweat for Jiang Yun, for Jiang Yun stood his ground without dodging or flinching. Junior brother. Jiang elder. The black mist vomited by the Lady Mangnia shrouded Jiang Yun's feet, filling every cultivator with dread. But in the next instant, the mountain-like bulk of the Lady Mangnia abruptly halted in mid-charge. Look, it's... He actually stopped the Lady Mangnia. Someone cried out as soon everyone witnessed the astonishing scene. Jiang Yun had struck the Lady Mangnia's skull with a single fist. A fist-sized hole punctured the bone, golden light spilling from within. The Mangnia bellowed in fury, its eyes blazed red. One black horn tore free from its head and lunged madly at Jiang Yun. I can only use the Zhuxian sword. I lack a more suitable spirit implement, Jiang Yun muttered as he summoned the Zhuxian sword blade to meet the Mangnia's horn. The black horn was undoubtedly an upper-grade Xian-class spirit implement. Though confident in his body, Jiang Yun would not risk needless injury. The moment the Zhuxian sword appeared, the heavens dimmed. A streak of green sword chi cleaved the void, severing the black horn in two and driving the fragments into the giant peaks on either side. With a thunderous roar, the two peaks shuddered as parts of the mountains collapsed. Deprived of its horn and with its head grievously wounded, even the dense-headed Lady Mangnia understood it was outmatched by this human. It turned and fled toward the black clouds. Trying to run. Did you ask me? Human, stop. The black cloud rent apart, revealing the true form of the 200's Hang Senyen Juling Yuan King. It roared and swung its fist to stop Jiang Yun from slaying the Lady Mangnia. But Jiang Yun controlled the Zhuxian sword with his spirit. Its speed was astonishing. A green streak of sword chi cleaved the void once more, slicing down through the Lady Mangnia's head. A massive ox head, eyes still wide with terror, tumbled down into the abyss below. Finally could not hold back. Jiang Yun withdrew. The Sanyan Juling Yuan King's huge fist struck the air, the void trembled, and a sonic boom rang out, yet it missed Jiang Yun. Human, have you angered me? The Sanyan Juling Yuan King did not intend to surrender the secret core of the mystic realm, the Beast King inheritance. It had no choice. Since that legacy awakened, it was fated to guard it with its life, to rise and become a terror among beasts that even human masters would hesitate to face, or be plundered and slaughtered, reduced to food. When you devoured so many bloodfeeders, did you foresee this outcome? Jiang Yun looked coldly at his foe. In the Changhe sect alone, 3 waves of disciples had been slain by that ape demon king, that was not to mention the scattered practitioners and the other sects. Whoever robs my Beast King inheritance deserves death. Aren't you all here to seize my treasures and bloodline arts? The Sanyan Juling Yuan King's eyes flared with savage, bloodthirsty hatred, as if it would rend anyone whole. Jiang Yun said nothing, but his mind stirred. A Beast King inheritance. Could it be an ancient remnant or the lair of a pure-blood true spirit? This time it seemed a large windfall might be at hand, as such chances were rare. Hearing the Sanyan Ju Lingyuan king speak, Jiang Yun's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. To be willingly hailed by the Sanyan clan as a king beast, one must possess pure true spirit bloodline, starting off at the level of ancient remnant species, or be an exceedingly rare and powerful aberrant beast. If one could seize it, not only would there be the chance to occupy the king beast's leftover corporeal treasures, but also to inherit the precious king beast arts. Of course, Jiang Yun already wielded Zhenlong art, but he still needed secret soul methods and arcane techniques to accelerate his cultivation. He could wait for cultivation rewards granted by Sinin, but that was a matter of chance. Maybe cultivation today, perhaps a skill or spirit implement tomorrow. Besides, Jiang Yun bore the duty to revive the Jiang family. He had promised his great-uncle he would lead the Jiang clan back to their ancestral lands in Zhengzhou. Jiang Yun prepared to act. The Jiezi secret had long been recited silently in his mind. If it triggered even once, he could strike with tenfold force. With his sacred physique amplified by the Tianjiao and true intent and Zhenlong art, a single strike against the Sanyan Ju Lingyuan might badly maim its flesh. The Sanyan Ju Lingyuan opened its jaws and roared. Golden fur sprouted atop its head, the sign of the Zhu. Jiang Yun had read of such things within the Zhenlong art. There were introductions to some mighty true spirits. In countless epics past, true spirits revered the true dragon. Other true spirits would pay homage to the dragon. The Zhu Yan had once clashed with the Tianjiao and failed, losing mastery over the true intent of strength. Although defeated, that merely demonstrated the Zhu Yan clan's might. Even without relying on the strength deities' secret, their bodies were among the apex of true spirits. This battle is interesting. The Sanyan Ju Lingyuan's palm, like a giant fan, smashed toward Jiang Yun. The void was shackled and Jiang Yun could only resist. Zhenlong art. Jiang Yun condensed the dragonly apparition to contend with the latest age divine fire realm Sanyan Ju Lingyuan king. A golden dragon claw met the beast king's colossal palm. Boom! A huge crater opened where Jiang Yun stood. He emerged unscathed. His sacred body's spiritual energy mended his rattled innards, yet the ground itself could not bear the force and collapsed. Huh. Come then. Behold my true intent of strength. A towering golden apparition rose behind Jiang Yun 100 zhang high. The lake of sacred spiritual energy within him swelled into great waves, continually pouring golden power into him. The Sanyan Ju Lingyuan, seeing a golden giant of comparable size, surged with combat ardor. It pounded its chest madly and then struck Jiang Yun with ferocity. Blessed by his sacred physique and aided by the Tianjiao ant's true intent, Jiang Yun feared nothing and engaged the Sanyan Ju Lingyuan in brutal close quarters. A punch smashed into Jiang Yun's chest and blood seeped from his lip. He countered with a palm that struck the ape king's head, tearing its face. They struck true fire between them. Jiang Yun had attacked 8 times, and yet the Jiezi secret had not awakened. He was speechless. The system promised a 20% chance, a lie. A punch smashed into Jiang Yun's chest and blood seeped from his lip. He countered with a palm that struck the ape king's head, tearing its face. In that instant, fortune descended upon him. The Jiezi secret triggered, granting tenfold combat power. His punch shattered several great bones in the ape's waist, sending it hurtling tens of zhang away. The Sanyan Ju Lingyuan rose with a roar. Purple blood ran like a stream at its feet. The wound was grievous. Human, why this sudden eruption? Have you ignited your spirit? Why tell you? Jiang Yun drew back his fist and strode in pursuit of the Beast King. You think killing me will be easy? The Beast King sealed its wounds with demonic essence and resumed grappling with Jiang Yun. Both wielded 100 zhang bodies. Some stone peaks split in 2. Innumerable giant trees were shattered. The destructive power left the onlookers aghast. This is an ape demon king. I heard it has entered the late divine fire realm and even carries a strand of true spirit bloodline. Yet Jiang Yun dares to match it with fleshly strength. A humanoid berserker. Can a human war body possess such might? In my memory, nothing, no war body, god body, or tyrant body was ever this formidable. Like those legendary types. You mean the sacred physique? Yes. The crowd watched Jiang Yun fused with the golden apparition fighting the Sanyan Ju Lingyuan with relentless fury. They racked their brains to explain his talent and settled on 2 possibilities. Jiang Yun had mastered a consummate war technique like the Great Dragon Elephant Fist, or he possessed the legendary Sacred Physique. As his vital blood waned, the Sanyan Ju Lingyuan was hurled tens of zhang away by Jiang Yun for the 3rd time. It felt its combat power draining ever faster. Roar, human, will you truly drive me to extinction? Bingyue, come aid me. The Beast King called for the Bingwei Molang to assist. 2 calls went unanswered. Looking again, the Bingwei Molang had retreated atop the black clouds some 10 kilometers away and dared not approach. It seems you are fated to fall today. Jiang Yun's sacred body apparition gleamed like a genuine war god. Repeatedly using the true intent of strength and the Zhenlong art, his spirit felt a trace of fatigue. Yet he could still endure. In contrast, the Sanyan Ju Lingyuan lay battered and bloodied, the gap between them plain to see. Out of respect for you, I will send you off with my utmost. Jiang Yun's punch charged with the true intent of strength, and the Dozhan Saint technique triggered the Jiezi secret a second time. Tenfold power turned his fist into a golden sun, crashing into the Ape King's chest. The scene resembled a meteor strike. The San Yan Ju Ling Yuan's heart was pierced. It felt life ebbing from its monstrous body, and the sparkle left its eyes. Human, do not think I do not know you wield the Jinlong clan's art. If I fall to you, I will not be wronged. Then the towering 100 Zhang beast toppled and was utterly defeated. You appreciate quality. Jiang Yun seized the creature's skull. A scan of his spiritual sense revealed the hidden location of the bloodline art. He unearthed a snow-white translucent treasure bone. When Jiang Yun swept it with his spiritual sense, mysterious Dao traces manifested. Zhuling Yuan clan bloodline frenzy. Can be used only once in a lifetime, unleashing 10 to 30% of bloodline potential. Jiang Yun understood the bone's function and collected it. It might not be of great use to him, yet to others it would be priceless. A powerful treasure technique that countless cultivators yearn for. Jiang Yun decided to bring it back to the sect in exchange for contribution points. Of course, before that he would not be stingy and would bestow this bloodline treasure technique upon many followers to traverse. Then Jiang Yun directly threw the treasure bone to Bei Xiumu and the others, instructing them to meticulously replicate the Dao patterns within it for deep comprehension. As for whether they could grasp the essence, that was no longer Jiang Yun's concern. At this moment, Murong Qingxue approached with a look of joy on her face, and of course the admiration in her beautiful eyes was hard to conceal. Jiang Yun's performance far exceeded his expectations. He not only continuously defeated disciples of the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect, but now also completed a challenging sect mission. Speaking of which, his senior sister had been slacking and hadn't been able to help much, but she felt no jealousy towards Jiang Yun's brilliance. Instead, she was genuinely happy for him. Great news, junior brother. We have completed the sect mission and can return to report. You exceeded the task, and Master will surely commend you. Cancel your apprenticeship evaluation period and issue rewards. Murong Qingxue said, her beautiful figure swaying with confidence in her beauty unmatched in the entire Changhe sect. Although Jiang Yu and Xue Qian were both top beauties, to be honest, they lacked that ethereal quality. This was not self-proclaimed by Murong Qingxue, but rather acknowledged by disciples of the Changhe sect and recognized by many young practitioners from the Shanshan region. Moreover, currently, as she and Jiang Yun accompanied each other, Jiang Yun took good care of her, which made Murong Qingxue's heart flutter with girlish thoughts these past few days. Jiang Yun calmly nodded. He naturally knew what Murong Qingxue had said, but compared to receiving praise from the sect, he was more eager for the so-called King Beast inheritance. Senior sister, let's discuss sect matters when we return. For now, we need to enter the Beast King inheritance site and gather treasures. After saying this, Jiang Yun leaped high and a golden dragon appeared beneath his feet, elevating him as if he were a youthful celestial king. Then Jiang Yun nodded at her, signaling her to join him. Senior sister. Murong Qingxue was momentarily dazed, her eyes bearing the weight of her unique physique, and now she was speculated to possess some powerful innate talent. Jiang Yun was like a radiant new star rising, astonishing everyone. The beast bodies of the three-eyed giant spirit ape and the earth-cleaving bull had already been harvested by Bei Xiumu and the others, so Jiang Yun naturally would not engage in such trivial matters. In fact, just the two beast bodies that Jiang Yun had acquired were worth over 100,000 spirit stones, enough to sustain a small sect's cultivation needs for several years. Jiang Yun felt a bit wistful about this. The Jiang family he belonged to could barely manage 500 or 600 spirit stones for a year's cultivation, but now he could harvest a massive wealth of spirit stones with just this single battle. When Bei Xiumu and the others handed over all the resources to him, Jiang Yun did not hesitate to accept them. In fact, bestowing the bloodline treasure technique of the Demon King upon Bei Xiumu and the others was already a tremendous reward for them. Any bloodline treasure technique would be treasured by families and sects. Jiang Yun headed towards the core of the Qingwu Mountain secret realm to investigate, while Yu Ling and Lu Han returned to the sect. One was a sword disciple of the Sword Sect and the other was an elder of the Thunder Sect. After returning to the sect, they continued to cultivate, strengthening themselves to be of more help in the future. Jiang Yun held a high degree of trust in the two who had sworn their oaths, preparing to take them as confidants. Of course, Yu Ling also received a special order from Jiang Yun to spare no effort in secretly helping Jiang Qin eliminate the hidden deadly threats, which must be done covertly. As for Lu Han's Dao partner Feng Lazy, Jiang Yun decided not to worry about it. He would face whatever came his way. If Feng Lazy finds out that I am following you, he will probably be very displeased. His temperament is violent and possessive. Although I have the support of the elder, I was forced to be designated as his Dao partner. In fact, I have met him less than 3 times, but master, you should still be careful. Lu Han, having become Jiang Yun's follower, naturally prioritized his interests. I understand. Just notify me immediately if there are developments, especially regarding Feng Lazy's movements. Jiang Yun replied casually, not taking it to heart. With his rate of growth, by the time Feng Lazy truly confronted him, he would likely only have the option to kneel. Meanwhile, Yu Ling had just parted ways with Jiang Yun when his communication beads started flashing wildly. It's actually Feng Wujian contacting me at this time. Could it be about his brother Feng Yijian? Master spared him, so it seems Feng Yijian, that useless one, complained to his brother. Yiling felt a bit apprehensive about facing Feng Wujian, who had defeated many of the younger generation from the sword sect, leading to an inflated sense of confidence. This prompted him to issue a challenge to Feng Yijian, wanting to claim the title of the Supreme Prodigy, but he did not expect Feng Wujian to teach him a lesson. In front of Feng Wujian, he didn't even get the chance to draw his sword. Just from the sword intent alone, Feng Wujian directly subdued him to the ground. Feng Wujian had already elevated his sword soul to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Edict realm, and he himself had reached the Heavenly Edict realm, making his combat strength astonishing. Feng Wujian lightly said, "Considering your talent, and since it's your first defense, I'll spare your life, but you must protect my brother for a year." The communication bead continued to vibrate, and Yiling knew he could not evade it. He must return to the sword sect to gather resources for cultivation. "Feng Wujian, what is it? You defied my wishes, resulting in Yijian getting injured and crippled. Come see me immediately and explain, or not only will there be no place for you in the sword sect, but in this world as well." After finishing, Feng Wujian unilaterally cut off the communication, leaving Yiling grinding his teeth in indignation, his face flushed. "Feng Wujian, how dare you? The sect isn't entirely under your control." Unfortunately, he could only roar in his heart. Of Feng Wujian as a young supreme held prestige in the sword sect that surpassed most elders, only equaled by the sect master and a few core elders. Yiling's master once warned him that no matter who he offended, he should never offend Feng Wujian, as it could lead to death and dying would be in vain. In the Changhe sect at the Qiangguang Peak Treasure Hall, sect master Qiangguang sat on the throne holding a meeting with several elders when she suddenly received a message from her only female disciple Morong Qingxue. "Master Jiang Yun and I have completed the sect mission." It was Jiang Yun who slew the Ape Demon King, severely suppressing disciples from the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect, clearing the crisis in the secret realm. "We will return shortly." As for Nangong Fei, we encountered the bandits of the Black Abyss Cliff. He sacrificed himself. Sect Master Qiangguang felt joy and surprise. Morong Qingxue would not deceive her, so Jiang Yun truly had the strength to slay a level 5 awakened bloodline demon king alone. This was simply unbelievable. Just half a month ago, she had sent a mid-level inner sect elder to the Qingwu secret realm who returned in a disgraceful and heavily injured state. With the divine power of the battle god fire, Jiang Yun's peak growth rate may have revealed supreme potential, but it cannot be made public too quickly to avoid following in his senior brother's footsteps, yet he must not be treated unfairly. Thinking of this, Qiangguang issued an order directly. Convey the message. Agree to the recommendation of the head of the Artifact Refining Pavilion. From today onwards, Jiang Yun will be promoted to the deputy head of the Artifact Refining Pavilion, and his apprenticeship assessment has passed, making him a direct disciple under my wing. Several elder council members looked at Qiangguang in surprise. She was enveloped in divine radiance, making her true appearance difficult to discern. Although they murmured, they could not disobey the sect master's orders. Sect master, this appointment was previously rejected by the deputy sect master Sikong. "Should we?" "No need to discuss further, as Sikong has no authority to interfere with my orders." After Qiangguang finished discussing Jiang Yun's arrangements, she paused slightly before continuing. "Elder Wang, for bringing back the disciple with a unique physique, you will be promoted to an inner sect elder, immediately rewarded with an earth-level technique and a mystic-level spirit weapon." "Yes, sect master, we will announce the order immediately." The communication elders quickly conveyed the rewards for Jiang Yun and Elder Wang throughout the sect. Some people were indifferent, feeling that Jiang Yun was unqualified to hold the position of deputy head of the Artifact Refining Pavilion, especially since he was merely a recently initiated disciple and his rapid rise to deputy head was truly exaggerated. The angriest was Sikong. His first reaction was to contact his associates to pressure Qiangguang Peak, intending to invoke sect rules again, citing Jiang Yun's youth and lack of respect among the masses. However, as soon as Sikong and his group arrived near Qiangguang Peak, they were met with Qiangguang's cold reprimand. "Opponents will be treated as disobeying the order of the sect master. All will be strictly punished." At this point, Sikong had no choice but to grit his teeth and temporarily endure. He decided to let Lu Jin deploy a risky strategy to seek help from a certain organization in the Shanshan region. If Jiang Yun was truly a unique physique, then all his information could be sold, and he would even recruit assassins for a hefty price. "Lu Jin, I give you the opportunity to contact the Dark Ice Society, saying there's a Changhe sect disciple with an extraordinary physique worth their effort, and I will assist you from the shadows." "Deputy Sect Master, you finally agreed to take action." Lu Jin, who was guarding the Artifact Refining Pavilion, looked disheveled, but upon receiving Sikong message, his face lit up with excitement. He was thrilled. He had been worried for days about the revenge of his enemies, and now he was to recruit assassins from the Dark Ice Society. The most powerful sects in the Shanshan region are the Sword Sect, Thunder Sect, and Changhe Sect, but there are also some special organizations that transcend them. For example, the Dark Ice Society, which operates in resources, intelligence, assassinations, and bounty tasks, is one such organization. As long as you are willing to provide sufficient resources, you can purchase or publish any intelligence bounty or resources from the Dark Ice Society. Yi Ling joined forces with the outer sect disciples to bully him and was left with a crippled cultivation. Although Feng Wujian felt anxious, he could not allow all his efforts to go to waste by leaving recklessly. Who is Jiang Yun? Yi Ling actually lost. But now I am about to obtain the Tout Eye Sword to deal with Feng Lazy. I might as well let my most trusted confidant Shi Menyi eliminate him. Feng Wujian thought of this and immediately sent a message to Shi Menyi, who promptly agreed. Far away within the Lei sect, a million kilometers from the sword, sect Luhan knelt on one knee beside a young man. He was tall with long hair cascading down and his upper body bare. His face was obscured by lightning, making it hard to discern reality, yet the electric arcs surrounding him surged forth, as if ready to devour everything nearby. Upon closer inspection, Luhan's right cheek was swollen, and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She had been slapped by the young man beside her, but did not dare to retaliate, her eyes harboring deep resentment. This young man was none other than Feng Lazy. Luhan's carefully crafted lies were exposed by him, and she received severe punishment for not revealing Jiang Yun's name. At that moment, a shadow loomed larger. A disciple of the elder from Luhan's lineage had arrived. Feng Lazy, the elder, sent me to bring Luhan away. He instructed me to convey that one should leave a line in human relationships and not go too far. How dare he say that to me? Get lost. Feng Lazy glared at Luhan and vanished in a flick of his sleeve. Luhan stood up, gazing blankly in the direction he had disappeared, then silently turned and left. With a significant harvest, there were no more than a handful of people in the entire Lei sect who could make Feng Lazy think twice, and Lu Nan, the elder of Luhan's lineage, was one of them. Senior sister, Feng Lazy has gone mad bullying you again. Why not just part ways with him? The one who came to help Luhan was a servant close to Lu Nan, which is why Feng Lazy chose to believe and left. Feng Lazy was not foolish. Lu Nan was originally supportive of him rising to the position of sect master of the Lei sect. If he bullied Luhan indiscriminately, it would undoubtedly arouse Lu Nan's resentment. However, he had already made up his mind to investigate what had truly occurred with Luhan in the Qingwu Mountain secret realm that had led her to return empty-handed and concoct a series of lies to deceive him. To obtain intelligence, the Dark Ice Society would be his best choice. Regardless of the information, whether clean or dirty, the Dark Ice Society had it all. Feng Lazy had previously dealt with a high-ranking member of the Dark Ice Society in the Mountain Moving Domain who claimed to help him become the master of that domain with the condition of becoming a puppet of the Dark Ice Society. At that time, Feng Lazy learned a glimpse of the Dark Ice Society's power. They hailed from the central continent, backed by some of the top forces there, including families with imperial bloodlines. Feng Lazy's cave abode exuded an imposing aura shrouded in divine light, luxurious and extravagant. The first thing he did upon returning to his cave was to understand what had happened in the Qingwu Mountain secret realm, purchase the intelligence regarding the recent happenings among the disciples of the three sects in the Qingwu Mountain secret realm. Please wait. Assessing the required spirit stones. Assessment complete. The required spirit stones are 10,000. So expensive. It's just a small cave secret realm. I want to know everything that happened to Luhan a few days ago. Feng Lazy frowned. Normally he also bought intelligence from the Dark Ice Society, but the prices were very low. The Dark Ice Society had a strict pricing system based on the credibility of those top forces from the central continent. Each of their parties possessed legendary ancient saints in slumber as true backing. 10,000 spirit stones, though only a drop in the ocean for him, felt undeserved for the valuable intelligence about Luhan. The intelligence involves a special individual. The required spirit stones have been upgraded to 100,000. The cold voice made Feng Lazy frown. He narrowed the scope of the intelligence extraction. How could the matters concerning Luhan require 100,000 spirit stones? Deduct 100,000 from my deposits in the Dark Ice Society. Feng Lazy, exceptionally intelligent, immediately sensed something was off. 100,000 it is. He wanted to see what incredible secrets Luhan was hiding. Spirit stone transfer completed. A Feng Lazy's spirit stone deposit decreased by 100,000. Intelligence transfer complete. Soon a piece of information regarding Luhan's actions in the Qingwu Mountain secret realm, including her recognition of Jiang Yun as her master and swearing to follow him, was sent to Feng Lazy. Good. Usually presenting herself as pure and noble, Luhan concealed her loyalty to another behind her back. Luhan, what you have harmed is the face of a young supreme. Feng Lazy's entire body crackled with electric arcs. He felt as if his lungs were about to explode. With a strong desire for control and a sensitive, suspicious nature, he instantly declared the death sentence for Luhan, Jiang Yun, and the others. Jiang Yun, to be able to defeat Luhan and that old ape, you must have reached the level of the divine fire realm. Such talent is worth my effort to play with. After all, it has been a while since I found a suitable servant. Jiang Yun and his group headed straight to the core of the secret realm, where the three-eyed demon apes were screeching in an attempt to stop their advance. Two demon kings even appeared, trying to obstruct Jiang Yun and the others. These two demon kings were respectively a fire cloud sparrow and a purple demon ferret. However, as soon as Jiang Yun made his move, he severely injured the fire cloud sparrow, causing both demon kings to flee. Thus the legacy of the king beast completely fell into Jiang Yun's hands. The core mountain range of the secret realm was a towering fairy mountain shrouded in layers of mist with two massive jade statues standing beside the king beast's cave. Jiang Yun flew near the statues, which depicted two ancient relic species, the Titan war apes. Such a discovery brightened his eyes. I didn't expect to find an ancient relic species. I wonder how many treasures are left inside. The Titan war apes possessed a rich bloodline of true spirit Zhu Yan. Aside from Zhu Yan's transformations, they had inherited a myriad of true spirit bloodlines. Thus the Titan war ape's reputation is indeed quite extraordinary. An adult Titan war ape labeled as the king beast is indeed a fitting title. As Jiang Yun commented, he pushed open the towering stone door, which was at least 1,000 feet high. It was evident that the Titan war ape's physical form from back then was at least 1,000 feet tall. Could this be the residence of an elderly Titan war ape? The cave appeared somewhat messy with an oversized stone table, stone benches, and piles of spirit stones and spirit artifacts surrounding the cave, which were perhaps all war spoils of the Titan war ape. What delighted Jiang Yun the most was that above the pile of spirit stones he discovered a purple treasure bone and a golden treasure bone. With just a cursory glance, Jiang Yun was 100% certain that these were two pieces of King Beast treasure bones. Everyone first searched for the Titan war ape's inheritance treasure bones. Pause the sorting of other items. Jiang Yun issued the command and then began to collect the purple and golden treasure bones. Murong Qingxue beside him appeared somewhat shy, seemingly reluctant to take them. Senior sister, there's no need to be polite. Just take whatever you want. Jiang Yun pointed to the pile of spirit stones where several brightly colored spirit artifacts exuded a powerful aura. Upon a brief scan, Jiang Yun determined that at least a dozen of them were definitely high-grade Xian-level artifacts. Such spirit artifacts were few in number in the Changhe sect, and the fact that they were collected by the Titan war ape certainly indicated their uniqueness. Indeed, when Murong Qingxue picked up a treasure blue inner armor, a hint of joy appeared in her eyes, which then turned to shock. After a brief hesitation, she quickly approached Jiang Yun. Junior brother, this is a low-grade earth-level armor. You should use it instead. Although Murong Qingxue liked this earth-level spirit artifact, she felt it was too precious, and since Jiang Yun had not worn inner armor, it was only right that he should wear it first. Jiang Yun's divine sense swept over the inner armor, which was indeed a good earth-level spirit artifact made from top-tier Demon King beast leather. However, since Jiang Yun had said that Murong Qingxue could choose freely, he would not go back on his word. He smiled and calmly said, "Senior sister, look, there are still several high-grade spirit artifacts over there. Hurry and drop your blood to recognize them as your own, and don't waste any more time." Jiang Yun could see the affection in Murong Qingxue's eyes for this inner armor and naturally wouldn't snatch away what someone loved. Moreover, given his current holy body strength, this piece of armor would provide him with very limited help. But junior brother. Jiang Yun waved his hand and began searching for the Titan war ape's inheritance treasures, which were the true priceless items. A large pile of spirit stones was entirely taken by Jiang Yun. After a brief count, he arrived at a result: 3 earth-level spirit artifacts, 1 heaven-level spirit treasure, 40 to 50 Xian-level spirit artifacts, and hundreds of Huang-level spirit artifacts. The top-grade spirit stones are approximately 50,000, comparable to 500,000 ordinary spirit stones in the market. The remaining mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones are worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Feeling elated, he casually tossed some Xian-level and Huang-level spirit artifacts to Bei Xiumu as a reward, who was equally thrilled. The mountain-moving domain was a poor corner of this world where only high-ranking sect cultivators had the right to own spirit artifacts, and most of them were Huang-level. Sticking with the boss will definitely lead to good fortune. This was the thought in everyone's minds as they searched diligently for the Titan war ape's treasure bones. Inside the true cave of the Titan war ape, many images were carved into the walls depicting its confrontations with many ancient relic species during its lifetime, including scenes of it wielding a warhammer to destroy giant human cities and battleships of great cultivators. Based on this information, Jiang Yun could basically confirm that this adult Titan war ape's power had definitely crossed the threshold of the 3 divine realms, though he was uncertain about higher holy realms. Such a powerful ancient relic species must have left behind treasures far beyond these. Could there be more hidden realms inside? I must continue to dig before the treasures of the King Beast are valued by the 3 major sects. Jiang Yun knew very well that the preciousness of this cave exceeded imagination far beyond just the spirit stones and spirit artifacts visible on the surface. However, Bei Xiumu led everyone and had already searched every corner, yet still found nothing. Where could the problem lie? Jiang Yun scanned the surroundings, activated his dual-pupil innate talent, and saw through illusions he could track any anomalies in spiritual energy or spatial lines. No wonder it can't be found. It turns out to be behind the stone wall. Jiang Yun focused on the stone wall he had just examined. Under the power of his dual pupil, a massive rainbow light began to appear. He approached the stone carvings through a punch, and the stone wall lit up, revealing ancient paths. An invincible Titan war ape materialized within the cave, most of its body piercing into the clouds. Judging by rough estimates, this Titan war ape was over 5,000 feet tall. Jiang Yun was startled at the Titan war ape's bloodthirsty, violent, and fierce aura locked onto him. He felt as if a mountain of immortals was pressing down, rendering him unable to move. Meanwhile, almost everyone. Lying on the ground, he gritted his teeth and held on. Behind him, a golden supreme figure rose from the ground, quickly reaching a height of 1,000 Jiang, which was the maximum manifestation Jiang Yun could condense at this moment. Some kind of battle body? No, it's a sacred body. The stone hammer in the hands of the Titan war ape bizarrely revealed 2 black pupils, showing a human-like shock, clearly recognizing Jiang Yun's true physique. Since it's a sacred body, it qualifies to take care of the young master, accompanying him in his growth. With the young master's terrifying resource needs, only staying beside the sacred body can ensure smooth growth. Very well, it's you. Then the 2 eyes on the stone hammer disappeared, and the stone hammer, originally 1,000 Jiang long, quickly shrank down, along with the 5,000 Jiang Titan war ape manifestation that vanished without a trace. The stone hammer transformed into a size of 3 feet and flew into Jiang Yun's hand. Hello, sacred body. Jiang Yun looked at the stone hammer in his hand, somewhat bewildered. Oh, is it speaking? It can even greet me. Who exactly are you? Are you the king beast or the spirit of the hammer? What do you want? He resisted the impulse to throw the hammer away and voiced his doubts. Clearly just a moment ago it had transformed into an invincible Titan war ape, wanting to stomp him to death, but now it was trying to be friendly. It's simple. I'm here to explain to you. The old master, namely the previous Titan war ape, had his lifespan exhausted, but the young master had yet to reach the right moment to be born. Thus the young master was sealed by the old master within the divine source to rest and recuperate. Recently, after a millennium, the moment for the young master's birth has come, so I released the treasure's 7-colored light to attract cultivators to come. As for the 3-eyed old ape you killed, it was merely a pawn I selected. If you hadn't revealed your sacred body, you would have already turned into flesh under my feet. The sacred body qualifies to be the young master's partner. The young master needs your sacred body aura to nurture, and you will also have my and the young master's companionship. Jiang Yun suddenly realized that the other party initially intended to stomp him and Morong Qingxue Bei Shumu and the others to death, but upon seeing the potential of his sacred body they transformed. The power displayed by the stone hammer earlier definitely surpassed that of the 3 sect masters. Although it was the residual power of the Titan war ape, obtaining a super-grade imperial weapon made this trip to the Qingwu secret realm truly worthwhile. Recognize me as your master, or else, let's not talk, at least not before your young master grows up. Jiang Yun spoke decisively. After a brief silence, Jiang Yun won the gamble. All right, for the sake of the sacred body I accept. But how much power you can control will depend on your own abilities. Jiang Yun's face showed joy. The other party actually agreed. Since you are so sincere, let's make it a promise. You lead the way and take me to see your young master. Jiang Yun grasped the war hammer in front of him, and a warm domineering source power instantly spread throughout his body. The power of the super-grade imperial weapon far exceeded what people could imagine. The stone hammer was engraved with domineering imperial marks of this, there was no doubt. From now on you will be called Little Stone. I am your master, and as for your young master, he is my partner. Once he comes of age, I can return you to him. Jiang Yun felt it necessary to establish rules and clarify the hierarchy, otherwise, with the might of this stone hammer, an uncontrollable situation could easily arise. Yes, master. As long as you are willing to keep the young master by your side and allow him to absorb the sacred body aura, I will agree to any conditions. The stone hammer replied crisply, instantly easing Jiang Yun's anxious heart. He pondered carefully and felt that the stone hammer was sincere. This vast world is truly full of wonders. Who would have thought there would be such a loyal imperial weapon? My Excalibur, although powerful, is inherently rebellious and almost absorbed me. Little Stone, is it you? How are you sealed inside the ice sculpture? This is not an ice sculpture, it is the most precious divine source. The divine source is extremely valuable. Originally, the old master could have lived another 1,000 years, but in order to exchange for the divine source with the emperor, he forced out 1/3 of his essence blood to obtain these divine sources, which allowed the young master to survive until now. The stone hammer's words were somewhat melancholic, clearly showing a deep bond with the ancient Titan war ape. The divine source is in the hands of the emperor. The old master originally stopped at the pinnacle of the sacred realm and could not advance further. Jiang Yun nodded calmly, feeling a great admiration for that ancient Titan war ape in his heart. The divine source is so precious that it can obscure the laws of time and space, allowing the young Titan war ape to survive until now. It is truly incredible. Jiang Yun marveled inwardly, and the various forces in the mountain of moving mountains erupted in chaos as the manifestation of the adult Titan war ape was recognized by many powerful cultivators. They unanimously concluded that this was a true king beast and adult Titan war ape, a genuine ancient species, and they had to set off immediately. Even a moment's delay could allow others to seize the opportunity. The Thunder Sect Master Yu Jingtian stood up suddenly while looking at the projection of the shadow left by the imaging pearl. Inform the Grand Elder to come see me quickly. I never expected this unremarkable Qingwu Mountain secret realm to still harbor a king beast's lair. This time no one can compete with my Thunder Sect for the treasures. Unfortunately, I must entertain important figures from Zhengzhou, otherwise I would have to take action personally this time. The higher-ups of the sword sect were equally in an uproar. A large warship soaring into the sky was loaded with more than a dozen core elders. Master Jiang Yun and I have entered the King Beast's secret realm. Our location has been exposed. Please hurry to support us. This message was sent by Morong Qingxue, gritting her teeth. Relying on her strong sixth sense, she realized that the entire Qingwu Mountain secret realm would soon no longer be peaceful. Junior brother has been inside for more than an hour. If he doesn't come out soon, we may be trapped inside the secret realm and unable to exit. If the situation worsens, being directly trapped in this King Beast cave would be unimaginable. Morong Qingxue and Bei Xiaomu along with the others were frantic, beginning to realize the dangerous situation they were in. Jiang Yun hovered in midair. The supreme manifestation behind him finally began to dissipate. A small portion of the divine source had been refined, but he had yet to fully absorb it. Even so, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. My realm has risen to the midstage of the great ability realm, and the sacred body lake is now more than 10 times larger than before. My current state is unprecedentedly powerful. Perhaps if I encounter the three-eyed giant spirit ape again, I could explode it with a single punch without needing to trigger the tenfold battle power of the Jiang secret technique. Confidence shone in his eyes as he couldn't help but clench his fists, the fighting spirit surging while the golden little monkey affectionately rubbed against him. Alright, Bei Xiaomu, you traitor, who used to be our loose cultivator alliance leader, but now willingly acts as someone else's dog wanting to monopolize the treasures. I tell you it won't work. Everyone, let's go together. Bei Xiaomu is no longer one of us as loose cultivators, so we don't need to show him any mercy. Among the crowd, disciples from major sects were causing trouble, obviously intentionally inciting public anger to get everyone to attack Bei Xiaomu, forming a defensive line with Morong Qingxue and the others. The crowd closed in. A conflict had already erupted and Bei Xiaomu's subordinates had already suffered injuries. If this continues, we will definitely be besieged. Disciples from the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect are mixed in among the crowd causing trouble. They are the ones making a move. Bei Xiaomu looked anxiously at Morong Qingxue, but she too had no way to act. Without news from Jiang Yun, they had to hold the front line. Everyone, do not be afraid. The elders from my Thunder Sect are expected to arrive at the secret realm entrance in 1 hour. Anyone who captures Bei Xiaomu and the remnants of the Changhe sect will receive my Thunder Sect's reward and gain the qualification to enter the cave. Indeed, my Sword Sect's Grand Elder is personally steering the worship here. This matter has been confirmed. Those who contribute to guarding the King Beast's treasures will receive a quota from my Thunder Sect to enter our cultivation. As soon as these hidden disciples from the two sects finished speaking, a golden figure appeared from the mountain. He had once consulted Wang Xian about the power possessed by those in the divine fire realm. Their life essence exceeded that of powerful beings by 100 times or more, allowing them to suppress enemies with the momentum of heaven and earth with every gesture. Some exceptionally gifted individuals could even— Among them, the two most troublesome Sword Sect and Lei Sect disciples had already been incapacitated by him, leaving mostly opportunists. Boss, you finally made it. Bei Xiaomu stepped forward, gazing up at Jiang Yun with tears welling in his eyes. He too had been injured, having been sneak attacked earlier, but fortunately it was only a light wound. Beside him, Morong Qingxue also felt relieved. Since Jiang Yun had left her sight and entered the inner cave of the Titan War Ape alone, she had been on edge, fearing an accident. Jiang Yun nodded calmly, reassuring Bei Xiaomu and the group. I, Jiang Yun, am here. Those seeking trouble may step forward. I will count to 3 and anyone who obstructs me will be treated as an enemy. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with authority, crushing the presence of all those present like a young immortal king. Only those at the great ability level can freely traverse the skies. It seems he has broken through. It's hard to imagine. Just days ago he was only at the divine ability stage. It appears the Wang Beast's cave holds great secrets. Some cultivators whispered among themselves, yet no one dared to take the lead. The scene of Jiang Yun defeating Lei Sexy Ling Jian and Elder Lu Hanchang, and even killing the Ape Demon King, lingered vividly in their minds. Most cultivators had been incited by the Lei Sect and Sword Sect spies, stirring their inner desires. At this moment, Jiang Yun's imposing presence swept across the entire scene, directly intimidating everyone, returning them to rationality. Desires for treasure are good, but one must have the life to obtain them. This world has always spoken through the strength of the powerful. Follow me. Jiang Yun said lightly as a golden dragon of divine power appeared beneath his feet, lifting him and Morong Qingxue straight up into the clouds. Behind them, Bei Xiaomu and the others watched enviously, soon releasing their flying boat to follow. Did everyone notice? Jiang Yun's golden dragon seems to have grown several times larger. It was at most 10 feet before, but now it exceeds 100 feet. Indeed. Now that they've left the Wang Beast's cave is unprotected, let's hurry inside. Jiang Yun had already collected over 90% of the benefits from the Wang Beast's cave and naturally had no intention of lingering. At this moment, failing to quickly retreat would make them living targets for other powerful cultivators. Not to mention, just the divine source left by the Titan War Ape and its royal beast inheritance techniques were enough to tempt the cultivators at the three divine realm. Jiang Yun was confident in his ability to battle against peak divine fire realm practitioners, but the Tianyu realm cultivators were different. Every strike they made held earth-shattering power, so he had to escape quickly. The exit to the secret realm is in the northeast direction. Junior brother, once we get close, let's keep a low profile and not let anyone recognize us. Murong Qingxue reminded softly, feeling astonished by Jiang Yun's control over the speed of the golden dragon. Bei Xiaomu and the others had been left far behind, but they were connected through message pearls and were not afraid of temporarily parting ways. Jiang Yun agreed to Murong Qingxue's suggestion, and just before they landed, he and Murong Qingxue switched. As they reached the entrance of the secret realm, numerous cultivators were continually streaming inside, while the two of them, eager to leave, sparked curiosity among many cultivators. Hey, you two, stop. I, as the steward of the Lei sect, have something to ask you. Jiang Yun frowned. He did not wish to stop, but they were still 100 feet from the secret realm exit. If he forced his way through, a conflict with the other side was inevitable. After scanning the opposing formation, Jiang Yun discovered that the exit to the secret realm was already surrounded by disciples from the Sword sect and Lei sect. What is it? Jiang Yun's expression remained calm. Have something to ask you. Jiang Yun frowned. He did not wish to stop, but they were still 100 feet from the secret realm exit. This exit has been secured. To leave, you must allow us to inspect your storage rings, otherwise you have no right to depart. Do you understand? Two Lei sect disciples scrutinized Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue, with examining eyes lingering especially long on Murong Qingxue. With Murong Qingxue's stunning beauty and grace, even in the Mount Shanshan domain, she could rank among the top 10, even the top 5, naturally stunning them. Brothers, I am a disciple of the Changhe sect. The chaos in the secret realm has made me and my senior sister eager to leave. I hope for your leniency. As he spoke, Jiang Yun casually pulled out 10 middle-grade spirit stones, inadvertently slipping 5 into each of their hands. The two Lei sect disciples were all smiles. Middle-grade spirit stones were quite precious to them, as they usually only received 2 a month, all converted from inferior stones. In high spirits, the two gestured for Jiang Yun to follow. So it's a disciple of the Changhe sect, you are quite understanding. Follow me, we are sealing the exit under the order of the Great Elder. If you delay, you won't be able to leave. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue followed behind, while the surrounding Sword sect and Lei sect disciples seemed not to notice them at all, clearly aware that such bribery was a common occurrence and would not obstruct anyone's path to wealth. Not long after Jiang Yun left, the Lei sect battleship arrived. The ship was crowded with people, each exuding a strong aura, clearly indicating that the Lei sect was determined to possess the so-called royal beast inheritance. Parker, the great elder of the Lei sect, stood silently at the bow of the ship, dressed in simple clothes with unkempt hair and beard and a short stature. If one did not know better, they might easily mistake him for an old farmer from the village. Yet only those familiar with him knew of his terrifying reputation. The surrounding Lei sect disciples kept their distance, for Parker was capricious and had once killed a disciple for not executing orders properly. In summary, Parker, the great elder of the Lei sect, was someone whose wrath even his own disciples feared. We disciples welcomed the arrival of the great elder. A Lei sect disciple had long been waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. This disciple was the same one who had just let Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue escape. At this moment he was trembling, feeling cold sweat down his back, not expecting that just after letting the two go, the great elder would arrive. Fortunately, I wasn't caught. Otherwise, with Parker's temperament, I wouldn't see the moon tonight. This disciple wiped the sweat from his forehead, but Parker's figure was about to step into the secret realm when he suddenly stopped and looked at the disciple with an examining gaze. Get up. Did you follow my orders to secure the entrance and exit? Yes. Great Elder, we have secured it. Only Sword sect disciples are allowed in and out, no one else. Sword sect, huh? Are you sure? Parker sensed something was off with the disciple, his heartbeat quickening, sweat pouring down his back. He relied on the awe he commanded from the disciples, but never acted without reason or killed indiscriminately. Thus, when he questioned the disciple, there was a hint of a soul-chilling tone. If you are not lying to me, relax a bit and let me check thoroughly. Great Elder, The Lei sect disciple who let Jiang Yun escape resisted for only half a breath before completely succumbing his spirit and will under Parker's control. Parker's soul split off and entered the disciple's consciousness, and in just a few breaths, he captured the scene of the disciple accepting 10 middle-grade spirit stones and letting the Changhe sect disciple go. Disobeying my orders and daring to deceive me, such a worthless fool deserves to die. The Lei sect has no need for you. Parker's eyes shot out a chilling glare, ready to act. The disciple fell to his knees, beginning to plead desperately, Great Elder, please, I know my mistake. I beg you to spare me. I just want to cultivate diligently and contribute to the sect, not to bring shame upon it. Some lay sect disciples watching could not bear to see and were about to step forward to plead for the disciple, but Parker released the pressure of a great ability realm cultivator, quickly intimidating them into silence, swallowing their words. A person like you, even if you succeed in cultivation, will eventually become a parasite to the sect. Die. A bolt of lightning shot from Parker, striking the kneeling disciple, who instantly turned to ash, vanishing without a trace. So brutal. This was the common thought among all disciples witnessing the scene. Before they could digest the sight, Parker raised his head to scrutinize everyone. I need to go to the secret realm's royal beast cave and cannot split my attention. Who among you is willing to capture these two? Life or death is irrelevant. We are willing. The elite disciples Parker brought were all capable of entering the top 100 of the 3 sects rankings, yet none of them stepped forward. One in mid-divine fire, 2 in early stages. Capturing a disciple of the Changhe sect should be more than enough. Parker nodded, waved his hand, sending images of Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue to the 3 before entering the secret realm space without looking back. After Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue had traveled 1,000 kilometers from the secret realm, he released the golden dragon of divine power and began to speed away at maximum velocity. As for Bei Xiumu and the others, Jiang Yun felt they bore no royal beast inheritance and assumed they were not being noticed. Just at that moment, an unremarkable sword aura tore through the space and flew right in front of the two. Get down, it's dangerous. Jiang Yun quickly pulled Murong Qingxue into his embrace, simultaneously unleashing his heavy pupil to clash against the sword aura. The black and white light of the calamity, combined with Jiang Yun's rising strength and realm, also dramatically increased its power. It not only shattered the sword aura but also struck fiercely at a certain point in the void. As expected of the heavy pupil wielder. At such a young age you are able to contest against my sword aura with your great ability realm. What a pity it would be if you were to fall here. If it weren't for the fact that you offended those you shouldn't have, I would genuinely like to befriend you and pave a way for myself. The speaker was a middle-aged man, revealing himself as he rode on a gourd, the opening of which was ajar with sword aura whistling from inside, seemingly brewing a powerful technique. Who are you and why are you attacking me? Jiang Yun heightened his vigilance, channeling all his sacred body's spiritual energy through his meridians, ready for battle or to flee at any moment. The reason he considered fleeing was that the sword aura unleashed by the middle-aged man was incredibly powerful, forcing him to use his heavy pupil calamity light. It was as if the other party could unleash powerful attacks at will while he could only expend all his strength to defend against them. Regardless of realm or strength, I cannot see through this person. Who exactly is he? At this moment, Murong Qingxue, who had been saved by Jiang Yun and was in his embrace, raised her head, blushing as she transmitted a message to him. This person is very likely Jiao Jian too. He is a rogue elder from the sword sect who later became a bounty hunter. There are rumors that he has been accepting tasks from the Dark Ice Society, and his appearances are rare, making him hard to track. However, it is said that he successfully completes every task he undertakes. Jiang Yun's expression hardened. He had casually heard Wang Xian mention the Dark Ice Society, a mysterious organization from the central region with a substantial background and an exalted status, never participating in sect conflicts, yet no family or sect dared to provoke them. Empowered by the battle-sacred art, the divine art golden dragon fully transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue had already fled 10 kilometers away, yet their hearts remained heavy. Murong Qingxue's beautiful eyes brimmed with helplessness. She felt she was only slowing Jiang Yun down. Junior brother, set me down, I beg you. Let us flee separately. At least one of us might escape. Clutching Jiang Yun's arm tightly, her heart raced, torn between fearing he might truly abandon her and dreading that her presence would doom him. Senior sister, I will never leave you behind. Besides, an assassin would dare not commit open violence within city walls. And even if he pursues us, he may well fail to catch me. Jiang Yun's voice carried quiet confidence, enough to soothe Murong Qingxue's frayed nerves. Though the divine art golden dragon only replicated a fraction of a true dragon's divine might, its speed was peerless, an assertion Jiang Yun held with absolute certainty. Moreover, the battle-sacred art's augmentation propelled his velocity far beyond that of ordinary spirit fire realm cultivators. Jiang Yun fled in desperate haste, but Jiao Jian too remained unruffled. Leisurely, he raised the crimson wine to his lips once more, swallowed it slowly, then closed his eyes to savor its aftertaste for 3 or 5 breaths before opening them again. Not bad speed for a late spirit fire realm cultivator. Very well, you've earned me tearing open my first seal. Once it's broken, that violent woman will sense even a wisp of my aura. I must end this swiftly. With a light tap upon the gourd slung across his hip, a spectral image of the divine art golden dragon flickered into existence before it, space itself warping like liquid. In the next instant, Jiao Jian too materialized, hundreds of zhang behind Jiang Yun. Little whelp, you can run indeed. But how long can such breakneck speed last? A mocking voice rang out, making Jiang Yun's eyelids twitch sharply. Without hesitation, he whirled and unleashed a piercing gaze from his dual-pupil calamity light, halting the foe's advance. Having torn open his first seal, Jiang Yun's power surged into the Heaven Edict Realm's marquee rank. He exhaled a bladiki that collided Hedon with the dual-pupil calamity light, both annihilating each other instantly. Though Jiang Yun's technique had been countered, Jiang Yun's momentum was briefly disrupted, reopening the gap between them to 4 or 5 kilometers once more. You think you can run? Not a chance. Now you shall learn the chasm between cultivation realms is an unbridgeable abyss. Jiang Yun formed his fingers into a sword, and a blood-red miniature blade coalesced in his palm. With a gentle puff of sword energy, it swelled to 3 chi, its scarlet edge shimmering as though slicing space itself. The 3 chi blood blade emitted a soft resonant hum, as if jubilant. Only a Tier Heaven spirit artifact possessed such sentience. Be still, my dear Shui. Father knows you've long yearned to taste the battlefield once more. Today I grant you your thirst, the blood of a heavenly prodigy. The blade answered with a ringing triumphant cry, echoing its master's affection. To perish beneath Shui-Tu's edge is no small honor, for you a mere great ability realm whelp. Know this: the last time Shui-Tu drew blood was when I faced that violent woman. Before that, none ever lived to tell the tale. Die. In the next breath, Jiang commanded the blade with his soul, and Shui-Tu shot forth as a searing beam of light cleaving through space toward Jiang Yun's back with unimaginable velocity. This strike was in Jiang estimation Jiang Yun's death sentence, a full-force blow from a marquee rank cultivator. Though he'd wished to toy with his prey, Jiang Yun's strength and speed had exceeded all expectations, a great ability realm cultivator whose combat prowess rivaled that of a peak Spiritfire realm expert. That forced Jiang to tear open his first seal, ascending to the Heaven Edict realm solely to crush Jiang Yun. If he dallied any longer, the violent woman, the sect master of Qianguang sect, would arrive and his life would be forfeit. Jiang Yun felt a sharp sting across his back. Though Shui-Tu had yet to strike its murderous intent, and bladiki already gnawed at his sacred body, as if seeking to rend flesh and bone alike. Yet Jiang Yun felt little fear. Within the lake of sacred energy in his dantian rested a fragment of a perfected sacred body's finger bone, one capable of pulling him back from the brink of death. At least so he suspected. No one knew for certain whether that relic, having ascended to the calamity clouds, had stirred only upon sensing the presence of its ancient enemies, the Thunder Beast and the Vermilion Sparrow Spirit. Jiang Yun had overheard the entire conversation between the Thunder Beast and the Vermilion Sparrow Spirit, their references to the Thunder Sovereign, the perfected sacred body, dear friend, and master, leaving him bewildered still. Yet one truth stood unshaken: both were traitors, sworn enemies of the perfected sacred body. Still you refuse to act. If I die, who will nourish you? As Shui-Tu descended, was this truly the strike of a Heaven Edict realm grandmaster? Jiang Yun felt a chilling helplessness. This blow could pierce his sacred body's defenses and cripple him utterly. Yet the finger bone remained motionless, submerged serenely in the lake of sacred energy, utterly indifferent. With no choice, Jiang Yun deployed his strongest recourse, his soul fused not merely with an emperor-level artifact, but with the supreme sword Zichu Xian itself. That fusion had elevated his soul's strength to the Spiritfire realm. Zhu Xian's sword slashed him down. Shui-Tu, sentient and infused with a sliver of Jiang-Tu's soul, hovered above Jiang Yun's head, poised to cleave his body apart, when suddenly emerald light bloomed across the surrounding space. Zichu Xian, the sovereign of all swords, radiated a luminous jade-green aura as it detached from Jiang Yun's soul and suspended itself above his crown. Instantly Shui-Tu's downward arc froze, halted mid-ascent. Jiang Yun exhaled in profound relief and sensed something astonishing. The notoriously defiant Zichu Xian projected a calm, reassuring intent toward him. What could explain this? Then, as if embodying imperial majesty, Zichu Xian rose upright, its sovereign dignity affronted. With a single decisive strike, it severed Shui-Tu's blade along its length, carving a massive gash that nearly snapped it in two. The soul fragment concealed within Shui-Tu disintegrated instantly. Far off, dozens of kilometers away, Jiang-Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he spat a mouthful of vital blood, his aura plummeting. The annihilation of part of his soul was no trivial wound. Impossible. Shui-Tu is a top-tier Tier Heaven spirit artifact, forged with meteoric iron from beyond the heavens, wrought over my entire lifetime, and now it lies ruined. Or should I just stand here and let it cut me down? That green sword wielded by the boy is surely a Tier Heaven spirit artifact, or perhaps even higher, a saintly artifact. A sovereign artifact. He did not consider the possibility of an emperor-level artifact, for such relics existed only in Zhengzhou. The mountain-moving territory could not possess one. To awaken such a treasure would unleash forbidden power, capable of obliterating an entire sect. Since you shattered Shui-Tu, you shall compensate me with your Tier Heaven spirit artifact. Tear open my second seal. As the words left his lips, Jiang-Tu's cultivation surged past marquee rank, rocketing upward to late marquee rank, then peaking at the very apex of marquee rank. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Jiang Yun from over 100 kilometers away, inescapable suffocation. Chapter 86, A Life and Death Flight. Jiang Yun and Jiang-Tu were now less than 100 kilometers apart. With his second seal torn open, Jiang had ascended to the Heaven Edict Realm's Marquis rank, his terrifying aura flooding the void unchecked. A colossal Marquis realm manifestation loomed behind Jiang, mirroring his movements. As it raised its hand to strike downward, Jiang Yun felt an irresistible crushing weight descend upon him. His strength far exceeds expectation. He is among the elite of the Heaven Edict realm. Trapped with no path to retreat, Jiang Yun gathered every ounce of his power for his ultimate technique, the true dragon treasure art, and prayed fortune would smile upon him, triggering the Jia character secret's tenfold combat amplification. Nearby in the void, just beyond Jiang Yun's range of perception, stood two elegantly robed men. The younger one stood with hands clasped behind his back, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips. They conversed amiably, concealing their presence with supremely refined spatial arts. Even Jiang, in his Heaven Edict realm glory, remained utterly unaware of them. Master Jiang Yun's talent is extraordinary. Why not recruit him, nurture him as a divine progeny of our Nbing association? Given his potential, he may well rival, even surpass, our current divine progenies. He spoke, a towering man clad in black robes embroidered with a colossal serpent dragon, a mark of unparalleled status. His talent is sufficient, but we must wait. We must observe how he performs when cornered in absolute despair. Every divine progeny of the Nbing association must possess the strength to wrestle with pure-blood descendants of the primordial mountains. We choose only the finest, never settle for less. The black-robed man nodded comprehension, dawning. Indeed, Master's vision runs deep, truly worthy of a sovereign bloodline heir. Jian Guang has already sensed Jiang's aura. It seems someone has intervened to save Jiang Yun. We'll have to wait for another opportunity. Master with the Nbing association's strength, destroying 3 sects would be effortless. Why bother striking bargains, or occasionally aiding them, when we could simply dominate? You misunderstand. As a sovereign clan, we do not merely rule, we savor control. Beyond brute force, we monitor, intervene, and cultivate supreme prodigies, grooming them as loyal hounds for our clan. Is that not infinitely more exquisite? The black-robed man fell silent, suddenly recalling his own origins raised since childhood by the sovereign. As the two conversed, Jiang Yun suddenly pushed off with explosive force. The divine art golden dragon carrying Murong Qingxue plunged rapidly downward, while Jiang Yun alone soared upward to confront Jiang's Marquis realm manifestation. You shattered Shui, you deserve death. Having torn open his second seal, Jiang no longer feared detection by his enemies. He was determined to kill Jiang Yun, not only to claim his bounty, but also to seize Jiang Yun's Emerald Tier Heaven Spirit artifact, thereby compensating for the loss of Shui. Golden light erupted from Jiang Yun's body. His sacred body activated the true dragon treasure art, his left hand channeling dragon force, his right embodying the essence of raw power, as he charged fearlessly toward the sky-filling palm, to oppose a Marquis rank Heaven Edict realm cultivator, while still in the great ability realm. Even Jiang belongs to the upper echelon of that realm. Jiang Yun is likely doomed to death or worse, crippling ruin. Yun Yu's eyes held a trace of regret. Jiang was an assassin of the Nbing association, tasked with eliminating Jiang Yun. Even as a senior leader of the association, you could not interfere directly, not without compromising its credibility. But if he survives, I wouldn't mind calling Jiang back. At that very moment, inspiration struck Jiang Yun, and both his invincible techniques simultaneously triggered the Jia character secret. Tenfold battle power flooded his veins. He met the Marquis realm manifestation heat-in, though the impact hurled him like a cannonball toward the earth. The giant palm itself cracked open with a gaping wound. A true anomaly, even the Nbing association's most renowned divine progenies could hardly match this feat, let alone surpass it. Xiaoyu watched Jiang Yun's performance with profound satisfaction, so much so that he nearly stepped forward to recruit him on the spot. But Master Yun had already cautioned the woman known as Jian Guang was racing toward them at terrifying speed. Interfering now would shatter the Nbing association's carefully maintained neutrality, unnecessary for now. In truth, every outstanding prodigy of the mountain-moving territory inevitably found their way into Zhengzhou's great powers. Take Feng Wu Jian and Feng Lazy for example. They trained openly in the Thunder Sect and Sword Sect, yet secretly bore the title of divine progeny of the Nbing association. Jiang's attack had been shattered, and fury consumed him. He could not fathom how mere great ability realm cultivator, separated by 2 full realms, had not only resisted his assault, but wounded him. Die, and take pride in it. Jiang opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of wine, transforming instantly into an unknown sword formation that spiraled toward Jiang Yun with lethal precision. The bladiki was razor-sharp and merciless. A single misstep left Jiang Yun's arm slashed open, and soon his body bore countless wounds. Only his sacred body's resilience spared him from immediate dismemberment. Any ordinary cultivator would have been reduced to ribbons in moments. The divine art golden dragon continued bearing Murong Qingxue farther away. Tears streaming down her face, she struggled futilely against its grip, forced onward in flight. Junior brother, please stay safe. Qingxue, what has happened? A gentle melodious voice sounded beside her. Before the final syllable faded, sect master Qian Guang appeared, her presence sealing the path ahead, immobilizing the divine art golden dragon. Master, you're finally here. Wah. It's Jiang Yun. He's being hunted by a man who rides a spirit gourd and drinks blood wine. That man lost his artifact to Jiang Yun and now seeks vengeance with lethal intent. Though panicked, Murong Qingxue remained lucid, quickly recounting everything. Let us go at once. Hearing this, sect master Qian Guang's wrath flared. She had come precisely to confront Jiao Jian, having sensed his aura while en route to the Qinggu Mountain secret realm. She had pursued him without delay. Jiao Jian, an assassin of the Yinbing Association, had not only participated in the Thunder Sect and Sword Sect's invasion of Changhe Sect, but had personally assassinated several of Changhe Sect's most formidable elders. Qian Guang had long vowed to exterminate him. She took a single step and crossed 400 or 500 kilometers in an instant. Her gaze locked onto Jiao Jian-2's Markirel manifestation. How bold you are, daring to hunt my disciple. Failed to leave your life here today, and I am unworthy to bear the title of Changhe Sect's sect master. Her sharp rebuke struck like thunder. Jiao Jian instantly deflated, dismantling his Markirel manifestation in haste. He slammed his gourd, preparing to flee. Yet above him, a pristine jade finger, forged from the cultivation base of a three-god realm expert, had already taken shape, locking onto him with unbreakable focus. Space itself collapsed inward, crushing him from all sides, leaving no room for escape. Old hag, why do you hound me so relentlessly? Your disciple appears on the Yinbing Association's bounty list. I'm merely earning my bread. Where is the crime in that? How gallantly you speak. Jiao Jian, today I will end you. Qian Guang's fury burned white-hot, her resolve to obliterate him absolute. Jiao Jian screamed as the thousand-zhong jade finger pierced him, hurling him like a projectile straight into a mountain peak, carving a transparent tunnel clean through its midsection. Sect Master Qian Guang, spare him this once. Must you pursue Elder Jiao Jian of the Sword Sect to utter annihilation? The master of the Qian Guang sect descended upon the peak of the shattered mountain, having firmly locked onto the location of Jiao Jian. Any attempt by him to flee would meet with her lethal strike. Ultimately, the only reason Jiao Jian had managed to escape her grasp 2 or 3 times was due to his keen awareness and cleverness. Otherwise, given his Tianyu King realm cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to escape even a sliver of hope. However, at this moment, the master of the Qian Guang sect watched as 12 elders from the Sword Sect flew in from the distance, refraining from taking hasty actions, as it was clear they had come to rescue Jiao Jian. The 12 disciples of the Sword Sect from back then actually came forward for a traitor. Do you have no shame? Jiao Jian stole the Sword Sect's treasured artifacts and practiced the blood sacrifice method, which belongs to the category of evil cultivation. He deserves to be punished by all. What's more, he has already betrayed the Sword Sect and has no ties to you. If you wish to stop me, you need to provide an explanation. The master of the Qian Guang sect stomped her foot, and an aura cage instantly trapped Jiao Jian within. He had already been severely injured by Jiang Yun's severing of his lifeblood sword, and had suffered further damage from her shocking finger technique, now appearing utterly powerless and lying in the aura prison, giving up all resistance. Master of the Qian Guang sect, in terms of background, Jiao Jian indeed comes from the Sword Sect. We have come to capture him and bring him back for trial. We hope the sect master will not obstruct us, otherwise we shall have to set up a formation to test your strength. By the decree of our Sword Sect's master, we 12 disciples have the authority to represent the will of our sect. So you wish to oppose me? The master of the Qian Guang sect spoke while glancing towards the northwest corner behind her, where Jiang Yun had been driven underground by Jiao Jian. Jiang Yun emerged somewhat disheveled from the hole, yet his aura indicated he was completely unharmed. This scene left the master of the Qian Guang sect momentarily stunned. Her furious actions were primarily due to her concern that Jiang Yun might be killed by Jiao Jian with a single blow, which was why she immediately retaliated against Jiao Jian. Jiang Yun, come over here. With me protecting you, let's see who dares to cause trouble. This statement was witnessed by the 12 disciples of the Sword Sect, causing their expressions to change drastically. Just moments ago, disciples from the Sword Sect mingled within the Qingwu Mountain secret realm, reported the occurrences happening within the secret realm. Time was of the essence, and they had only gathered a few key points, such as Jiang Yun defeating Sword Sect Elder Lu Han and nearly incapacitating Yiling. Even the Ape Demon King was slain by Jiang Yun. Of course, the most crucial point was Jiang Yun and his followers had actually sealed off access to the King Beast's cave for several hours, likely having plundered the treasures within. The 12 disciples of the Sword Sect were all esteemed members, each possessing strength within the Tianyu realm. The formation they formed could directly confront powerhouses at the Three Gods realm, which was why they hastily pursued upon hearing of Jiang Yun's whereabouts. Master of the Qian Guang sect, how about we make a deal? We can handle Jiao Jian for you, but your disciple Jiang Yun has brutally killed my Sword Sect disciples. He nearly obliterated the cultivation of Jiangs. This matter is of great significance. We must provide an explanation to the Sword Sect elders and disciples. Therefore Jiang Yun must be taken back to the Sword Sect for trial. The eldest of the 12 disciples, Jian, clad in a blue robe with flowing beard, appeared righteous. If judged by appearance alone, one would undoubtedly consider him a man of justice. You play a good game of calculations. My disciple from Qianguang is not someone you can dictate. The master of the Qianguang sect finished speaking and glanced at Jiang Yun, who immediately moved to her side. He had to be cautious, surrounded by powerful cultivators of the Tianyu realm. Just now I triggered the True Dragon Treasure technique to activate the Jiesheng Secret's combat power, and I was able to withstand Jiao Jianta's strike. It seems my combat power is now infinitely close to that of a Tianyu cultivator. I must quickly enhance my cultivation. Jiang Yun thought to himself, squeezing the storage ring on his hand, which contained tens of thousands of premium spirit stones, his greatest reliance for his upcoming cultivation advancement. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Form the array, all brothers, let's capture Jiang Yun together, and give an explanation to the Sword Sect elders and disciples. Haha, what a joke. You are clearly jealous of me obtaining the treasures from the King Beast's cave, yet now you shamelessly step forward to defend the Sword Sect disciples. What a bunch of hypocritical villains who dare to act, but fear the consequences. Jiang Yun stood with his hands behind his back, sneering at the opposition. With Qianguang present, he had nothing to fear, and no matter how powerful the 12 disciples of the Sword Sect were, they surely could not defeat his master of the Three Gods realm. You dare to act against me with such weak strength. It seems the Sword Sect has indeed grown arrogant over the years. The master of the Qianguang sect cast an approving glance at Jiang Yun. His earlier revelations about the Sword Sect elders had been quite pleasing to her. Friends hiding nearby, why don't you reveal yourselves? Do you truly believe your mastery of spatial principles has reached perfection? The master of the Qianguang sect waved her sleeve, and a surge of spiritual power struck the void 1,000 feet away. In an instant, ripples appeared in the previously empty space, and two figures emerged, none other than Xiaoyu, the vice president of the Dark Ice Society, and Yunyu, a young noble from the central continent. Yunyu possessed a mysterious and noble identity. Most present had never seen him. However, his cloud robe embroidered with ancient and mystical cloud patterns caused the expressions of those present to change drastically. You are from the Yun family of the central continent. I have long heard that the Dark Ice Society is backed by the imperial family. President Xiao is quite unreserved this time, the master of the Qianguang sect coldly remarked. Although the Dark Ice Society maintained a facade of neutrality, their training of assassins and covert kidnapping of unparalleled talents had long ceased to be a secret in the mountain domain. However, despite her verbal mockery, the master of the Qianguang sect felt a deep sense of wariness towards the other party. Xiaoyu, the vice president of the Dark Ice Society, was also at the Three Gods realm, and like her was in the early stages of the Void God realm. The two had never clashed before, leaving them unaware of each other's true strength. Senior Qianguang, do not misunderstand. You have no ulterior motives for appearing this time. We have no need for the King Beast's inheritance, but we only wish to borrow a look at the treasured bones of the inheritance. The Dark Ice Society can offer equally valuable bones for exchange. What do you think? As Yunyu's words fell, the president of the Dark Ice Society, Xiaoyu, took over the conversation. This time, as the president of the Dark Ice Society, I hope that sect master Qianguang will show some grace and not kill Jiao Jian too. After all, he is a bounty assassin of my Dark Ice Society, a rare talent. Jiang Yun frowned upon hearing this. Currently, the three factions were entangled with the Sword Sect and the Dark Ice Society, eyeing the Beast King inheritance in his hands. To be honest, he had hidden the young Titan War Ape Xiao Jin in the space of the super-grade Imperial weapon Stone Hammer with the treasure bone beside it. He could indeed take out the treasure bone, but could Yunyu be trusted? Why should he agree to an exchange just because they said so? What you all say is merely wishful thinking. I reiterate, this Jiao Jian too has hunted down my direct disciple and has committed numerous blood debts in the Changhe sect and even the entire mountain-moving domain. Today, I must kill him. Sect Master Qianguang, are you not afraid of provoking a war among the three sects with such a strong stance? Qianguang, my master has already given you enough face. If you do not appreciate it, do not blame me for taking action. We must take Jiao Jian Tu away. He is a golden card bounty killer of my Dark Ice Society and cannot be lost. Just as Sect Master Qianguang was about to respond, a powerful aura came from the direction of the Qingwu's secret realm. Young Master Yun, my Thunder Sect, also wishes to join the fight against the Changhe Sect. I hope you will grant us that opportunity. From a distance, the figure of the elder of the Thunder Sect materialized over 1,000 feet away, and as soon as he appeared, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun. It was clear that he had just spoken up to join the battle against Sect Master Qianguang and Jiang Yun. Sect Master Qianguang frowned. The situation on the scene was not optimistic. If these people really joined forces, even with her strength, it would be difficult to contend. Previously, she had been able to fight against two Sect Masters, but that was just skirmishing and did not involve resource inheritance disputes. A Beast King of the ancient species almost certainly possessed an inheritance of precious arts, making it a top-tier treasure in the mountain-moving domain. Thus it was only natural for the three sects to tear apart their facades. Jiang Yun, we must find an opportunity to retreat. If the factions unite, I will also have difficulty contending, but escaping should not be a problem. Sect Master Qian Guang secretly transmitted a message to Jiang Yun urging him to prepare to leave. Jiang Yun nodded. Currently the situation was one of the enemy's strength outweighing his own. Even though Qian Guang was powerful, she could not withstand the combined assaults of the 12 Sons of the Sword sect, the president of the Dark Ice Society, and the elder of the Thunder sect. At that moment he suddenly thought of a question: isn't the super great imperial weapon said to have the power to destroy heaven and earth? Why not ask if the stone hammer is willing to intervene? Little stone, they all want to take Xiao Jin and the inheritance of Xiao Jin's precious arts. Can you just stand by and do nothing? Can you intervene? Stone hammer remained silent. After a full 10 breaths, just when the atmosphere on site was tense and Jiang Yun was about to give up, the lazy voice of the stone hammer finally sounded. This is a one-time exception, but with your current strength, even if I absorb you once, you will suffer severe damage. That girl next to you is barely impressive and can provide me with spiritual energy, but once the imperial weapon appears, a commoner with a precious item invites calamity. Those old fellows from Zhengzhou will likely come to demand it from you. Are you really prepared to bear the consequences? I will bear all consequences. At worst, I will hide and then change my identity to travel through the mountain-moving domain, as long as you agree to let my master use it, Jiang Yun replied without hesitation. Master, you sure are generous. Do you know how precious a super-grade imperial weapon is? The strength of the emperors varies, and I am descended from the hands of the original Zhu Yan ancestor, but later. Enough about your illustrious lineage, I will inform the sect master first. Sect Master Qian Guang scanned the surroundings. Although she was a mere female cultivator, her domineering and protective stance had never changed. Protecting her own disciples was her duty. Are you all coming at me together, or will it be a wheel battle? I, Qian Guang, will accompany you all. Sect Master Qian Guang, you jest. My Dark Ice Society has always prioritized business, merely wishing to admire the inheritance of the Beast King. Regardless of who obtains it, you must let our young master observe it. All right, I agree, but you must also keep your promise and provide a precious art of equal value for an exchange of observation. The observation time must be equal. Jiang Yun responded loudly to Xiaoya's words. He did not want Qian Guang to face more enemies. Brother Jiang Yun, you truly are a straightforward person. Then, let's set the rules. Each side can observe the other's precious art for half an hour, how about that? The speaker was Yun Yu, who, despite not being of the highest caliber in the imperial bloodline, had astonishing comprehension, and Jiang Yun's proposal was precisely to his liking. That's too long. I think 20 breaths would be more appropriate. Then it settled at 20 breaths. It seems Brother Jiang is quite confident in his dual pupils. Jiang Yun did not respond further. The rules were established, and once Sect Master Qian Guang defeated the Sword Sect, the Thunder Sect could trade. Jiang Yun, the 12 Sons of the Sword Sect have united to cast the Sword Formation, the power of which can rival the early phase of the Void God realm among the 3 divine realms. Moreover, there's the Elder of the Thunder Sect, Parker, whose cultivation is only slightly inferior to mine. I fear they may seize the opportunity to ambush you. Master, if you had an unimaginable spiritual weapon, would you be confident in defeating them? Are you talking about a heaven-grade spiritual weapon? I have a low-grade heaven-grade weapon myself, and they should have brought one as well. What if it's above heaven-grade, for example, a holy-grade spiritual weapon? After discussing with the stone hammer, Jiang Yun decided to conceal part of his strength. In case an imperial weapon's emergence attracted the covetous gaze of hidden old monsters or major forces in Zhengzhou disregarding their face in contention, the consequences would be severe. If the Changhe sect were besieged, it could potentially be flattened. In fact, throughout history, the imperial clans of Zhengzhou have thrived by relying on imperial weapons. However, they have ancient Holy Realm powerhouses within their clans who have sealed themselves away, capable of reviving in critical moments to turn the tide and save their entire clan. Holy Realm experts wielding imperial weapons possess terrifying power that even supreme powerhouses must fear. Only Quasi-Emperor level experts can protect themselves because the imperial weapons are inscribed with imperial marks, imperial patterns, and imperial formations. Even as time passes and their power diminishes, the imperial might remains unassailable, easily exterminating many who covet the imperial weapons. There have been more than a dozen Holy Realm families that united in an attempt to seize the imperial weapon of a declining imperial clan, attempting to overturn the imperial clan's legacy. In a critical moment, the imperial weapon autonomously revived to save its master, directly tearing apart 100,000 miles of sky and burying those more than a dozen Holy Realm families, rewriting a chapter of Zhongzhao's history. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Sect Master Qian Guang's body trembled. She instinctively thought that Jiang Yun had obtained a holy-grade spiritual weapon in the lair of the Beast King. If I have a holy-grade spiritual weapon, I would regard the current Sword Sect and Thunder Sect's petty characters as nothing but grass and straw. Qian Guang spoke with great confidence, which eased Jiang Yun's mind. Sect Master here. Jiang Yun freed a storage ring and secretly removed the stone hammer from his palm, placing it inside the storage ring before handing it to Sect Master Qian Guang. In this critical moment, Sect Master Qian Guang did not hold back and directly took the storage ring, probing her divine consciousness into it. Indeed, it is a holy-grade spiritual weapon. I didn't expect Jiang Yun to have such an opportunity. The spring of my Changhe sect is coming. The stone hammer concealed part of its power and only released the unique aura of a holy-grade spiritual weapon, so Qian Guang did not detect its true rank. In fact, Sect Master Qian Guang herself was only at the late stage of the Void God realm among the 3 divine realms, far from the Holy Realm. Therefore, she could only barely recognize the power of a holy-grade spiritual weapon. After all, the holy-grade spiritual weapon of the Changhe sect had long been lost, which was the true reason for the repeated bullying of the Changhe sect. Elder Parker, then, let's act quickly. Had I known it would come to relying on strength to seek justice for my disciples in the Sword Sect, I would not have wasted my breath. The 12 sons of the Sword Sect simultaneously unleashed a dark blue long sword from within. The blade was cold, and the sword energy held instantly, forming a sword formation that surrounded Qian Guang and Jiang Yun. 89 Seeking death coming. The 12 sons of the Sword Sect quickly set up the blue bee sword formation, aiming to seize the initiative and prevent Qian Guang from escaping with Jiang Yun. Qian Guang was naturally fully aware of this. But at this moment, Sect Master Qian Guang was trying to communicate with the stone hammer, hoping to control it, to repel the powerful enemies, and naturally did not pay attention to their little tricks. Little girl, with this master present, you need not worry. Since Jiang Yun has entrusted you to use this master, just go ahead boldly. The stone hammer deliberately adjusted its aura to that of a high-grade holy weapon. The powerful aura of the holy artifact immediately put Sect Master Qian Guang at ease. Qian Guang was startled, but not overly surprised. Even a heaven-grade spiritual weapon could potentially give birth to a spirit. A holy artifact, from the moment it was successfully forged, was nurtured day and night by the cultivation of holy realm powerhouses, thus it was guaranteed to possess a spirit. Once she thought that the stone hammer might be the life weapon of some powerful ancient holy realm expert, perhaps with a glorious history of battles across the 4 corners. A sense of awe arose in her heart. Thank you for your help, senior. From this moment on, Jiang Yun's position in her heart unknowingly changed. Even such an ancient and powerful holy artifact recognized him as its master. One could imagine that his future path would surely be far-reaching and would not stop at the holy realm. The dual pupils are a divine state by nature, directly entering the holy realm. It seems this is not an empty boast, otherwise how could such a powerful holy artifact willingly acknowledge Jiang Yun? At this moment, the elder of the Thunder Sect observed the 12 sons of the Sword Sect taking action. Originally, they had secretly agreed to share the treasure of the Beast King, so he felt awkward to stand by idly. Leading 5 other elders, he instantly moved behind Qian Guang and Jiang Yun, and the formation quickly solidified. Since the allies of the Sword Sect have made a move, my Thunder Sect will naturally not lag behind. Allow me to let Sect Master Qian Guang experience my Thunder Sect's dragon locking formation. I believe it will bring you a surprise. Sect Master Qian Guang ignored the provocations of the 12 sons of the Sword Sect and Elder Parker of the Thunder Sect. She slightly closed her eyes, quietly feeling the imperial marks, imperial formations, and imperial patterns on the stone hammer, but her astonishment grew increasingly. I have also contemplated the methods of the ancient holy realm powerhouses of the Changhe sect within the sect, and there are even ancient holy patterns and holy marks present, but compared to the Tao marks and formation patterns on this stone hammer, they seem like a child's scribbles, chaotic and weak. The gap between holy realm powerhouses is indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. At this time, the 12 sons of the Sword Sect were surprised that she Elder Parker, I have heard that once your dragon locking formation is activated, those trapped find it difficult to escape, but it also has a drawback in that allies cannot easily extricate themselves, correct? Indeed, that is correct. Elder Mu, please rest assured. With the president of the Dark Ice Society beside it, effectively acts as our secret ally. The 12 sons of the Sword Sect are already enough to compete with her, and with me, Parker, leading the 5 elders of the Thunder Sect to trap and kill her, the odds of victory in this battle exceed 80%. The only concern is her desperate attempt to burn her divine spirit to escape. No worries. Even if she burns her potential, it will be very difficult for her to take Jiang Yun away. Once she is injured, I will immediately contact the sect master, and my Sword Sect will immediately bring a great army to dismantle her Changhe sect, reducing them to a third-rate sect. Good, let's proceed, as Elder Mu said, and strike together. The 12 sons of the Sword Sect and Elder Parker of the Thunder Sect were discussing how to take down Qian Guang, Jiang Yun, and even the Changhe sect, while nearby Yun Yu and the President of the Dark. Young Master, who do you think will win this battle? If I find the right moment to enter the battlefield and slay Qian Guang, wouldn't I be able to monopolize the treasure of the Beast King? Given the boldness of the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect, they would not dare to offend the Imperial clan behind you, young master. Yun Yu, however, slightly shook his head and smiled, saying, the treasure of the Beast King is indeed precious. Even in Zhengzhou, many great forces will fight for it. However, my Dark Ice Society has laid out countless years in the mountain-moving domain. How could we ruin our credibility because of the precious arts of the ancient species? Slow and steady wins the race, you know. Moreover, no matter who obtains the precious arts, they would not dare to refuse a trade with me. enjoying a battle between dragons and tigers, weakening the local forces of the mountain-moving domain, and then profiting from it. What's not to like? Young master, you are indeed wise. I have been foolish. Jiang Yun observed the casual demeanor of Qiao Yu and Yun Yu, and a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. For some reason, he felt an innate aversion towards the two. This feeling was as though they were enemies he had never met before. Yet from birth until now he had never encountered either of them. Where did this feeling of disgust come from? While Jiang Yun was pondering, the blue beast sword formation had already erupted. The 12 sons of the sword sect formed hand seals, and countless 10-foot-sized spiritual swords shot forth in droves, completely sealing off all retreat routes for Jiang Yun and Qian Guang. Qian Guang's life spiritual weapon was a lotus umbrella with the handle and ribs made from the bones of a 6th-level demon king, while the umbrella surface was crafted from azure gold. Facing the full assault of the 12 sons of the sword sect, Qian Guang showed no fear. She held the precious lotus umbrella above both their heads, wide enough to cover 10 feet, protecting herself and Jiang Yun securely. Command. The 12 sons of the sword sect seemed to have anticipated that the sword formation's attack would be blocked. They simultaneously threw a fire talisman, which instantly adhered to the surface of the precious lotus umbrella. Boom! A massive roar erupted. This fire talisman was incredibly powerful, forged from the earth fire, and was quite valuable. The precious lotus umbrella shook violently, and a momentary gap appeared in the protective barrier. Elder Parker, if you don't act now, when else will you? The 12 sons of the sword sect shouted simultaneously as dense sword energy formed a sword dragon that swiftly pounced toward Qian Guang and Jiang Yun. Naturally, I won't miss this opportunity. Qian Guang die. Elder Parker looked at the slight flaw in the precious lotus umbrella. He and the 5 elders of the Thunder sect each grabbed 2 thunderballs and struck them madly against the surface of the umbrella. But just at this critical moment, Sect Master Qian Guang suddenly withdrew the precious lotus umbrella, and a cold, frosty gaze appeared in the eyes of Elder Parker of the Thunder sect and the 12 sons of the Sword sect. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me. 90, breaking through strong enemies, leaving no future troubles. Before her and Jiang Yun hovered an unremarkable stone hammer, its surface pitted and scarred fissures running through many places, giving it a coarse, lowly appearance. In the next moment, Qian Guang poured her divine power into it. The hammer's engravings and doubt races awakened, and a blinding silver radiance burst forth from the stone. Danger, young master, move. It is a sacred artifact and an astonishingly powerful one. Beside them, the seemingly indifferent Onbing Association chieftain Qiao Yu snatched Yun Yu by the shoulder and fled, while hastily erecting more than a dozen protective shields. Before them, there simply was not time to set up anymore. The stone hammer struck the void, and the attack's wave radiated outward from Qian Guang and Jiang Yun without distinction. Where it passed, the void collapsed, revealing yawning dimensional rifts. The Jian Sect 12 Sword Dragon formation gave a mournful cry and disintegrated in an instant. Their 12 dark green longswords were at least lower-grade heavenly tier spirit weapons. Only such armaments could form a cross-border battle formation, but the hammer's annihilating wave erased them at a glance. A frightened cry echoed, ah. The 12 of the Jian sect screamed in agony as their bonded spirit implements were destroyed. There was no time for grief, only desperate attempts to flee. On the other side, Lei Sect's Grand Elder Paik had not expected Qian Guang to carry such a devastating sacred artifact. In haste, he produced dozens of rune talismans and hurled them away without regard for cost to buy himself moments of time. Then, as the light wave bore down, he grit his teeth and threw out a bundle of foundation treasures. Paik was after all midstage within the Shushan realm of the Sanshan tier. By consuming resources and spirit implements, he could resist a little. The 5 Tanyu realm elders beside him were far less fortunate. Having leapt forward in assault posture, they were struck by the hammer's law wave, and with a single cry were pulverized into dust. Only those who were slightly farther away, Qiao Yu and Yun Yu, managed to escape first. They produced Onbing Association's defensive Xian turtle carapace, but were still blasted dozens of kilometers away, arriving bedraggled and bearing light wounds. That woman is savage and treacherous, hiding a killing move in secret. If not for my good fortune, I would have died here in this petty Banshan domain. Yun Yu spat a mouthful of blood, his heart hammered violently. This had been a moment that almost cost him his life. Young master, such a potent sacred artifact is rare even in Zhengzhou. It seems Changhe sect conceals great secrets. Qiao Yu, his robes torn and eyes wide with terror, spoke with no small degree of awe. Though he was latest Shushan of the Sanshan realm and in theory could contend with Qian Guang beneath the assault of a sacred artifact, he had no power to resist. I will requisition a sacred artifact from my clan to counter Qian Guang. The Onbing Association must stand above all native forces. At these words, Qiao Yu's face brightened. Possessing a sacred artifact could catapult his strength toward the Sanshan realm's Tianshan tier far faster than 1,000 years of toil. Thank you, young master. Qian Guang's gaze fell on the severely wounded Jian 12 as she lifted a jade finger. The stone hammer tore through the void and flew above them, a powerful binding force pinning them in place. Each of the Jian 12 found themselves nailed to the void, unable to take a single step. Qian Guang, our Jian sect, possesses sacred artifacts as well. If you slaughter us, Jian sect will not rest until your Changha sect is destroyed. Sect leader, kill him. Jiang Yun's eyes chilled. He despised threats, and knowing the Jian-12 would likely return for revenge, he would not tolerate half measures. Very well. Qian Guang consented in a low voice. The hammer tapped the void, and an invisible ripple spread. The Jian-12 were struck, as if by lightning. Their bodies and souls were erased, leaving not a trace. The might of a sacred artifact was terrifying. No, this thing was masquerading as an imperial relic. Jiang Yun watched the scene with heavy feeling. Even the storage rings of the Jian-12 were pulverized by the hammer's might. He could only feel sorrow. There was nothing he could do. Peik, you have lived long, but unfortunately your end has come. Qian Guang bore the hammer above Peik's head. He lay weak and near death, struck at close range by a peak sacred artifact. Even a latest Shushan like him had nearly perished. In truth, Peik's survival owed entirely to Qian Guang's imperfect mastery over the hammer's power. Had her control been firmer, even 3 or 5 more elders like Peik would have met their demise. Do not kill me. I will agree to anything. My cultivation remains, my foundations remain. I will join Changha sect and toil as your slave. Please spare my life. In his dying moments, Peik begged for mercy, an image utterly unlike the war god he had been moments before when he had borne thunder in his hands. Qian Guang instinctively turned to Jiang Yun for his verdict. This battle, had Jiang Yun not produced the hammer, might have ended unpredictably. If he is willing to be a dog, then grant him the role. Let him serve our Changha sect as slave and servant for 1,000 years. Jiang Yun swept a cold glance over Peik and forced him to swear the oath. He also had Qian Guang plant a soul seal within Peik's spirit. If detonated, it could shatter his spirit outright, or else reduce him to a fool. He then cast his eyes toward the not-distant figures of Yunyu and Xiaoyu. They had not gone far, and seemed to be weighing their options. Go and see about them. Jiang Yun beckoned Qian Guang to accompany him toward Xiaoyu and Yunyu once more. Qian Guang naturally had no objection. You wish to borrow my royal beast technique? I will give you a choice: personally eliminate Jiao Jiantu, and the agreement to trade the technique will remain valid. Jiang Yun's purpose was purely intimidation. He wanted them to know he was not to be trifled with. Very well. Since Brother Jiang entrusts this to me, I shall be glad to assist. Xiaoyu see to Jiao Jiantu. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered with complexity. He issued a burst of black light, and in the horrified, regretful gaze of Jiao Jiantu he shattered the man's heart outright. Yunyu then withdrew a red treasure bone from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Yun with a smile. Fate ties us, Brother Jiang. This ancient hereditary technique I give to you. You may keep it. Your royal beast technique need not be traded for it. Jiang Yun accepted the red bone without ceremony and quickly probed it with his spirit. The Huangyan Sparrow Legacy Technique is indeed an ancient hereditary art. My thanks, young Lord Yun. Jiang Yun stowed the Huangyan Sparrow inheritance bone in his storage ring, as if it were his due. Qian Guang could not help but murmur that the youth had grown a touch arrogant, daring even to take from an imperial scion. Brother Jiang, we shall meet again. I present you with this Onbing Association token. Wherever our resources or information are concerned, you may deal at 20% off. Jiang Yun took the token indifferently. It bore only the character carved upon it and was finished in a refined purple hue. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yun. We will not detain you further. Farewell. Having obtained the Huangyan Sparrow inheritance, Jiang Yun finally permitted the two to leave. His reluctance did not stem from fear. The Yun imperial family possessed unfathomable means, and whether Yunyu was truly a favored scion, or not killing him outright would invite far-reaching consequences. No one could predict the extent of the imperial clan's methods. After weighing the risks, Jiang Yun extorted what he could from them, and then sent them on their way. Xiaoyu and Yunyu wasted no time. After a perfunctory farewell, they fled at once. Trading a single ancient hereditary technique for a life was a bargain well struck. Who could have imagined that the prey, Qian Guang and Jiang Yun, would so swiftly become the hunters, and that they would be the sort that wielded a top-tier sacred artifact? The Onbing Association was indeed backed by imperial houses, but sacred artifacts are treasures beyond price. Even an imperial clan rarely dares to quarrel openly with a local power that commands a supreme relic. Qian Guang, watching Jiang Yun follow the departing Xiaoyu and Yunyu, could not help but ask aloud, Jiang Yun, do you intend to eliminate them? Indeed I would, but now is not the time, Jiang Yun replied. The imperial families have many powerful recluses and even hidden measures left by ancient emperors. To slay them rashly could summon devastation upon Changha sect. Qian Guang was pleased that he thought of the sect's greater good. She recounted the past, how her eldest disciple had once been driven into a forbidden land by pressures from the Jian and Lei sects, and how she had only reached latest Shushan afterwards. The sect's elders were often timid and subservient under the weight of those powers. She praised Jiang Yun's talent and rapid growth, confessing she sometimes wondered if he were destined to lead Changha sect to glory. Seeing the depth in his eyes calmed something within her. Murong Kingsu's transmission had reported that Jiang Yun's strength was sufficient to defeat an inner elder of the Lei sect, proof that his combat prowess already ranked within the bracket of the Shenhua elders. Henceforth Qian Guang need no longer make painful compromises to balance sect power on his behalf. A sect's glory cannot rest on one man alone. Our disciples must raise their heads and shed the subservient mindset of the past. A meekness will only make everyone lose sight of their mission. Qian Guang nodded with approval. Upon our return you will be appointed Changhe Sect's Xiaozong and Deputy Director of the Refining Pavilion. I have already announced the latter. The former I will issue notice of the moment we arrive. Jiang Yun said nothing. His silence was tacit assent. He needed to build a vast power base rather than fight alone, and Changhe Sect, even the Banshan domain, would be the first step toward his supreme authority. Master-disciple, I feared the worst. I saw thunder and gathering black clouds and thought you might be embroiled in mortal combat. Qingxue, this time it is thanks to your junior. Upon our return I intend to name him Xiaozong. When he reaches Tianyu realm he will succeed me. I am burdened. My strength barely keeps Changhe Sect afloat. I am weary. Master, while he is gifted, the road to what you speak of is still long. Murong Qingxue was pleased at the prospect of Jiang Yun becoming Xiaozong, yet she reminded them the sect leader's station required Zushan-level mighted Jiang Yun still had far to go. Early great beings and Tianyu were worlds apart, and many never attained such heights in a lifetime. Time will tell. Let us go, prepare to return. Qian Guang offered no further explanation. She trusted her judgment. With a flick of her sleeve, she produced a small green boat that carried Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue speeding swiftly in the direction of Changhe Sect. A question still lingered in Jiang Yun's mind. Sect leader, what exactly is the Onbing Association? Over the years, have they been friend or foe to Changhe Sect? Qian Guang explained, the Onbing Association is an organization with ancient roots formed by powerful families much like the Imperial Yun clan in Zhengzhou. They openly and covertly siphon resources and talent from the regions and exert influence over local powers. Their depths run very deep. For now our priority should be the Banshan domain. Having a sacred artifact at our side forces them to treat us differently, but this world is vast and Zhengzhou lies beyond endless seas. If their great cultivators arrive en masse to suppress our Banshan domain, only then must we clash utterly. Otherwise normal trade and cooperation will do. Her words dispelled Jiang Yun's doubts. He placed the Onbing threat to the back of his mind for the time being. A behemoth organization with such terrifying strength and background could wait until he could at least begin to command the stone hammer and the Zhuxian sword before he contemplated tearing ties with them. Since the Onbing Association claims to trade in all information, I will ask them later who put out the bounty that drew Jiao Jiantu to kill me. Once I find out HM. Jiang Yun's voice trailed with restrained menace. To Jiang Yun, Jiao Jiantu had been a gargantuan threat. If he had not seized the man's overconfidence and severed Jiao Jiantu's blood throat with the Zhuxian sword, he would have been grievously wounded and captured long before Qian Guang's arrival. The return journey would take many hours. Jiang Yun settled in meditation upon the flying boat and resolved to refine the 60 to 70,000 top-grade spirit stones he had obtained in the cave, pouring them wholly into the reservoir of his sacred Bodhis spiritual lake. Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that his congenital Tao body conferred an advantage in state of mind others could not match. Each breakthrough in realm felt like an utter transfiguration. The sacred Bodhis strength lay in using the flesh to overcome technique. A perfected sacred body could go toe-a-toe with emperors in bodily combat. Its drawback, however, was that advancement was extraordinarily arduous. Each step required insight into the Bodhis treasure and tenfold or hundredfold resources to break through. But his innate Tao body and the double pupils granted Jiang Yun exemption from slow cultivation. He had the privilege of swift comprehension and fewer bottlenecks. I hope that after an hour the system will reward me 100 years worth of cultivation. It was the first time Jiang Yun had wished for such a reward. He had to grow quickly. The mysteries of this world were vast and the strong were terrifying. Only by stepping into the Tianyu realm could he feel some measure of assurance. Rest for 2 days, Jiang Yun. The 3-sex competition is imminent. Word came from the Jian and Lei sects this year the contest will be held at Changhe Sect. The 3-sex competition comes so soon. It seems the Lei sect demanded an early schedule at the behest of Banshan domain's youngest supreme Feng Lazy. Feng Lazy. Jiang Yun recalled Lu Han's words. Feng Lazy, the youngest sovereign prodigy of Banshan territory, was aloof, self-assured, and possessed an overwhelming desire for control. I never imagined he could forcibly initiate the Trisect Grand Competition. His influence within the Thunder Sect must have reached its zenith. If Feng Lazy learns that Lu Han has pledged her loyalty to me, she will surely suffer greatly. Yet she is protected by the Thunder Sect's supreme elder, so her life remains secure. With these thoughts, Jiang Yun retrieved peerless spirit stones and began cultivating. Clutching 2 such stones in his hands, a golden vortex formed above his head, voraciously devouring ambient spiritual energy. In roughly 10 breaths, the spiritual energy within both peerless spirit stones was utterly exhausted, and within his saintly body's Dantian lake droplets of golden spiritual energy began to coalesce. The profound resonance of Jiang Yun's cultivation naturally drew the attention of Qian Guang and Murong Qingxue. This was Qian Guang's first time witnessing it, but not Murong Qingxue's. Such an astonishing celestial phenomenon rivals even my own cultivation aura. Could this be the manifestation of the twin-pupil divine talent? Alas, ancient texts offer scant descriptions of the twin pupils, so little in fact that even I cannot fathom more than a fraction of his secrets. As his master, the most I can do is support him with resources. These 100,000 peerless spirit stones were originally meant for my breakthrough into the true God realm, but since my enlightenment remains incomplete, I shall entrust them to him instead. With that, Qian Guang flicked her sleeve and an exquisitely crafted spatial ring soared toward Jiang Yun, hovering silently beside him. Jiang Yun opened his eyes and swept his divine sense across the ring, warmth stirred in his heart. Qian Guang's generosity was extraordinary. Since she offered so willingly, he would accept without hesitation. He had always upheld clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity. Changhe sect had become his first stepping stone to ascendancy. A Qianguang sect master had just shielded him from peril, while Murong Qingxue, who had braved danger alongside him, was unquestionably trustworthy. Jiang Yun gave Qianguang a slight nod. Her eyes, clear as still water, averted instinctively. Strangely, though she stood as his master each time their gazes met, a subtle unease flickered across her expression. Once among the most illustrious female prodigies of Banshan territory, Qian Guang had beheld countless holy sons and divine daughters, yet none compared to Jiang Yun. This youth is a born sovereign. Perhaps only Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian possess the qualifications to vie with him for the title of sovereign prodigy. Had he remained, he might yet have claimed that path. But I buried his destiny myself, choosing the sect over him. At the memory of her eldest disciple, sorrow welled quietly within her. When she first ascended the sect master's throne, her authority was tenuous, her strength inferior to Sword Sect's sect master Jianzan and Thunder Sect's Yu Jingtian. With no recourse, she banished her disciple, the very one destined for sovereignty, turning him into a laughingstock across Banshan territory and leaving hundreds of thousands of Changhe sect disciples mourning a lost hope. This time, no matter what trials Jiang Yun faced, she would never hesitate again. Jiang Yun, I stake the entire fate of Changhe sect upon your rise. Even as he cultivated, Jiang Yun extended part of his consciousness inward, to gaze upon his dantian. There, towering like a pillar holding up heaven itself, stood the fully matured, saintly body fingerbone. You falter at the critical moment. What use are you? I nearly perished beneath the wine sword's slaughter, yet you lifted not a finger. If you continue feasting without labor, return to your celestial ladder, you're worthless to me. His mental fluctuation resonated through the bone. It trembled faintly, golden waves surged across his saintly body's dantian lake, and the void thundered, as if the golden finger bone itself were retorting. Speak to me thus, and you grow indignant. Consider this: had I fallen, then could you have survived alone? A faint trembling intent pierced Jiang Yun's soul. Zhengzhou, vengeance, the Thunder Emperor. He froze, stunned. The golden finger bone truly possessed independent consciousness. A chill traced his spine. Continue. Celestial ladder, unseal. A secret. Jiang Yun understood the celestial ladder concealed unfathomable mysteries, and the golden finger bone was guiding him toward them. You seek vengeance against the Thunder Emperor, but millennia have passed. His lifespan ended long ago, only his imperial clan endures. Jiang Yun frowned bluntly, pointing out the crux. Acceptable. Very well. I swear to avenge your ancient wrong, and I shall even recover your complete physical form. In return, you must aid me with unwavering resolve. Next time danger strikes, do not feign death. Agreed. The void roared. The finger bone vibrated fiercely, answering Jiang Yun's demand. Then golden radiance blazed violently within his dantian. Agony seared his right index finger, yet the golden bone shrank 100-fold and fused seamlessly into it. The golden light subsided. Jiang Yun opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and his index finger gleamed pure gold. Within its translucent surface, the bone shimmered, faintly threaded with elusive Dao marks. The fully matured, saintly body finger bone, I have truly integrated it. Is my index finger now a sovereign-level artifact? Shock gave way to exultation. Who would have thought a mere scolding would yield such extraordinary reward? On the prow of the vessel, Qian Guang and Murong Qingxue watched Jiang Yun's cultivation aura, speechless. They could not comprehend the myriad marvels unfolding within him. Clearly, Jiang Yun had no intention of revealing more. Master, how far remains to the sect? Approximately 500,000 kilometers, less than 1 hour until arrival. I have already notified the sect's elders to gather early at my Qianguang Peak, where I shall announce both the sect-wide competition and your status as young sect master. Jiang Yun listened calmly, nodded once, and spoke no further. Changhe sect required restructuring. For now he was unsuited to drawing attention. That Qianguang sect master chose to pave his path was ideal. Sect master, as a precaution, please dispatch 5 divine flame cultivators, or even great experts, to Yu City to safeguard my Jiang family. Agreed, I shall arrange it immediately. Rest assured and focus solely on your cultivation. Jiang Yun exhaled softly. His sole vulnerability lay with the Jiang family. Last time Luo Qinghan fled gravely wounded a later from the mouths of Sword Sect and Thunder Sect masters, he learned she had been offered as a tool, gifted to Yu Jingtian's disciple to augment his strength. Luo Qinghan, if you found shelter beneath a mighty tree, so be it. But should you dare stir chaos again, do not expect mercy. A day passed. Dawn broke, pale light spilled across the horizon. Ding, no delay. Check-in conditions fulfilled. Confirm check-in. Confirm. Check-in successful. Reward 5 centuries of cultivation attainment. Jiang Yun stared stunned. 5 centuries. Would he leap multiple realms at once? Granted, the system granted only the equivalent of 500 years natural cultivation, but time accumulated was formidable indeed. Last time a century's worth had propelled him from the nascent technique realm's initial stage straight to its peak. What then of 5 centuries? The implications were staggering, unprecedented. Before he could react, a sphere of golden light, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes, and the infusion began. Jiang Yun harbored no concern. System-bestowed power carried no taint or corruption, and his mind naturally harmonized with it. His sole consideration lay in mastering the application of such immense cultivation. Jiang Yun's robes billowed violently. The upper garment tore apart, revealing his flawlessly sculpted torso, a sight that made Murong Qingxue turn away, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet a faint groan of pain escaped Jiang Yun, and she instantly turned back, stricken with worry. Golden light cascaded ceaselessly down his bare torso, flooding into his dantian. With each surge, his cultivation aura swelled, rising relentlessly, intensifying beyond measure. Master Jiang Yun. What is happening to him? Please, help him quickly. Urgency stripped Murong Qingxue of all restraint. She did not pause to analyze his aura, only saw anguish in his expression and assumed crisis, demanded immediate intervention. A soft sigh rose in Qianguang's heart, and with it a quiet, inexplicable pang of loss. Murong Qingxue's devotion to Jiang Yun ran deep. Why then did this ache bloom within her? Though Jiang Yun had never addressed her as master, had she not always regarded him as her disciple? She shook her head, dispelling the thought, and replied to Murong Qingxue in measured tones. Though Jiang Yun endures the agony of swollen meridians, his physique is extraordinarily robust, his channels far tougher than either of us could imagine. What overwhelms him is the sheer torrent of spiritual energy surging within. Such phenomena occur only during realm breakthroughs. Her explanation calmed Murong Qingxue, but Qian Guang herself remained deeply unsettled. The twin-pupil divine talent does not manifest golden spiritual energy. His body surpasses peers tenfold, even 100-fold, truly a human war weapon. And such overwhelming spiritual fluctuations, even genuine geniuses rarely produce them during breakthroughs. What then is transpiring within him? A possibility struck. Qianguang legends spoke of great cultivators sealing their lifetime cultivation into descendants before death, using bloodline affinity to accelerate growth. Though crude and fraught with side effects, the method was viable. Could the Jiang family harbor such an elder? Impossible. If so, why would they hide in Yu City for tens of thousands of years? As Qianguang pondered, explosive cracks echoed from Jiang Yun's body, one after another, shattering successive bottlenecks. His dantian lake expanded tenfold, stretching to an astonishing 500 kilometers. A 500-kilometer saintly body dantian lake resembled a miniature ocean. At that moment, Jiang Yun's saintly body entered its preliminary maturity. Above the lake, the azure firmament signifying his innate Tao body deepened to a richer sapphire. The thunder dragon and fire dragon, once barely 3 qi long, swelled instantly to over 3 zhang. His realm's ascension wrought unprecedented transformation. Within his twin-pupiled space, 10 destruction tribulation beams had taken shape, each spanning the void, radiating annihilating force. The pain eased. The 5-century infusion neared completion. Jiang Yun regained full awareness and surveyed the changes enveloping him. My saintly body, innate Tao body, and twin pupils have all grown vastly stronger. My cultivation continues rising. My strength at the peak of the great expert realm now exceeds my earlier initial stage by over tenfold. Perhaps I may seize this rare chance to break through to the divine flame realm. Refusing to let the opportunity slip, he waved his hand, and 3,000 peerless spirit stones encircled him completely. Jiang Yun's ambition is staggering. He intends to press onward. Such haste risks instability. Does he not know that speed breeds imbalance? Master, should we warn him? Murong Qingxue stared wide-eyed at the mountain of peerless spirit stones, utterly unable to fathom his method of cultivation. No need. His foundation is rock solid, I sense it clearly. Should he break through to the divine flame realm, the sect's cacophony of dissent will fall silent, and your senior brothers Emoja and Zuolai will hold no grounds to oppose him. Qianguang's eyes gleamed with fierce brilliance. Jiang Yun had exceeded even her wildest expectations. Ancient records spoke of peerless prodigies for whom realm advancement came as effortlessly as breathing, no step-by-step progression required. She believed Jiang Yun was precisely such a heaven-born genius. 3,000 peerless spirit stones are far from enough more. This time Jiang Yun produced 10,000 peerless spirit stones and began consuming them the instant they appeared. Within 10 breaths they vanished, yet still insufficient. He summoned 30,000 more and resumed devouring them. Finally, after consuming 100,000 peerless spirit stones, victory shimmered on the horizon. A nascent divine flame ignited within his sea of consciousness, and the moment it appeared, it swiftly absorbed his spiritual essence to grow. He has broken through the aura of the divine flame realm. Qian Guang had already halted the flying vessel outside Changhe Sect's mountain gate and stood personally as Jiang Yun's guardian. Jiang Yun's rapid ascent to the divine flame realm far surpassed her expectations. The divine flame realm. Master, are you certain? My junior brother's cultivation speed defies all precedent. Murong Qingxue gazed unblinking at Jiang Yun in meditation, witnessing in real-time miracles unfold before her eyes. You shall henceforth address Jiang Yun as senior brother. Qian Guang glanced at Murong Qingxue's dumbfounded expression and teased gently. Master, I entered the sect before Jiang Yun. Murong Qingxue blushed, sticking out her tongue, a playful girlish gesture before her master. You are the future hope of the Murong clan. Return soon to awaken your bloodline. You too will soar. Delay further and those venerable elders back home may come fetch you themselves. But I do not wish to leave junior brother for now. Only by growing stronger can you aid him. Do you wish to become his burden? Have you considered that others, more talented, more beautiful with loftier lineages, may soon appear at his side? I speak no falsehood. Once he journeys to Zhangzhou, that is where young sovereign prodigies clash. With Jiang Yun's talent, even ancient imperial clans may seek to recruit him. Unbidden tears misted Murong Qingxue's eyes. She knew her master spoke truth. Master, I shall return to the Murong clan tomorrow. If Jiang Yun asks, tell him, one day I will find him again. Qian Guang sect master nodded faintly and sighed inwardly. Jiang Yun's revealed talent and power obscured even her vision of his destiny. For Murong Qingxue to follow in his footsteps, the difficult. At that moment, Jiang Yun's cultivation culminated. His eyes opened, and a golden divine flame rose serenely above his crown. A peerless golden divine flame. Jiang Yun, how vast must your spiritual energy and soul essence be? Qian Guang watched Jiang Yun open his eyes, and when she saw the divine fire slowly kindling above his brow, she was struck with profound astonishment. His golden divine fire brimmed with immense vitality, an unmistakable sign that his lifespan far exceeded that of his peers. Jiang Yun had only just condensed his divine fire, he knew nothing of all the arcane intricacies. Yet when he beheld his own flame with his own eyes, a look of quiet satisfaction crept into his gaze. Sect leader, do divine fires have grades? Jiang Yun asked casually. His golden divine fire had come about as if by nature, effortless and complete. Of course. For cultivators who have entered the divine fire realm, the divine fire is their foundation. It embodies a cultivator's very essence, his Jingqi and Shin, and can be said to be his life and legacy. Most people's divine fire is only fist-sized and white. Even such a white fist-sized flame is the result of immense toil. As far as I know, Feng Wujian and Feng Lazy's flames are only orange and several times smaller than yours. Qian Guang stared at the roaring golden fire before Jiang Yun and found herself at a loss for words to describe her shock. Could it be that she had truly taken in a reincarnation of a supreme or even an emperor? So that was it. Volume and color of a divine fire were intimately tied to a cultivator's strength and innate talent. Jiang Yun pondered this, then asked, once one enters the divine fire realm, can the quality of the divine fire still be improved? It is difficult. The volume can grow, but the color, the quality, is determined by talent. Only a fabled heaven-defying elixir could alter it. Be warned, though, ancient texts record that some depraved cultivators can graft or even devour another's divine fire to enhance their own. Jiang Yun nodded calmly. He now possessed Jinlong Baoshu Jinlong treasure art and Tianjiao Ishu Tianhorn and technique prime archaic soul inheritances that made him peerless in unknown combat. Moreover, the Duzimi that had evolved into the Dozhan Shengfa Battle Saint method was unrivaled across the world, and the Jiezimi could trigger tenfold combat power. Perhaps at any moment it could grant him a tenfold strike. In short, the trump cards Jiang Yun held. Only two people perhaps warranted his attention, Feng Wujian and Feng Lazy. Their reputations preceded them, but perhaps they truly were formidable. With that in mind, he asked Qian Guang once more, sect leader, to what level have Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian advanced? Will they attend the three-sect grand competition this time? Qian Guang froze at Jiang Yun's question, not expecting him to single out those two as targets. Jiang Yun both are widely acknowledged as the strongest. Exact combat power even I cannot state, but their realm should be that of the Tianyu realm. Tianyu realm. Indeed very strong. They typically take the top two places at the three-sect grand competition, so the highest rank left to contest is third. Jiang Yun, your time of cultivation is still short. Exercise patience and restraint. Seeing the fighting light in Jiang Yun's eyes, Qian Guang believed he had the potential to contend with them in the future. For now, however, Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian's advantages were already set at the moment to challenge them was not yet ripe. I have my own plan. Jiang Yun replied lightly to Qian Guang's warning. Having resolved to lead Changhe sect in sweeping away great enemies, he would not go back on his word. The sooner the better. Morning had arrived and Changhe sect was anything but calm. From the lowest steward elders to the inner core elders, the law enforcers, the refining pavilion, and pill pavilion masters, all had gathered. The sect leader had issued a command today's assembly would convene to formally confer the title of young sect leader. At Qianguang Peak inside Qianguang Hall, Emoja and Zuolai frowned, their faces full of puzzlement. Neither had been informed by their master in advance, who then would be chosen for the conferment. Zuolai, are you sure master didn't contact you beforehand? Emoja bore the Balian Wangti, his frame burly and powerful, blood vitality spilling from him like a dragon. Each breath radiated vigor and his hair shimmered like polished crystal. He looked every inch a young noble of power. Opposite him, Zuolai's head of long crimson hair and lean build made him appear wilder, yet few dared come within a yard of him. His famed Jiang Yun made his renown at Changhe sect even outshine Emoja's. Some even whispered that if not for Zuolai's proud solitude, his refusal to form cliques as Emoja had, he would already have been chosen as young sect leader. Emoja, who do you think you are? If I say no, it's no. Besides, you lost to me in our last duel. If the young sect leader must be chosen, it should be me. Don't be so smug, Zuolai. If master hadn't bestowed you with that heavenly rank spirit armor, could you withstand the might of my Wangdi? Your Jianyu Shanti won't be complete until the 3 divine stage. What is there to be proud of? Then let us settle it here. The young sect leader shall be either you or me. Do you really think Qingxue or that new arrival could take it? Very well, fight. Emoja sprang up. A gale swept the hall as an apparition of his 100-jong kingly form loomed behind him, regarding Zuolai with cold disdain, as though ready to crush him in the next breath. So impulsive, such a waste of master's guidance. With all the resources given you, and yet you show no improvement, did you feed them to the dogs? Zuolai narrowed his eyes. A black cage appeared above his crown and a giant python slithered out. If Emoja dared strike, his Jianyu Shanti would awaken and erupt at once. Emoja, Zuolai, have my words fallen on deaf ears? After all these years you have shown no growth. After this assembly, you will both go to Zishafeng Lei Valley for a month to temper your temperaments. The rebuke was icy and majestic like an empress passing judgment, and it filled the entire hall. Qian Guang entered the hall with Jiang Yun and Murong Qingxue at her side. Greetings, master. Master. Emoja and Zuolai bowed their heads and prostrated to Qian Guang. Her sincere, rigorous instruction and the austere rules of their sect had long carved a deep awe into their hearts. Greetings, senior brothers Emoja and Zuolai. Murong Qingxue offered a slight salute. Though the two were ever competitive, they had always shown protective care for their junior sister. Emoja in particular often displayed his affections, but Murong Qingxue kept him at respectful distance, never accepting his advances. Qingxue, you have returned. Emoja spoke first. He noticed Jiang Yun nearby, eyes half closed in repose, and could not rein in his irritation. Not long ago, Jiang Yun had been made deputy head of the refining pavilion. Emoja dismissed it as the favoritism of that old fool Shirpochui. To him, Jiang Yun was no master refiner, only the whim of an eccentric elder. He was further displeased that Jiang Yun had become a formal direct disciple of Qian Guang and thus his junior brother. Jiang Yun's sudden favor stoked Emoja's fear that his own future claim to the young sect leader might be undermined. Si Kongjin, lead everyone into the hall. The sect assembly is now convened. Qian Guang's voice echoed through Qian Guang Hall. Anyone ranked steward elder or above, including core disciples and inner disciples, was entitled to attend. The hall spread vast, those of lesser rank and lower realms stood at the rear. Hail, sect leader. Nearly 10,000 elders and disciples bowed to Qian Guang. Changhe sect had certainly grown stronger in recent years, yet compared with the Jian sect and the Lei sect there remained a notable gap. Sect leader, since this is to confer the young sect leader, may I ask, will it be Emoja's disciple or Zuolai's disciple? Why were we given no prior word? My view is that Emoja's disciple is more fitting. His prestige within the sect is high and his talent strong. As deputy sect leader, Si Kongjin felt aggrieved. He had backed Emoja all along and was displeased Qian Guang had made such a momentous decision without consulting him. When Si Kongjin stepped forward, many elders of his faction responded in kind. Sect leader, we have all seen Emoja's performance these years. If he is not made young sect leader, how can he command respect? Indeed, Emoja once ventured 10,000 li into the beast-searing wastelands and personally slew the fiend tide that ravaged our vassal Jing state. He won a letter of thanks from the king. By my reckoning, his character and strength both commend him. I support his elevation. Aside from Emoja's supporters, Zuolai had fewer allies, though a small number had been promised resources and promotion, and therefore spoke on his behalf. I oppose Si Kongjin's view. Zuolai joined the leader's tutelage earlier. By reason and sentiment, the position should go to Zuolai. If we allow this precedent to be set, our sect's future succession will be mired in disputes. Exactly. Zuolai bears the Jianyu Shanti and placed in the top 20 at the last 3 sect grand competition. He has brought us resources and honor. Have you all forgotten? Voices rose and clashed to Binia. What are you all shouting about? I think Jiang Yun is a fine lad. I sure Pochui believe in him and nominate him as young sect leader. If anyone blocks me, I shall resign. I've grown tired of the refining pavilion anyway. At those words, Qian Guang Hall fell into stunned silence. Who could have imagined Shirpochui would just so wildly nominating a disciple who had only just joined the sect? Huh. Shirpochui, you madman, Jiang Yun has been here mere days. Do you honestly expect the hall to approve? Sikongjin laughed uproariously. Emoja and Zuolai both glanced at Jiang Yun with disdain in their eyes. If this sect decides to appoint Jiang Yun as young sect leader, who shall resist the will of the sect? A sudden commanding voice rang out like an imperious empress, shaking every heart in the hall. No one spoke for a breath, 2 breaths, 3. Shirpochui was the first to recover. He grabbed Wang Xian and rushed to the center to kowtow. Sect leader, your wisdom is unquestioned. Then let Jiang Yun be named young sect leader. I pledge my support. I support it too. Wang Xian nodded, fervently excited as he looked to Jiang Yun. He had scarcely dared hope that his wager would come to fruition so quickly. Seeing Wang Xian's elation, Jiang Yun nodded back in acknowledgement. Pavilion Master, sure, Jiang Yun has been my junior for only 3 days. He isn't even eligible for the young sect election. Why do you support him? Master, Emoja cannot accept this. The announcement struck Emoja like a thunderclap. He had assumed the young sect leader post was 6 or 7/10 his, if Master had already promised it to another were his years of toil wasted. Emoja, do you question the sect's decree? Xian Guang's tone was flat and undisturbed. As Changha sect's foremost expert, any who spoke before her felt their bearing diminish. Emoja, do you question the sect's decree? Xian Guang's tone was flat and undisturbed. As Changha sect's foremost expert, any who spoke before her felt their bearing diminish. Emoja, as her disciple, felt her pressure most keenly. Emoja hurriedly replied, Master, I do not question your decision. As a senior brother, I only wish to assess our junior brother and see whether he can truly shoulder the responsibilities of young sect leader. Under Qian Guang's imposing pressure, he dared not oppose directly and so framed his dissent as concern. Master, as Jiang Yun's second senior brother, I too bear the duty to evaluate him. Only if he proves his strength will we accept it, Zuolai added. This time he and Emoja stood unusually on the same side. Indeed. While the sect's order should be obeyed, the young sect leader's role is pivotal to Changha sect's future across 1,000 autumns. His competence must be witnessed firsthand. Permit Emoja and Zuolai to test Jiang Yun lest the young sect throne be unstable in years to come. Other elders spoke up in opposition. Clearly many had vested interests threatened by Jiang Yun's potential elevation. Qian Guang struck the armrest, an overwhelming aura swept the hall. Those vocal in dissent felt their vigor surge, and all took several involuntary steps back. She was about to quell the ringleaders with force when Jiang Yun, generous and unflinching, stepped into the center of the hall and cupped his fists to Qian Guang. Since my 2 senior brothers doubt my strength and wish to test me, I will not refuse. How do they propose to test me? The young sect leader must be earned by strength. Beat me first, and you may claim the seat, otherwise do not bring dishonor upon yourself. Emoja's voice was like ice. His fury barely contained. He had poured too many resources and effort into this position to be cheated by Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun smiled and beckoned him on inviting the attack. Very well, Zuolai, do you share this view? Prove yourself against him first. Zuolai crossed his arms and cast a contemptuous glance at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun did not flare. He only smiled and gestured for Emoja to strike whenever he wished. If you intend to fight, keep it to a single decisive bout. Qian Guang watched Jiang Yun step forward to accept the challenges and felt relief. Should he defeat either of them, the young sect post would naturally fall into his hands. Jiang Yun, are you confident? Wang Xian fretted, his concern plain. He did not know Jiang Yun's real power. Emoja was a divine fire realm expert who bore the Balian Wangdi. His strength could already suppress elders lower in the sect's ranking. Wang Xian, you needn't worry. The reports that came back last time said Jiang Yun even defeated an elder from the Lei sect, his opponent also. It is the realm of divine fire. Stonebreaker comforted Wang Xian, eagerly anticipating Jiang Yun's the body of 100 refinements versus the holy body. Despite Stonebreaker's reassurances, Wang Xian remained deeply worried. He did not believe Jiang Yun had grown strong enough to contend with Emoja and Zuolai. Jiang Yun, I must say I admire your courage to face the challenge, but if your strength does not match your boldness, then you will simply become a joke. Do you understand? Emoja slowly walked to the center of the hall, his imposing figure radiating with the power of blood and chi, resembling a dragon, and the vibrant aura he emitted left the core elders in awe. Having cultivated to the level of Emoja and Zuolai, they could have assumed the role of core elders in the sect, yet they consistently refused, nominally wanting to continue training under Qian Guang, while in reality, they were striving for the position of young sect master. Becoming the young sect master grants a unique status, elevating one above others. Aside from the sect master and the grand elder, even the vice sect master Sikongjin would have to bow to the young sect master, possessing the authority to handle most sect affairs. Like other sects, the Changha sect has formed a powerful faction with families of cultivators, such as Luzhin, the Mo family, and the Zhou family. However, the Murong family is unique. They are inherently strong, and aside from a grand elder from the Murong family, the sect master also shares a close relationship with them. Rumors suggest that sect master Qian Guang is the adopted daughter of that Murong grand elder, though this has not been confirmed by either Qian Guang or the Murong grand elder. Provoked, Jiang Yun slowly descended from the high platform, stepping into the void with a steady gait as natural as eating or drinking. It is a consensus among all that one at the level of divine power cannot casually step into the void, and a week ago Jiang Yun had only reached the initial stage of divine power. Emoja did not believe Jiang Yun could break through to the peak of divine power and enter the realm of great powers in just a week. He suspected Jiang Yun was practicing some secret technique to achieve such feats. Pretending to be mysterious at your level, trying to show off in front of me, and Zwalai, is nothing but a joke. Your attempts to attract attention will only make me look down on you even more. Emoja did not hide his disdain and directed these words at Jiang Yun, casting a special glance towards Morong Qingxue. Emoja, who initially thought he was in the spotlight, was met with Morong Qingxue's indifferent turn of her head, showing no sign of responding to him, which ignited his simmering anger. Previously, Morong Qingxue had called him senior brother with great familiarity, and being from the direct line of the Morong family, she held considerable value in terms of potential marriage alliances. Emoja had long harbored feelings for her. It's all because Jiang Yun stole my little sister's heart. If I don't teach him a lesson this time, my hatred will be hard to quell. Sensing the anger and even a hint of murderous intent in Emoja's eyes, Jiang Yun began to formulate his own plans. However, to execute this plan, he needed to consult Qian Guang. He had heard from Wang Xian and Morong Qingxue that Qian Guang had once ventured into forbidden lands multiple times to cultivate his disciples, offending many powers and figures in the mountain-moving domain. Out of respect for Qian Guang's sincerity towards him, Jiang Yun would not hastily decide to eliminate Emoja. Sect Master, should this be a life-and-death battle, some reservations must be kept. Jiang Yun's gaze was as cold as lightning, filled with the calm before a storm. Although he was facing Emoja, his words were directed at Qian Guang. That depends on your intentions. Emoja sneered. You dare to challenge me to a life-and-death battle? A joke. Secombs will lie. Did you hear that? My junior brother is quite bold, isn't he? A life-and-death battle is out of the question. After all, we are both disciples of the same master. If you lose, I have no other demands. Just kneel and apologize to me and acknowledge your mistake as a senior brother. Emoja's arrogance earned him the approval of many. As a body of 100 refinements, even Zwalai could not completely suppress him. Moreover, Emoja was also searching for ancient blood of powerful beings to further enhance his body, which was already public knowledge within the Changhe sect. It's bad. I wonder if Jiang Yun can withstand even 3 moves. I've seen Emoja in action before. Core elders have collapsed without a fight under the pressure of his body manifestation. Wang Xian murmured, but Stonebreaker shot him a fierce glare. My brother's heavy pupils are no joke. His physical body may not match Emoja, but his talent far surpasses him. Outside the hall, several familiar figures mixed among the core disciples. St. Lu Hu, who had been rendered powerless by Jiang Yun, surprisingly reformed his dantian once again, reportedly costing the Lu family a century of savings, leading to a significant shrinkage of their power. At this moment, their eyes were filled with extreme excitement. Jiang Yun was finally going to meet his downfall. I hope Emoja can kill him with a direct punch. How dare an arrogant fool who has only been in the sect for a few days covet the position of young sect master? Shut up, Lu. Who are you? Not eager enough to drag the Lu family down? I received guidance from the vice sect master. I will place a bounty on him in the Dark Ice Society to kill Jiang Yun. He will die sooner or later. Do not let me down. Lu Zhen spoke, clearly unaware that the assassin he mentioned had already failed completely, and Jiang Yun's status in the Dark Ice Society had undergone a drastic change. After hearing Emoja's words, Jiang Yun remained unfazed. Having just ascended to the divine fire realm, having a genius like Emoja to temper him was also an interesting matter. Then it's settled. I won't kill you. The loser will simply kneel and apologize. Jiang Yun then stretched out a hand towards Emoja, and behind him appeared the manifestation of a heavenly horned ant. The true meaning of strength suppression. Emoja took pride in his body of 100 refinements, claiming it could rival the peak bloodlines of ancient beings after 100 refinements. Of course, if he truly perfected his body, Jiang Yun might take him seriously, but for now he was far from qualifying. Emoja snorted, and with his body manifestation, he punched toward the descending hand. Jiang Yun's attitude belittled him. However, when Emoja's fist connected with Jiang Yun's condensed spiritual power hand, his expression changed drastically. Although Jiang Yun's casual strike seemed insignificant, the immense pressure was as heavy as 10 mountains. Boom! Beneath Jiang Yun's palm, Emoja's leg sank directly into the jade bricks of the hall. How is this possible? Zwalai, who was watching from the side, suddenly stood up. Emoja's humiliation also indicated that he might face a similar. At this moment, he felt that Jiang Yun had undoubtedly concealed his strength. No person could jump 2 or 3 major realms in such a short time, advancing from the initial stage of divine power directly to the divine fire realm. Jiang Yun, well done. Wang Xian, after the shock, came to a realization. Although Emoja was protected by his body, he had suffered a significant setback, and it was clear he was at a disadvantage. I told you my brother is capable. Why worry? Stonebreaker patted Wang Xian's shoulder, speaking boldly, though he too was shocked, yet more so delighted for Jiang Yun. You infuriate me, Jiang Yun. You're seeking death. Emoja pulled his legs from the pit and transformed into a series of afterimages, rapidly attacking Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was bathed in golden light while Emoja's body was wreathed in a killing aura. The clash of their bodies produced dull thuds while the explosive sounds of their techniques resonated in the air. Indeed, the body of 100 refinements has reached at least the minor completion stage. Jiang Yun's movements were bold and expansive, the true meaning of strength continuously striking Emoja's bodily weaknesses, forcing pained expressions from him. In contrast, it was difficult for Emoja to land an effective attack on Jiang Yun. A being of the extreme, refined body, the holy body, had a natural suppression over the body of 100 refinements. The two engaged, but what of it? Emoja, injured in multiple places, gasped, "Impossible, Jiang Yun, how could you advance to the divine fire realm and Jiang Yun fought against the body of 100 refinements with his holy body. With the help of his heavy pupils, each of his strikes hit precisely at Emoja's weak points, ensuring he always suppressed his opponent. Emoja excelled in realm, but he clearly felt that even if his body of 100 refinements faced Jiang Yun hidden, he would gain no advantage. Not only that, but the vigorous life force within Jiang Yun meant that even if he occasionally struck Jiang Yun, he would quickly recover, while Jiang Yun relentlessly pressed him down. Boom! Jiang Yun's heavy fist wrapped in holy body spiritual power struck Emoja's shoulder, causing the latter to fracture his bones for the first time, spitting blood as he fell within the hall. Jiang Yun, like a young celestial king, shot cold lightning from his eyes, first looking down at Emoja, then scanning the entire Qianguang hall, with all the elders and disciples avoiding his gaze. Even the usually arrogant vice sect master Sikongjin had to avert his eyes, not daring to meet Jiang Yun's gaze. This battle left Jiang Yun shocking everyone as he severely defeated Emoja in front of the core members of the Changhe sect. Finally, Jiang Yun's gaze turned to Zuolai, who clenched his fists tightly. Despite his hesitant expression, it was clear he was unwilling to concede. "Since you wish to fight, step forward. Why hesitate? As the sect master's direct disciple, your boldness is somewhat embarrassing." Jiang Yun's public revelation of Zuolai's thoughts caused a hint of shame and anger to appear on Zuolai's face. He strode to the center of the hall and proclaimed loudly, "Jiang Yun, I merely thought you had just battled Emoja, fearing it would be unfair. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." "Oh, you wish to kill me." Jiang Yun's inner pupils were purple, surrounded by a golden glow, appearing both eerie and shocking. All present pondered a single question: are the heavy pupils truly that formidable? His cultivation speed is simply astonishing. Like Emoja, if you want me to acknowledge your position as young sect master, you must defeat me." Zuolai, witnessing Emoja's fallen state on the hall floor and the injuries he sustained, glanced around at the battlefield filled with craters, feeling a tinge of fear. Yet he was willing to gamble, betting that his suppressing prison god body would counter Jiang Yun's well. Furthermore, Jiang Yun must have exhausted considerable energy after the battle, presenting him with an opportunity to strike. "How troublesome. It seems I must find another way to shatter your illusions." After speaking, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Sect Master Qianguang seated on the throne. "Sect Master, I wish to fight both of them at once. If I lose, I will relinquish my claim to the position of young Sect Master. If they lose, they must follow me for 10 years. The Sect Master nodded, asking emotionlessly, "Emoja, are you willing to join the battle again?" Jiang Yun's terms are not harsh. "Do you accept?" "Jiang Yun, are you that confident you can defeat us? It seems one victory has made you lose your sense of self." Emoja and Zuolai, as sect masters' direct disciples for over 20 years, had long held high positions, looking down on everyone. Now being publicly challenged by Jiang Yun to face both of them left their faces somewhat unable to hold up. Zuolai's anger surged as he did not want to lose face and sought to reject Jiang Yun's proposal, but Emoja's voice reached him. "This kid is indeed not simple. His heavy pupils can anticipate my moves and counter me effectively. Zuolai, your suppressing prison god body, has a talent in the domain of secrets capable of targeting the soul and countering heavy pupils. My body of 100 refinements is a refinement talent. You and I complement each other. Since Jiang Yun wants to use us as stepping stones, let us defeat him together and completely extinguish his hopes of becoming the young sect master. But can you still fight with your injuries?" Zuolai hesitated, but he knew Emoja was right. Jiang Yun not only possesses heavy pupils, but his physical body seems strong as well, especially with those golden heavy fists that strike like crashing waves, leaving one in awe. "My injuries are not serious. I have already recovered 70% in this short tea time." "Good, then it's settled." To achieve victory, Zuolai agreed to cooperate. As long as they could suppress Jiang Yun's rise, it was worth it. At worst, they would just train harder after this. Zuolai and Emoja secretly communicated their willingness to cooperate, and then Emoja stood up, pulling out a few pills the size of longan from his pocket. He glanced at them with reluctance before rapidly swallowing them. "Master, I can still fight. Since Jiang Yun is so arrogant, my brothers Zuolai and I are willing to help Master teach him that one cannot be overly arrogant." At this moment, Sikongjin finally had a chance to show off, believing that with Emoja and Zuolai joining forces, Jiang Yun would surely fail. To ensure Jiang Yun would abandon his pursuit of the young sect master position, after his defeat, he shouted at Jiang Yun, "Jiang Yun, remember your words. If you lose, you will never covet the young sect master position again." Upon meeting the two senior brothers, the elders within the sect must behave properly and pay their respects. "Do you understand?" Jiang Yun frowned. Jin was indeed persistent. He thought of a possibility whether the assassins sent by the Dark Ice Society were related to him. It was already public knowledge that Jin supported Emoja's rise to power in the Changha sect. His appearance now was merely to suppress himself. Such a narrow-minded person made Jiang Yun feel disgusted. Moreover, Jin was very likely to have hired assassins to kill him, so Jiang Yun responded without reservation, "Shut up. The sect master is presiding over the assembly. When did it become your turn, you old fool, to speak?" Jin was furious and was about to continue harping on the subject, but a reprimand from sect master Qian Guang rang out from the throne. "Shut up, Jin. Anyone who intentionally suppresses others for personal gain shall be directly expelled from the sect assembly." Jin begrudgingly fell silent, earning Jiang Yun's cold smirk. "It seems it's highly likely that this old fool hired assassins against me. First, let's resolve the issue of the young sect master position." Jiang Yun turned to Emoja and Zuolai, who were slowly rising into the air preparing to surround him. "Let's make our move. What are you waiting for?" Jiang Yun stood with his hands behind his back, golden light bursting forth, no longer appearing as casual as before, yet his expression remained calm. Jiang Yun, the Great Huanyuan Pill, was originally intended for breaking through to the Tianyu realm, consuming half of the Mo family's fortune. Today, due to you, I have to swallow it prematurely. Now I have already advanced half a step into the Tianyu realm. Let's see how you can resist this." Emoja sneered, slowly rising into the air as a powerful and unfamiliar aura surged forth, the unique presence of a Tianyu cultivator commanding the aura of the void. To defeat Jiang Yun, Emoja has invested heavily, swallowing the Huanyuan Pill, making his right shoulder injury seem trivial. After all, given the precious nature of the Huanyuan Pill, physical injuries can easily heal. The Huanyuan Pill, the Mo family, is indeed profound. It said that this 6th-grade treasure pill is extremely difficult to refine. Nowadays, there are no 6th-grade alchemists in the mountain-moving region, and the last Pill King has been gone for over 500 years. Sherpa Chue, as a master of weapon refining, although not skilled in alchemy, is more knowledgeable about some news than ordinary people. How did the Mo family obtain it? Isn't forcing an elevation in cultivation to compete cheating? I must report this to the sect master and postpone this duel. Wang Xian stepped forward to speak, but Jin blocked his path and spoke first. "Sect master, everyone heard clearly just now. It was Jiang Yun who requested to duel with both Emoja and Zuolai at the same time. Thus this duel has already determined the positions of the 3 direct disciples and cannot be changed. Of course, if Jiang Yun is willing to apologize to Emoja and Zuolai, withdrawing from the competition for the direct disciple position, he can ensure his safety." Jin's words were extremely abrupt, and all eyes were fixed on Jiang Yun. Yet under the immense pressure, Jiang Yun merely smiled disdainfully. If he were still at the great ability realm, it would be one thing, but now he has ascended to divine fire. Although he is at the peak of the early stage, how could a sacred body be invincible at the same level? Be a joke. Nonsense. I, Jiang Yun, dare to take responsibility for my words. Jiang Yun stood in the void of the great hall, his black hair rendered golden by the light, moving without wind, looking like a young immortal king, descending into the world. Opposite him, Emoja and Zuolai exchanged glances, both feeling an unexplainable pressure. "We cannot wait any longer." Jiang Yun's momentum continues to build, growing stronger. Just how deep is his foundation? This was the shared thought of both. "I will face him, Hedon. You look for an opportunity to bind him with the prison suppression divine ability, and I will defeat him." Emoja volunteered, wanting to take the lead. He had just been beaten by Jiang Yun again, and again his armor shattered, and he was left with a broken bone, losing face in front of everyone. Now that he has advanced to half a step into the Tianyu realm, he naturally wants to regain his reputation quickly. "All right, as you say," Zuolai replied, then directly circled to Jiang Yun's side, forcing Jiang Yun to divide his attention and unable to fully confront Emoja. Jiang Yun. Emoja's Tianyu domain instantly surged like a mighty river, engulfing Jiang Yun in an instant, the golden light being obscured and replaced by the dark brilliance of the Tianyu domain. "It's nothing like this. The gap between divine fire and Tianyu is beyond your imagination." Seeing Jiang Yun covered by his Tianyu domain, Emoja rushed to Jiang Yun's side, the manifestation of the 100 Refinements King body reappearing, crazily striking towards Jiang Yun's position. Everything will be returned to me. The position of the direct disciple must belong to me." Emoja shouted as he struck, the frustration from being suppressed by Jiang Yun earlier completely erupting. On the other side, Zuolai saw the opportunity ripe and immediately intervened in the battlefield. "It's my turn." A prison suppression cage appears, the first divine ability, the execution of the prison. As Zuolai lunged at Jiang Yun, who was shrouded by the domain, a blood-red cage instantly solidified beside Jiang Yun. Not only that, but chains 10 zhang long wrapped around Jiang Yun in circle after circle like a zongzi, making it impossible to see any trace of him. "Easily crushed, junior brother Jiang Yun. As long as you admit defeat and kneel before me and your senior brother Emoja to apologize, you will not be in any life-threatening danger. At worst, you will lie down for 3 months. Inside the Great Hall, Jin side all showed joy at Jiang Yun's arrogance had finally been suppressed, unable to resist at all, being subdued by the 2 direct disciples. It seemed that the so-called dual-pupil talent, although powerful, was ultimately too immature. especially Si Kongjin, who stepped forward and loudly proclaimed sect master. The outcome is already clear. If Jiang Yun still refuses to admit defeat, it can only mean he is foolish. Even if he is crippled by the two direct disciples, it is just him seeking death. Sherpa Chue and Wang Xian frowned, believing in Jiang Yun's strength. However, the prison suppression divine body and 100 refinements king body were equally formidable, and apart from the exiled sect master's eldest disciple, only Mo. Is that so? Perhaps the outcome has yet to be revealed. The cold mockery of the sect master of Qianguang rang out, and the expressions of the crowd in the great hall changed. In the face of absolute despair, Jiang Yun could still struggle. The many core elders present questioned themselves. Even if they were in such a dire situation, it would be very difficult to escape unless it was a Tianyu cultivator at the level of a pavilion master. At the moment the sect master of Qianguang's words fell, Jiang Yun, who was bound like a zongzi by Zuolai's prison suppression chains, erupted with golden light all over his body. Emoja's Tianyu domain began to boil, causing his face to change drastically. He suddenly felt his domain being destroyed by a domineering force and intense backlash, causing his qi and blood to surge. Suppress him. Jiang Yun, I am in the Tianyu realm, you cannot defeat me. Emoja pressed down hard with both hands, continuously injecting his king body's qi and blood into the domain. Jiang Yun let out a cold grunt, and his sacred body manifestation appeared. Whispers echoed in the void as the sacred body manifestation silently recited the battle saint law, constantly striking the void to destroy Emoja's domain. Jiang Yun knew. Emoja felt as if his domain were being struck by 10,000 mountains. Every time Jiang Yun's sacred body manifestation hit him, his 100 refinements king body suffered severe damage. How could a true dragon be trapped by a small river? Jiang Yun punched through Emoja's domain, causing him to spit blood and fly out, his domain broken, and he was injured again. Don't be too arrogant, I am still here's will lie chains of the prison. Just a few ropes, watch me break them. As Zuolai's divine ability chains approached again, Jiang Yun extended his hand and swiftly grabbed the chains, pulling them hard and instantly breaking the divine ability chains into several segments. Haha, that's all there is to it, watch me break your prison suppression cage again. Jiang Yun laughed heartily, employing the true dragon treasure technique enhanced by the battle saint law. A gigantic dragon claw tore through the cage, grabbing Zuolai. The black and red aura surrounding Zuolai continuously washed over the dragon claw, but the claw remained unmoved. And you, Emoja, I give you a chance, you are useless. Emoja, feeling fear, wanted to retreat, but Jiang Yun controlled the true dragon treasure technique and instantly pulled him in as well. At this point, Jiang Yun defeated the remaining two direct disciples before the high-ranking members of the Changhe sect, pressing them firmly in the center of the great hall with his true dragon claw. With a thought, Jiang Yun made Emoja and Zuolai spit out essence blood. Their auras greatly diminished, and the ground in the center of the great hall sank over. Zhang. Kneel and apologize, fulfill your promises. Jiang Yun looked down at Emoja and Zuolai. His intention to set an example was clear. The position of the direct disciple in the Changhe sect was the starting point for him to control the mountain-moving region. How dare you, Jiang Yun? Release the two direct disciples in front of everyone. You shamelessly humiliate your peers and trample the sect rules. Or what punishment should you face? Seeing the situation completely out of control, Si Kongjin could no longer hide his intentions and directly jumped out to deny Jiang Yun's achievements. But how could he know that Jiang Yun's character had always been one of mutual respect, neither too much nor too little? Facing Si Kongjin's fierce threat and embarrassing demeanor, Jiang Yun pressed down hard with his palm. The true dragon treasure technique directly slammed the two, who still showed a hint of hope in their eyes, Zuolai and Emoja, directly into the ground 3 zhang deep. In an instant, more than a dozen bones in their bodies broke. Even the king body and divine body could hardly withstand such destruction. Jiang Yun, Si Kongjin, you oppressed dissenters, forming cliques in my Changhe sect, siding with certain direct disciples, secretly plotting to subvert the heavenly might. Do you think others are fools? It was Sherpa Chue who stood up. His status as a pavilion master was lower than Si Kongjin's, but belonged to the faction close to the sect master of Qianguang, just in time to help Jiang Yun out. Behind him, Wang Xian finally had a chance to speak up for Jiang Yun, so he bowed deeply to the sect master of Qianguang. Indeed, Jiang Yun and Emoja Zuolai had already made a promise. The loser would withdraw from the competition for the direct disciple position and kneel to apologize. This was just a tea time ago, and everyone heard it. How could it be false? Sect master, I request justice. Let the two direct disciples fulfill their promises. Since it was agreed upon by Emoja and Zuolai, and there were witnesses from the sect, this matter is approved. Hearing the approval of the sect master of Jia. In an instant, Emoja and Zuolai, like dead dogs, were pulled out of the pit by the true dragon claw and thrown in front of everyone, the mixture of blood and dirt striking the visual and olfactory senses of the crowd. Without the suppression of the true dragon claw, Emoja and Zuolai could finally move freely. They lowered their once proud heads and did not bother to wipe off the dirt on their bodies, kneeling towards the sect master of Qianguang in unison. Master, I am willing to withdraw from the competition for the position of the direct disciple. Good, since that is the case, this duel is settled. Jiang Yun has lived up to expectations, appointed as the direct disciple of my Changhe sect, and this shall be declared to the entire mountain-moving region. The sect master of Qianguang waved her sleeve directly announcing this decision. The sect master is wise and we are willing to obey the sect master's order. With strength, Jiang Yun won over most of the elders and disciples of the Changhe sect. Regardless of their thoughts, they could only bow their heads for now. We pay respects to the direct disciple. In the Great Hall, the many high-ranking members of the Changhe sect bowed to Jiang Yun. Even Lu Jin and the Hubao brothers, mixed in the crowd, did the same. Jiang Yun glanced over the crowd of over 10,000 Changhe sect elders and disciples, feeling quite emotional. This is the benefit brought by strength, as long as he is strong enough who would dare not bow their head. Next, the traditional ceremony for appointing the direct disciple would commence, and Jiang Yun naturally followed the process. By the afternoon, the ceremony was finally nearing its end. At this moment, a disciple came to report that several powerful forces had arrived outside the mountain gate of the Changhe sect. Sect Master, the Dark Ice Society, Sword Sect, Thunder Sect, and several major mountains of the mountain-moving region have sent people to observe the ceremony. They are now at the gate. What a coincidence. They chose this time to come. What on earth are they planning? The Sect Master of Qianguang frowned. She had long known that various forces had been infiltrating the Changhe sect for power, but she never expected that not only the Thunder Sect and Sword Sect would interfere, but even the True Spirit Holy Land would intervene. Everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Yun, then to the Sect Master of Qianguang. It was evident that these forces had heard the news of the future master of the Changhe sect had changed, and perhaps they were here to exert pressure. Among them were some staunch supporters of Emoja and Zuolai, their eyes flashing with cold light. The sudden visit of various forces was their doing. Open the mountain gate. Since they wished to come, why not invite them to observe the ceremony? The sect master of Qianguang waved her hand, instructing the sect disciples to open the formation and let these people in. Jiang Yun, the ceremony of appointment has been completed. You are the rightful direct disciple of this sect, second only to me, so take a moment to receive these people on my behalf. Jiang Yun nodded, his expression calm. He stepped forward and arrived outside the Great Hall. Behind Jiang Yun were Wang Xian, Sherpa Chue, and several battle team masters, along with disciples who admired Jiang Yun, all following closely. Jiang Yun glanced behind him, a hint of surprise on his face. He did not expect that after defeating Emoja and Zuolai, so many elders and disciples would be willing to support him. Most of these people hate forming cliques. They had been observing your strength and talent, and now that they see you are strong enough to revitalize the Changhe sect, they naturally come to pledge loyalty. Wang Xian stepped forward a few paces, introducing several key elders and disciples to Jiang Yun, who were all excitedly coming to greet him. Jiang Yun had no family background within the Changhe sect, which meant that the new team he created would become the backbone of the Changhe sect's management. If they did not get close to him now, when would they? Then Jiang Yun led the crowd flying toward the mountain gate in a grand manner. Outside the mountain gate, the leader of the Sword Sect was Feng Wujian. Beside him stood an old man in white. The Sword Sect members looked at the old man with awe in their eyes. This person was Jian Wuming, the supreme elder of the Sword Sect, who had remained in seclusion for a long time. He had reached the Void God realm thousands of years ago. The 12 sons of the Sword Sect were beaten to the ground by Qianguang, and his purpose for coming this time was clear. Next to the Sword Sect was the Thunder Sect's team, led by the extraordinary Moon Jingtian, who noticed Jian Wuming at a glance. Such a sword path master willingly waiting at the mountain gate of the Changhe sect left him somewhat astonished. After all, in the past, when the Sword Sect and Thunder Sect came to the Changhe sect, they had always forcefully broken through the Changhe sect's great formation, never caring about so much. But the last time, the sect master of Qianguang utilized a top-grade holy weapon, the Stone Hammer, to display power that sent the 12 sons of the Sword Sect and the Thunder Sect's elder Parker fleeing, losing divine weapons, and suffering a drop in cultivation levels. This achievement made them wary of the Changhe sect. So it is Senior Sword Wuming. Why wait here when you've come to observe the ceremony of the Changhe sect? Your disciple Sword San has always broken through great formations with a single strike. I must say Senior Sword Wuming is truly a humble and courteous person. Although Yu Jingtian is the master of the Thunder Sect, he is of a lower generation than Sword Wuming, and this was intentionally meant to provoke him, something Sword Wuming easily discerned. Doesn't your Thunder Sect always aspire to become the top in the mountain-moving domain? As long as you can capture the younger generation of Qianguang, my Sword Sect will naturally acknowledge your position. The seasoned Sword Wuming retorted sharply. Senior, are you so confident that you have brought a sacred weapon with you? Yu Jingtian didn't want to hide his thoughts and directly asked his speculation. The power of a sacred weapon can devastate the heavens and the earth. If you dare face the younger generation of Qianguang without one, then I, an old man, must admire you. Yu Jingtian, taken aback by Sword Wuming's sarcastic remark, withdrew his probing gaze and thoughts. He turned to the young man behind him, bare-chested and surrounded by purple lightning. Feng Lazy, our attendance at the ceremony is merely an excuse. Later, when I confront Qianguang, you will challenge that Jiang Yun using his destruction of your relationship with your fiancé Lu Han as a pretext. Remember this. Rest assured, Sect Master. As long as the Changhe sect engages and agrees to hold the grand competition of the three sects, immediately I will certainly take Jiang Yun's head. The grand competition of the three sects needs the Dark Ice Society as witnesses. They have agreed to arrive 3 days later. Before that we show. He has long coveted my supreme position among the talented, and even if I am willing, he would seek me out anyway. Feng Lazy casually found an excuse. For him, sect interests were important, but even more crucial was the pursuit of supreme cultivation. Only a true supreme talent of the mountain-moving domain could gather the fortune of the entire region, advancing towards the central continent and confronting those legendary imperial clan talents and pure blood beings, as well as the holy children and daughters of the eternal church. Feng Wujian is merely a stepping stone for me. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to strike at me. I must guard against him. As for Jiang Yun, he is but a small snake easily crushed with a flick of my hand. Feng Lazy had his own views. In his opinion, the most troublesome person in the entire Changhe sect was the top sacred weapon in the hands of Qian Guang, which had already intimidated the Sword sect and the Thunder sect. It is said that after Qian Guang used the sacred weapon to beat the 12 sons of the Sword sect, and Elder Parker, the Dark Ice Society quickly mobilized sacred weapons from the central continent to stabilize the situation. Ultimately, any time the Dark Ice Society has an imperial clan talent behind them, they can firmly maintain a transcendent status. Regardless of who is the leader among the three sects, they must accept the existence of the Dark Ice Society. Feng Lazy also heard that beyond the central continent, in dozens of major domains and over 100 central domains, there are thousands of similar small domains like the mountain-moving domain that also possess many transcendent organizations. These organizations hold a very transcendent status, capable of dictating the changes in the top powers of their domains, while remaining unharmed themselves, continuously collecting resources and talents to strengthen the central continent. The Union of the Dark Ice Society has offered me a condition. If I swear my loyalty to the Imperial Yun clan, they will provide me with a drop of diluted blood for comprehension in the future. The Thunder sect is merely a stepping stone for me. I wonder what conditions Feng Wujian has received from the Dark Ice Society. The ultimate supreme talent of the mountain-moving domain will definitely emerge between him and me. As Feng Lazy pondered deeply, Feng Wujian's gaze shot over like a sharp sword. Feng Lazy, do you dare to battle? Why not? But first I must crush Jiang Yun of the Changhe sect and avenge his betrayal of Lu Han. Good, I will wait for you. A person who cannot even protect a woman is not worth my time to battle. Feng Lazy turned his head, no longer confronting Feng Wujian. Both were top talents of the mountain-moving domain, their cultivation reaching the early stages of Tianyu, not far from the virtual divine realm of the three sect masters. It can be said that Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian in a few more years would be the true rulers of the mountain-moving domain. That day is not far off. The great formation of the Changhe sect opened, and Jiang Yun, dressed in a dark green robe, stood with his hands behind his back, followed by Sherpochui, Wang Xian, and others. The Changhe sect welcomes everyone to witness the ceremony. However, my personal ceremony has already concluded. If you wish, you may rest in my Changhe sect. So it is you, young one. By what virtue do you dare bear the title of a junior sect master and walk alongside us? Feng Wujian stepped forward, first remembering Sword Woman's words to suppress Jiang Yun. Elder Sher, how should we handle a dog that comes to bite us? Sherpochui immediately approached Jiang Yun, radiating the aura of a peak Tianyu, and said in coordination, "We will use our Changhe sect's great formation to expel him. If he resists, we can take action first and report later." Jiang Yun, you robbed my younger brother's royal beast inheritance in the Qinggu Mountain secret realm and crippled his cultivation. We need to settle this score thoroughly. Oh, so you're that wast's brother. No wonder when I suppressed him he had a bunch of sycophants guarding him, but they were all struck down by me in a single blow. Am I to blame for that? I even left him with his life, giving you a shred of hope. Jiang Yun replied coldly to Feng Wujian, similar to Feng Yijian, a wastrel who would only complain that the punishment was not enough. Nanxing Yiling, you two step forward and tell everyone how Jiang Yun bullied my younger brother Yijian. Under the coercive gaze of Feng Wujian, the tall and stunning Nanxing stepped forward. Beside Feng Wujian, a young man who had been meditating, Yiling, also opened his eyes and stepped to the forefront of the group. Yes, young Master Wujian. I went to observe Yiling's battle with Feng Yijian, and then a conflict arose between Feng Yijian and Jiang Yun, which led to Feng Yijian being defeated. This is what I witnessed firsthand. That's all. Think carefully if you missed anything. Feng Wujian was very dissatisfied. A Nanxing hadn't stood by the sword sect's side and merely described the situation at that time. Fortunately, he still had Yiling to assist, which would sufficiently suppress Jiang Yun's momentum. Young Master Wujian Yijian maliciously provoked Jiang Yun, which led to suppression. This matter was witnessed by many scattered cultivators and minor sect disciples. Even my Sword sect and Thunder sect had many present to witness. A Jiang Yun is innocent. Once Yiling spoke, all eyes turned to him, and there was an uproar. Yiling must have taken the wrong medicine to speak in favor of Jiang Yun. That was everyone's first impression. Feng Wujian was furious, ready to strike at Yiling. If Yiling, remember, if Feng Wujian bullies you, you can join my Changhe sect at any time. This is a promise I, Jiang Yun, make as the junior master of the Changhe sect. Yiling did not respond, knowing Jiang Yun was merely retaliating against Feng Wujian. He needed to remain hidden in the Sword sect to help Jiang Yun protect Jiangqin. As the Sword Sect suffered setbacks, the Thunder Sect stepped forward again. Slowly rising into the air, violent purple lightning crackled around him, creating a tremendous sense of intimidation. More and more minor sects and loose cultivators arrived, and upon witnessing Feng Liza's might, everyone gasped in amazement. Jiang Yun, my Thunder Sect's elder Lu Han was bullied by you. This matter concerns the face of my Thunder Sect. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, will not end peacefully. Lu Han, where is she? Why not call her to confront me directly? Just relying on one-sided words, do you admit to stealing 1,000,000 spirit stones and 1,000 spirit mines from my Jiang sect? I, Feng Lazy, never need to explain my actions. I do as I please. Jiang Yun, do you dare accept my challenge? Jiang Yun was about to respond when a voice from afar caught everyone's attention. Haha, I didn't expect so many people to come today. Now that everyone is here, even the true spirit clan has sent a representative. Yu Jingtian, Jian Wuming, you both have come personally. Are you planning to hold the great competition of the three sects, or do you wish to witness the means of the Qianguang sect master wielding the sacred artifact? In the distance, two figures instantly moved closer, revealing Qiaoyu, the president of the Dark Ice Society, and Yunyu, the young master of the Imperial clan. Yunyu stood with his hands behind his back, riding a flying boat pulled by two-headed winged wolves. Upon seeing the numerous top forces of the mountain-moving domain, he couldn't even be bothered to stand up, merely nodding slightly to a few prominent figures in the arena. Beside Yunyu, Qiaoyu, the president of the Dark Ice Society, took a more low-key approach. He first cupped his hands toward Jian Wuming, then spoke in a loud voice to Yu Jingtian, appearing quite familiar. So, it is young Master Yun who has graced us with his presence. I hope young Master Yun will have the opportunity to visit my Thunder Sect. The Thunder Spirit fruit we produce is considered the best spiritual fruit in the mountain-moving domain. Not only is it sweet in taste, but it also has a certain chance of awakening the Thunder bloodline. Upon learning that Yunyu was of imperial lineage, Yu Jingtian immediately changed his demeanor to be more amiable, his attitude exceedingly cordial. Feng Lazy, come and greet young Master Yun. You are both young people, you should have more to talk about than I do. Yu Jingtian's intention was evidently to let Feng Lazy seize the opportunity to befriend Yunyu. After all, Feng Lazy was destined to venture into the Central State in the future, and such great ambition would yield greater results with the recognition of the Imperial clan. Brother Yun. So you are Feng Lazy. I have long heard you are the #1 prodigy of the mountain-moving domain, already aiming for the position of the young supreme. Meeting you today, you truly are extraordinary. If you go to the Central State, you can come to my Yun family, and I will introduce you to my brothers and sisters. Feng Lazy was moved upon hearing this. The Central State was exceedingly mysterious. 99% of people from the mountain-moving domain would find it difficult to cross the Ghost Sea in their lifetime, and those prodigies who ventured into the Central State and returned would always long for it, leaving the world in regret. Such situations had frequently occurred over countless years, making the mysterious power of the Central State increasingly alluring yet fearsome. Even with Feng Liza's courage, he couldn't help but show a hint of apprehension in front of Yunyu. Thank you, Brother Yun. Wait, Feng Lazy, I, Feng Wujian, have yet to speak. Who agreed that you are the #1 supreme prodigy of the mountain-moving domain? Is that a title you have given yourself? Feng Wujian, what do you mean? Feng Wujian strode forward, his eyes fixed sharply on Feng Lazy. With Yunyu present, he was determined to compete for Feng Wujian. Securing a place in the Central State was of utmost importance. Wujian, stand down. Feng Lazy must not be disrespectful. Yu Jingtian and Jian Wuming both issued rebukes in succession, urging them to avoid conflict. However, everyone understood that the mountain-moving domain was too small. The title of Young Supreme could only belong to one person, since the Central State's conferral had only one slot in past years. Haha, Brother Feng, Brother Lazy, you need not compete. Although there is only one slot for the Central State conferral, I Yunyu guarantee that my Yun clan, as an imperial clan, will select at least 3 individuals to go to the Central State, and I will finalize this list after the great competition of the 3 sects. This is also one of the reasons I came to the Jiang sect. Yunyu stood with his hands behind his back, slowly passing by Feng Wujian and Feng Lazy. He emitted no aura, but the faint fluctuations of imperial blood within him made the thousands at the Jiang sect feel a sense of oppression. The bloodline of the imperial clan is indeed extraordinary. Even at a distance of less than 1,000 zheng, one can feel the pressure of the imperial blood. I wonder which great emperor is in his ancestry. At that moment, Sherpochui at the peak of the Tianyu realm immediately sensed the uniqueness of Yunyu. Every time a peerless prodigy appears in the mountain-moving domain, the Dark Ice Society will show up. If they find someone they like, they take 5, if not sometimes they take 1 or 2. The so-called Imperial Clan is the ultimate harvesting machine for prodigies. Generation after generation, supreme prodigies have been taken away by them, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Yun, hearing Sherpochui's complaints, couldn't help but grow curious about what those prodigies taken away had actually experienced. No one knows their experiences. Some have gone mad, most who return refuse to speak, and some may not return at all. Perhaps they've made a name for themselves in the Central State. Jiang Yun secretly nodded. A dignified Imperial Clan should not engage in underhanded dealings. As Yunyu passed by Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian, he patted their shoulders respectively to show his appreciation. Shoulder pats like this, if it were the first meeting, are generally a gesture of the superior reassuring the subordinate. Given the statuses of Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian, no one in the entire younger generation of the mountain-moving domain had that qualification. However, no one found Yunya's actions inappropriate. Oh, Elder Tyne Jinji, you are here too. Last time I invited you to my imperial clan as a guest, didn't you refuse? What brings you here now? Yunya looked towards a seemingly insignificant corner behind the crowd where an old man in a red robe leaned on a cane. Though his hair was white and he appeared aged, his eyes were bright and spirited. Little brat, you still recognized me. I came this time merely because I sensed the aura of the True Spirit Treasure Technique and came to observe. The True Spirit Ancestor of the Tianjing Ant. I am indeed curious now. I beg Elder Tyne Jinji for guidance. Yunya's words also piqued the interest of the crowd. The Tianjing Ant is a great clan in the mountain-moving domain with bloodlines from ancient species, yet they are few in number, and their beasts occupy the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, rarely interacting with human sex and families. This old man in red had been mysteriously absent for 1,000 years. I have descendants who passed by the northwest direction and sensed the aura of the Tianjiao Ant technique, but this treasure technique was lost in the ancient times, and only the clan leader of the Tianjiao Ant can master the complete technique. I have come to investigate the truth. The Tianjing Ant elder did not conceal anything recounting the details. Hearing this, Morong Qingxue instinctively glanced at Jiang Yun. She had witnessed Jiang Yun in battle more than once, and the enormous celestial horned ant phenomenon behind him had shocked many cultivators, however very few could recognize the source of this precious technique. The celestial horned ant technique, a natural master of the essence of strength capable of battling the true dragons among the 10 ferocious spirits. Exactly. Unfortunately, this technique can only be mastered by one person. The same applies to the 10 true spirit techniques. Others can only comprehend it, but not grasp its complete essence. The elder of the heavenly crystal ant technique shook his head, seemingly regretful. If the celestial horned ant technique were truly mastered by someone, he would inevitably be unable to obtain it, though comprehension was still possible. The elder's words sparked great interest among all present. Even Yunyu frowned, contemplating whether to inform his clan of this significant news and dispatch a powerful expert to control the situation. Once the news reaches the Imperial clan, my brothers and sisters will undoubtedly come to fight for it. I might as well take the risk myself and obtain the celestial horned ant technique first. Could this person be Jiang Yun? His rise is quite mysterious. Escaping the assassination attempts of Jiao Jian is simply shocking. However, it is not the time to raise a fuss, as too many people knowing will be detrimental to me. After making up his mind, Yunya's expression returned to calmness as he smiled and nodded at the elder of the heavenly crystal ant technique, saying, I wish you success in obtaining the technique. If you need assistance, I am willing to help your clan, and the Dark Ice Society will serve you at any time. Thank you, young Master Yun. Yunyu continued onward, quickly arriving in front of Jiang Yun, revealing an expression of great interest. Jiang Yun met his gaze levelly, seemingly unfazed by his imperial clan status, showing no trace of reverence. Brother Jiang, I have high hopes for you and would like to offer you a spot. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes outside the mountain gate immediately focused on Jiang Yun and Yunyu. Who is this person that young Master Yun would give such a high evaluation? You don't even know him. What are you doing here? Jiang Yun, born with dual pupils, last time the leaders of Lei Zong and Yu Zong came to snatch him away, he had a fierce battle with the leader of Changhe Zong and Tianyu. So he is Jiang Yun. I wonder if his dual pupils are as powerful as rumored and whether he can match Jianzong's Feng Wujian and Lei Zong's Feng Lazy in a contest of strength. Currently, probably not. He is only 20, but Feng Lai's Wind Thunder dominance has already reached a deep level of cultivation, and Feng Wujian's Heavenly Sword Emperor body has astonishing potential. Even geniuses need time to grow. In that case, this three-sect competition has no suspense. I thought I could see a fierce battle among the three sects in Changhezong, but it seems that Lei Zong and Jianzong will dominate. On the other hand, Jiang Yun remained unmoved by the olive branch extended by Yunyuin's. Just as Yunyu mentioned providing him with a spot to the central continent, Feng Wujian and Feng Lazy unexpectedly ended their standoff in an instant and turned their fierce gazes toward him. In that situation, should he dare to accept, he would probably be immediately besieged. Jiang Yun did not fear challenges, but also did not wish to become a target. Yunyu was skillfully playing a grand scheme, but unfortunately, he was not interested. Young Master Yun's kindness is appreciated, however the ancient rules of the mountain-moving domain cannot be broken. The spot to the central continent should rightfully be occupied by the supreme genius first. Everyone, the ceremony is over, you may disperse. Of course, if you wish to visit my Changhezong, I will certainly host you warmly. Jiang Yun, there is no need for a visit. The time for the competition among the three sects has arrived once every 10 years. We have come here to hold this grand event, so rather than wait for an auspicious day, why not start today? The speaker was Feng Lazy, who was eager to prove his strength and establish his position as a supreme genius. To him, both Feng Wujian and Jiang Yun appeared as mere insignificant beings. The Wind Thunder dominance is immune to all restraints with unparalleled speed, and its attacks rank among the top 3 in various attributes. Thus he has maintained an undefeated record among his peers. Jiang Yun frowned, intending to refuse, but the voice of the leader of Qianguang echoed in his ears. Let them in, or refusing is futile. Since Jian Wuming and Yu Jingtian have come, there must be a conclusion today. Alright. Jiang Yun turned and flew directly towards the sect, no longer caring about face, as both Lei Zong and Jian Zong were like thieves bearing ill intentions, so why should he continue to offer false politeness? Jiang Yun. Stop. How rude. Both Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian voiced their anger, as they believed that as the proud progeny of the Jianzong and Lei Zong, being ignored by the newly appointed young master of Changhezong was a hard pill to swallow. Wujian, no need to be angry. In the upcoming 3-sect competition, strive to rank the Changhezong disciples outside the top 50, ensuring they gain no resources. When that time comes, the resources of Changhezong will be depleted. Let's see what they will do then. One must admit Jiang was still shrewd. Jian Wuming had long seen through the dynamics of the 3 sects, taking advantage of the previous battle where Qianguang was still recovering from injuries to pressure Changhezong's survival space, while also seeking to snatch the legacy of the royal beast and Jiang Yun as a potential candidate. Whether Jiang Yun agreed or not was, in his view, of little importance. Although the geniuses were indeed proud, that was under the premise that the elders of the sect could maintain order. Now that he and Yu Jingtian had arrived with sacred artifacts, Qianguang was already struggling to hold the fort. The mountain-moving domain does not allow Changhezong to rise again. This is the stark reality. Go! 5,000 disciples from Jianzong, 6,000 from Lei Zong, and over 10,000 from other minor sects and scattered cultivators, alongside several thousand mysterious true spirit remnants, flew in a grand procession into the gates of Changhezong. Qianguang, the old man Jian Wuming, is here to discuss the matters of the 3-sect competition. Qianguang, how is your injury? Have you recovered? Today the 3-sect competition is being held ahead of schedule, and I hope you will give your approval. Upon arriving at Qianguang Peak, Jian Wuming and Yu Jingtian formally appeared, each speaking as the leaders of their respective sects. As for the scattered cultivators, minor sects, and true spirit remnants, they still quietly remained in place. In the 3-sect competition, anyone can step forward to challenge, competing for resources and rankings for their sects, families, and forces. I agree, but my Changhezong has just undergone the junior sect war recently. My several direct disciples are injured and need 3 days to rest. Qianguang's figure suddenly appeared, directly stating the need for a 3-day buffer. That won't do, we must start today. Jian Wuming, well aware of the urgency of military affairs, refused to compromise. What Wuming said is correct. The challenge will begin today. Yu Jingtian chimed in. Then there is nothing more to say. If you lack this little grace, my Changhezong will participate in 3 days. Your Changhezong is merely notified you. Jian Wuming came with sacred artifacts with the intention of creating conflict and testing Qianguang's true battle strength. He was about to escalate the tension when he was interrupted by Yun Yu and the president of the Dark Ice Society. Alright, the battle will commence in 3 days. By then the various sects and talents from the mountain-moving domain will also arrive one after another, and it won't be as rushed as today. Would you Wuming be willing to give me Yun Yu a little face? Yun Yu spoke with a smile, but his gaze was somewhat cold, clearly not a negotiating tone. Jian Wuming was left speechless. No matter how powerful he was, he did not dare to oppose a descendant of the imperial clan. Otherwise, not only would he face severe punishment, but the Jianzong behind him would definitely be put in a difficult position. The Dark Ice Society stands above the various sects of the mountain-moving domain, its strength unfathomable, and it can summon more than 10 experts of the virtual divine realm, which is already an acknowledged fact. Sikongjin arranged for them to rest at the guest peak within the sect. Additionally, send more personnel to prepare the competition venue and platform, announcing to the entire sect that registration for the 3-sect competition has begun and will officially start in 3 days. 103 The Land of Calamity Bones. Qianguang finished speaking, leading Jiang Yun and the others directly away, while Sikongjin carefully accompanied the team of Jianzong and Lei Zong cultivators, bowing and serving them attentively. Wuming, please don't take the Qianguang's temperament to heart. Please come this way. After this competition, your Changhezong will be unable to support even its disciples. I wonder if she will still dare to be arrogant. By then my Lei Zong and Jianzong will recruit disciples who leave Changhezong right outside its gates. As long as they have talent, they can join us with unchanged treatment. Jian Wuming was quite dissatisfied with Qianguang's attitude. Originally, he had come to pick a fight, wanting to take down Qianguang in one fell swoop and dismantle Changhezong. However, the attitude of the Dark Ice Society seemed to aim for mediation, which forced him to pause his actions. At this moment, Yu Jingtian looked down upon Sikongjin. I heard that you and Qianguang have always been at odds. Why not abandon the dark and embrace the light? If you come to my Lei Zong, I can consider offering you a core elder position depending on your sensibility. Thank you, Sect Master Wei, for your recognition. I will seriously consider this matter, and will definitely give you a response within 3 days. Sikongjin felt somewhat excited. He believed that Changhezong was unsustainable and Qianguang was already stretched thin. Although he had been born and raised in Changhezong, feeling a bit ungrateful, staying would surely lead to death. Making a choice early could still allow him to take the initiative and fetch a higher price. Apart from Yu Jingtian, Jian Wuming, and the elder of the Heavenly Crystal Ant Technique, who were all arranged to be warmly received at the top of the guest peak, the remaining scattered cultivators and minor sect disciples were simply assigned a designated area to stay, with treatment vastly different. As for Xiao Yu and Yun Yu, they were directly provided with a luxurious palace radiating multicolored light floating in the air above the guest peak. This scene naturally drew the envy of many, secretly marveling at the power of the imperial clan and the mysterious wealth of the Dark Ice Society. Every time Yun Yu showed even a slight presence, many young cultivators would intentionally invite and flatter him, eager to be noticed by the so-called descendants of the imperial clan willing to serve as sword boys or subordinates. Some female cultivators even posed and displayed their charm, hoping to catch Yun Yu's eye. However, Yun Yu was fully aware of these sycophantic behaviors. For him, the mountain-moving domain was only about continuous resource harvesting, and only the three top talents, Feng Lazy, Feng Wujian, and Jiang Yun, were worthy of his interest. As for others, he had no desire to even glance at them. In fact, Yun Yu's own servants were generally above the peak realm of Tianyu, with the strongest reaching the peak of the three divine realms, though he simply hadn't brought them along this time. Jiang Yun, I give you 3 days to consider. Now that you are part of the Changhe Zong, your interests are tied to the sect. Without my help, it will be difficult for you to get through this crisis. As long as you are willing to bow your head, then obediently hand over the royal beast inheritance and the celestial horned ant technique, and you personally will follow me to conquer the central continent. This is the choice I, Yun Yu, offer you. Yun Yu gazed through the window of the immortal palace, watching Jiang Yun's departing figure. Even the proudest genius must bow before absolute strength. Yun Yu sought to exert pressure on both the Jianzong and Lei Zong purely through his own influence, wishing to devour Jiang Yun along with the secrets he possessed. Jian Wuming and Yu Jingtian sensed this, yet they could do nothing. The Dark Ice Society itself was strong enough, and with Yun Yu's imperial clan background, who could resist? Only the elder of the Heavenly Crystal Ant Technique silently watched Jiang Yun's retreating figure falling into contemplation. He was certain that Jiang Yun bore the aura of the Celestial Horned Ant Technique, powerful enough to make him tremble at the thought of the Heavenly Horned Ant Technique. Even being able to witness Jiang Yun's display would feel like a dream to him. In summary, the Heavenly Crystal Ant is far removed from the bloodline of the Celestial Horned Ant. The Celestial Horned Ant is one of the 10 ferocious spirits born to master the essence of control, while the Heavenly Crystal Ant lacks even a complete remnant bloodline. Whoever masters the Celestial Horned Ant is the true master of my Heavenly Crystal Ant. Should I still adhere to this rule? After all, he is human. Inside the Qianguang Hall, there was a deathly silence, as Jiang Yun sat quietly beside Qianguang, also remaining silent. Qianguang was the first to ask, her expression serious, with a hint of probing in her tone. Jiang Yun, do you have a chance to confront Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian? Jiang Yun pondered briefly and provided a fairly standard answer. As of now, less than 30%. If his secret technique was triggered, he should be able to contend with Feng Lazy and Jian Wuming. Through battles with Emoja and Zuolai, Jiang Yun had roughly deduced the approximate level of power among the young supremes of the mountain-moving domain. Feng Liza's cultivation had reached the peak of Tianyu, while Feng Wujian was around the mid-level of Tianyu. For Jiang Yun, if they were ordinary cultivators, he could undoubtedly crush them. However, both Feng Lazy and Feng Wujian had top-tier innate physiques, greatly enhancing their combat power. Combined with the gap in cultivation, Jiang Yun felt considerable pressure. If I can advance to the Tianyu realm, or even just reach the late stage of the Divine Fire realm, I should be able to trample them underfoot. There are still 3 days left. I hope the system's sign-in won't disappoint me. As Jiang Yun contemplated, Qianguang fell into deep thought, then suddenly raised her head. In that case, I will take the risk of traversing the forbidden ground to see if your senior brother is still alive. As soon as these words were spoken, the various elders in the hall voiced their concerns. Sect Master, you must not. Your direct disciple was exiled to the land of Calamity Bones, where great evils are rampant. If it weren't for the restrictions of the domain's laws, they would likely have already emerged. Your direct disciple is probably already dead. Do not take risks. Anything can happen in the land of Calamity Bones. The chances of survival for anyone entering are astoundingly low, and the higher the cultivation, the lower the chances of survival. This is a recognized fact, and I oppose it. Sect Master, if you were to enter the land of Calamity Bones and never return, what would happen if Jianzong and Leizong press us? Would our Changhe Zong's millennia of foundation be completely destroyed? Jiang Yun gazed around. These opponents were all supporters of Qianguang, and clearly did not support her taking risks. Sect Master, I will temporarily leave my hammer with you for these 3 days. Changhe Zong cannot do without you. Why not let me undertake the task of finding my senior brother? Just where is this so-called land of Calamity Bones? Qianguang's body trembled, clearly not expecting Jiang Yun to be willing to make such a sacrifice. Chapter 104, a Ninefold Celestial Fortune Creation Pill. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Wang Xian recoiled in alarm. The Tribulation Bone Realm was one of the most perilous and infamous forbidden zones bordering the Banship Mountain territory. Its survival rate lay far below 1%. He had only just secured a swift passage aboard Jiang Yun's rising star. Should Jiang Yun vanish into that forbidden realm, the Simkongjin lineage would undoubtedly turn upon him, his junior sister, and even his two junior disciples Shui Qian and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yun, you have been under my tutelage for less than a year. You need not risk your life so recklessly for the sect. The sect master will guide us through this crisis. No further words are needed. Jiang Yun shook his head, declining Wang Xian's entreaty. Though the Tribulation Bone Realm might be a land of doom for others, it held no such certainty for him. The adage that higher cultivation equates to lower odds of survival was paradoxically a tremendous advantage for Jiang Yun. He possessed innate prowess to challenge opponents beyond his own realm, achieving peak transcendence at every stage, thus granting him an unparalleled edge. Jiang Yun, the Tribulation Bone Realm harbors both supreme opportunities and supreme perils. If you are resolved to enter on my behalf, we depart immediately. Be warned, time flows tenfold faster within, so you must emerge within 1 lunar month. Tenfold temporal acceleration. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted sharply. This was indeed a colossal advantage. It meant he could claim 30 system rewards inside the realm while only 3 days passed in the outside world. Yet before departing Changhe sect, Jiang Yun deemed it essential to clarify one question: where precisely did the Tribulation Bone Realm lead? What legends surrounded it, and where exactly had his senior brother been exiled? Jiang Yun, this is a map, sketched at great cost by our elders who staked their very lives to chart part of the Tribulation Bone Realm. Copy it carefully, it may help you evade catastrophe. For the first time, sect master Qian Guang offered such meticulous counsel. Strangely, this defiant disciple, who had never once addressed her as master, consistently earned her quiet satisfaction through action alone. Thank you, sect master. Jiang Yun accepted the scroll and swiftly scanned it with his divine sense, committing its broad contours to memory. After decades of exploration, Changhe sect had penetrated barely 500 kilometers into the Tribulation Bone Realm, and succeeded in traversing it only thrice. Jiang Yun shook his head. This revealed the stark truth: successive generations of Changhe disciples lacked exceptional talent or potential. No wonder the sect suffered relentless suppression. Let us go. The Tribulation Bone Realm lies 5,000 kilometers beyond our sect's rear mountains. I shall escort you there. The moment you locate your senior brother, activate the transmission token. He will receive my recorded message. Jiang Yun, this burden falls heavily upon you. Each trial within the Tribulation Bone Realm carries mortal stakes. Should you succeed in breaching the third gate, withdraw immediately, else consequences will be unfathomable. I have my own plans. Qian Guang's rare concern unsettled Jiang Yun. He still preferred the aloof, commanding master he knew. Qian Guang sighed, powerless to sway Jiang Yun's indifference. By instinct alone, she sensed he would never obey. Some 20 breaths later, Qian Guang's flying vessel halted before a gray gateway. A stone steel tenjong tall stood before it, inscribed with the stark warning: Tribulation Bone Realm, Enterers Die. Even before crossing the threshold, Jiang Yun felt a surging tide of murderous intent and corrosive aura wash over him, yet such force could not so much as tremble his saintly body. Jiang Yun legend claims this realm is both the burial ground of cultivators and the cradle of ultimate opportunity. Still, wisdom lies in knowing when to retreat, preserving life so one may rise again. Remember this well. Jiang Yun nodded, then strode forward resolutely into the Tribulation Bone Realm. Behind him, sect master Qian Guang watched his retreating figure with a face clouded in complex emotion. In truth, I withheld one crucial fact: once entered, the Tribulation Bone Realm permits no turning back, unless one clears a major trial and earns a fleeting respite. Only then may one pause. Jiang Yun, may at least one of you return. With those words, Qian Guang turned decisively and vanished. She still faced the rapacious schemes of the Dark Ice Association, Sword Sect, and Thunder Sect. 3 days were too brief, as she did not believe Jiang Yun would return. Upon the black stone path, Jiang Yun stood alone, white bones littering the ground nearby, silence pressing down with eerie weight. The Tribulation Bone Realm, the legendary crucible where 9 heaven-true dragons are forged. Perhaps I arrived too soon, yet how could I bear not to see it for myself? Treading upon a mixture of bleached bone and black sand, Jiang Yun advanced into swirling white mist that veiled all sight. Fortunately, his soul was extraordinarily potent, already attaining the Heavenly Edict realm, far surpassing his current cultivation level, granting him perception over 50 kilometers in every direction. Upon a dark stone beneath the earth, a pair of black eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Jiang Yun's every motion. His vigilance was too sharp for a novice. This was no opportune moment to strike. It waited. A soft rustling echoed along the black stone path. Hours passed, yet no trial gate appeared. Jiang Yun decided to rest. At that instant, a glacial barbed tail erupted from the ground, lancing violently toward Jiang Yun's back. I've waited half a day, finally you've stepped into range. Jiang Yun roared, palm blazing gold, as he seized the tail barehanded and wrenched it upward with brutal force. It was a shadow-tail scorpion, its venomous eyes burning with feral bestial light. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun cleaved it cleanly in two with a handblade strike. Its strength peaks at the apex of a 4th-rank demon sovereign. An ordinary cultivator would not even register its approach. Having assessed the scorpion's power, Jiang Yun felt no fear, only resolve to press onward. After walking several hours, more night fell. Jiang Yun gathered hard black stones and fashioned a crude shelter, settling cross-legged within. Having just entered the Tribulation Bone Realm, defense must come first. With that thought, he did not cultivate, but instead calmed his breath and stilled his mind. Gales howled across the black stone path, black winds carrying waves of formidable presence, ceaselessly scanning the surroundings, hunting for living flesh. These shadowy passers, barely visible as silhouettes, radiated chilling auras exceeding the heavenly edict realm. Jiang Yun suppressed his own energy, completely slipping unseen past their scrutiny. Check-in confirmed. Affirmative. Check-in successful. Reward 1 9-fold Celestial Fortune Creation Pill. Upon ingestion, cultivation intensifies 9 times over 9 days, each intensification stacking 1 century of accumulated cultivation. As the system's voice faded, a pill hovered before Jiang Yun, half sapphire blue, half violet purple, adorned with 9 concentric elixir rings. Jiang Yun's breath caught sharply. This pill defied all precedent. Ancient texts stated that elixir rings denoted quality, and in the history of the Banship Mountain territory, only 1 5-ring pill had ever been recorded, forged by the pill sovereign of Zhangzhou, now the subject of fierce contention among countless powers. Now a 9-ring divine pill had been bestowed upon him, a fortune beyond measure. The Tribulation Bone Realm was profoundly enigmatic. He must strengthen himself without delay. Moreover, outside awaited the Thunder Sect, Sword Sect, and Dark Ice Association, predatory forces poised to strike. Time brooked no delay. Jiang Yun swallowed the 9-fold Celestial Fortune Creation Pill in 1 gulp. Crackling golden lightning erupted across his flesh. Jiang Yun felt his saintly body's Dantian lake churn violently, as if a celestial dragon coiled and thrashed within. The searing pain subsided swiftly. His cultivation surged 100-fold, reaching the apex of the divine flame realm. Jiang Yun summoned his divine flame. It burned golden above his palm. Though diminished in size, its power had intensified 100-fold. Its vibrant vitality could ignite life across thousands of kilometers. Chapter 105, I May Spare You. Dawn broke, light spilled onto both sides of the desolate black stone path, and the nocturnal chill winds ceased their ghastly shrieks. Jiang Yun rose, cradling his divine flame in his palm, eager to test its might. He snapped his fingers, a single spark shot forth. The void thundered. Jiang Yun ascended skyward, while beneath him a crater 5 kilometers wide yawned open. Impressive power. What ancient lineage does this 9-fold Celestial Fortune Creation Pill hail from? Its effects are staggering. I must investigate thoroughly when opportunity arises. Beyond the initial full-body meridian renewal agony, the pill left Jiang Yun feeling weightless and buoyant. Unnoticed, his cultivation had already surged to the late divine flame realm. First transformation, 1 century. Per the system, the second should yield 2 centuries. At my current peak divine flame realm strength, few rivals remain in this Tribulation Bone Realm. Musing thus, Jiang Yun accelerated his flight. Here the black stone path itself guided his course, ensuring he would not lose his way. An hour later, Jiang Yun's divine sense detected signs of combat ahead. 1 human, 1 beast locked in. The battlefield bristled with shattered boulders and massive craters. Both combatants wielded extraordinary power. Jiang Yun instantly gauged their level. They surpassed even Zwalai and Emoja of the Banship Mountain territory, having attained the heavenly edict realm. Jiang Yun masked his aura and approached cautiously. He still knew little of this realm. Qian Guang's transmission bead had sent its message, but no reply had yet returned. Perhaps his senior brother was sealed within some isolated space, or perhaps the matching bead had already been destroyed. At 10 kilometers distance, the combatants came fully into view. One wore a violet robe and a towering crown radiating overwhelming momentum, his techniques bold and sweeping, his blood chi blazing like a furnace, his bearing radiant and indomitable. His opponent was a beast clad entirely in golden scales, yet its eyes held no bestiality, only cold, calculating intelligence. After dozens of close quarters exchanges, they parted once more. Golden Hound, your golden family has declined so far that your bloodline no longer qualifies as an ancient bloodline. Soon you shall be cast out of the ancient true spirit clans. Xia, he, our Xia clan and your golden family have long observed mutual non-interference. Must we truly settle scores here, even unto death? You misunderstand me entirely. I seek no duel to the death. To enter the Tribulation Bone Realm is to accept death as inevitable. With blood so diluted you cannot even reach the threshold of an ancient bloodline. What arrogance grants you passage upon the supreme path? What do you intend? The Golden Hound felt a foreboding chill. The look on Xia He's face was unmistakably. Alas, his Golden Hound bloodline had grown too thin to manifest the complete form. Only 3 spines protruded from his back, whereas the mature form bore 12 energy spines, each additional spine multiplying his strength manifold. Become my mount. Daily offer me 10 gene of your refined blood to drink, or suffer flaying and tendon severing. This is the true supreme path, cruel yet intoxicating. Xia, he licked his lips and deliberately crushed a golden scale beneath his boot, pressing psychological torment upon the Golden Hound. Never. 10,000 years ago your Xia clan was but a third-rate family in Qin territory. My golden family granted you the honor of servitude and nurtured your ascent. Ungrateful wretch. Before entering the tribulation path you yourself proposed alliance to jointly traverse the supreme path. Now you betray your word. The golden hound roared in fury, yet his rage drew only Xia He's mocking laughter. Huh. You actually believe that? It was theater for outsiders' eyes. Our Xia clan stands now at the pinnacle of Qin territory, gathering strength to ascend to Zhengzhou. Your golden family's bloodline grows ever weaker. Dream no more of alliance with us. I would rather die than submit. The golden hound bellowed and exploded forward in a streak of gold, launching a desperate assault upon Xia He. Foolish presumption. Xia He struck downward with one palm. The golden hound's blinding speed halted instantly, and he was slammed deep into the earth. Their power disparity was vast. Jiang Yun observed the clash silently, making no move to intervene. He pondered their exchange, Qin territory, the Xia clan, the golden family, all unknown to the Banship mountain territory. Clearly they hailed from another great domain within the boundless abyssal sea. But whether it ranked as a remote minor territory or a major or mid-tier domain remained unclear. Across the boundless cosmos, the boundless abyssal sea drifts with countless territories, Zhengzhou reigning supreme. Historically, all great emperors arose by seizing Zhengzhou's celestial fortune to ascend the throne, ruling over myriad large, medium, and small domains for millions of years, until fragmentation inevitably returned. What does the supreme path signify? Is this black stone road itself the supreme path? Does enduring to its end grant one the title of supreme sovereign? As Jiang Yun pondered, the golden hound lay utterly subdued, crumpled in a pool of blood-tinged gold-red, impure and weak. Once the golden family claimed pure-blooded supremacy, ruling Qin territory for eons. In the end, intermarriage with foreign clans eroded their lineage. Tragic. Pitiful. Xia He wiped his hands clean. The golden hound, mortally wounded, was no longer worth his effort. Friend from afar, you've watched long enough. Step forth. Xia He gazed directly toward Jiang Yun's hiding place, eyes gleaming with amused disdain. You saw me. How? Exposed, Jiang Yun abandoned concealment, stepping forward in one stride to stand before Xia He. Merely a feint, yet you walked right into it. Xia He smiled faintly, seemingly untroubled by Jiang. Upon the supreme path encounter demands choice, death or submission. Which shall it be? Xia He stood with arms folded, appraising Jiang Yun, whose ink-green robes fluttered softly, whose gaze burned with icy, unwavering resolve, whose bearing evoked a celestial sovereign surveying realms. For a moment even Xia He hesitated to strike first. That depends on you. On me. You're intriguing. I am the third young master of the Xia clan of Qin territory. Do you know what it means to be kin to an imperial clan of Zhengzhou? Oh, mere imperial kinship. Nothing extraordinary. Explain the meaning of the supreme path, and I may consider sparing you. Jiang Yun spoke lightly and strode toward the golden hound. He intended to seize Xia He's prize. He soon spoils of war. The golden hoe was of fine pedigree, a truly imposing mount. Round 106, the Supreme Ascension Tournament. Xia He pondered Jiang Yun's demeanor with growing unease. Though he had heard of Jiang Yun's imperial clan kinship, the latter bore himself with such nonchalance and exceedingly rare composure. Could it be you hail from Zhengzhou? No. Jiang Yun uttered only two words, casual and uninflected, yet Xia He's expression darkened instantly, his posture tensing as if confronting an imminent cataclysm, starkly contrasting Jiang Yun's serene indifference. If not from a Zhengzhou aristocratic house, then are you a saint prince of a holy land, or perhaps a divine prince of an immortal sect? Neither. By now Jiang Yun had drawn near the golden hoe. The beast gazed at him in stunned disbelief, already branding him a fool. To bare one's back so openly was tantamount to suicide. Should Xia He strike without warning, Jiang Yun would surely suffer grievous harm. Esteemed Taoist friend, Xia He is treacherous and cunning. Beware his ambush. The golden hoe whispered low, its golden scales cracked and splintered across its body wounds, grotesquely vivid. Xia He had fought to kill. Fear not. Tell me, would you serve as my mount? In return, I shall resolve your plight. The golden hoe narrowed its eyes. Refusal meant certain death. Xia He would flay its sinews, strip its flesh, and distill its vital blood into medicinal wine. Yet Jiang Yun before it exuded an aura of extraordinary refinement, his gaze aloof, regal, bearing the unmistakable air of a young celestial sovereign. Only his true martial prowess remained unknown. As the golden hoe hesitated, Xia He could no longer contain his fury. Jiang Yun's brazen robbery had crossed his most inviolable line. You overreach gravely. Neither scion of an imperial clan, nor saint prince of a holy land, nor divine prince of an immortal sect, you are surely no heir of a longevity family either. Then speak your name plainly. I slay no nameless soul. Xia He advanced slowly toward Jiang Yun's rear, his entire body radiating coalesced vital energy, poised to unleash a fatal blow at any instant. The golden hoe watched, heart pounding in dread, yet Jiang Yun stood utterly unruffled, his gaze calm and expectant, as though awaiting only its final decision. I accept. Turn, defend yourself. Xia He is about to strike. Terrified by Xia He's looming presence, the Golden Ho surrendered outright, vowing fealty as Jiang Yun's mount. Huh. Shameless wretch. In its prime, the Golden Clan once rivaled immortal sects and dared challenge the primordial sacred mountains. Xia He stood 10 zhang away from Jiang Yun, a distance permitting his ultimate technique, the brilliant solar fist. His fists blazed with solar essence, glowing like twin miniature suns. A charlatan masquerading as divine, since you witnessed me slay this beast and yet dare stand so arrogantly regarding me with such contempt, you shall not live another breath. What idle chatter. Were I you, I'd either flee or strike. Your dithering betrays the timidity of a woman. Jiang Yun turned, no motion preceded it. Then in the next breath a colossal golden palm descended from above Xia He, crashing down with crushing force. Boom. Dust and sand exploded skyward. The blackstone path split open, a fissure dozens of zhang wide, while Xia He was driven deep into the earth, his form mangled beyond recognition. You, how can you be so strong? This is merely the first trial of the tribulation bone realm. Surely a prodigy like you should have long since advanced far beyond. Oh, must I arrive precisely on schedule? Jiang Yun levitated Xia He into the air with a single gesture, stripped him of every resource, cast him aside, and tossed a handful of pills to the Golden Ho. Calmly he said, "Consume them swiftly. Your physiology differs from humanity's. I cannot discern which will benefit you most. So take them all." Many thanks, master." The Golden Ho, trembling, seized the pills and swallowed them whole. Instantly its golden scales shimmered, wounds began knitting themselves closed before its very eyes. "Still too slow, I shall aid you." Jiang Yun gathered a radiant sphere of saint body spiritual energy within both palms, then pressed it firmly into the Golden Ho's body. Roar. The Golden Ho felt its lacerations prickle and tingle, then seal with astonishing speed. The saint body energy surpassed its own bestial chi by countless degrees, proving transformative beyond measure. The Golden Ho had never imagined its new master, so effortlessly arrogant, possessed such overwhelming might. That even Xia He had been shattered beneath a single palm erased all lingering resentment, and any thought of escape vanished utterly. It was an undisputed truth: the greater one's innate talent